the realm of Yang. For the longest time, almost nobody in Pro League used Spear, but we've seen a recent rise of Spear usage. Now, normally you just kind of use the highest rarity, but Spear wasn't as good as Saf for the longest time. Speaking of not as good, Spider and Shenyuan both good enough to fight each other. Shenyuan wants to have his come out season. He is going to be on that Kylan trying to find an open here on a Spider, but Spider with the dual blade suffocating him, not letting him do much. But
timeout.
1 second left. We are going to get a timeout, and you see Spider whines a little bit of that just timeout. Now 3 players? No. 5 players with Yang depletion on the outside. It's about to get oogly boogly out here, Moxie.
Oh my goodness, so many people are going to be here. I mean, Forbidden Seal is also potentially going to come into play. D5 with a million birds might turns on to Mike, who we know has Yang depletion. Messiah still running that purple spear just in case he does get powered. He doesn't want to lose the legendary weapon. Scale his ultimate up. Mike does not want to take this fight currently. He's got 2 minutes and 40 on his Yang depletion timer. Forbidden Seal was also going to come into play. He makes sure that he has a disengagement buff coming on through with that blue fan. Not to fight, but to be able to set the Scale Rushes. Unfortunately for him, he got a little bit too close to the freeze flies and gets caught out. Oh no, Combo Break has been used. Gold Frame has to come on out of the ultimate, but now he doesn't have it to manage to frame through the stun dazzle of the Syra. T5 stuns Mike up, Star takes him down, and it is falling apart for the current defending world champion.
T5 with the Syra ultimate, trying to maneuver, trying to get some value off this ult, but the no ult zone on the other side, and Edward with the Shayo ult, gonna be scooping him up, taking him down, but 225 is going to be able to find the Scale Rushes, go in a circle right here, trying to get a little bit room to heal. 52 seconds left, and Edward is going to be coming through with the Scale Rush and the scoop up to eat that Soul Bloom. SR Spider, though, with a couple, with the, well, he did have 2 minutes, 40 seconds to cure his Yang depletion. He is going to be able to catch that Soul Bloom. He will be fighting against Shenyuan again, making quick work with the 1, 2, 3, forcing Shenyuan to pop that ultimate, but now Shenyuan in a very, very tough position. Everyone looks over, and first is going to find the nice musket shot to Shenyuan's back.
Oh my goodness, the frost butterflies. That's so brutal. When there are this many players in the area getting frozen up is just a death sentence with those musket shots. Lipo goes for the activation of the Lani V2, dodging out of the block attempted. The stagger him out coming on through from Spider Shale. He's still got Yang depletion. Unfortunately for him, he's only got a minute left. He's been tracked down too on the insides of tower. Spider was able to come through with another block. Banked on up and another. Lipo gets hit back-to-back consecutive times. He hasn't been able to find any window that he was looking to utilize this Lani ultimate for. Hasn't been able to actually find the connections of the trick ball to get the heals the same that he was looking for either. Did find the distance between himself and the rest of the players, but unfortunately for him, everyone is now going to be looking for the next realm of Yang entrances. Luckily for Lipo, though, the next realm of Yang entrance is right next to his doorstep, so he can continue this fight and look to find an opportunity to drop a body, pick up one of those blooms, but that window of opportunity is getting slammed shut real quickly. We've got the fist blades, we turn in with the RMB. Prosperous, though, gets the insta healthful extension with that Syra V1 investment, and he's laser beaming Lipo down. They know that this Lani is about to go down to Yang depletion, and he wanted to get the last hit, going for the tracking beam rather than the longer charge up triple hit of that Syra. Frost wanted the last hit of damage onto Lipo, but he is not going to be able to get it. Another player is able to find it, and Frostfist now out of ultimate is going to kite over to the Forbidden Seal, activate it, and then disappear before anyone else can try and chase him down, prioritizing the kill over potentially a Spirit Well or a Realm of Yang fight.
Definitely a good adjustment from Frost. Space out. But no space is going to be involved with a Realm of Yang fight. We are going to get Verse versus Wufang. Wufang not able to find a purple armor here. A little bit of an edge going on to Verse. Now, Verse normally on the outside playing a slow, methodical macro game, but he is going to take his talents to Realm of Yang. He's going to throw the follow-up focus attack with the flying knives, able to catch Wufang a little bit off guard, a little bit lacking. But Wufang composing himself again, going into the scale rush. But wait a second, Verse switching weapons real quick. Big tempo change, able to find the stagger, and ooh, nice job, be able to dodge the ability as well. First combo break is going to be coming out now. First looking for his next read right here. He's going to get a stagger. He's going to pop his ultimate. Doesn't get the parry earlier, but he has so much chip damage going through, and Wufang is going to commit to a Xiao ability. You see how easy it is for Liam to find the grabs if you do anything, and just like that, Wufang commits to an animation, gets scooped up, thrown to the ceiling, no focus attack needed. WBG Verse is having a great second day using his Liam. Liam ends up being a lot of these players' best characters.
The last time we saw the Shell versus Liam, the Shell did come out on top. However, it had the caveat that the Shell didn't actually commit to utilizing any of the block counters that had been charged up, because they knew like how vulnerable they would be in that potential grab of the Liam V2 if they did go for that animation commitment. We're gonna have a replay coming through. This is Edward versus Asia Justina. This is Shell. Edward gets hit on the crossbow. Aja goes for the hold, doesn't commit into it, goes for the crouch horizontal, instead gets the parry, picks up the legendary fan, and Edward now has to try and utilize these ultimates to come through. Both of these players, though, not fully committed into the fight just yet. Now the Justina V1 is going to come into the mix. Edward gets hit by one, Stagger gets hit by two, gets the first block connection into hitting Ash. Sidesteps away from that potential freeze through. Can miss the focus hit of that katana coming in out as well before forcing Asia out into the open sky and managing to catch him mid-air with the Shayo block when he wasn't able to dodge out of it. Now it's going to be Aja versus Star. Star turning the Tempest kick, managing to keep the Justina a nice distance away from him before the combo breaker is going to be back online, as Aja is slowly but steadily losing a lot of that health bar. Dodges out of the combo breaker coming on through from the Kylan, but doesn't manage to dodge out of the ult follow-up, considering he'd already invested the V1 knockback attempt, and Star will be able to take the Justina down. We're down to 8 players left. Wufang potentially going to be following very shortly afterwards. He is the next player with the unfortunate position of Yang depletion, and even worse, Raven, the Lister is in play, which means that Wufang is probably not going to be able to find an isolated 1v1 for a very long time.
This Ballista is one of the best places to kite on Hollowroth. I'm surprised more players aren't here already. It's pretty tough to find Ballista shots unless everyone's very, very distracted, so everyone is on the wall right here. Wufang here, scale rushing over and over. Looks like he was able to break contact. Verse, who is places Verse in right? Oh, he only has 3 kills. I thought Verse was way higher. Verse also in a tough position, needs to find kills no matter what. He unfortunately has Edward, Spider, and now TE's player just reading all of his movement options. Tough break for him. He's making a circle. He's able to cut off noise. Will he be able to get away from the 4 players chasing him, though? Very, very spooky. Shield choke going to be coming out of left field. Well, it looked like Wufang was shook for a second. Like, wait a second, where'd that come from? 5 people all here on that side of the lobby. We'll have to see how the team is going to react to this as they realize that almost no one is guarding anything and there are no roamers on the map.
Well, there are 3 shells still in the lobby, though, is the thing. That elimination, Spider was the one that took the credit. However, what was more crucial that was taken was the Soul Bloom, and Wufong was the one that swooped up and nabbed that one out. So the Free Shells still very much going to be able to make it to the Spirit World contest. And they've been able to see the hardest counter, the Liams, taken out of the lobby as well, so they do not have to worry about committing to the animations of throwing out the tortoise bot counter and being punished for it, as Arano is gonna squirrel away for a rainy day, a purple weapon right in the corner of that building before he goes out into the more open area of the map, probably looking to shore up some of his resources. As well as make sure he's not in any position where the fight is currently going down, with that Moonbane having split off a lot of these players to ballisterable spaces. TV5 on this Syra is probably going to get looked at now that he's down that armor. Frostivus with the interception, the LMBs from the knives trying to give TV5 a little bit more space to work with. However, TV5 gets aggressive. Ballista isn't blown. We just saw a scorch shot come on through, and Star is the one in the hot seat. Wufong got baited, walked a little bit too close to the area of action, and gets taken down in the 100-meter range, and TV5 falls shortly afterwards. Star's Ballista has been absolutely lethal, and he's still keeping up the pressure onto all of the other players. Finally, he's going to be intercepted. Always Edward flies on up into that position with the grapple to kick him off of that positioning. And Frostivus now, the last Siren in this lobby, is forced into burning the V1 and gets hit by another ballista fire coming on through. But he is not in a great space. He's locked into one very small area against Spider with a Sheol ultimate currently in play. And now outside of that V1 without the significantly higher health pool, Frostivus has to try and kite and potentially go into the space that Spider was still sitting in, and like a fly in the spider's nest, Spider will be able to come on through with a double headlock connection, and we go down to 4 players left in an absolute blink of an eye. Arano, with that legendary fan, comes on through, looking for the Scales connection, does have the ultimate. He's currently not being looked at. Edward and Star more than happy taking this 1 versus 1. If they're not careful, Raven, this is going to develop into a third-party situation. There's the focus now getting turned onto Arano. Instead, there's the Lonnie ult, rather combo breaker, coming on through, as Edward just manages to gatekeep the exits. He's in his Shell ultimate, though. If he's not careful, he's going to be out of that V1 without having any impact.
Last 3 left alive. Arano in a tough position, no armor left. Edward and Star picking him apart. He is going to get a little bit of room due to the Moonbane coming in, but only for a brief moment as Star starts descending upon him once more. But Arano immediately riding this Moonbane wave, surfing on through, looking to get his gold armor back, have a possible reset right here, but he has to watch out. Edward setting up the scale rush, able to strip off some of that armor. Moonbane gonna be coming down again. Gold armor and gold armor, but it looks like Star and Edward gonna be in a little bit of a scuffle right here. Wait a second. Star is able to get a scale rush on, getting a lot of chip damage off, goes for a couple horizontals, dodging through over and over, stripping out Edward. Then he catches him on his way out, but the 1-2-3 is going to get parried from Edward, and the Moonbane is going to knock Star off. He looks for the armor reset. He's not able to get it. He is going to pop the Kylan ultimate, have that Mortal Defiance ready to go within the Kylan ult. Going to be going for a reset here, but no Kylan ult for Star now. He is going to be looking over to buy maybe a second armor if there's any left. Nope, he is gonna get bowed in the side of a head. Multiple armors in here. He's looking like he's gonna be stacking up, healing all these up. And these last 3 players, Arano, Star, and Edward, we're gonna go to another phase of battling it out. Tiny little bit of zone. Do we wait this out right now?
I mean, he doesn't have Kylan ultimate, is the thing. Edward knows that Star doesn't have Kylan ultimate. Because he forced it out of him. And that is going to be prime time for the show to try and keep up the pressure on the Kylan. Orano, I think, has figured out as well that this Kylan is a little bit more vulnerable than his other opponent. Both of them closer to their ultimates than Star is currently. Orano still not wanting to fully commit, just a little bit behind in terms of the show for building that rage. Star is going to have to do everything that he can to try and kite this fight for as long as possible, while also getting hits in to keep that ultimate building so that he could potentially win that heal-up situation. Manages to catch the R&B just as Edward crosses that corner. Goes for the jump parry off of the jump. LMB will be able to find it onto Orano as well. Really good read comes on through from Star. Off of the back of that, he has been able to develop 50% to this next Kylan V1. Now just holds his position, goes for the LMB commitment, gets griefed by the third party coming on through from the Spear Slams though. Manages to catch the R&B, tech chasing down onto Edward. Edward with the F1 clears the space. Forces the Kylan to now have to put the pressure onto the Lani instead. Start guarding the staircase with the R&B. Turns around in case they try and look for that parry fish. Has to burn the combo breaker. Now he's potentially going to get caught out without it. But he's taken enough damage and done enough hits to build into the V1. Star was more than happy tanking all of that. Coming on through with the combo. But just as before, now that the Kylan ultimate has been forced with Star's last little bit of health pool, both Orano and Edward do not commit to the fight. They hold on to their ultimates and just walk away. And Star now has to make something happen before the V1 burns out, but he's just on the last moments of it and he can't commit.
Again, Star goes over to the story, ends up buying another armor, resetting himself, putting himself in a fighting position, but he does have to deal with Orano, with the Lani, with the ultimate. All's gonna be coming out, but wait a second, Star is gonna be cooking up his legs right now. Orano wants to go for a reset right here, but Star with the weapon swap, dual Halbies and Hongsword threatening Orano over and over. Comes here at max range again, backs off, able to dodge, ends up throwing a one charge with Edward. Both of these guys clank. Stars is like, hey, wait a second, Edward. No, you can't be just chilling in the background. He just switches over, putting on the pressure onto this Shayo. Edward wants to keep his ultimate for the last kid situation, but wait, Edward's ultimate has already been popped too. Now all of these guys just exchanging blows. No one wants to just go on one person. All three players just keep going back to back to back. Orano is going to be getting very, very low right now. And now finally one person goes down, and now we are down to a 1v1 for the game 2 on Hollowrath. Edward versus Star.
Star much closer to the ultimate. Edward just out of it, but he's got the grapple pump extension into the spear. And Star does have his combo breaker. He's holding on to it. He has the leeway with the legendary armor, tanks the hits, manages to build enough damage coming through with the V1. There goes the combo breaker coming on through from that tail. Star still got his, is going to use the combo breaker to build into the V1, and home runs Edward right back into that zone. The second he tries to grapple back into safety, out comes the next wombo from that V1 Kylan dash, and there is absolutely nothing the Sheol can do. Star played that perfectly, from the ballista pushing it down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1, to understanding that he could manage to even down his ultimate, force the two other players in the lobby to be in the same situation, and since he burnt his ultimate first, he would be the first to get it back. What a wonderful rate of how much damage he could have, of when was the right opportunity to actually invest the combo breaker of that F1, to have the spacing to go for the activation of the V1, get the 4 seconds of Keeling Guard, and have all of the knockback attached to just absolutely batter up that Sheol into the corruption tick.
Yeah, the Kylan just one charge in ultimate has so much knockback, and especially that angle going downhill. You just see Star knock Edward just flying Orano. What a great fight in the 1v1v1 in that end game. We see the back and forth. We see the sneaky ultimate rotations going into it, and what a good job from Star to able to fade out. He ends up getting his ultimate pressured out, doesn't get much value off of it, and they just bob and weave, surfing that Moonbane, and he manages to navigate it perfectly, going back to the store and buying that gold armor. If he didn't have 100k maxed out money ready to go, it would have been a lot harder for him to win that situation. One of the sneaky things you can do in endgame, especially in Immortal War, is that you get so much money from landing kills, and he had so many kills at that point that he was max money. With the store being there in endgame, or Star was able to buy a sneaky armor to keep his fight going. But ladies and gentlemen, we have one of your special gifts that are dropping, but you're going to have to answer one of these questions first. Which player got the White Tiger's prowess of the Spirit Well buff in Game 2? Was it A, OA's Edward, B, FPXCQ's Star, C, SR's Spider, or D, WZ's Arano?
Oh boy, that's gonna be a game of horror that we look back with fond memories. And I mean, if you got hit by the ballista, you're probably not having fond memories. To be fair, when he was like pointing at someone, it was 100% that he was like, "Oh, you!" Getting 2 kills onto us with that ballista coming into play before Genuine finally pushed it and got him off of that spacing. But no, like you said, like the amount of eliminations that he was able to pick up with that particular weapon in play meant that he was able to just keep refreshing those legendary armors. So even if he'd like invested his ultimate, he still wasn't an immediate target. He wasn't vulnerable. There wasn't enough lack of resources for the 2 other players, the Lani and the Sheol, to sort of work together and basically force the 2 versus 1, because they knew that there would be an element of potential mutual destruction. If one of them decided to all in and then got taken down low enough in the fight that the other would go for the betrayal and managed to sweep both of the eliminations. And like we saw that 1 versus 1 versus 1 play out, and Star reads it incredibly well. He knows when that Sheol ultimate goes off that the block is going to be coming on out and grabbing onto the Lani, and he gets into position to be able to follow one up with the fan charged R&B, managing to sweep the kill. And he actually does it understanding that it's going to put him into the next headlock coming on through from the Sheol, but that is going to be the last part of the Sheol ultimate, and he still got his combo breaker, and more importantly, he wants to take the damage so he can build that V1 up as quickly as he possibly can so the ultimate can come back into play on his end. So he really does like walk the tightrope of doing and taking enough damage absolutely perfectly. And he comes on through with 8 eliminations, last player standing, and the subsequent kill score multiplier. When he was playing Kylan and had his ultimate pressured out of him twice and wasn't able to find any value off of the back of it. What a great game for Star.
That's a massive game. 8 kills at 12.6. That's going to skyrocket him up the leaderboard. Spider with 5 at 6.5. Edward at 3.5. with 5 points, Verse with 3 kills at 5 points, and now looking at the overall standings, very curious to see where they are at. Oh my goodness, that is very surprising. OUG's Mike at a full goose egg, and Shenjuan at 0.5, Aja at 3, Lipo at 3.5, Verse at 3.5, Arano at 5.5, Spider at 6.5, 225 at 7.5, and the top 3, Frostabus at 8, Edward at 10.5, and FBX's Star at 14.1. And it's like I was saying, Moxie, the new guard. A lot of people not giving Star a ton of credit. A lot of players, top players, look at Star as kind of like another variation of 225. Very, very focus heavy. Very, very willing to gamble. But sometimes those gambles pay off, and you get 12.6 for a game 2, something that 225 is really known for, having that really, really big pop-off game. Now, the name of the game, though, is can they be consistent going forward into the later rounds? And now, there's still a lot of Naraka to be played. We're only 2 games into this pre-finals with Genuine and Mike at the bottom. 2 of the strongest fighters in the league having a very, very slow start. And we are going to go to the highlights of the day, with starting out with a Spider and Agile off spawn. I remember I wanted to see this fight and Spider just uses the terrain against Agile to his advantage, getting the drop down, getting that nice flank, going into the realm of Yang. Edward has had Mike's number all day today, very patiently waiting for that V2 ball to come out, is able to dodge it and secure that kill onto Mike. Now we are gonna have a Star with the tricky trying to bait out half charge light from Azure, but the Decina ult ends up coming out. It's not gonna matter. He is gonna make quick work of him with his Kylan ultimate, and from the top we're seeing Star just mortaring the lobby on the ballista, raining non-stop explosions onto everyone. Wufong, you just don't want to go out that way. And this, I was commenting on this when we switched over, but my mic was muted. I was saying, inside the Kylan ultimate, inside a room, that's definitely not where you want to be with the B1 combo coming out. This last little bit, definitely a home run hit. Edward feels like he has it, and he's like, wait, no, not like this. Like this. You're going back into the zone, sucker. Just getting slaunched, flying over, and you can see that smirk of satisfaction coming out from Star. Really happy. And to have such a big round off Kylan, these personality picks, these later phase picks, end up paying off against some of this top meta. I really think the last little bit of this Nbpl finals, people are going to start reconsidering how strong Lonnie is, just because her ability to win endgame. I want to like go back and look just how often does Lonnie actually get an MVP compared to the rest of these characters that have a little bit more horsepower, a little bit more oomph, and a little bit more playability in these endgames.
Well, it's a lot, not a little, that Star is able to do on the Kylan. 23,000 damage, 4,000 of it coming from Ballista, as well as 9,900 healing. So a lot of sustainability coming through that for Star. That means a lot of very successful connections of the Kylan V1 dashes coming for him. Really nice to see the Kylan get his time back in the spotlight ever since he sort of disappeared from both the solos and trios meta when he got nerfed a couple of months after his initial release. Absolutely love to get to see that meta move on forward, because other than like Shen Yuan trying to keep Kylan relevant this season, we haven't really got to see. It's just like him and Star who've been the ones trying to see whether or not Kylan is still going to find the space to work with. And it turns out he absolutely has, as again, Star played that endgame perfectly. One of the best played solo endgames we've seen for a very long time, I would wager.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to be taking a short break, and we will have Game 3 of the pre-finals Nbpl solos coming right up after this short break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Pro League. I am Raven PLZ. I am joined by the lovely Moxie. It is the pre-finals for solos, and it's been an exciting day so far. Game 1 and 2 in the bags. We're going to go back to Morris, where it all started. A lot of new faces at the top. Moxie, Star leading the charts, having a massive Kylan game. Frostivus having a very big game as well. The old guard, though, Mike, I don't think have I seen a tournament where Mike opened up with double goose egg? That was probably the most surprising thing I've seen in a very long time. Mike has been super dominant this season. Now, opening up with a double goose egg. Now, this is pre-finals. You do take 20% of the points to the actual grand finals for Nbpl solos. So you are playing for something. We'll have to see how Mike warms up. There's still a lot of Naraka to be played. We are just going into game 3, Moxley.
I wonder how many hand warmers he's been able to secure. Is this Mike without the hand warmer strategy? Every single time we look at him in the camera, I'm trying to see if he's got those white squares on his person. But no, it's really unfortunate for Mike because he had Liam that game, which tends to be the premier pick, the go-to hero lock in either immediately phase 1 or if we see the 50-50 indecision split, phase 1 and phase 2. But very unluckily for him, he matches up against always Edward in that Realm of Yang and loses because the shield does not commit the ultimate animations, which would have then led into getting grabbed up by the Liam V2. And then off of the back of that one, Mike is actually right at the forefront of everyone looking at him when he has that Yang depletion. With all of the shields, very much wanting to get rid of all of the Liams as quickly as possible so they could commit those ultimate animations rather than just having to sit in your ultimate and not get to use those charges a single time, since Shao can use it to find so many openings, as well as the fact of it's really strong in the multi-way fights, as we saw when all of the players were stacked on top of each other in those small houses, trying to stay out of the way of Star on that ballista. The Shale would be able to connect the block counter onto two players who were stacked a little bit too close together and get the damage off onto both of them as a result.
Yeah, Edward, he started off this Nbpl season with the name change from Wang Liang to Edward, and he definitely showed a lot of spunk from that off season coming back to the league. Definitely very weird to not see Edward at the 2024 Worlds. But in this season, he's definitely come back in form with the vengeance, and he really has shown it inside the Realm of Yang. He does not shy away from going into Realm of Yang. A lot of players, or at least half of the lobby, don't really go into Realm of Yang with the exception of a couple of characters or unique situations or very specific situation, I'd say, where they have really good loot off spawn, purple armor, purple weapon, they're able to farm up a lot of money, and they're able to buy all those things and set up for the Realm of Yang for ideal conditions. But Wang Liang, or Edward now, will go Realm of Yang anyway, and it shows just how strong he is when he's able to make quick work of Mike, not once, but twice in the matchup. I was like, all right, Liam is a hard counter to Shayol. He ends up perfectly reading the ball throw from Mike, able to use activation of his ultimate to take away one of those ball catches from Mike, and he's able to continue that pressure on Mike. Now, normally Mike has a really easy time versus Shayol, as long as you keep up the pressure on the Shayol with a mix-up of getting her shield to proc. As long as you have stamina, you're able to dodge out of those situations. But Edward smothers Mike. We've seen, today at least, I've seen a lot more tricky plays of catching people when they attempt to smother you. A lot of these players are perfectly spacing, getting, instead of just a tap dodge trap, hold dodging and trapping at perfect spacing with these light attacks, with these takebacks. Now, normally what you see a lot of players do is they armor up, they hold that focus attack, and they try to find a light attack from there if you accidentally hit them. But we've seen a lot of tricky high level stuff with some dodge cancels or bomb dodge cancels leading into different timings and some perfect spacing hold dodges. Now I saw Frostabus pull it off versus CDY during the LCQ, but I've seen a lot of players do it today, including Star, to clutch out that game too. Now going into the round selection, everyone's gonna get mixed up here. Spider and Shen Yuan gonna be in phase 1, 225, and Frostabus in phase 2. Edward and Wufang phase 3. Cut off. Now I'm wondering, Moxie, just like before, Lonnie, Liam, Shio, normally the top 3 picks, but we don't see these characters MVPs. Is that trend going to continue? Because I feel like going into actual solo finals, it's hard to say that these top 3 characters should be the top 3 characters pick if Justina's, Temmie's, and Kylan's are just MVPing the rounds. Does it really matter when you pick these characters in your phases, or should you just pick the character on the day and map that you actually like? I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Don't change what's working. I'm curious to see if we see one of the top meta picks or the bottom meta picks actually win this next round.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're definitely going to be seeing adaptations, right? But I don't think we're going to be seeing them now. There's a week of downtime between the pre-finals and the grand finals. Grand finals for solos being on the 31st and trios being on the 1st of June. So if you reveal anything that's changed now, there is plenty of time for the league to be able to acclimatize to it and then be able to work out a counter situation, as opposed to if you hold your card a little bit closer to the chest. Well, yes, 20% of the points that you'll gather during today do get taken forward into that situation, as we've seen from the bi-weekly finals, where, you know, sometimes we have players who managed to find the overall win that did not do well in terms of the amount of points that they were walking forward with their pre-purpose points from the regular week. It isn't all doom and gloom, and managing to keep your strategy secret, I think, is going to be more important in the long run than coming on through with a nice little nest of points that you've been able to grab on up so far today, if it comes at the cost of being too predictable to counter.
Going into game 3, Morris, I always like looking at the players' faces to see where the vibe is at. Shen Yuan always looks like a deer in the headlights. It's not really like he's afraid or he's anxious or he's even looking confident. He always just looks surprised. He's looking at it as like, I wonder what I'm going to be doing next. Now again, one of the best ways to know who is comfortable on what is looking at the average points of these players on each character. Anything above 3.5 is absolutely insane, and anything above 3 is one of their best characters. So we see Ajao at 3.6 on his Syra. Mike at a 4.8 on Shio was pretty nuts. He might have the highest average. Well, he's tied with actually Verse as well. I know Frost's favorite pick in this current meta is definitely Liam. He loves all the V2 shenanigans that you can do. Plus, he basically played like a year and a half of just non-stop Immortal War Liam. The Chinese Immortal War server is just all Liam's running around. Now, currently, it's all Lonnie's running around, but for the longest time, it was Liam. So all these players have so much Liam practice into it.
And Valda. Don't forget F1 cooldown reduction glyph for Valda.
Oh, the old days of the F1 Valda with the pole sword of Kelly running around. Shout out to him. Changing the game forever from last year's Koi Cup. All these players definitely took a lot from his scale rush game, his range game, and his even pole sword game. Now, pole sword's still not used in Pro League as much. Besides endgame, though, all these players will use pole sword in those multi-way fights to secure the kills. And definitely shout outs to Kelly being one of the first Liams to sit on the outside and find last hits. Now the whole league plays this way. It's just non-stop backstab action in order to yoink those kills and find kills. Oh, I hate this landing location. Looks like Mike is going to be fighting Lipo off spawn. Can Lipo keep up success against the GOAT of solos, Naraka?
Lipo does have the upper hand. Purple nunchucks to grey, and Mike has already lost all of that grey armor that he auto drops with. Returns fire with the focus. Does not manage to find the second connection, though. Lipo reads it, finds the parry, and Mike yet again is offset. He does not want to end a third game in a row with another 0 scoreline. Star invests the combo breaker, now is going to be lacking it. Arana looks for the jump L&B with those fist plates before trying to scale Roshan out from the window. Star is going to be able to put a building between himself and the Justina, trying to buy the time. It's a great armor reset as well off of one of the troves that he was able to open on his disengagement. Finds the uppercut, forces the Justina F2 out, disengages so that he doesn't get hit by the knockback upon re-entry. Narano with the 1-2 doesn't manage to find the full circle though, as yet again the Shale combo breaker comes back into play, and Star lacking a little bit of the touch, finds another great armor swap. Arano just has to keep up the chase. He's almost got his ultimate. So goes for the overhold. Arano commits, actually manages to find the clank off of the R&B. Arano now down a lot of that HP, gets hit by the combo breaker, tries to come back on through, threatening the space with the R&B. Scale rushes to keep up the pressure onto the Shayol. He knows that he's a couple of hits away from his ultimate, and he thinks it will give him the upper hand.
Arano with both of these guys in the last focus attack situation, but Star is gonna fake leaving right here. Comes back with the scale rush, and Arano's gonna be popping the V1 to get out of there. Hopefully find an armor reset him, but goes for the max grapple distance. But Star, he wants the smoke. He wants to get back in there. Where are you going, Arano? Where are you going? Get back over here. But Arano's going to make his way to Celestia, just off into the hills. Star has no idea where he went. We are going to move over to Azal, Spider, and 225. And I want to be 1v1. Spider looking for the parry, not able to get a combo break. He's going to be invested in a drop down flank coming out from 225, putting Azal in the middle. Ult's going to be invested by Spider, gets the uppercut, but Agile with the combo break is going to create some space, looking for the scale rush. And, oh, 225 with the flank. The bonk sends Spider flying, but Spider comes back in, throws the ball. He wants his last hit. And off my kill, 225, but 225 comes flying in with the sliding uppercut and steals the kill away from Spider.
Potentially gets another elimination onto Spider though. Spider did manage to find the full chain coming on for off of the help of that rock terrain. Does not have the ultimate advantage. 225 still got his Lonnie V2. And Spider is not going to have a fun time if he tries to keep himself in this fight. A little bit too close, tries to scare rush out of it, will not be able to disengage cleanly. And TW5 will be able to pick up both the earlier kill that he stole from beneath Spider's nose, as well as the elimination onto Spider himself, taking him up to 2 so far for this round. As we can have a look and see, Lipo currently on the run, missing almost all of his health, all of his armor has been reduced, as Verse with the chop down parry catches him before he can try and disengage with the scale rush.
Drop down parry from Verse onto Lipo. I can't believe Lipo took down Mike off spawn. Mike having a tough day. Although we got the purple weapon, we got the blue armor. We're gonna be set up for this Realm of Yang. I don't know if I've seen Mike tilt before. I think I've seen it only one time. He was actually visibly frustrated from his performance for the day. He was in a little bit of a slump last year as he reinvented himself, but he did finally pull himself out of it and ended up closing out the year winning it all at Jacob. So looking at the overall leaderboards, surprising results so far with Star, Process, and Edward at the top. First from Liang is going to be coming up. Everyone very, very spread out, just trying to secure their loot to figure out their next strategy. Now, the 3 main strategies, we always focus on Realm of Yang because it's the kind of coolest thing to do. All the coolest people are inside Realm of Yang. But the other strategies that you can do, go for the Spirit Well or go for one of the caves. All give you purple weapons and purple armor instead, and you don't really risk dying inside the Realm of Yang. Star is going to get an uppercut combo onto Wufang. Ooh, Hemi ult is going to come out barely, and Star's going to make his way out of here. He's trying to make it around the corner. Wufang, nice, smooth with it, gets around the building. He's able to get a nice heal on the armor reset. And wait a second, he gets 1 F, 2 Fs onto Star, but he's going to use it to grapple out and get out to safety.
Yeah, really good read from Wufang. Saw that Star had those flying knives and that he couldn't stick around either in the center of his semi-ultimate or directly on the outsides of it. Because you could see Star more than happy to commit into the center, understanding that with the flying knives he would still be able to hit the Chemi, who was vulnerable on the other side of that wind wall. So good job from Wufang to keep himself as mobile as possible. He is not going to be down his ultimate though, so he's not going to be wanting to take too much of a fight. As we can have a look and see Mike not going to be in the greatest position, was not able to situate himself into the realm of Yang first. So Edward, with that prior positioning, has already been able to snap up that Yang pass, and Mike is left with no option but to try and run over to the next one in hopes that it's potentially going to be open, or maybe he also goes to try and have a little bit of a contest if one of those players does try and maneuver open one of those caves with the keys. One of the changes that was made was that whenever a cave key is grabbed, everybody gets to see which cave is going to be grabbed, as opposed to in the past where you could only see when that cave was about to be opened. You would get a 15-second head start rather, when that cave had started to open. Now it's a lot easier, as you can see, for when one player goes to open a cave, every single player not taking a Realm of Yang fight can en masse gather and try and grab everything that's left in. Does look like it's the coin cave this time around, and Spider is the one walking away with the lion's share of the Riptide coins. Over in Jade Pond, Wufang is getting the uppercut, absolute melt combination with those flying knives. Lipo having no choice but to burn that Justina ultimate to continue in this lobby.
Wolfgang ends up going for the speared well instead. There is a no ult zone right next to them, so Lipo would be in a tough position if you try to pressure a Temi next to an ult zone. We are going to get Shen Yuan on his Liam versus Eduard. Eduardo has been doing super well today, beating Mike back to back. Can he keep this going? Shen Yuan is one of the strongest duelers in the league as well. Going to be opening up both with a one charge. A little bit of poke damage and range coming out from both of them. And Edward with a double hold on in is able to get that staggered off 1, 2, 3. Enjoying with the RMB, looks for the restand situation. Shen Yuan with an ill-advised soul break from max range. Gonna get juggled up now and paying for that poor soul break. And now we're going to be moving over to Verse and Frostivus in the second realm of Yang.
Frostivus on the Liam, up against Verse on that Cheryl, dodges the first block attempt, does still have both of his grab attempts, gets hit by the headlock, does manage though with the commitment of the animation that Verse had to come for the catch, doesn't manage to find the RMB off of the back of that fan, with the combo breaking out coming through from Verse, and another headlock right from around the corner of that pillar catches onto Frostivus. 40 seconds left. The Liam V2 about to run out. The Cheryl not wanting to take the fight until it's gone, but Frostivus with the skill rush closes up the distance, will be able to find the grab, prioritize the armor powder though over the throw, and does have the upper hand in terms of that sustainability, but didn't manage to find any damage off of the back of it. Mistimes the power as well, gets hit by the full stagger, doesn't have the combo breaker, and is starting to lose a lot of that HP, but the prioritization of the armor powder means that he's able to survive the stagger coming on out and will be able to get the better of this eventually.
Let's go, Frostivus. He goes for that risky parry. I was like, risky parry. He bets it all on red. The overhold on the pillar. Just you can infinitely overhold on the pillar just in case someone's getting spicy with that. A little bit of an overextension from Verse. Ends up getting scooped out in midair, and Versus Spear, you never want to get hit in midair because they're getting a lot of value off of it. No matter where you are, you're getting hit by 3 light attacks, and Frostivus is able to close that out and continue a very, very dominant Yang day for him. He's told me before he's had a 100% win rate inside Yang, but just kept dying towards endgame. So with this whole season, Frostivus has worked on his macro, and we always see him in these endgame situations. So, winning that round of Yang, keeping up the pace. Can he keep it going all day? 225 is getting some traction though, up to 2 kills, but he does have a Yang depletion right now. And we're seeing Wufang in the middle of this giant melee, and as I say it, Agile and Edward double Syra ult. The beams are coming out and the Syras are just melting everyone. Now Versus trying to get away on the Lonnie. Oh my goodness, the microwave. My man is getting a tan that he did not ask for from Edward. And now Edward with no more ult left. Everyone's piling in. There's like 7 players here, Moxie.
I mean, Edward needs to go reset real fast. He's only got 30 seconds left in this Vermilion Birds fight. Can't let the elimination go through though. If TW5 and Genuine could potentially grab that bloom. First is getting pressured. Frostbus is also about to be losing his bloom. This is really dangerous for all of the players with Familiar Birthright right now, as Verse is going to go down. TW5 potentially coming under fire next, and yeah, there goes the next Lonnie coming on out. Frostbus will be able to grab up that elimination. Not sure if it's going to mean that he goes out of this lobby before or after Vermilion Birds Mode has expired, because it did put him at the wrong side of that Liam V2 coming through from Genuine, who hasn't been able to find a Soul Bloom, has to go for the LMB into Soul Break, and Star finds the opportunity with the knives off of the displacement that Frostbus was put under, and Frostbus gets taken out, though I believe he's still in Soul Form, so he did have Vermilion Birds Mode still active before he got taken out of the fight. That could have been absolutely brutal if it had been any time earlier.
Yeah, Alrano, Lipo, and Star still duking it out. Nope. All the Yang depletion has been sorted out. Alrano, though, sorting out Star. As Star with no more ultimate name is going to get frozen from Arano, investing the Justina ult, sitting on top of him, baits out the F, gets to freeze now, able to get the double charge, and Arano is able to scoop up the kill as Lipo is looking at the loot. Arano is like, get off my loot, my guy. I want the first pickings, able to hit him with the 1-2. Grabs that loot off with second realm of Yang going down. We are going to get Mike again inside the realm of Yang. I don't believe... You see him in the first one? He might have won the first one, we just didn't see it. But going into the second round of Yang, we're going to see if Mike is going to start heating up. Oh, can we get a round 3? Edward and Mike. Edward doesn't want to go in first. Looks like he's waiting to see if he can get a free realm of Yang. Now, this is a very common strategy we see with all the Nbpl players. If they can help it, they would rather get the free realm of Yang and go into... endgame and then the next Spirit Welsh without any risk. Play the Yang depletion situation with
it's rematch.
We get the third rematch of the day. Can Edward take it to 3-0 for OUG Mike? OA's Edward putting OA on the map. If he's able to take down the GOAT himself, Mike, 3 times in a row.
Mike swaps over to that cannon, doesn't manage to land the hit. Goes back towards the Hallies. We know that Edward's got the legendary nunchucks back in the pocket for the scaling. Manages to find the parry. That is not a good opening. Mike is already going to be down the combo breaker. Has to turn it around with the spear, but the nunchuck's able to find the uppercut extension. And before he can even use his ultimate, Mike is just out of the fight. 3 for 3. Edward has run every single round so far and is looking like he's the heavyweight champion right now. As Spider has to go head up against the Syra Ajay in the ultimate just before it comes on out. We'll be able to catch that last little stun dazzle onto the Lonnie. Does still have to be careful. Spider's ultimate is still going to be played just a little bit longer. And that trick ball could potentially lead to the TOD, especially since Spider's got Merciless Havoc in the back pocket that Ajay was absolutely not expecting. Gets caught out in the air by it. Spider finds the uppercut into grapple bump, into charge R&B from the staff. Looks for the 1-2. Ajay was going for an uppercut extension of his own, but Spider has the combo breaker to be able to break away from it and will be able to come on through with the elimination.
Wow. Very, very cool fight. Every time I see the Syra versus Lonnie fight, just seeing the lasers coming up and how Lonnie's able to maneuver back and forth, we are going to get another matchup between these two. Edward and Mike duking it out. Bonk's gonna be coming out. Edward does have the edge right here with the White Tiger Dwellers. He's eating so much damage from Mike, though. And everyone in the league right now has been using Spear a lot. It's very surprising to me. Edward with a fadeaway. on the gold fist blades right here. Mike coming in with the slip cheeky R&Bs, going very slow, able to chip out an L&B right there. Doesn't trust that it's gonna land, ends up turning it, only getting half of it. And again, he sends the max range R&B, bonking Edward to the face. Edward is down. The White Tiger's buff is on him, and Mike with the fadeaway release champ, and we're gonna go with another goose egg. Oh no, we do get a little bit of placement though, placement points though at 0.5. But 3 games in a row from the GOAT. Mike just having an off day. Really rare situation. I've never seen him have such a bad start to a tournament.
We've seen him be a little bit lower down the standings. I mean, last year, he did kind of make a name for himself, where he would just, in one game, go from like 8th to 3rd, and then to 1st off of the back of that one. But we've never seen him consistently hit 0.5 pointers. This is not a good look for Mike, although he potentially could be trying to hold his cards close to the chest, doesn't want to give away his strategy. Knows that he's one of the most studied players, if not the most studied player, in all of the Solar's ecosystem. As we can see with Soul Blooms becoming the prime currency, everyone is going to now kite over towards the tower bases so they can look to scale it and keep themselves out of harm's way. Verano, one of those players who's coming under fire, manages by miracle to find a blue armor reset off of one of the floor troves. We'll be able to find potentially another one, but no. It's not it. There we go. Comes out of the F2, rolls it, grabs it. Not going to be able to live long enough, though. Spider and Aj are both directly on top of him before he can try and disengage, and that Justina is immediately taken off of the table. And with that elimination picked up, I do believe that is all of the Yang depletion situations having been resolved. We can see everyone is going to be sort of scurrying off towards their own separate areas of the map. Not super duper far, as it looks like Spider actually wants to go back into that zone to spend some of the money that he has, 41,000 Darktide coins, at a store that isn't going to be picked up the second that other players see him done with all of those trades that he's rolled.
Frostibus alive with the baseball cap. I hate baseball cap, but he loves the baseball cap. Everyone in chat wants the baseball cap. Just make sure you answer one of these questions. With 5 people left alive, the baseball cap, Frostibus going at it with the cannon and the flying knives. He is going to land a nice parry onto Edward. Edward is going to eat that full damage from the flying knives, forced to pop his Syra ultimate, and immediately wanting to grieve Frostibus in zone. He's forced to pop his ultimate to get a little bit of space right here. Azael's going to be chasing him down as well, but Frostibus trying to make his way to the corner. Spider as well, keeping up the pressure. Edward doing a good job with the Syra ultimate to keep on the pressure of Frostibus, but now Frost can't get away from here. Is going to get staggered out from Spider, but Azael with the crossbow and the venom tips gonna poke Frostibus down. Frost ends up getting 2 kills now to MVP this round. Azael and the Syra is looking poised to take this down. Azael already up to 6 kills. Edward up to 3. Edward would need to get these 2 kills and then finish out Azael to steal it away. But Spider and Lipo, Bonnie and Justina, gonna have to pair up against this Syra nation that we have here. Azael doing his best to space this out. He has no ult to his name, like you were saying, Moxie, and only 1 grapple.
He does have a staff, so he can, you know, keep the lunges going, and he will be able to utilize that focus hit to try and hyper armor for some of the repeating crossbow procs coming on out, which is, you know, going to be crucial given that venom tip is attached to it. So if too many of those get through, he will get poison tick attached to his health bar as well. And he has been able to, with those lunges, kite over towards one of the buildings around Jade Bond, that he can now set these scale riches up, but he actually gets interrupted before he can utilize one of those other ones to go through the door frame. Now he's got to go over towards the trees. Still has that 1 grapple. Tries to turn it onto the Lani, hoping that maybe if he gets enough chip damage onto one of the other players, he'll actually lose the target on his back and it will swap over to them instead, as he keeps himself up for as much as he possibly can. But Spider with the pistol will take him down. Edward, though, had fully disengaged the fight the second that he'd used his ultimate to turn the attention attention onto Frostopus. We saw him go all the way around tower base into that zone damage. What he has been able to do is safely rebuild this Syra ultimate up. But both Lipo and Spider did not use their ultimates to commit onto the previous Syra, so they're still coming into this fight full resources, fresh. As Edward now goes for that Stun Dazzle attempt, forces the Justina into dashing away, understands that he'll be pushing the target onto his back next, and Edward has no choice but to spam the orbs to try and keep himself healed up so that when he drops out the ultimate, he's as healthy as possible and doesn't get instantly chunked down by the 2 versus 1 situation he's about to find himself into. Lipo on the sidelines doesn't want to overcommit into the close quarters, and Spider saw that the Justina has used that ultimate, and both the Syra and the Justina are 2 very viable targets for him to turn into. Spider has very much got all of the cards to play with in this fight as Edward tries to find any opening that he can coming on through. With these nunchucks, has to be careful about the Moonbane. Closes up the distance, notices that Justina is the next vulnerable target. Wants to try and turn the fight onto Lipo, but the second he gets close enough, the Venom tip comes out with the repeating crossbow. And with the Moonbane chasing Edward, haunting his every step, he has no choice but to keep himself as mobile as possible, but the skirmish gets interrupted with the verticality coming on through from the LMG hit of those knives from Spider's hands. And still, Edward has to continue this fight. A couple more moments, he'll build another Syra V1. He's doing a very good job keeping himself mobile, helped massively in part by the Phantom Step Soldier that he has in the back pocket. 20% left. Raven, there's a really real world that Edward could build another V1, although the odds just became a little bit smaller given the Phantom burst that we've seen coming on through from Spider with that Phoenix Blast on the long side. Edward finds the parry. Spider follows up with the Phoenix Blast into pistol, manages to find the elimination, and it becomes a 1 versus 1 with ultimates in play for both players.
Spider's able to take this away. He will get MVP, I believe, but it's not gonna matter. Edward again with the take back again. Just like in Realm of Yang, his traps are on point today. Finds the uppercut combo and he's able to yoink that MVP, and you see a face of satisfaction. Now normally, obviously when Pro League players win events, a lot of times they kind of don't show emotions. They don't really celebrate. They're like, yeah, that's how it should be every time. Really harsh on themselves. But you can see that a lot of their hard work is coming together, and they're actually enjoying some of the success that's happening today. Wang Liang and now Edward definitely has been one of the more pressed players. Very much wearing his emotions on his shoulder throughout 2024, and now this season 2025. Man, these end games are not going the distance like LCQ, and it really shows the difference between the different formats we have in Pro League. LCQ, top 6 go through. For this pre-finals, everyone gets to go through, so this is basically extra credit for everyone else, and also seeding of who you will be next to going into the actual finals. You do take 20% of the points, and especially when it comes to MVP rounds, there's a threshold in an 8-round format where you're at. For solos, it's always been around 23 points. Once you get past that threshold, if you get another first place, another MVP, you just end the tournament. And you could end an 8-round tournament in 4 to 5 rounds. So every point today does kind of matter a lot. We've seen it time and time again that when people go into the 8-round format, they're 1 or half a point off from getting to that situation where they can possibly MVP, and instead they MVP that round where it doesn't count and ends the tournament. It's just very, very painful. So every point does matter today, and it's really interesting that the 2 juggernauts, the 2 strongest fighters in the league for the last couple years, Spider and Mike, not really dominating right now. A lot of other faces are taking the spotlights, at least for today. It is pre-finals, Moxie, so there's still a lot of rock to be played. That was game 3. We're going to be going into game 4, where we go back to Perdoya.
I mean, that was really similar actually to the last, like the Holoroth final zone that we had, where it came down to a 1 versus 1, and the player that actually won was the player who'd invested their ultimate earliest and was able to continue the spacing, even through the Moonbane as well. Like, he was able to keep up the pressure, make sure that neither of the other two players felt comfortable fully committing into that engagement, because they had to constantly worry about the other players sitting on the sidelines, not wanting to be in the middle, not wanting to get caught out, because if it did go down to a 1 versus 1 fight where both players committed, they would then open their flank up to being hit by the player who was just waiting around to see if they could just sneak a little bit of an opportunity for themselves. And Edward does a very good job. Remember, he like came into that fight without his ultimate. He was able to fully kite, didn't need it. He was able to find the catch with the nunchucks and then just the subsequent grapple bumps coming on through, which didn't allow Spider the opportunity to use his ultimate. As he walks away with 4 eliminations, but crucially, the kill score multiplier, since it was a 1 versus 1 that it came down to at the very end. So even though Ajao also on the Syra comes through with the more eliminations, Edward is able to find the MVP with both the ranking points and the kill score multiplier that adds to his tally for a total of 7.8. As he was very, very smart. So he'd burnt his ultimate, turning everyone onto Frostivus to take the Liam out of the lobby before we went into that endgame situation spacing, and then just immediately disengaged the fight, more than happy to let the other Syra take all of the heat, as everybody realized, wait a minute, the Syras are split, we can now target them individually.
Yeah, Edward steals it away from Aja. Aja was crushing this lobby. 7.5 points to Edward's 7.8. That is a thief right there. Edward is a bandit, and he's running away without taking or jumping up to first right now, with Star getting knocked down to second, and Spider getting back up there at third place. Frostbus unfortunately gets focus fired right at the end there, gets all in by the Syra, but still right there in striking distance for being first. Agile having a strong game, or like an alright game 1, a goose egg game 2, but a massive game 3. Should have MVP this round if Edward didn't clutch up, and 225 being consistent. Now we are going to go to the highlights, brought to you by China Unicon. We are going to get Agile with the uppercut combo onto Shen Yuan. Sneaky, and this was something all day today. We have been sneaking in these whiff punish light attacks, not your typical takebacks where you charge up your blue, but actual true whiff punishing. This time Edward with the parry off the bike. Oh my goodness, this blew my mind again. Mike just getting absolutely shredded. Usually we see Mike parrying everyone else, and he is the one getting put on the floor, getting parried by Edward in this situation. Spider making quick work of the new talent of the league, letting him know, Sonny, yes, welcome to Nbpl, welcome to pre-finals, you still got a lot to learn. Spider just walks right through Ajao with that Mercilop and the follow-up uppercut combo.
Yeah, and then full sends the immediate light attack of that Scale Rush without waiting for it to hit into the blue, so that he can get that last hit of damage to confirm into the elimination. As we got another round of Edward versus Mike, which is finished yet again by Edward finding a successful parry to close it on out before Edward and Spider now went into that 1 versus 1. Edward comes on through with the nunchucks, will be able to get through with the dodge into the uppercut extension, and Spider has absolutely nothing he can do as Edward with the thumbs up is very happy with his success. And I mean, we talked about, you know, the fact that Cyrus a lot of the time get a lot of notice of heat onto them, given how strong they were in the previous meta, that everyone still sort of holds it against them. Understands if a Syra makes it to endgame, if multiple Syras make it to endgame, those stun dazzles can be just too impressive. You have to try and take them out, and that's exactly why the Syras went aggressive and gave a better target for everyone to onto, the Liam, which then allowed them to isolate those fights, play a little bit undetected, As we can see, Edward, with all of those Realm of Yang fights, he was able to find 20,893 damage, 13,781 healing completed, and all 4 of those parries mostly coming up against Mike, which, like you pointed out, is not something we usually tend to see. It tends to be the other way around, so I don't quite know what's going on the OUG end so far today.
Yeah, it looks like Mike is just getting parried over and over, and he's not landing the parries himself. Now, look at that last little bit versus Spider. Maybe Edward, I always want to call him Wong Leong, definitely has done his scouting report on a ton of players because he just walked through Spider by throwing, just release champing a ton of focus attacks. But speaking of champions, we're going to be going to an interview, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be right back after this short break.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our first leaders, and let him say hello to our audience.
Hello guys, I'm Prosivus from Team BB.
Welcome to the post-game interview, and I would like to say congratulations, you get the MVP today in the first game. Really great, wow, I would like to say really great. And I would like to know, so for the first, we know we are the pre-grand final today, and for you, just get the first MVP, so how's it meaningful to you?
Well, it means that like I can get a lot of points, and for sure for this pre-finals, the goal is to get as much points as possible. And yeah, I'll just try my best.
And also, I think because the first MVP, maybe it can encourage you a lot, yeah?
Yeah.
And also because we know it's like in the latest game, because you're here and like we really talk a lot, like maybe unhappy with the game 2 and game 3. I would like to know what happened.
In game 2 and 3, I don't understand what people are doing. Like it seems to me that they are not thinking.
Yeah.
And like in game 2, they should always kill Kylan first because he is always stronger than Syra because Syra has been nerfed quite a few times. And in game 3, they also let the Cyrus live and they kill me instead. So like I don't understand what they're doing. And in game 3, I think Spider deserved to lose that fight, the last one.
Maybe can you analyze the reason for us, because it seems like today a lot of like player when they have really great performance in the normal game like Spider or Mike or some players also, but like today they are just like change a person. It's because the patch version or because the speed of the matches today or other reason why it's like really different from the other games today?
I'm not exactly sure why. To me, the pre-finals should be pretty important because with the match point system, like in the last Bayuki final, I needed like 0.3 points to get to the match point. So I feel like even like a small amount of points still matters. But I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're not taking it seriously. I'm not sure.
But I think every game, every match is like seriously we need to pay attention to. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so today's question is, which hero did BB Pro Leavers use in game 3? Okay, so like this, I know you know the answer, and we can maybe chat about other things like today, because we know that it's pre-final today, and I would like to know, so for you, because you are the one just you qualify for the pre-final, but a lot of like our other like solo game players, they just lose and they never have chance. And I would like to know, compare with the day before yesterday, so how you feeling about today's matches?
I don't think there's any pressure for today, but it's still important to get as much points as possible. So maybe that's why the other players are not taking it serious. I'm not sure.
I really like your psychology. It's like every match is important, what day is it today. Yes. And I think you are prepared, and maybe we can count in the number and give them the present. Okay? Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer, please.
The correct answer is A, Liam.
Yeah, the correct answer is A. And congratulations, if you are the lucky guy, you will be whispered. So please pay attention. Okay, and last, because we know it's like the spring is also, we are going to finish the spring split, and it's the end of the spring season. And so for the whole season, I would like to know, so how you comment on yourself for the whole season, and also this grand final. Please tell us your ambition.
For this season, I mainly focus on improving my strategies instead of like focusing on fighting. So I think that is working pretty well for me. And for my ambition in the grand final is of course to win, and then maybe get to the esports World Cup. That would be fun.
Yeah, I think it's a big ambition, and also I really love your psychology today, and we are looking forward to the rest of the game, and we would like to say cheer up, okay? Every match is important today, and we are looking forward together. And thank you for Oliva, thank you for our post-game interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League as we get ready to head into the second half of the day for the Solos Grand Finals pre-finals. Raven, some players have done exceptionally well. Some players are middle of the pack, and then you and I, we were discussing it in between the break. Some players, well, they've, had what, 0 points in game 1, 0 points in game 2, and 0.5 points in game 3, still cannot be counted out because, let's be honest, we've seen Mike come from, like, being really far behind the rest of everybody, and then all of a sudden he comes into one of these games, comes through with, like, 9 eliminations, last person standing, kill skill multiplier, and just rockets up to a podium position. So, do you think he's got it in him to be able to find that comeback today?
Of course, Moxie. Anyone can pop off when things are going well, but the true champions can do it when everything is going bad. Now, the tough part of being top of the league is everyone studies you. And we've seen it like in the previous years where Chuzeng and Shaw used to be always all over Mike's spawning locations and just assassinating him very early on so he couldn't get momentum going. But the second Mike started noticing there's a trend, like, oh, we're just landing on me now, he switched up his whole landing strategy. Now, Wang Liang and Mike are good friends. I believe they practice together somewhat. So, or Edward, in this case, probably had a couple notes, a little bit of, finesse on Mike. He's like, actually, I actually found one of your kryptonites, and clearly, I'm going to go back and look at what Edward actually did to dismantle him, but he walked through Mike multiple times. The key thing that I saw most of the time was right in that transition off, like, the first move, like going to that second and third move, he's always finding a nice little trap where he can bait what Mike thinks is an opening, and he ends up getting a nice uppercut combo back to back to back, and almost every single time he's caught Mike after he's used his combo break and like finished him off before he's able to ult. So definitely very, very interesting, really cool stuff coming out from Edward, and I know that Mike will probably bring it back going into these next games. And again, it's pre-finals, so does it mean that Mike won't win again? Like, everyone always bets against Mike. I've learned already not to bet against Mike when it comes to winning a very big event. He has that clutch factor. He has that gene that he just brings it back. Maybe he's having an off day. Maybe he's a little sick, under the weather. Who knows? But what's really cool, Frost is doing super well. Sar is up there. Spider's been peeking up some gas. And now Edward, can he keep it going moving forward? He's part of the old guard that's still competitive today. Everyone else is falling behind. But I've always seen Edward as being one of those really, really good players who played that macro style, kind of like what Arano is. Now we're seeing his fighting style really shine to the point where he's destroying Mike today. It's 4-0, Moxie. 4-0. Edward versus Mike.
Yeah, Edward has been, like you said, absolutely demolishing Mike. Like, the thing is, though, I think he has, like, so much motivation. Like, we saw what motivation has done to players. T35 didn't make it into a bi-weekly final the first week. Had to see whether or not Fang would make it above him. Fang made it in. T35 didn't qualify. Motivated, took the next bi-weekly final. Wang Liang has always been on the fringes of, like, the Nbpl solo scene. Has been talked about as, like, yeah, this is a great staple player, and he's been around for a very long time, but he hasn't been able to find the bag yet. Like, he's always been pushed out by the players like Spider and Mike, so he had a lot of motivation coming into 2025 to make it this year, and I think, like, that was for him the big symbolism. Like, when he came in with this name change, that was him laying a gauntlet down and saying, like, this is the year for me. I'm going to be, like, the new Mike in the league this time around. Like, I'm not gonna go back to Wang Liang. I'm gonna be a different kind of player. I'm gonna play my own game, and I'm gonna show why I've been one of those players that, like, we've watched in the past, and we've definitely, complimented and said, like, oh yeah, there were really good fights that he was able to take, really good macro strategies that he was able to take, but we didn't see it consistently. We didn't see it every single day. That's changed in 2025. He's been able to find the consistency, and, like, every single time we see him, even if he's not MVPing, he's still in the top 5, so he's still keeping his points always up there, which means he's always in the discussion for the MVP eligibility role.
Yeah, consistency has definitely been one of the keys to performing well in the solo league right now. You just see how competitive these end games are. Everyone's looking for these flanks. Everyone's managing their cooldowns very, very well. And flying knives is a thing now. With the distance that this weapon creates and its ability to be able to steal kills while having a lot of combo potential. Now, it's the first weapon Naraka's released that doesn't have melee aim assist on its actual focus attacks, including its 1-2-3s. You do have to kind of guide it towards your target, and a lot of people always made the argument that like melee aim assist is absolutely mandatory, but you're seeing even with flying knives not being very old, like maybe a month old so far, such proficiency of its ability to aim. I hope Naraka, with the flying knives being as successful as it is so far, releases more weapons like this where there isn't that melee aim assist, because I feel like because of that you really see more beautiful skill expression, skill shots if you may, with the flying knives and with that omnidirectional up and down. I think that's one of the things underestimated or underappreciated in Naraka. It's just how cool the aerial combat can be with the grappling, flying up, and all these endgame situations where people are able to stall out in midair. I really think that flashiness can be expanded on, and with the flying knives, it kind of goes to the heart what I think of when I see Naraka as a game. Now, going into game 4, we're past that halfway point, Moxie. Still a lot of Naraka to be played. We're going to be going back to Perdoria. Again, what character was Edward on this last game 3?
Sarah.
Another off meta, technically, winning the round. Does Liam, Bonnie, or Shayo really win MVPs as much as we think? Are they really the top 3 pick, or should you be picking a different character depending on map?
Well, Cross did the MVP with Shayol in game number 1, and TD5 also came second in game number 1, also on the Shayol. So we've seen the Shayol find victory, but the Liam and the Lani, not so much so far today. They've very much painted targets on their backs. And I think like part of the reason, even though we did see the Cyrus have targets on their backs in like games 1 and game 2, and to an extent game 3, I think it was just really good positioning coming through from Edward that essentially fed the other Syra, Asia, to the Wolves, which he was more than happy to be able to make that trade in his part. Since it isolated, it meant that there was 2 different heroes that he was taking a 1v1v1 with. As we can have a look and see, like you said, we're headed back to Pedoria. Genuine would normally go for the Kylan pick here, but he already played it in game number 2. And Star as well. So I don't know if we're going to see Shenyuan take the Kylan here, because then it would mean being a double pick. As TVV5 is going to go for the Lani, Frostivus, Liam, creating the divide that we have seen so far today. Does anyone make it through the 3 hero split? No, it is a 2-2 yet again. Genuine not going for the Kylan double pick, opts for the Lani instead. And out comes the personality fixes. Do we get 3 Shayols in the mix again? Mike and Verse have already played Shayol today. If they pick her, it would be that double. Oh! Mike's going to take the crown back. He's going for Tiger King round.
On Perdoria, has Mike performed super well with Akos on Perdoria? Now, normally he plays it on Morris. Oh, and Verse is going to be going Akos as well. Wow. Definitely an interesting pick here. You always want to have at least one other person pick the same character as you. I wonder if Verse, this was a calculated snipe, knowing that Mike during scrims was playing Akos for his 4th round pick. We're going to see Aja on the Shayo, Star on the Syra. Syra's been doing very well lately. People are not focusing her out as they should be. Her ult and her heal-up potential is very, very impressive. Also, if Syra's ever gets Spirit Well, it's very hard to get away from her. If she goes after you with her buff, she's just so durable, and her ult just goes through so many things. Edward be on the Temi, Wufang, on the Justina. Basically, similar mixes that we've been seeing all day. See, Mike, no elbows on the table. It's just Mike, bit of a, dare I say, a pouty face.
Yeah, that's probably the most frustrated we've seen Mike in a hot minute. Which goes to show, like, he's having a rough time of it. And it does look like he's actually, like, trying to play it out as opposed to potentially, I wouldn't say, like, sandbagging, but maybe not wanting to reveal strategy ahead of the grand finals because he understands how much he studied. Like, I remember even ahead of the J-Cup, the first time that Mike and Spider won, they actually, like, wiped all records of their experience because people were trying to see the old matches. As you can see, Verse picks the F1 V2. Mike, yeah, he's been a little bit like wishy-washy going between the F1 and the F2. He's opted for the F2 this time around for that Echo, so he's gonna have the raw to be able to try and confirm into things like the uppercut, as well as especially into the realm of Yangs, try and find some surprise openings through the pillar play if someone is looking to use that as an option selection.
Now, Verse on the other hand is going to be going with the traditional F1 on his ACOS. And actually, Verse has a higher average points than Mike. This is something that can't be slept on of these players, I would say. And Wufang has a 6.1. I think it's the highest average points I've seen for a character all of today on his Justina. That means he's just an absolute juggernaut. When he picks his character, he MVPs on it. But this is definitely one of his personality picks and one of his most comfortable picks on Perdoria out of all maps. Justina. I mean, multiple. What ends up happening on Perdoria is since there's a lot of open ground and a lot of cliff sides, you end up getting a little bit of, or a lot of verticality with like this mountainous terrain essentially, where you have to traverse up and down between these little bit of spots. But traversing off spawn,
oh no,
will we be able to get?
Doesn't have a weapon.
He's gonna find an unfortunate situation where Ajao is gonna pick him off with no weapon.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Without a weapon, you can't do any of your movements. First now, also been able to find the upper hand. Blue armor. T25 will actually be able to find the thread of the fan charged RMB. Just stripping away all of that advantage. And Versa is able to find the parry on the run back, though, of the return to that RMB to T25's hand, which is one of the easier ways to parry the fan. Not parrying the initial release, but parrying the boomerang when it comes back through, since it's much easier to be able to read. As T25 spaces out of the fight. Just under 30% for that ultimate to come through, but I don't know if he's going to have the ability to utilize it. Those rocks making it pretty hard for these players to maneuver around. T25 is able to find the LMV connection. Scale rushes, manages to avoid the knockback of the ACAS F1 too. Swaps over to that pistol. It's one last hit situation. Can he find it? The verticality is making it harder for him to actually land the shot. The bell is wrong, but Verse is able to escape into one of the buildings, find a blue armor swap without having to heal back in, can come on through with Vitalia cleansed instead now as T25 has to start the fight once again anew. Goes for the cancel as Verse thought he was going to commit to the focus, goes for the uppercut extension off of the light attack stagger he was able to stand in instead. T25 does manage to space away from all of the commitments of the charge verticals from this longsword, overholds in the blue to avoid the stagger. Now has to worry about the Akos ultimate, gets the activation of the Lani trick ball to intercept the Akos originally coming on through with that V2 as the first Tiger Pounce is landed. Finds T25 versus one other. Does not manage to find it. And T25 now with the longer lasting ultimate has the upper hand.
225 gonna find the uppercut combo and the ball follow-up juggling Verse down, unfortunately, for Akos. No combo break for him outside of his ultimate. We are gonna go over to Shenyuan with his ultimate on the Lani versus, I believe it's Serrano on the cliff side as well. Who's his third actor here as well? Looks like Edward with the fist plates, going with the jumping down on beast, looking for the stagger. Shenyuan maneuvering, going with the crouch, able to get a nice grapple fling into midair, but these Temis want to take him down. Flying RMBs coming down, knocking him out of the air. Edward trying to stay on top of him. The flying knives coming out from Arano. Actually putting it onto Shenyuan. Now Shenyuan getting juggled against the wall. He makes it a little bit further to the side. He's trying to go up. He got grappled away by Edward. Now going around the corner. Temi ult was invested. Will Shenyuan be able to get a heal here, though? Edward is right behind him. Does he know where he went? Oh, catapult! Bye-bye! Big distance gonna be
We're not safe.
created.
I don't know if it's gonna be a safe landing or a crash landing. We'll have to watch the kill feed. As over in Arcadia, Lipo is being put under pressure. Gets stun dazzled, and that doesn't proc the Sheol stagger block. So there's nothing he can do. Star with the laser beam will be able to take the Sheol down without having to worry about dodging around those tortoise block counters. Arano gets parried, loses his armor. Has to be careful that he doesn't get 2 versus 1 right now. Smudge ultimate is invested. Frostivus trying to look for the opening, was not able to find the first hit of that V2. Doesn't find the elimination either. Edward is able to come on through. Frostivus scoops up the Temi though, to prevent him from looting through any of the resources on that body. Frostivus now out of that ultimate, does have the combo breaker available. Has to try and take the 1 versus 1 now. Edward not wanting to keep up in this fight. Understands that the floating pile is one of those positions on Pedora that these players rotate into because it is held accountable to time. You can time when those are going to spawn up and try and kite over and punish. And it looks like Frostibus is thinking the same thing. Without the resources, without his ultimate, he does not want to continue this fight, especially since it's important now to get into position to play for the first round with Yang.
The timings on this Mercury River, there's basically 2 main timings that go vice versa. They always happen the same minute, and once you know where the first one spawns, you know which variation you're on. There's only 2 variations of it. And the third timing, not super important, comes out way later. The first 2, pretty much all the Nbpl players knew. SR Spider with the Moonbane. We're seeing a lot more players do this where they safely want to get that Realm of Yang. They don't want to come over and get grief. We've seen Temis come over and have a ton of success of stopping people from going into Realm of Yang just because of how oppressive Ultimate is and how often their combo break comes out. Mike with the blue dual blades wants to get into Realm of Yang on his Akos. He does have the purple armor right here. Goes for jump cancel. Tries to get the half charge onto Wufang, but Wufang ends up backing off here. Agile is staying on top of Mike, though, hitting him with all the light attacks. Where you going, Mike? Staring back in, being like, are we really doing this? I'm just trying to get into Yang. Stole my ticket away. I'll remember this. Mike's real petty. He is going to remember who griefed him out of this first Yang. Remember, he does have alternatives. He doesn't have to force this Rebel Yang. He can go play for Gabe, or he can play for Spirit. Well, if this becomes a little bit too hot, we are going to be moving over to Shenyuan and Edward. 11 seconds on the Realm of Yang. Coming up, and Shenyuan, one of the few players willing to play Pole Sword in neutral and Pro League, keeping up the pressure onto Edward. Edward wisely kiting it out with the fan. Take us into Realm of Yang, though. It looks like Edward ended up getting second, and for the first lobby, we are going to get Spider and Frostivus going at it. These two, whoever goes in first is the Shads in the lobby. They do not care. Spider with the drop down. And the focus tag is going to get parried out by Frostivus. Back-to-back focus tags for Spider. Gets read out. Now, Frostivus with the parry himself. And the ultimate is going to get another parry into the ball. Wait a second. Are we going to get the Frostivus combo? No, he's going to go with the 1 light attack because Spider has 1 more ball left. Goes for it. Does get Frostivus into it. 1 heal's going to be coming off. Take it to the sky. R&B comes out. All comes out from Frostivus. Spider dodges it. Weaves it. Gets a 1-2. Now, third is going to come out. What the? Delay 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness. Oh no. A delayed 1, 2, 3, Moxie. I haven't seen that since the opening of Naraka. He throws that.
We're going old school.
That is one of the slowest moves in the game, and it hits Frost. Oh no.
We went old school, and now we go back to present times. Asia versus TV5. Asia with the combo breaker, still having the Cheryl ultimate to utilize. It's gonna burn it now. TV5 holds on to the Lani ultimate, does not invest it. Does have the fan, spaces it off to the pillar. Asia tries to chase with the uppercut, won't be able to find it. Flips over to the halberds to have a little bit more reach. There's that Lani ultimate coming on through. The TV5 uses the teleport to be able to dodge out of the first block attempted. Connects onto him. Jump LNBs coming through with the Hong Sword. HI starting to put up the pressure. TV5 is able to gold frame focus through the subsequent stagger that comes out. Swaps back to the fan, comes through with the skill rush. H now outside of that ultimate, burns the combo breaker, gets hit by the trick wall. That lets TV5 land the fan charged RMB, but the Lani does not have ultimate any longer. H.R. still can't commit to this fight though. He knows he's down the combo breaker, turns around with the RMB on this halberd, does manage to stop TV5 from committing, finds that skill rush into the light stagger, and TV5 now is the one who has to go onto that pillar. And H.R. with the Haunted yet again goes for the tempo change up, tries to find it, goes for the swap into the Hallies, will not be able to find the combination that he was looking for. TV5, an absolute fragment of health bar is left, 9 seconds left. He's looking to try and skill rush. He finds the stagger into the uppercut, and TV5 in the last possible moment turns the fight around.
No. Azhao just gets sauced up at the end. 225 just skill rushes back and forth. You see Azhao just desperately, he needs anything. He just needs a clank with him. He doesn't even have to get the full hit. And 225 gets the the perfect space whiff punish, and it zips back and forth through him. Oh no, that's one of those day ruiners. Wait a minute, did someone just steal?
Yeah, Star just stole the Volpine essence from Lipo.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that also is pretty tilting. Getting that Volpine essence stolen from me. I don't think anyone's ever stolen it from me. That's diabolical to sit there and wait after someone's hard work of collecting all the coins, and then you're gonna kill him with the Siren. No. That is one thing to definitely be salty over. Now, speaking of salty over, Frostivus did die to Spider inside Realm Liang, but now hovering Spider, looking to find whatever kill may come. As the Liams look around, Star is going to be able to fight back right there. I believe two people were over there as well. Around on 225 though, gonna be clanking it off. Send around on Temmie. Oh, I hate that outfit. Lani versus Temmie here. Millions buff versus no for a billions buff. Uppercut's gonna come out. Doesn't get this out number 2. What are we rock so? And the F is gonna come through. Do we release another one? Are we like that? No, we're not. What the Wufang? Hey, Wufang, you're the wrong person. Wufang, he's 1 HP.
Wufang just delivers himself into the doorstep of that fight. And suddenly all chaos is broken loose. TV5 was low enough for the Temmie to kill, and the Temmie is not able to keep up the 1 versus 1 because Wufang has invited himself in. There we go. There's the Wisp into the pole sword follow-up swing coming through from Edward. And I mean, he might be able to grab the Justina in the mix as well. So Wufang is caught out right in the epicenter of this Temmie. V3 has not been able to. TV5, by the way, just salty rest. That's so also, he saw that Wufang had used his ult. He knew that the Temmie had used his ult. He was feeling more than happy to continue this fight when ultimates were down. I don't know though if that was a little bit too over-eager a decision that has been made, because Wufang is more than happy to continue up that pressure. Does decide now not to all in Murder Goggle after that Lani, understanding that the next lot of portals are going to be coming into play, and he doesn't want to get caught out of position, not being able to make a play forward. As unfortunately for Azhao, yeah, he's going to be running out of time. In fact, we now get to see how much time he has left. 1 minute 20 seconds, and he's right in the middle of a whole lot of plays right then. I don't know down ultimate if this is going to be recoverable for him. It might just be a desperate fight in inting onto Spider. Hold on a minute. Spider's half HP, no ultimate and no combo breaker. Asia might be able to make a comeback after all.
Not if he can't find Spider. Spider, an expert in hide and go seek, able to back out of there. He's definitely one of the best players to his disengage game, running away from other players. He's going to focus attack in the back. By Agile with the dual Halby, Spider sensing the focus fire, eating the fiending of the Spider. He is going to create that space. Ooh, drop down horizontal focus attack, able to do a ton of damage. Unfortunately for Mr. Spider, Shenyuan doing the same thing to him, frying him in the back with the flying knives.
You got the bloom. AJ got the bloom.
And we are going to get OUG's Mike versus TE's Wufang. Wufang going to make his way to the pillar. F2 is going to be spaced out by Wufang. Double hold's going to come down on the pillar. No release. Mike is going to ice off the pressure a little bit. Come back in. No combo break there. Double hold cancels. Coming out. No one wants to commit. We just hold him blue canceling. Not Mike. He finally comes in with a scale rush. Ultimate is out from Wufang. Trying to find an opening here. Ends up just getting focus attack for his ways. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wufang just gets focus attack nonstop. And then Mike with the hold dodge traps. Just it looks like he's not willing to hold focus, and he just always is ready to trap you with the half charge. Very interesting stuff. See how Mike's playing right here. Just because I believe the parry heavy style has way more upside. It's just it can be dicey at times guessing on whether or not you can parry someone.
Well, Star has the Vulpine Essence proc, and that does give him an additional 9 lives, or rather 1 life, against the tiger that is the Akos. First, is not going to be feeling happy about that. That was just as his ultimate was wearing off, just into his F1. He doesn't have it up. But tries to chase him with the jump LMV into musket shot. Akos turns around and tries to punish with the ranged weapon out, but Star with the fist blades will be able to come through and find that elimination. Vulpine Essence, big clutch up there. As we saw him previously, literally heist it from Lipo, who I believe when he died did get fully eliminated, as Mike playing on the insides of the semi-ultimate goes through the wall, tries to keep up the pressure onto Arano. Did Arano actually manage to bait any of the trap clips to go off? Nope. Mike will be able to get out without them activating on the second Woofer. Takes a little bit of time to pick up the bounty, but that I think is going to turn him onto the path of a different player instead. I think that went onto Shen Yuan, who at the time of the bounty being picked up was the closest player. It's either Shen Yuan or Verse who's going to have that bounty attached to them. Yep, Shen Yuan. Indeed, Mike with the drop down from the halberds coming through from the roof, intercepts with the F2. The disengagement path that Alani was trying to make, wanting to just break open one of those windows and scale rush on out. Mike not able to convert it though into a full 1 versus 1 fight. Alani is still able to space on out, and all of this attention, all of this noise has drawn in 2 other players in the area who have got Yang depletion, need to find a fight. Not for the elimination, but just so they can survive in this lobby. Both Verse and Wufang going to be very, very close by to see if they can grab away one of these soul blooms by putting themselves in harm's way. Shen Yuan forced now into burning out that Lani ultimate, knows that he's going to be the target of focus coming through from so many people, and actually goes for the full double back with the teleport. Made it look like he was going one direction, teleports back into the position he'd started off, and he's given everyone the slip.
Anyone does make it out of there, but the White Tiger's buff is going to stay on top of him. The F2 roar gonna stick him against the wall, but not for long. Anyone's gonna be able to maneuver with that dagger. Oh, go with the classic back and forth, going one way. We're gonna double back, go back the same way we came. 3 minutes left for this. A lot of terrain to be working with. Anyone doesn't have to hard commit here. Can wait out the White Tiger's buff. Verse on the Echo is going to be targeting Wufong here. Finds a light attack onto Wufong, but Wufong with the overhold is going to catch Verse reaching, but the F is going to cover for it. Plus defense to his names. Now Mike back into the mix. Remember, Verse and Wufong both need to find a Soul Bloom. Someone must die in order for these two to continue within the game. This terrain, is this favorable for Akos? Sort of. I'd say every terrain where you can outplay by maneuvering and kiting people is probably going to be favorable on your very duel-heavy characters. Mike going to come down on the Akos, find Shen Yuan out in the open, ends up cooking all of his health, and Shen Yuan down to his last leg, forced to pop his ult, is going to use it to dash out, make his way to the other side of the zone. Verse, though, has his scent, has him now in the crosshairs, staying on top of him, not letting him get away. Now Shen Yuan is going to throw the ball into midair. Can he teleport away to it? It doesn't look like he was able to. Instead, the ball comes down to him. Finally, he's able to use a teleport strategy, but now Arado, really, really good read, able to find out where he is. Now down to a 1 HP situation, 3 players changing Shen Yuan. Can he live right here? No, he cannot. And Mike is going to start climbing up the leaderboard, finally getting 1 kill to his name. And as Shen Yuan is for sure dead. But Verse down to 1 HP as well.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Verse. They got the pick, they got the elimination onto Shen Yuan. He didn't get the Soul Bloom. It's Wufong. Wufong got the Soul Bloom. Verse is not in the greatest of positions. Without an ultimate, he does have the F1, but the second he uses it, he is up the Mercury River without a paddle to bail himself to one of those floating piles. Everything that he's doing right now is just going to be trying to find an opportunity, but when it gets down to like 20 seconds, the inevitable might have to be accepted. Verse, having used that F1, does get the damage reduction off of the players that it's interrupted, but yeah, there it is. There's the acceptance. Knows he's not going to be able to get out of this one, and it's better to go into the zone than give an elimination to one of his competition. As Edward thought about chasing, you can see how deep Atemi was actually thinking about going, and that kind of griefed Edward, because he's out of position to try and make a play for that Spirit Well, and Stahl gets it. As a Syra, as the worst hero that we talked about before the game began, he now has the double ultimate cycle. His hand was not forced either, he got it really, really quickly. And with Mystic Might, even though there's so much like break of LOS in terms of the terrain and the architecture in Azov, he's still gonna have a really good read of his opponents and the surroundings around him.
Interestingly enough, Star keeping up the momentum, rocketing up to the start of today in first place at 21.1, and we're trying to hold him in place, but the Mystic Might, he's able to cherry pick his engagements in this situation. Edward using his Temi ult to get a nice reset here. 7 people alive. 80% Moonbane going to be coming up, covering a lot of the terrain situations, gives you a lot of maneuverability to get out of dodge, to be able to kite someone who is trying to find you for an isolation play. But being next to the other Syra is definitely optimal. You will not be getting juggled by multiple abilities instantly. This Infernus doing a good job of delaying ever coming down. There's a giant cliffside here with only 7 people left alive. As soon as that Moonbane goes down, we're going to be seeing a ton of scale rushing to the side here. Wait a minute. We got a Temi, Tarka. Who's the third? These 3 people were walking together again.
2 Temis, 1 Sheol, 1 Syra, and 1 Justina. Oof. As well as a Lani and an Akos for Mike.
Don't have the Temi goat, but if we find a good Temi ult with our fellow Temmie. He could net a couple more kills here. Everything is really close too, because the MVP star is only at 3 kills. He's gonna have to get maybe 3 kills again here in endgame to secure his position. As
He's also on the
#1.
Syra. And like they did try and all in him the last time he got that spirit wall. Like, what are you doing on the Heavenly Off? He's just using it to swap his position really quickly in case anyone tries to threaten, so you can spin it around and they're not close enough on top of you to hit a focus. As Star is going to be grappling up. He does have Mystic Might for a little bit longer, but it is going to be running out in a matter of moments. All these players content to go to heal situation. Like, this is a really weird situation to go to heal off, where there's 2 layers of verticality. So you could potentially play on the lower end, and in the hopes of, like, whenever anyone is at the top and gets dueled out of control of that space, they're going to drop to the lower tier to try and recover, which, if you're already on the low ground, is really good because it means that you'll be able to immediately drop onto anyone who's vulnerable. However, if the zone closes and you're still on the low end and you have to make it to the top, that's where you're going to run into a lot of difficulty. But with the way that this cliffside is set, so much of it is absolutely obscured from the players' positions at the high ground. We're not seeing the way that a lot of the players on the high ground would typically abuse the high over the low with things like the cannon fire. Star and Edward can actually just sort of stick themselves to the side of this cliff, very similar to barnacles on the hull of a ship. And there's nothing that like T55, Mike, and Wufong can really do, as it does look like the zone is actually going to be closing in favor of the low ground, which is really good news for a lot of the players who were already in that position. As Star is getting into a very tight spot where no one can drop down onto him, no one can scale rush onto him. Like, this spot for the Syra is actually going to guarantee that he takes no damage until everyone is forced into ulting. Like, we're going full to a heal situation, Raven. Things are about to get incredibly hectic.
Look how much verticality is here. We got the ulti height Mike at the top, 225 in the middle, Wufong on the 3rd floor, 225 on the 2nd floor. He's gonna get harassed by Edward, scale rushing out of nowhere on the low ground. Ajah with the flying knives poking out at the top, but on the top roads we got Arano with the Jade of Destiny, the Palm Lightning, the annoying boom 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 in your ear. He is sharing the space with Mike and Wufong. Does Mike find a way to clutch it? He does have a cannon on the low ground. Is anyone gonna commit down here? Temmie is gonna get invested. He's trying to find the stagger onto Matari. Are doing a good job of fading away from that pressure, but now the cannons are out. And Edward wants to get higher up. He doesn't want to get suffocated by the cannon shots coming down. Wufong, though, is controlling the high ground. What little is left there, while Star is out here looking to juggle all the veterans, letting them know that it is Taki's year. With the Syra, 7 people alive. It doesn't even look like 7 people alive. Oh, everyone drops down as the Temmie wall comes down at 34 seconds, chopping this endgame in half. Ronald's trying to hold down the low ground, trying to make something happen on the Takeda. She slowly gets moved in. And finally, Mike is going to get a parry onto WR Ranu. How is this going to plan out? Ajal going to be able to hold on to the zone. Mike is going to hold the center, though. Keeps his health high. Tiger's going to be coming out. Gets the last hit on the 225. Gets a last hit on the Agile, it looks like. And he is going to be last one standing. And like we were saying before, Moxie, Mike is able to bring it back from the depths. Triple goose egg all the way to MVP. Mike's like that. It's a mental of a champion. He's able to bring this back and find a nice win on Predoria with his Akos.
Yeah, Tiger King is what Mike is called over in China. I don't think he was actually the last person standing. I'm pretty sure, going off of the coloration on the scoreboard, T225 and one other player were actually alive when the zone fully closed and the game closed out. So he is denied the kill score multiplier. However, Mike was able to come in through with the most eliminations as well as the highest ranking points to give the Totus highest score. Really unfortunate for Star there that he gets caught by a Temi-Wisp when he's on the side of the cliff trying to escape the after effects of that Tumultuous ultimate, and gets brought so low that he has to instantly pop that Syra ultimate. And we saw, like, even when he fell out of it, his health bar was so incredibly low that the mid breeze of damage coming through from Edward's side just sends him immediately out without any chance of recovery. And from there, everyone is just like more than happy to wait for the zone to close. There's far less punishment if the Syra was still in play than everyone being stacked on top of each other, because that means that everyone would be hit by the stun and microwave beam. So for things like the ACOS, if more players are stacked up, great. That means that you're going to be getting more connections either off of your F1. However, we know that Mike wasn't on the F1, he was on the F2, which meant that he could go for the Roar to be able to catch the backs of disengaging players and potentially get the last hit, as well as the Tiger Pounces, where he would be able to find the most amount of players stacked on top of each other. Though it looked like he actually utilized those Tiger Pounces to keep himself out of the clutches, out of the claws of other players, since he knew that the Shail ultimate was still in play, and the Lani V2 was also still in play at the same time, and he didn't want to get hit by any form of CC, which would then impact the health that he had when it went to the heal situation. As we can have a look and see our question for game number 4. Remember, this is for the baseball cap cosmetic. Which player chose Syra in game number 4? And congratulations, everybody, I just gave it away. Was it A? Oh, it's Edward. Was it B? FPX ZQ Star? Was it C? BBE's Frostifus? Or was it D? VN521's Lipo? I mean, if you get it wrong now, honestly, you show that you haven't been listening to a word that was just said. But there you go. Get your answers into chat. Make sure to keep your eyes on that whisper box, because this is the message that you absolutely do not want to miss. As we can have a look and see, yeah, there it is. Mike comes on through with 3 eliminations, managing to find the overall win. 6.6 game score. So while it's not going to be rocketing him to a top 3 position currently, it's definitely probably going to secure him out of that bottom spot he's been occupying since the start of the day.
Yes, indeed, Moxie. No longer will Mike be at the bottom. Stealing it away to confirm it. He stole it away from Azhao. Looking at Mike standing now in 8th at 7.1. Everyone else coming up with points, with the exception of Shenyuan. Shenyuan still having a tough day. Long day for Shenyuan. Wufang at 6.5. Lipo at 7. Burst at 7. Trucking along. Burst had 2 solid games, I believe. OUG's Mike having just 1 solid game, jumping up to 7.1. Arano, consistency as usual, 2.3, but only good enough for that 7th place. Frostfist doesn't have a good round for game 4 at 11 points. 225 has a wonderful round at 14 points with a 4.5 round. Spider ends up getting gibbed, dropping him places to 14.5. Now, Azhao has another really big game, bringing him up to 16.5. Star, a solid game as well. Consistency is key at 3.5, bringing him to a total of 21.1. But Edward, again having an even more solid game, ekes out the lead by 1 point and is holding that first place for now. Now going over to the highlights, we have YZG's 225 versus gonna get bonked out. So many players now in Nbpl using Spear for that R&B burst damage potential. Lipo, he wanted the Jade, and Star says, that's my Jade, Sonny. Comes over and yoinks the Jade. This would tilt me to the moon.
Yeah, especially since Star killed Lipo on the first life earlier at that exact same position. Both of those players wanted the Volpine Essence, and Star walked away with the eliminations twice as well as that Jade. That's it. Now we get to look back at Mike winning a Realm of Yang for the first time today, coming on through with the back-to-back-to-back focus commitments coming on through. There's Mike getting held up in the air by things like that Shayol combo break coming on through before he can come on out. Not with the Tiger Pantsers, but just with the claws getting to come on through and deal the damage as well as keep himself out of the follow-up CC and damages coming on out. So Mike will be able to find himself the first MVP for the day. Hopefully not the last though, as he's going to need more than a couple of wins to make up for the 0 games scores that he had earlier in the day. F2 V2 Echo's loadout coming for not the highest amount of damage, however his 13th MVP of the 2025 spring season goes to show why we never count this player out.
30 MVPs is insane. There's only a couple players above 10. I think Spider is there. I think
Zhao, yeah.
It's up there as well. Looking at Mike's Jades though for his 13th MVP. One of the classics, Phantom Step, still in the game. Don't know why. Able to make you invisible, make melee misses impossible to catch you. Definitely one of those key Jades, especially for solos where dodge catching is so big. You see Mike pulled it off. Jades, I mean, you have to get kills in order to end up buying Jades, so no big deal here. Mike able to make it count on his ACOs. I wonder if Mike will move forward and start experimenting more with other characters. Maybe he'll bring the Tarker out. But unfortunately, we don't have CDY. I don't know if anyone will run Tarka. Thinking about it in this actual finals, unless there's a drastic change. And Frostman is telling me they're not going to be moving away from this patch even for finals. So we're kind of locked in with what the patch is what you get right now. But I do think moving forward, we keep seeing these off-meta characters MVP rounds. Now, you did point it out that Frost did MVP on the Shayol, but the numbers don't lie. Everything is very, very close as far as going into that last leg, going into those end games. There are a couple players always between like 2 to 5 kills, where each kill at that point starts mattering more and more, just because if you get the MVP, you're gonna get a little bit more points, so you can pass them just on placement alone. Will we start seeing more Justinas and Temis being picked a little bit earlier? There is that added factor. So I know you've been calling it split for the rest of it, for a lot of today, where you see that Liam and Lonnie getting paired up, and they're just not going like Liam or Lonnie. I haven't seen that many splits until this actual pre-finals. Most of the time you only see that round 1, but we've seen it multiple times today, Moxie, like just a full buffet of characters. That's not normally what we get in Nbpl, but very, very interesting, and it just goes to show that more and more players are counter picking their characters on different days, depending if it's Firefly, depending on what map it is, and depending, most importantly, of who they're going to be running into inside Realm of Yang or even outside. We always talk about Realm of Yang, but there is a Spirit Well strategy, which Arano does all the time, and the cave strategy, which you got to see. They showed a lot more footage of it, of everyone dashing in and everyone trying to steal the Jades, and then after the Jades are taken, it's kind of up in the air. Do we attack each other or do we go our separate ways? Sometimes they attack, sometimes they don't. But very, very interesting. The different strats that have been viable this season. Normally we think of it as dueling. But we got a lot of different ways of playing the game now in this 2025 Naraka. And I'm wondering, you were saying, maybe Mike is keeping things close to heart. I wonder how many players are kind of keeping some of their strategies hidden before this last Nbpl finals. Now, this is for why all the bike weeklies matter. This pre-finals leading into the finals, everything else doesn't matter compared to that. This is where all the prestige is. This is why they practice the entire season for it. They want to do the best during these finals. So if it means we got to gatekeep a little bit, Moxie, I could see, like you were saying, that some players are either limit testing to see how far they can push some ideas, or keeping something secret and or their like ace card for the actual grand finals for Nbpl.
Yeah, so it's strange because like we're still seeing the personality picks come through, right? Like Genuine still played the Kylan, Wufong still played the Justina, but they're not playing them on the maps that we would traditionally see them on. Genuine normally plays the Kylan on Midoriya. Wufong actually normally plays his Justina on Holoroth, not Midoriya. But that game he played on Midoriya. Likewise, we don't typically tend to see like Mike on the ACOS on Midoriya. He'll either play it on Holoroth or Style. So I think they're trying to like keep the hero identity, but they're utilizing today to make it harder to predict the round that they're actually going to run it on. Because like people have gotten so accustomed to seeing that specific hero on that specific map and instantly, without even needing to take a fight, just understand, okay, this is Star, this is Genuine, this is Mike. But now that other people have started picking up those same personality picks and diversifying the maps that we see them on, they actually have the opportunity of not going for a costume change inside the actual like map itself, but outside of the lobby, where it becomes a lot harder for people to understand ahead of the actual fight beginning who they're playing, because all of these players, like, they have tells, right? They all play things in very specific ways of comfort. Like, sometimes they'll try and go for mix-ups, but a lot of the time they'll fall back into their comfort and they'll try and either start fights the same way or close fights the same way. And if you already know ahead of time who you're going to be fighting or the hero that you're seeing because they're on that map, it becomes a lot easier to win the first round of that fight. And if you win the first stage of the fight, you force your opponent into having to commit the combo breaker and their ultimate earlier than you do, which means that you actually get to win the second stage of the fight because you've still got those resources if things start going south.
They're going south for Arano's eyes. He has the eye drops out. Voided context drying out. You know, we gotta keep things last. Wait, where's the girl? Where's the coach? The coaches, I guess, are not there. Wait, before the start of the round, there's always coaches. The other thing that I thought was interesting this season is the athletic tape on the mouse hand.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever seen that in any other esport where players are using athletic tape on their mouse hands, especially for Naraka.
I've seen the arm, like the band, where it essentially goes from like the wrist all the way up to the bicep. I've seen a couple of those sleeves, but no, I've never seen the tape version. You're right.
Yeah, especially for Naraka and your... It looks like they're doing it on their mouse hand. Don't believe, unless you're gripping your mouse super, super hard, Naraka doesn't require intense amount of mouse control. You can get away with higher sensitivity and easily kind of track your opponents better. Now, there are definitely some players who have insane accuracy when it comes to tracking, to the point where the players are using athletic tape. Very interesting to me to see
Flying knives though, because we've never seen it before this season, but now we've got a weapon for tracking. I think that's why we've actually started seeing it.
Flying knives are putting too much strain on the pro players' hands that we're getting injured now left and right. We got the sprained ankles, the sprained wrists.
Palm lightning, literally.
Palm lightning of the wrist, Moxie. Wow. Nice, very nice. We are getting in the split again. What is this? Every round we're getting a split of Liam and Lonnie for... Oh, you know what it actually is?
Hmm?
4 players double pick, depending on whether or not you prefer double Lonnie or double Liam. That's why you end up splitting. And I'm guessing after first round, a lot of players are like blind. Oh my goodness, we're getting the double.
He's double picking.
This is what I was saying, Moxie. Personality picks. Do we really need to go Shayol every single time? Do we need to go Liam or Lonnie?
I mean, the Shayols were beating the Liams. I don't agree. I don't think we need to go Liam or Lonnie, but the Shayols were beating the Liams. Which I think is another like reason why potentially we're starting to see that split pop up in phase 1 and phase 2, where people have actually experienced as a Liam the matchup that they should be winning has actually started going against them. As Spider is going to be opting for the Temmie, Chen Yuan goes for the Syra. Now it's up to Frostivus and T225. T225 on the Temmie.
Triple Temmie? Triple Temmie?
Potentially triple Temmie if Frostivus decides to offer it. Yeah, triple Temmie!
The Darude Sandstorm. Oh my god, it's Spider, Frost, and 225 too.
Yeah, it's a good thing that we're on this patch, which means that the Temmies aren't gonna be able to interact with each other's V-Freeze. Otherwise, we could have been seeing a couple of Infinite Whispers on the Spirit Well.
Gonna get really sandy to this game, Moxie. Almost like we're going to the beach with Frost. With Frost, a Spider, and Wufang. Oh, no, it's not Wufang. 225. Definitely not 3 players you want to be going against who are going to be making sure the Temmie flag ends up being raised at the end of this. Now, looking at the average points of everyone, Mike, 4.3 on his Echo, Serrano, 4.6 on his Syra, 4.7 on Edward's Liam. Also was 3.1 on his Temmie, Verse 4.6 on his Shayol. Surprised that Verse's Shayol is so modded. Dude, Verse has a very, very high average points on multiple characters. Pretty wild to me. And again, he's so underestimated for his gameplay. I'd say a lot of players have the opinion that Verse just plays a very passive macro playstyle. It's clearly very, very effective. Technically, Verse and Arana are both very slow macro playstyle players, but they have the highest average points, so maybe in the long run, consistency is a little bit better than the volatility of Realm of Yang. I think a lot of these players have a lot of questions to ask themselves of what the best answer is going to be going into the actual finals. We are going back to Holoroth. This time it's going to be Firefly, so a lot more action with Fireflies around the map. You're going to be able to do some nice timings and some nice hunting paths where you're going to be able to take 1 or 2 fights off spawn just because you can get your ultimate back online to continue that aggression. To see how everyone's going to be playing out. It looks like 2 teams first going to be contesting the Fireflies leading into Puzzle. To the south, we got Mike around the money area with Ajao down there. It'll be very, very spicy. A lot of people in the center and a lot of people in the bottom right. But first, we are going to have Lipo and Verse going for the Fireflies right here. Slap's going to go out into Verse. Lipo trying to make his way around. Goes for a slap here. Has to be careful. Is going to get staggered out by the fist of Verse. Verse with the fist is going to fight against Lipo with managing to get a longsword. But ult is going to be coming out from Verse already, keeping up the pressure. Goes with the jumping LBs, not letting Lipo out. Lipo wants to try to scale rush away, but the jumping LB is going to deny it one more time. Does make it into the house and an armor reset, and it looks like Verse is not going to get as much value off this ult as he would like.
You've still been able to close up the distance, and that ultimate still online for a little bit of time. Unfortunately, I believe it's going to drop out just now, so he does have to be careful as Lipo is going to be getting his ultimate online in a matter of moments. Combo Breaker gets invested, trying to push Lipo onto that ground floor so Verse could look for a drop-down R&B with this halberd. Lipo commits the focus strike vertical from that longsword, will be able to get it through. Verse with the 1-2, potentially goes for the overhold. Lipo reads it, clanks it, doesn't look for the risky version of the parry. Does have that combo breaker too to make sure that he can just kite himself with the scale rush back onto the second story of this house. Goes for the jump LMVs. He's got his own ultimate now, and Verse is the one having to kite around the other Shayol, utilizing those halberds over to the rock side, scale rushing on out, looking for potential armor swap off into one of the other buildings that the two had not ransacked previously. Doesn't manage to find one. Will be able to get an armor powder off to start healing up part of that blue, as Lipo needs to keep up the pressure so he doesn't lose his ultimate. before this fight can properly begin. Again, the jump LMVs from that longsword suctioning Lipo's position on top of his mirror. He's out of his ultimate, trying to go for the pistols while catching Verse just before he could disappear. He's been able to find a purple fan in the stashes that he opened, though, as both of these players taking a little bit of an opportunity. Go for a reset. Lipo trying to keep up the pressure with the grapples, wanting to find an opportunity to potentially drop down with the fan-charged RMB and start melting down this upper shell. But enough time has passed. Burst might just be about to get another ultimate. I'm like, no, Lipo will be able to take him down with a 1-2 light attacks before it can come through.
Lipo finally being able to close that out. Tough break. It's being a long chase down to 225. Is going to get uppercutted by Agile, following up with the nunchuck RMB. Just so much damage. The buff, the damage is just out of control on nunchucks right now. 225 is going to go with a fade away bow shot. We're just talking about why these players need to have tape on their wrists. Trying to go for the 180 headshot, sliding across the ground. 225 is able to get onto the high ground. Does, as I spoke to in Caster Curse, does make a pretty big movement arrow. Grapple does not get across, pulls the Brandoro, arm being into the ground. Now 225 trying to fade out of here. This is a new POV. I guess they have shown this POV sustained. But oh my goodness, 3 players around a Wufang and Agile all chasing 225. He has a horde of players just chasing him, and the Lonnie ult is gonna land on him, but Arano is gonna land the bow shot and close out 225. Tough situation just getting 3v1 for just 2 minutes straight.
Mike's already got a legendary weapon, so either he solved the puzzle or he killed whoever solved it and absorbed that loot. As Verse takes down Chenyuan. Yeah, Mike 0 kills, so he was either from a parry or from grabbing up that puzzle earlier. Verse gonna be hot on his heels. Has to be careful, but Mike having invested that ultimate is gonna be, I'm sure, sprinting it over to a Forbidden Seal as quickly as he possibly can. No, we change direction. We head towards Star potentially. Verse is going to draw the attention of Star, who is going to start chasing on the minimap, but Mike just trying to get out as quickly as he possibly can to create enough of a distance. Baited Verse into actually going closer to one of those realm of gangs spawning on up in the hopes that it's going to turn the Shale's head and let him leave without his ultimate needing to be intact, as we can head over and look at City of Tang. But Spider on this Temmie is going to be patrolling the parapets. There's a Rano off in the distance. Edward's going to get his hands on a Moonbane Charm, no doubt, to drop over the entrances to one of those portals so that he doesn't have to contest having that Yang pass taken away from him. There's Shenyuan and Frostivus pass each other, but don't commit to the fight right now. Everyone very much wanting to position on up for a Realm of Yang, not wanting to have to overcommit, as we can actually see Shenyuan down his ultimate. Not sure if he was either running fully from the fight. I think we're going to get to see a replay here for why he used it. As Star goes for the uppercut chase, forces the combo breaker out from the Syra. Looked for the overhold and cancel parry to see whether or not Shenyuan would read into the clank. This time around, the Syra doesn't have the combo breaker. Star with the verticality drops to the low to get the charge RMB from the Hongsa to connect as Shenyuan gets dropped to the ground, but gets hit by the RMB from the Nunnies. And Star trying to buy the spacing back with the RMBs coming in through from the Hongsa. Will be able to come in through with the V2 grab. Looked for the drop down, doesn't manage to find it as another play. The Sankey gave away the first party coming on through, so was not able to commit the follow-up. And that Syra ultimate that Shenyuan used was enough to deter the third party from killing him and getting the kill onto the Liam at the same time.
These Lonnies just with these balls and a completing nice TODs coming back and forth. Wufang is able to get the toss down into the musket shot. We are going to be going to Realm of Yang. FPX's Star versus TE's Wufang. I can't see what Star is against the wall. It's looking like a Liam. We'll have to see how Stars Liam is going to be performing versus Wufang. Stars Liam, I believe, has a very high points. Drop down, focus attack is going to be coming out, but Wufang using the pillar, comes out, swinging, finds a stagger into a nice parry, forcing out the ultimate from Star. Both ultimates are going to be coming out, but Star is going to get the grab and doesn't get the follow-up off of it. Doesn't want to get hit by the ball. Wisely backs off. He's willing to trade heals right here. Wufang still has a lot of time on his ultimate though. He's going to come in, find the stagger. But he is staggered up by Wu Chen. He gets one focus attack, two focus attack, followed by the ball. 1-2. Wake up, we were blue. We took our turn back again. Star shipping away. Goes for the 1-2-3. Grapple cancel. Comes flying. Wufang, wait a minute. Tricky. Just comes from flying in with a light attack. It's not gonna matter. Light attack just ends up getting stuffed. Now on the outside, I don't believe does Mike have Yang? It looks like he was just running away from someone. We are gonna go back to Yang. WZ's a Spider versus Arano. Cyber ult is out. No more Temi ult for Spider. It's gonna be all neutral from here. We're gonna have combo break. Arano looking for that omnidirectional flying knives. Focus attack ends up getting parried though. And then the follow-up into the wisp. Wait a second. Spider is locked in. He finds... I was wondering who else was going to start mashing parry when someone threatens you with like the up high focus attack with knives. We saw it when flying knives first came out. The only player who was doing it was Wufang. Now Spider is adding it onto the repertoire just because so many players, they just believe that you will not parry because it's weird muscle memory to hit parry as you're jumping over someone. This is like, flying knives is the only weapon that really catches you. Maybe you could argue like longswords, vertical will sometimes hit you because it's so big, up and down. But flying knives for sure covers everything when it comes to jumping.
We had a timeout just that, by the way. Coming on for, I think, Verse and Lipo actually fully timed out of their realm of Yang. So, we've got a lot of players on Yang depletion right now, Raven. A lot of players. Spider is the only one who currently has the Vermilion Bird's Might buff. As Star, I believe, was able to receive his White Tiger's Press from Ink Spirit Well. As we're going to be looking at TE's Wufang chasing down OUD's Maiku. Like you said, does not have Yang depletion. I believe he was running from Frostivus. We saw his brief POV over in Loomed. As Wufang sees the ACOS, sees the F2, wants to try and pick a slightly different target, coming on through with these fist blades. Potentially turns onto OUD's Mike now. Knows that the F2 is going to be on cooldown. Looks for the parry. Doesn't manage to find it. Mike now with the next F2. Checks Wufang. Doesn't want to commit this fight. He knows that he's down his ultimate. He knows that a lot of players are going to be on Yang depletion because he saw that timeout in the kill feed and he does not want any part of the fight since he has to worry about being third party. That's not the greatest for the multi-way situation. And as a Spider with his Vermilion Bird's Might, more than happy to take this grab into the zone. Oh my goodness, the jump LMBs, the distance that it covers. Just teleporting essentially to Versa's side, getting directly on top of him to drop that V3. And now Versa's just stuck, caged on in. Spider looking for the wisps, isn't able to find it. Does have Vermilion Bird's Might. He is starting to really tank in terms of HP pool. And he doesn't want to go down too close to Verse because that would give Verse the instant out with that Soul Bloom. So Spider's going to space out of the fight and Arana's going to be able to get it instead.
A Verse down to last hit situation, but Genuine on top of him with the Syra ultimate wants to close this out. But Verse able to leave out of there. I mean, it's just two scale rushes and they completely lose sight of him in sound, but unfortunately the zone is going to get the best of him, can't get the heal off, and he is going to be eliminated from the lobby. Genuine does have a bounty on himself, so he's going to be moving over, maybe even reverse tracking whoever has the bounty on him. And Yuan though makes his way to the puzzle. See what's up. See Spider at the store, but we got OUG's Mike on the double pick. Akos, comfort pick or the personality picks. Shen Yuan actually is on 3 kills for his Syra. I watch a POV of Shen Yuan playing Syra. Pretty rare occasion that we see Shen Yuan play Syra. And speaking of which, Shen Yuan here harassing Spider for that realm of Yang. Just tell me things. Spider instead reversing the harassment, sending the cannons. Oh, you want to mess with me on the realm of Yang? Get out of here. Back off. Anyone forced to the rooftop, but now Lipo looking for the flank. Both of them drop down and focus attack onto each other. How does the next drop down end up going? Lipo is going to be able to create some max distance, and she does ult this time. Shen Yuan doesn't want any part of it though. Is going to be moving away. Knows that Yang depletion is coming up. A lot of these players will just try to go for a last hit and taking the full fight. Unlike Rebel Yang, where you have to take the full fight. And again, what is this, Moxie? Mike's already down to no armor, already flying in the sky, and we're quick deaded again.
Oh no.
No, at least it wasn't Edward.
True. At least it wasn't round 5 against Edward. Is Asia and Spider go head to head. Asia committing LMB into the full follow-up focus hit. Essentially trying to condition Spider into anticipating that he is going to go for the back-to-back focus strikes coming in through from the LMB. Spider with the skill rush. Just playing ahead of the LMB distance they're coming on through. Comes on out with its mulch ultimate. Bonnie's going to utilize hers. Goes for the hold of the trick ball. Anticipated Spider connecting that Wisp towards them. The Wisp does not manage to find the target that it's looking for. Spider having to just keep himself as mobile as possible to not get hit into the TOD. His ultimate is already done. He does get a Wisp onto Ajao. Into the uppercut. Grapple bump into Fan RMB coming on through. Ajao losing a lot of his HP. But Spider still not able to commit to the fight. Knows that the Lonnie ultimate is still going to be in play. He didn't have his combo breaker up. He does have the jump parry. Oh my goodness. Ajao committed that, and Spider instantly turns it onto him. Finds the parry. Forces Ajao to have to go disengage towards the pillar. Out comes the cannon that we got to see him putting so much pressure onto Shen Yuan the fight before. And Spider just wins his realm of Yang. Perfect macro.
Spider on the Temi can be winning. Rebel Yang coming out, gold armor, gold weapon with katana, but again, pocket flying knives. This is one of the big changes for, I mean, it's been happening in the last week or two, but it's to the point where people will hold blue flying knives to play out end games, even in last chance qualifier. Aja, or so. He's gonna go for a ride by Mike on the A-coast, being able to find that lunge into uppercut, but now Ajao is gonna pop the Lonnie ultimate, trying to get some staggers off, trying to get some defensive holding, some fitting, so that he could possibly switch the scales to go for him instead. But it's no one's buying it. Everyone's walking away, trying to go for Ajao. But wait a second, Ajao got a double charge with flying knives that did 1 billion damage to Mike. Uh-oh. Now TE's Wufang getting a little bit too close to try hard. Now, Star. Okay, let me just say try hard. Star at 2 kills, Ajao at 1, Spider at 2, Arano at 2, Wufang at 2, and Shen Yuan at 3. The top 5 are within 5 points of each other. But then there's a pretty big drop off from Arano coming down. But remember, everyone is going to be paired up, I guess you could say. It's not going to be random going into finals, so the placement that you get here is going to be where you will be for your phasing for finals. So all these players are still going to be fighting out for these last 2 games. Spider and Shen Yuan on it. Spider with the Temi. It's going to be going to buy right now. Everyone's going to be icing off, happy with their position. They're going to want to play out this end game with 7 people left alive. The triple Temis, Moxie. Wait, did all of them make it alive? Frost is still alive. Spider's still alive.
2. We've got 2 Temis.
One
Spider and Frost.
225 did not make it.
No, 225 did not make it. He was taken down as all of the Yang depletion situations have been resolved. We've still got Spider with 30 seconds of his White Tiger's Brass. But I don't think we're going to be seeing any full fights breaking out just yet. We do have 2 Cyrus still in play, so both Arano and Shenyuan are going to be trying to take advantage of, if they see its Mulch ultimate, they will be able to still laser beam directly through it. We've also got a Forbidden Seal in play, which the Cyrus are keeping very close to as everybody rotates. Temi being one of those heroes in Naraku who, if you have your ultimate down on the ground, even if it's in that Forbidden Seal AoE before the Forbidden Seal gets popped, once the Forbidden Seal gets popped, your ultimate still stays up, as opposed to the other heroes where, say, like your Syra or your Liam or Sheol, if you're inside that dome, at any point when it's active, either when it pops initially or if you go into it, at any point when it is up, you lose your ultimate immediately. You go down from 100% rage and active ultimate to 0. So everyone is going to be very considerate of how they position around that particular space. You've also got a Salvation Podium last zone finish, and that means that 2 Ballista are in play. So Tumult definitely going to be happy that their ultimate blocks range projectiles, Raven, because those Ballista can be absolutely devastating if you get on the wrong end of one. And FPX's Star, who did use the Ballista to the north of Plumed to such devastating degree in the first visit to Holoroth today, is still in the lobby and is probably eyeing up that position to grab. In fact, we can actually see him sliding over there to get right on top of one of those Ballista. Is anyone in range now? Look at the immediate run, the sprint towards the rocks to be able to utilize that terrain, break LOS, but the Ballista still has that AoE, and Frostivus goes a little bit too close to the sun, and Spider follows shortly afterwards, and that is the powder keg of motion. Everybody is just stacked one on top of the other. If they run too far out of the cover, the Ballista will damage them. Frostivus, forced to invest the Tumult ultimate, is going to paint a target on his back once that ultimate is done, and has to go for a full recovery. His Star was able to chase everyone out of that initial setup for the Spirit Well with the threat of that Ballista, but now that Spirit Well's in play, Bubble is up, and Ballista becomes useless.
Unlucky. I was wondering, is anyone going to knock him off the Ballista? We're just going to leave him on there? And Frostivus almost goes down, barely splash damage, hitting him right as he was below the Ballista. And now Carnage is just breaking loose as everyone is going for the Spirit Well, and it looks like anyone in Arano. Oh no, Cyrus. The beams are coming out. Frostivus, no, not like this. Is surrounded by the Cyrus, trying to make it away, but the Bedazzle, the dagger's gonna be coming out. Nowhere left to go. He doesn't have his ult up because of the Ballista situation earlier, and he is gonna go down in 7th place. And now everyone trying to make their way away from the Cyrus.
Spider's underneath. Spider's underneath Salvation Podium.
Though.
He saw that the Cyrus were getting Spirit Well, and you didn't want to be anywhere nearby Raven.
Yeah, but Temi actually has a tough time versus Syra just because the beam goes through the Temi walls easily. Tough break for Frost. He was trying to play... I mean, to be honest, that angle on the Ballista was very, very sharp. The second he gets hit once, someone dives in. I believe, it wasn't Spider, who dove in on it? Someone with a katana dove into him and just like mashing him.
It was either Asia or Arano.
Yeah, they just immediately took advantage of it and got him fiended right before Spirit Well. Now Shenyuan does have Mystic Might in the 80% Moonbane coming out, taking up 80% of the zone right now with 6 people left alive. I can't remember the last time I've seen Pro League Solos endgame at puzzle area with the ballistas in play and everything.
Yeah, because normally it's trios. I remember it being trios because there were like teams that stacked on the underside of Salvation Podium, and they had the cannons, and they would just continue with Flame Breath Rupture Gale to apply that fire tick to anyone who stayed on the top end of it. And if you stayed on the top end of it and were out in the open, you were getting hit by Ballista and the Flames Breath. So it was very much the floor is lava for all involved. As Star and Spider are currently the only two. No, spoke too soon. Spider is out of the underside of it. He had to move in case the zone forced him off of being able to cleanly come out from the exit. Now, unfortunately, though, he's had to burn his ultimate. Again, can't play inside of it because there's a Syra who's currently in that position, which means that Spider down his ultimate is going to be a target, and he has to just immediately grapple out, drop down, and go underneath Salvation Podium. Yet again, he can't fully go in because of the zone forcing him off at that spacing, but he's done enough to break the ankles. It looks like no one actually chased the Temmie down.
There's 2 Lonnies, 2 Syras, and a Liam left. So Spider got no one who looks like him anymore. It comes back to the top. Flying knives are flying everywhere. Immediately gets his armor shredded up, but he's gonna grapple, try to make his way to the opposite side. Now he's down to only 2 heals. Wait a minute, he finds a body. Spoke too soon. We got a pit stop. Free body on aisle 3, cleaning up from Spider. Now makes his way back to the top, putting himself in position. We got a great sword in play from Star. We're going for the triple charge.
Triple charge?
Are we gonna Beyblade to the back? Oh! Genuine is gonna be able to pop that ultimate. Uses that Siren ultimate before he gets away. Oh no, not like this. Oh my goodness, the damage! The damage from this Siren ult and the knives. Oh! Spider just gets melted. There's nothing he can do, but Genuine gets his armor stripped from him immediately. Wait a minute, the Siren betrayal. The other Siren's trying to finish him off. Arano does get the kill onto him. 4 people left alive, but Arano is going to be coming out of his Siren ult with no armor to his name, and the Lonnies have eyes for him, but it looks like Arano doesn't want to give them the kill. Is going to try to get out of there. No one gets the last tag room, and now we got Ajao, Wufang, and Star, Liam, and 2 Lonnies left alive. Are the Lonnies going to gang up onto Star, or will we see another betrayal? We saw Arano betray other Syra at the last second. He's like, wait a second, you're getting really low, my friend. You look a little juicy. And he just turns over and beams him and picks up that last kill. Optimal.
I mean, I think both the Syras knew they were down their ultimate, so it was better for one of them to get the elimination before they got turned onto. As it is going to be 2 versus 1, essentially, potentially. Is it going to be the betrayal? Star, yeah, there we go. Star caught in the middle between 2 Lonnies, rocking a hard place. Not a lot of positions to go, especially when flying knives are in play. He's got to just try and keep on top of one of them. But if he tries to go towards one of them and play in the pocket to parry, the other one comes on through with the LMB in the back. Sarah's running out of options, finds the parry, forces the Lonnie into utilizing the combo breaker. Doesn't force the ultimate just yet, but looks for his opportunity, might be able to find a grab. If he can find one of them, he can throw them into that zone and potentially bait a betrayal, but no, it's not to be. Wufang finishes him, and we go to a 1 versus 1. Wufang gets the uppercut, and off of the terrain, that's going to lead into even more damage coming on through for the RMB follow-up. Combo break it now invested from Wufang's side. Both of these Lonnies overholding, never of them wanting to commit. Wufang overholds a little bit too long, gets staggered on out. Asia with the verticality manages to juggle Wufang into the corruption damage. He doesn't have his combo breaker, and just seconds before it can come online, Asia, the jeweler, is able to come on through with one of the cleanest combo strings of knives we've seen to date.
What was that? We got put into the montage. We were like R&B into LMB into R&B over and over and over. We gotta go back and watch the highlights of that. We gotta look at with a magnifying glass to see what my man was cooking right there. Definitely terrain-based combo with the juggle going downhill, but the Lonnie on Lonnie violence right there at the end, carrying him down. You can see the satisfaction on Agile's face. It's like, yeah, I got combo last time and put it into the montage. Someone else is going down a hill this time. Frost got me last time. I'm getting somebody else. We're taking you for a ride going down this hill. It's not going to be like this. We're not going to be the montage material actor. We are going to be the main character and putting people in the montage. Very interesting endgame with lots of betrayal, ballista, drama. I didn't see how when did 225 go down, Moxie?
He went down pretty early, unfortunately.
I was hoping for the Darude Sandstorm, the multiple Temmie endgame. Especially with Ballista, you were right. Like, the Temmie F defends you against Ballista situations, and it's the reason why a lot of Temmie players do land on puzzle. And it's actually one of the reasons, even in trios, that Temmie teams land there is just you have an advantage when you're running Temmie, because he does not take damage to the Ballistas. Now, does it matter in that endgame? Because Frost was on Temmie. He's playing with fire, sitting right under that ballista. We saw like Star just staring down, just like trying. He was just looking for the angle down there, just like just right over there. I think I see something, and he shoots Frost, and then Frost immediately gets feeded, forcing out his ult. And then, unlike Spider ran for the hills. He's like, wait a minute, the Cyber's about to get this. We got to get out of here. It's dangerous out here up top. And he just went into the basement and just hid out. Stayed safe for a little bit and was able to come out, but it didn't matter though. The Cyrus ended up finding him anyway. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the special gifts are dropping for your next question. Make sure to post it in the chat. How many different players entered the Realm of Yang in Game 5? What?
Ooh. Oh, it's a total.
8,
So
6, B,
it's between the two, because remember there's two iterations of Realm of Yang. So you have to tally up how many you think totally entered the first and the second Realm of Yang.
You gotta do math too. C.
You gotta do maths.
9. Addition.
Like the questions are hard, okay, and it's worth it because it's an exclusive cosmetic gift that only you can get your hands on if you're playing outside of mainland China, as you can see. Urano and Asia are the betrayal of the Siren meta, and Urano was able to find 4 kills off at the back of it.
Urano clinches up the MVP of the round, Agile with 2 kills at 5.4. Nice little montage clip we got at the end. Shenyuan with 4 at 5 points. I believe Shenyuan was on Syra as well. Ufang with 3 kills at 5 points. Star with 2 kills at 3.5. Spider at 3 points at 2 kills, like 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3. Not very hard to get more than 3 kills per round. Now looking at the overall leaderboards, Shenyuan having finally a nice start today, jumping up to 7.5. OUG's Mike at 7.6, again back in the slump, only getting 0.5 from placement. Lipo at 8.5, Verse at 9 points. Now at the top 6, 225, getting a point off, not being able to go with the Temmie homies for that end game. Arano at 5.5 at 16 points. Spider 3 kills at 17.5. Agile at 21.9. Edward at 22.3. And Star going back to the top, 24.6. Looking at his overall points for the day, very, very solid. Last game, last 3, 4, and 5 games at 3.5 with a pop-off 12.6 game. Ooh. We are going to be going into the last round. It's hard to say like this is even like a championship round because guys are just kind of playing for as many points as possible going into finals. Now, the highlights of the day, we are going to get 225 versus Frostibus top spot. We're going to see what happened to our man and why he wasn't there to be with the rest of the Temmie brothers. Some Temmie on Temmie violence going down here. Spider in the sky. Wait a second. Arano custom combos? R&B, 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 4 R&Bs into the LMB, into the LMB focus attack on the ground. Wait a minute. And we get the 1-2, but wait, we go to a different fight here. Back-to-back parries, both of them landing parries with the omnidirectional R&Bs in midair. Getting the reset though. Spider gets the most out of it once he gets a stagger. Now Star throwing back-to-back blues is gonna be able to, I don't even know how he just blasted through the F2 of Mike, but he just denies the roar. Mike with the Tiger, is going to commit to the animation, and it's not going to matter because Liam can throw the ball even with a stagger, and this is don't show us again. The Zaira violation onto the Temi Nation. The Zaira's beams just end up hunting down Frostwood, then hunting down Spider. He can't get away. He just gets beamed out of midair, and Arano gonna find the same thing, but this time some Zaira on Zaira violence, just genuine. You thought the ultimate betrayal. We thought we were friends. No, there are no friends in Battle Royale. Azhel, again with the combos. RB into LMB, into the 3, into the RB, into the LMB, into the pistol shot. Okay. Very, very clean. And Arano, no satisfaction because he just got comboed. Wait, did he get comboed right there? Was that Arano getting comboed by Azhel?
Yeah, that was the two Lannies. Remember, they both were on Lanny.
No, but
so
Arano
it wasn't
was
Arano.
Yeah, it wasn't Arano. Okay.
It was Wu Fong.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was like, why is Arano sad? He just MVP'd.
No, Wu Fong was the one who got comboed. Arano was maybe a little bit sad about the Cyrus. Because both of them use their ultimate. One of them commits their ultimate to be able to get the kill onto Spider before the Temi can disengage, then the other one commits their ultimate so they can chase them where the other Sarah ran off to. Because they knew the second that their ultimate had been burned that they would have been the next target of focus for the lobby. And I mean, you can see what Arano was preparing for. He was preparing to be the target of the lobby. 1 damage reduction, 2, 3, 4. We're stacking blue damage reduction soul jade so that we can live all of that focus fire coming on out of Aaron. Because I mean, you probably saw the fact that there were 3 Temis in that lobby and knew that they would be public enemy #1 as one of the only heroes that can deny a Temi. That ultimate giving them that stability that they're looking for.
Yeah, going into this pre-finals, Syra picked a lot. I mean, it was picked in bi-weekly finals, but not as much as it used to, just because Syra has really received a ton of nerfs and tuning down. But speaking of tuning down, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go for a short break as we set up for our last game of the day. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this short break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Pro League pre-finals solos. I'm Raven PLZ, and I'm joined by the lovely Moxie. It's been an exciting day. We are going into Game 6. What a crazy end game with the ballistas blowing up everyone and the Cyrus beaming everyone down with some betrayal and some nice montage clips featuring Azhao, letting everyone know he will not just be montage himself, putting I believe Wufang into the clip, carrying him down with the flying knives. Flying knives, the new weapon. A lot more to be explored. A lot of cool stuff today going into Game 6, and a little bit of a preview of the ultimate meta that currently exists right now, and the last time we'll see it. After this bi-weekly finals, the game, or the competitive game, will be changing forever. We're going to be changing the format of how these Spirit Wells work, Moxie. So it's been an exciting day. Any surprises for you today so far, Moxie?
I mean, Mike obviously failing to make it all that high up the leaderboard is definitely a surprise. Did not expect Star to be in position 1. Like, Star has been one of those players who's been very good at macro. Like, whenever we see him in Fedora, he's always the player who gets his hands on the Vulpine Essence the most. He's always playing the Salvation Podium as well to make sure that he can get his hands on that one. But a lot of the time, we didn't really get to see that converted into all that much of a high game score, because it made his path of movement through the map a little bit too predictable. And he was punished for it, and we've seen players like try and punish him. But this time around, he's actually winning his ones. So he's getting to convert the fact that his movement is predictable into being able to take isolated fights and get those eliminations as well as kill score points. What's going to be really surprising for me, though, Raven, it's going to be the hero that Mike is locking in this last game with, because Akos was his double pick. He's got to play something that he hasn't already.
Mike has played Justina, I believe, before. I think Justina's still open for him.
I think Temi might be open as well.
And he does play Temi as well.
Yeah.
Usually his other 2 picks that he's willing to play. Like you were saying, Star, having a star performance today, doing super well. I was talking to Frost for his LCQ prep work. I was like, I feel like Star has done well back to back, and he told me his interpretation of Star's gameplay very much like 225, very high risk with a lot of focus attacks. But like you were saying, Moxley, like he clearly has some macro ideas figured out, and I think it's worth looking at. He did do super well today, and unless everyone is sandbagging, like kind of keeping a lot of tactics hidden, I don't feel like that I've seen today. It looks like everyone's pretty locked in as far as running their full strategy, as far as their landing locations, their character picks and stuff. And I don't think would you hide your fighting style before finals? If anything, Mike's getting countered so hard right now. More revealing for Mike, because it's just like, all right, well, you clearly have some idea of how I like to play these situations, so he can go back into the lab and just be like, all right, what did you do here, here, and here? Okay, and he can switch up his play style. And we've seen Mike reinvent himself last year, so I know he's hungry to kind of keep winning this year. Still see him very motivated. And from what I've heard from Brosovus, he's one of the few players that grinds almost every single day. He shows up to practice, plays the tournaments, but then he also goes back home and streams a significant amount and almost plays all of the Immortal Wars. So like, body of work, his volume of practice definitely pays off from the end of the year. It's not by accident that Mike has been the most dominant solo player in Naraka. Well, pretty much since Shang retired. Shang passed the torch for him, saying that from the very beginning, I'm not the best solo player in the world. You guys haven't seen Mike yet. He's not old enough to play. The second he is old enough to play, he's going to be the best player. And besides when Mike didn't play for a season and Spider took the spotlight for a little bit, he has been the most dominant player. But today, not the star of the day. Star is actually the best player of the day. And we'll have to see. Now I'm kind of curious. I wanted to see Azhao versus Mike. Now I want to see Star versus
Azhao? Ah. Yeah, that would be...
or
That would be
Spider
a fun
just to
one,
see.
but they're in the same phase, or even so.
I mean, just because you're in the same phase doesn't mean you won't run into them in
True.
We
But it
haven't-
does potentially mean that we see them on the same hero. We haven't really got to see all that many mirror hero matchups today in Yangs either.
True. It's like I was saying before, a lot of the Nbpl players are very, very conservative when going into Yang. If you're going into second Yang, it's a lot of the time because you scaled up by going to the cave and you feel solid on your character pick. Go in with purple armor, purple weapon, and if you go into first Yang, you feel pretty confident in your dueling ability, just because a lot of the time first Yang you're gonna have blue armor, blue weapon, sometimes purple weapon, and sometimes purple armor, but generally you have less loot. So second Yang, you really see only 3 people go in. Rarely do you see all 4 get filled up. Just people like dodging. Now it really depends. Today, I feel like the pre-finals format is the most open out of the formats that we have in Pro League, just because all these guys, they know they made it to finals, so the stress is off. Really, they're here to really kind of limit test, like you were saying, Moxie, and gauge what people are looking like going into the actual finals, because this is the last tournament we'll have before the conclusion of this split.
This is a very, very unusual hero selection that we're actually seeing. Sheol was locked phase 1, but only by 1 player, so is open for Spider to grab. Shenyuan is going to be going for his staple Temi, so he went for a double pick of Temi for the day, so he can play it on the Doria. We've got Star actually picking up the Akos, the only one in the lobby. Frostivus and 2v5 both went for the Justina, and those in phase 2, so Mike's last pick for the day is actually Lani. He has not played Lani currently. Very intriguing spread of heroes that we're going to be seeing coming on through. We've also got a Kylan in the mix coming on for, I believe that's from Edward. And we haven't really got to see him pick up the Kylan all that frequently. Gonna be very interested to see what he is able to do with it. He's gonna go for the F1 V1 variant of that coming on through. And Star is opting for the F2 for that Acre, so raw rather than the stacked damage reduction of the F1 off of how many players you hit when you activate it.
225, the 4.7 average on the Justina. He's one of the reasons that I felt like Justina, even before the buffs to her, I thought was always, even though she was like an off pick, she wasn't a prio pick. It was just like your 5th and 6th pick. You're just throwing out a character that kind of just like makes it worth. It's kind of like a budget Matari at the current meta. I always felt because of 225, he would have massive games on Justina. I was like, wait a second. I feel like Justina has been all right for the past like a year and a half, 2 years in the solos meta. It's because 225 just has like a 10, 12 point game on his Justina randomly, where he's just running through the lobby. It definitely should be considered moving forward. Now Frost on the Justina as well, both of them in the same phase. Frost had a huge clutch up on the Justina, and I think besides like ISO inside Yang or finding using your ult to like secure a kill as people are running around down to 1 HP, her end game is just so powerful, just because she's able to either play the low ground, dash in and out, she has a combo break, or play up top where if the low ground gets way too hot in different terrain situations, she can pop her ult, go to the sky, and really stall out to make sure she has that 100 HP with everyone fighting on the bottom. Her dash through over and over allows her to get a free stagger through just because of the infinite reset as long as she hits 2 people. So her kit is actually very complete for solo play. Now Lonnie basically is a Justina on crack. With the amount of weird things you can do with the ball, but you're seeing now the pros getting used to all the different situations with Alani. So really, is she as strong as everyone thinks she is? We'll have to see going into the actual finals. We are going to get Edward versus with Lonnie versus Kylan. Edward going to be looking for LNB all day today. Light attack gambits weaving in and out in that nice mid-range, but Edward's just going to go back to the base, just hit him with that deep fry focus attack. Edward or Verse dropping down, hitting Edward with a surprise 1-2, but Edward again keeping true to those focus attacks over and over. We got Lipo coming in with the third party sitting on the outside, waiting for something transgress before he jumps in right here. And oh no, we got a Kylan inside the house with a Lonnie ball coming forward. Edward with the V1 slashing through, but Verse using that ball to teleport out of there. And it looks like Edward's going to be taking this ultimate to Lipo instead.
Oh, maybe to no one. He's gonna fully disengage this and let Lipo now take the lead of the fight, understanding that the Lonnie is going to be down that ultimate. 2v5 now, having burned that combo breaker, trying to turn the tables onto Wufong. Gonna have to be careful. There goes the Cyrus Stun Dazzle, and 2v5 is gonna be able to get to the outside of that building. Come through with the Justina V1, 1 dash going to be burned. Manages as well to utilize it to frame through that Stun Dazzle connection. Coming through from Wufong, he's still got 1 dash left as well to try and take this fight back into play with the RMB on the fist blades, trying to catch him with the last dash and where he would drop from that F1 connection. Doesn't manage to find it, and now without his combo breaker, Wufong puts him into the grapple pump. Jump LMB, jump LMB, jump LMB longsword. And there is nothing TZ5 can do to dodge out of that one.
The terrain combo is absolutely insane today. Wufong not going to drop down the 2-1-1 down the cliffside. Genuine. No armor to his name. Oh, Arano, get out of here. Hits him with the F1. We out here. Genuine, one of the few players to run double Temi. I think the only player to run double Temi or his picks anytime in the 6th round pick. So Temi is his best character. Mid dodge going to be coming out into the parry. He's just like a slow duck walk mid dodge. Like, yeah, I'm gonna look at the parry. I swear. Got the parry. Hits him with the second one, but Agile doesn't care. He gets a ton of chip damage through, while third party is going to be coming in. Genuine trying to make his way out of her, but you got Arano, the macro demon, trying to find that last hit. Focus attack flank. And was going to make it hard for both of them, though, as he uses those dual blades to back out here with the overhold. Going to force out the first parry. And goes for the next one. Ooh! Traps Arano again. Wait a minute. Genuine's not going down without a fight. Nice little light into parry trap coming out from Genuine. Scale rushing deeper into the mine. Trying to go across right here, but Arano keeping him within his sights. Nunchucks very good on the ground. Genuine needs to pop a heal right now, but I'm looking at the inventory. We don't got no heals. We got 2 grapples to our names. We just don't want to give the kill up now. Start. Rano does get the chip. And with his dying breath, he's like, I will hit you with my pistol for 2 damage. And he goes down.
Arana gets the bow shot to claim the elimination onto Shenyuan before he goes down to that zone damage. Star actually invested that Aka's ultimate too, so he's going to have to be very careful that they don't read out his position. He's going to have to go long way around as Arana puts pressure onto Asia, who's going to drop down and try and chase us. He knows the shield doesn't have the ultimate. And there it is, the zone damage aiding and managing to take Arana down. Asia will be able to pick up the elimination off of the back of this one. This is a rematch if Spider and Frostivus go head to head. Frostivus actually killed Spider on drop. Not sure if we'll get to see it from a replay, but Spider in mid-state recovery. And Morrisal is not really like either Holorov or Padoria in terms of recovering from a drop lost fight. Because, you know, in Padoria you've got things like the Floating Pulse that you can kite over to, with all of the points of interest. And Holorov, you've got all of the unique weather effects where you can go if there's a weather effect going on. All of the troves that have previously been opened will actually end up getting refreshed, so you don't have to worry about other players having already ransacked the area that you travel into. On Morris, the way that you have to recover is either going far out into the very corners of the map, eating sometimes corruption tick damage as you do, so that you can find untouched locations, or you have to hope that you find somewhere that someone has not been at all. As we can see, FX's start setting on up, trying to go for this Realm of Yang. He doesn't have his ultimate. He needs to be in position to grab up that pass immediately. And Frostivus grieves him with the grapple drive-by so that he's not the one that gets to interact with the portal. However, Frostivus isn't able to keep himself in play in that area because of the attention coming in from the Temi, and it's now actually going to pass over to Star, who finds a parry onto Frostivus, who was looking to enter with a focus hit on the flank. Unfortunately, parry being 360 window now as opposed to forward facing, means that Frostivus is going to get punished for it. But just like past the parcel, the Yang pass is forced back into the Justina's possession. We've only got 20 seconds left for Frostivus to have to kite out, juggling the attention of 3 different players as he does so. As TZ5 is juggling the attention of Lipo right now. Lipo looked like he won the fight against TZ5, but didn't want to commit past the Yang pass in case he didn't lose it.
Lipo, what I'm curious about is why are we not healing the armor? We just got half armor up. He's jumping up and forth, waiting to go in. I guess he's min-maxing, keeping his armor pots just because you are slot starved early in the game where you don't have everything open up. Got a little bit of light as they're opening it. You can open up the chest. Yeah. Hey, I'm opening up the chest. No, I'm opening up the chest. Mike also waiting to go into Realm of Yang. Are we gonna get an Edward versus Mike round 5? Got max melee resistance on the OG Mike. Oh, we're gonna get Frostivus versus Mike. This is actually better. Frostivus got him earlier today off spawn. I don't believe they've fought in Yang. Instead, what about weapon? It's gonna be nunchucks, I believe. Oh, the drop. Wait, Frostivus dropped down, parried onto Mike. I thought Mike got the parry. Wait a second. Frostivus has momentum here. Both of them with the flying knives. Half charge. Wait, no. Dagger. Soul break into the grapple cancel, but Mike's just fading away, throwing 1 charges. Wait a minute, we threw what? We're 2-2-5 now. We threw 3 1 charges in a row. Wait a minute, Frosty was just throwing blues as well. 1, 2, 3. Like soul breaks over and over into the what am I watching? We're just birds flying through the blue skies, throwing Vox attacks left and right. What did I just watch? Oh my goodness, holy moly! Everyone's 2-2-5 now.
Oh my goodness, they're just committing the focuses, they're not ulting.
No ult, just focus.
What is going on today? Edward is going to lose the Realm of Yang in the face of the Syra V1 coming over from Wufang. This Realm of Yang has ultimates in play, it seems. I guess the other one maybe had the Q button disabled on their keyboards. As it is going to be Wufang picking up the legendary Hong Sword coming on through. Spider is also going to be able to win his Realm of Yang, and oh, that's really bad news for Mike. He comes out of Realm of Yang, spawns up on his Soul Altar, instantly gets bountied by Shen Yuan. And Spider's in the area too.
Maybe it's a good thing. I mean, Mike's the type of player, he's like, I wish you would. Get the bounty on him, it's like, nice, I don't gotta find anyone, find me. He is gonna be running directly into Spider. Lonnie versus Iol. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Lonnie still wins that, but it's an extended fight. We are gonna get Frostivus versus Wufang. Cavalry Bloom's gonna be coming out. Wufang with cross into light attack. Then Frostivus throws the light attack back with a double pistol shot, shredding up Wufang. Gets that 1 charge off, shredding him out some more. All break is gonna come out. We're gonna move to that second phase. Stina ult, mashing the Syra ult. Frostivus trying to space out with it. Ooh. Wufang super fast, zippity doo-dah just comes flying over there. It's full Sam dumps back in distance. Frost double dodge. It's bedazzled anyway. Wait a second, what happened? The element just went through him. Oh, Frostivus does get caught. His hand caught in the cookie jar. Throws a focus attack. Goes with the overhold. Goes with the crouching LB, and instead we go for the chip down. What the? Oh, we do get a blue armor reset. Wufang does get a 2-1-1, and he is gonna shred up Frostivus. Goofy fights today. Very, very goofy. That's what I was saying, Moxie. I feel like we're in a very heavy focus attack meta. So when I saw a lot of light attack takebacks, I was like, wait a second. Look at this sneaky play. But most of the time, we're just trying to sneak in those focus attacks, those weird grapple cancels, or sneaking in focus attacks. And speaking of sneaking, Spider needs to sneak out of this situation because he got like 7 people around him. Both him and Lipo down to their last leg.
Oh. No way!
Spider gets a kill, but then Burst takes him down. Now everyone's piling. There's the musical chairs of killing right now.
I mean, everyone who has Yang depletion has just converged on Winery. And Forbidden Seal was in play. So that is the signal, Vlad. There's a fight going on. And it was apparently an open invite party, as so many of those players were able to cleanse the Yang depletion. Unfortunately, Edward was not one of them. He can't give his hand away. Unfortunately, it's rather telling if you're the only Kylan currently in this lobby that you're the one with Yang depletion, especially if you're the only player trying to continue this fight. Combo Breaker comes out, puts the pressure onto Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan outside of that Forbidden Seal will be able to come on through with the V3. This is really bad for Edward because he's not going to get the elimination. I don't think he's going to get the Soul Bloom. No, he got griefed out. Rano on that Shayol knew that the Kylan lost a realm of Yang fight, had Yang depletion, was looking for a bloom, and he invests the Shayol F1 to knock Edward off of the Ken so he doesn't get the Soul Bloom. It gets intercepted by another player, and now that kill is still up for grabs. Not only can you get the Temi kill credit, you can get the Kylan if you get the last hit. Edward goes for the overhold of the focus, doesn't get froze dashed into by the T35 Justina V1. However, the knife will take Edward down, and we're down to 8 players in the lobby, and Winery is not seeing any lull in action, especially because, you know, there's a realm of Yang that opened up right next door.
Yeah, everyone is down to keep fighting here. Oh, the sign might come into play. We got a no ult zone as well. Very spicy to be dealing with. 45% though. First does not care about the no ult zone. He is going to find his way safely. Oh, we are going to get a Star versus Frostus, so we get to see a little bit of Star's neutral. I'm curious to see what we're working with. Go with an opening of light attack, 1, 2, 3. We do have Cyan Fang, though. Makes sense. We go for a weapon swap into using our roar, using the F2. And again, light attack openers, we do send a focus attack finally. And now Frostus is like, hey, I'm done with the 1, 2, 3. Oh, hold this 1, 2, 3 for me real quick. Around the corner, we get the stagger, and we switch to fist waves. What is this? We got a buffet of weapons coming out. Another weapon gonna come with the freeze, with the RMB. Wait a second. I see you, Frost. You needed that big damage off the RMB one hit. Doesn't want to deal with shenanigans coming out. Right now we're gonna get Azhao versus Wufang. 2 other really good duelers.
Yeah, Azhao with Palm Lightning does get it parried, has the combo breaker on the Liam to hold on to it though. Wufang goes for the clip of the blue Scarus to intercept with the Palm Lightning. Now he's gonna get hit by that V2. The follow-up is avoided with the activation of the Syra V1. Azhao caught with that Stun Dazzle, doesn't have any more of his ultimates to go for, has to burn all of his stamina as well as pulling out that fan. Just skill rushing, trying to kite out the next Stun Dazzle, doing a very good job of reading which direction of the pillar the Syra is going to look, try and punish. And now without ultimates in play, we go back into the pocket. There goes the focus. Doesn't matter if Azhao got parried, he's got his combo breaker back in hand yet again. And the fan will reside in his palm even longer. Wufang trying to get a heal off behind that pillar. Azhao trying to keep up the pressure to prevent it from going down. And Wufang yet again gets to parry the return run back of the fan. Azhao kiting back, gets the weapon back in hand. Back to back commits the R&B, trying to bait Wufang into thinking that he needed to clang. As Azhao looks for the parry fish, won't be able to find it, gets hit into the uppercut. And finally, Wufang will be able to come out with the win.
Ooh. Back and forth fight going down. Wufang getting the best of the new school, letting Azhao know. But going into the later stages, we still have 8 alive. So still stack lobby. It is Fireflies though. Lobby gets thinned down a little bit faster than normal. We saw everyone piling in to Winery. Azhao and Star both with Yang depletion. And both 1 and 2 for the day. Edward is already full dead. Spider at 21, 225 at 18.5, Arano at 17.5. It's actually, Lobby's pretty well rounded besides verse Lipo, Mike, Genuine. Well, actually, Lipo, Mike, and Genuine.
All out. Yeah.
Well, for us, that's a long day. We got a lot of donuts, you know. Donuts are delicious though, Moxie. Sometimes your gameplay is just delicious. Now,
yeah, but too many donuts, Raven, is not a good thing health-wise.
No. There's no such thing as not too much sweets, Moxie. We are gonna have Star popping the Akos ult. Spider, nice job. Pops the Xiao ultimate at the right time to iframe the first Tiger. Second Tiger is gonna go through, knocking down Spider, but Spider still has 3 shields to his name. Fang is gonna get ahead of him. Spider popping the full shield heal before he gets back and involved here. There are multiple Fireflies start running by, grabs one of them. So the dual blades moving, even. They're zooming with the Omega weapon, as Saki calls it. Just dual blades and dual halberds have the fastest movement. Dagger and Fan beat it for scale rushing, but overall, that army. Wait a minute, I use this spot for hiding. Little, you can tuck right in that little bit of corner, but it's not gonna matter because everyone. This is like one of the oldest hiding spots ever. Star is gonna get caught out right here. Minute and 44. Needs to find a kill right here. No one is really fighting each other though. They all want the Yang depletion player. Yeah, he has
and
to
they all
find
know
out
it's the
where Ash-
Akos. Is the problem? They saw the Akos on the wrong side of the kill feed. There's only one Akos in play.
Yeah, but there's... Well, Azhao is... He's pretending. My man... There is a lot of time to work with. The two main strategies when you do come out around Yang and you need a soul bloom, you can either wait for the buff, so go all the way down to 2 minutes, or you can immediately show aggression coming out. Both strategies kind of work, so we'll have to see. Spider is going to be getting Thyra ulted here. And Azhao is going to join in the battle. The little delay wait's going to put a couple focus attacks into Spider's back. Can Spider survive here, Moxie?
Yeah, but Azhao wasn't able to damage the Shile. He was only able to damage the Syra. So Spider tries to disengage. Star chases onto him. Azhao also trying to chase onto him. Remember, Star and Azhao are the players with Yang depletion. Azhao's even invested that Liam ultimate looks to try and find a grab onto an unsuspecting player when they're mid-run. The fire cage is in play over in Shipwreck, and that might have wrecked Urana's chances of recovering because he was the one that got balled and burnt. Now he's got to use his Shuttle ultimate, disappearing into the many underbuildings. Oh, Shipwreck goes right through the fire cage that's still on the floor, taking that burn tick. But T35 takes Star down. That was one of the players with Yang depletion. He was forcing that aggression to continue. Now it's just Azhao trying to continue things for a minute and a half. Gets the parry, turns through with the first stage charge of the RMB on that pulse sword on Spider's flop state. And now with this legendary pulse sword, he's looking for that last hit. He will be able to find the soul bloom from the body that Frostivus is actually able to drop. Spider goes down, was sent so incredibly low, did not have an opportunity to fully recover. So many players chasing onto him. And unfortunately, Shaol does not have a way of keeping herself healing while still sustaining that mobility. So a well-placed clank coming on through from Frostivus's end took Spider down. And now with the Yang depletion situation sorted, should potentially see a lull in fighting as everyone sets up for the Spirit Well, and this is where it's potentially going to be a scrap right to the death, especially since Wufong, oh my goodness, there's two players with Palm Lightning, and every single player is turning on to the Syra, who gets lobbied out. Wufong has to burn the V1. There's nothing he can do. No outplay to be done, as he's just got to try and put as much distance between himself as everyone else as possible. Frostivus pops the dome. I think he's got the buff too, and everyone is now running to try and find the Sarah, who is out of there. Wufong hiding amongst the plants, all the way into the corruption tick damage, trying to just be stuck behind the hull break. Frostibus has White Tiger's Power, so not Mystic Might, which isn't going to give him the intel of where the Sarah has run off to, but enough time in the zone is going to do enough damage to Wufong's health bar directly. TW5 was the last player to hit him with that repeating crossbow. TW5 will get both the kill credit, and he saw where the body was, so he's got all of the resources that was on it too.
Yeah, just... I thought Frost was going to dive in there and get that last hit, but 225 from downtown gets a musket shot. And now, we got the Justinas running around. We got the Shios still in play, Agile. Then he's alone, Liam. He is going to get poked out right here. A little bit of armor gone. Let's take out the rest of that armor. Nice parry going to come out from Frost, closing the distance. Keeping on top of him. And the Cavalry Bloom! One parry of the Cavalry Bloom is all it's going to take, and Agile is going to be going down. Last 4 players left alive. 2225 at 5. Frostibus at 5. No, Frost. We got to turn and look at the other Justina. Maybe we just like.
No, the Moonbane. Get out of the Moonbane. Frost has been the unluckiest player when it comes to Moonbane placement.
Wait a minute. Why did we fat finger our ultimate here?
Maybe.
I think we might have fat finger. Because I'm pretty sure Star picked up that Firefly on his way through. We are going to get 225 with the Assassin's Lunge versus... what is this? Orano and Agile? Oh, Orano and Verse. Old Dagger, though. He is going to pop his Justina ult. First dash is going to be coming through. Uses it to get line of sight to pop some heals. Oh, but the drop down flank. R&B with the fist blades. Just so much big damage coming through. Brendan said 43 seconds though. Not gonna lie, Justina can definitely kite this situation, but Arano immediately calls out 225. But wait a second, 225 he can't call out me. I am the king of focus attack. Goes an Assassin's Lunge, hits him with it, goes through. Shio ult's gonna be invested by Arano. He misses the grab though. 225 gonna make it to the rooftop, but Arano wants to secure the kill onto him. Frostman's gonna come in with the light attacks. Bobs. 1 shield, 2 shields, gold after Zappa. Now Arano is in a tough situation, has to run away. He does get a choke out onto 225, but it's not going to matter. Frostibus is going to find a kill onto Arano, and we're down to 3, Moxie.
Frostibus has his ultimate back as well, crucially. TW5 currently on the run from the other Lani verse. Trying to kite around Frostibus, wanting to try and take the most value from his ultimate. It's actually going to cancel it early to hold on to the rage and rebuild it faster than his opponent. Now it turns onto that Lani, catches the uppercut into the higher drop down into the cavalry broom. Cook up with the R&B. Frostibus, oh my goodness, we've got Prideful in play. 2v5, not only have we got Assassin's Lunge, we've got Prideful and we're full committing it. The Lani ultimate turns onto the Justina. Frostibus on the sidelines, potentially looking for that third-party elimination. Sees Lani ultimate, sees the triple getting a little bit too close to comfort, goes for the F2. 2v5 losing all of the armor to the R&B coming out from those dual blades. Now stuck in a 2 versus 1 position, and Frostibus with the R&B is going to be able to claim the elimination onto his fellow Justina and takes it to a 1 versus 1, but Frostibus has the ultimate in hand. Justina also from TW5 has got that V1 bolt up. Frostibus matches the R&B into the jump LMB. TW5 tries to run away. Frostibus looks for the dash, gets dashed onto by TW5 instead into the prideful grab. Frostibus losing all of the legendary armor that he has, trying to fight against the dash, doesn't manage to stick the damage with the F2 coming on through. The clank comes out. Frostibus is a little bit too close to the edge of the zone. TW5 thought he could knock it in, but no. Frostibus is able to win, had just enough health. Didn't get sent into the corruption tick damage, was just on the precipice of that corruption safety, and Frostibus will be able to claim the first MVP of the day and the final.
Man, almost a drop round right there. Frostibus, after he lands the freeze onto 2-5, He holds LMB, but I feel like this is just a muscle memory thing. You keep going for uppercut combos in that situation to like half charge it. Or the tap dodge gambit. But because he gets to freeze, because he activates the freeze, does get a multi-hit focus attack off, but 225's F is back up. His combo breaks back up. If Frost just holds an arm B there, it's just over right there. But because of that, it becomes very, very close, and you see 225. I see you, 225. You're trying to push Frost into the zone. He was slowly like pushing him in by playing over and over. He's like, get into zone, please get into zone. Die to zone, no. And it comes down to a sliver of health. Frost barely survives the situation, but clean stuff coming out from Frostivus on his Justina. And what's funny, going into pre-finals, Frost almost dropped Justina for last chance qualifiers in pre-finals, and so far he's gotten an MVP on last chance qualifiers and an MVP during pre-finals. So definitely Justina will be going on to finals. And again, Moxie, I was saying, are the meta picks really meta? Do they really win out? It doesn't look like they're the top three picks besides the Shiloh round that you pointed out, Frostivus. Lonnie and Liam aren't winning the MVP rounds. They're still doing well. They're still getting kills. But do they need to be first pick? I would say a lot of these top players are going to probably be going into the lab and considering, especially on an 8-round spread, they're probably going to just pick their character depending on the map. Because there are 3 maps, but they're also daytime versus fireflies. It changes everything. So technically 6 maps that you'll pick from. So I think it makes a lot more sense looking at the overall standings that you should pick the character that you feel most comfortable with on the map that you choose.
Yeah, I definitely think we're going to be seeing a difference in terms of priority when it comes to some of those heroes. I think like when you're the premier pick, when you're like looked at as the most meta, there's definitely positives to it, but there's significant drawbacks in that everyone knows that you're the premier pick, and they will potentially work with other people who are on, you know, personality picks to lobby you out so that you don't get the opportunity of doing well and scoring high on those really like necessary rounds. As Frostivus walks away 8 eliminations, last player standing, so he gets the kill score multiplier, which sets up a 12.6 game round coming for him. The Justina 225 also going to be coming into that second position. We can have a look and see how that last game affected the overall standings, and we can now see as a total the amount of pre-post points that are going to be coming through. And this is a huge surprise because like Mike, the first time that he won Jacob, it was made so much easier off of the pre-post points that he was able to pick up in the pre-finals. And this time around, he only walks forward with 1.5. 20% of the total points that he was able to accumulate so far today. Star is going to be leading the charge, coming on through with 5, followed very closely by Asia with 4.9, and Frostivus' massive game in game number 6 with the 12.6 scoreline has bagged him 3rd starting position. So we're going to be seeing the group split with Star and Asia in the same phase, Frostivus and Edward in second phase, and T25 and Spider in phase number 3 as we head into the last day of the solos season.
Well, it's been an exciting pre-finals so far, Moxie, and man, looking at the pre-post points, it's really not that much points. But what was amazing about all this is it was a great preview of how explosive finals can be. Like it's not going to be so cut and dry where we're just going to see Mike and Spider dominate everyone. I still believe that the second the league changed the rule that your name does not show in game, this made it a lot better and more competitive for everyone, that everyone really just concentrated on their own game and became so much better. I saw all of the average skill of the league just really step up. no one really gets into their own head, and everyone performs a lot better. As we see Wufang carry 225 with a 211 with the longsword. Just any type of situation where terrain can go downhill, you don't want to be on that other end. We see the sneaky knife reset Edward attempts to. It's not going to matter though. Edward cursing at just how annoying it is to die to Syra, as is going to be looking for the jump parry, not able to get it. Wufang, one with the back-to-back weapon swap, just so much range on the dual blades. We got to slap ourselves. We're getting hit by the basic, simple weapon swap combo, and then the Cavalry Bloom. I thought we only had Cavalry Bloom. We also had the Gold Jade as well. Frostopus had every Jade of Destiny with those dual blades. He even had the presence of mind to switch to his fist blades just to get that single hit RB focus attack. If you do a multi-hit attack, you're able to combo break out, but a single hit, you don't really get much out of. Frostopus able to get a ton of hits off. We saw a great play from here from 225. He makes it max range and immediately pops that second part of the ult that makes your next freeze guaranteed on hit. And then right here, 225 said, push him in the zone.
So
Get in the zone. Get in the zone. No.
It's genuinely so close. I think like that might have been the lowest health we've ever seen anyone be on. That isn't just them dead. 3-5 and Frostopus scrapping it out like essentially just two people on a tightrope with one trying to push the other over the side. So we can have a look and see the Soul Jades that Frostopus was working with. There's the Cavalry Bloom that we got to see, as well as the martial art Octa/Blade. Stormstride also doing significant amounts of work every single time Q was dodging and weaving in and out of those fights, as well as Cyanifying to change the animation and attack with the 1, 2, 3. And we saw the Moonshot Storm that we didn't really get to see coming through from Frostopus. He had that in the back pocket in case he needed to lean on it for something like holding on to the spacing of that Spirit Well, but he didn't actually need to use it. Because remember, everyone turned it onto the Syra, they turned onto Wufang, and they chased that kill down, and Frostopus got the Spirit Well relatively for free.
Yeah, Frostopus, the macro play has paid off for Frostopus this season. He said it during an interview with Jaeger that this season, he's mainly concentrated on the bigger picture. Now, when Frostopus was in SEA, when he was in NA, and he was my teammate, I would ask him all the time. I was like, well, what do you think the best way of playing was? And a lot of the times he'd just be like, you know, I don't really know. I just play by feel. Now, before we wrap up today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have one more interview. That was your Game 6. Don't go anywhere, folks, for some closing thoughts from the lovely Moxie and me to close out this pre-finals for today.
Thank you our two lovely casters, and hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to the post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Star and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，郑新凯先跟观众朋友打招呼。
大家好，我是范布拉斯的 Star。
欢迎 Star 来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome Star to the post-game interview, and you know you're today like leading the scoreboard, and I would like to say congratulations, really great job today. 那我首先就要说，今天真的做得太棒了，目前自己也是领跑积分榜。Okay, so first I would like to know, compare with the Replicage, so how you think about today, your status and performance? 先问一下，跟前天比起来，哎，哪一天的强度感觉更高？然后觉得今天自己打的6场打下来感觉怎么样？
跟前天比的话，关键这都差不多。对我的感觉来说都是一样的。然后第二个问题是什么来着？
就是今天感觉自己6场打下来，自己评价。这样吧，满分100分的话，给自己今天打几分？
打80吧。
80, okay. So for me, I think compared with the day before yesterday, it's like just so-so. They are like the same. But I think a lot of because the Replicage, a lot of players, they really big pressure. But for me, I'm really relaxed, and also today is relaxed. That's why I have good status. And if I have to comment on myself, if the 100 in the 100, I think maybe I will give myself like 80 score. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。So the question is, which hero did FPX ZQ start using in Game 6？这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中，那么我们的江金凯 Star 到底用到的是哪个英雄？说到今天比赛 ，So when we talk about the like matches today, and I would like to know like the because you give yourself like 80 and also you set yourself like game 2 to game 4 really good, and I would like to know so why is like your style is really different from others？ 那我这边也要问一下2个小问题啊，一个是刚才自己说了给自己80分。20分欠缺在了哪里呢？还有一个呢，就是今天其实我们前面也聊到，自己说感觉中间4把打的比较好一点，也看得出 Star 跟其他选手的风格比较的不同。你觉得自己这个风格是给你带来了怎么样的收益呢？有点多。
你给我是什么来着？
哎，欠的20分到底欠在哪里？
啊，现在我感觉就是感觉还是不够强，我感觉。感觉还是有一些地方有缺陷。然后第二个。
说你的风格跟其他选手，因为其实现在在单排当中，我们可以看到很多的选手，他们当用到相同英雄的时候，会去优先去集火掉其他的英雄阵容，然后再去打一个镜像。但是 Star 其实完全没有参与到这种风格当中。
我只是没有那么他们那样，我还是比较敬畏规则的。
我觉得你是自成一派，打出了自己的风格和风采。Okay, so the 20 score for me, I think I'm just a little bit have mistakes and error in the matches, and still think I have to improve a lot. And for me also, why I'm different from other like players, because I have my own style, and maybe this own style will make me have great performance. Okay, I think I'll please prepare and let's start counting. 来把 Star 也给大家来进行一个倒数，好不好？
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请 Star 给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个。
答案是 B。
Yeah, the correct answer is B. And okay, because we are going to have the grand final, and we know a lot of like our fans support you, and I would like to know I lost before the grand final. Anything you want to say to yourself and your fans? 最后啊，马上就要迎来我们这个决赛了。在决赛之前呢，还有一段准备的时间。最后的这个时刻，有没有什么话要送给自己，包括也给支持你的粉丝朋友们？
尽力就好，不留遗憾。
我觉得说的太好了。At last, I would like to say, try my best, and I don't want to have any pity in the grand final. 这个心态真的非常棒，我们只能说期待我们在5月31号的总决赛。We're looking forward to the grand final, and I would like to say, this year, cheer up, Star. Okay, thank you for today's interview. 再次感谢 Star 来到我们的这个赛后采访，再次感谢。Thank you for today's interview, and we're looking forward to the grand final together. And thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our cast.
Thank you, Jaeger. And I mean, we got to see Star getting to talk to our interview and also getting to finish the day in a position that I don't think a lot of people really predicted. So, like, he's saying he doesn't want to play with regrets. If he plays the grand finals the way that he played today, Raven, he has a really good chance of winning because, like, his gameplay, his 1v1s was really, really clean today.
Yeah, I agree, Moxie. Now, there is something to say about when the lights get brighter. Pre-finals, Frost mentioned in his interview that I don't know if all the players are taking this as seriously, because if you look at the points, 5 points for first place isn't that big compared to what you see these top players able to do. The strongest players can do 10 to 12 points in a game. So is it serious? Probably, but it's mainly, I would say, like almost like an exhibition match going into actual finals, just because the pressure's in there, and pressure is what makes diamonds. It crushes some souls out there, but it really makes or breaks the strongest players in the game. And at the overall leaderboard, very surprising to see Genuine and Mike at the bottom because of how strong they are, and seeing at the Star rising to the occasion at the top, Mr. Star himself, and Ajao, and Frostabis, Edward 225, and Spider rounding it out with that consistency. But again, look, 5, 4.9, 4.8, 4.7, 4.4, 4.2. That's like a above average good game for a lot of these strong players. And I would still say, if Mike and Shenyuan are all the way at the bottom, what's very awesome about today's modern Naraka solos is that all these guys can do a really massive game. Now, the initial adjustment with no placement points was a shock to everyone's system, but I would say at this point, everyone's accustomed to it, and we've even seen Lipo have massive games. Now, will they be able to do it? Again, the lights. The lights are brightest when Grand Finals is up. It's not a bi-weekly finals, it's not a pre-finals, it's for all the marbles, it's really for all the clout, and it really solidifies that position of getting into J Cup for free, which I know all these guys want to go. Now looking at the trios schedule, big difference that you'll see between trios and solos is that trios begins with Perdorio and ends in Perdorio, while solos goes in a nice sequential order. Perdorio, Holorath, Morris, Perdorio, Holorath, Morris. Now, I always get the question of why it's that way. It's so in trios you can get a guaranteed first pick on each of the maps. So it's a little bit different than solos, just because there are mainly 3 compositions and only 3 phases of trios. That's what they explained to me at Worlds. So I was like, oh, okay, nice.
I mean, I want to see how many Vipers. Are we going to break the record?
9?
Are we
Can you
going
go
to see
more than 9? I don't think I've ever seen more than 9.
Well, YCG literally broke the bank. They spent 6 hero points. They were in Fades 3 and they spent 6 hero points to be able to play the Viper Tassel Wuchan in one of their games. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're not the only team that decides to go for that right as we head into the Trios pre-finals, which will be kicking off tomorrow, and then we have a week of downtime before we go to the grand finals, which for solos will be kicking off on the 31st of May, and then trios, the very last day of the Nbpl 2025 spring split, will be occurring on the 1st of June, which is right around the corner.
Right out around the corner. Oh my goodness. Especially with EWC being announced this Nbpl season. Very, very exciting to see which pros are going to be going over representing China as well. Like, will we have the streamer side and the other big players up and coming? I know that Mike, everyone sees Mike as the strongest solo player, but right under Mike, OUG has another player that is kind of like the plan B behind Mike, 08, who's been tearing it up as well. All of the pros know him. And even CDY trains with him because that's how good this new young blood coming up. So the future of Naraka looking very, very bright. Extraction around the corner as well. But for this solo pre-finals, I think this was an excellent showcase of what's possible. I'm definitely very happy to see Frostmas. It's all doing super well. It's all about when you peak as a very competitive player. You can peak during practice, you can peak a little bit early in the season, but like I said before, this is the tournament that actually matters the most. It counts towards actual worlds, and that's the $1 million tournament. That's where everyone wants to go. That's where Mike won 180,000. So this Nbpl finals is really the first step in that right direction. It's going to be that first test to see what everyone can do. It's also the last time we'll see this current meta. Everything is going to change after this Nbpl season for the better.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be coming to a close. And speaking about coming to a close, our time on this stream is unfortunately come to a close. So be sure to tune in tomorrow to keep up with all of the Pro League action. Trios will be kicking off at the same time. But until then, from me, Moxie, and Raven PLZ, we say thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you around. Goodbye, everyone.
everybody, and welcome to the Nbpl pre-finals. My name is Hitbrain, and I am joined by Severio. How you doing, mate? Are you okay?
I'm doing all right so far, getting ourselves set up here, of course, for those pre-finals matches and having a good time of just being able to see the communities kind of binding together, considering a lot of news has been broken out recently. So that's definitely a plus on the upside. But also just taking a look and seeing about what today can really offer for us. Getting a chance to see the last chance qualifiers was definitely a big upset for some players, and some, not even to some players, but also some viewers out there. I know you guys are hoping for some teams to come through, but end of the season, all the efforts coming down towards these next couple of matches, and then some once we hit the grand finals in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such an amazing season so far. So all coming down to this. These are your goodies up for grabs. Wow, I can really talk. You can tell it's 8 in the morning for me right now. So if you want to keep your Naraka account, I'm going to start this whole thing again. Link your Naraka account to Twitch, to your Twitch account, and you can grab yourself these goodies that are going to be up here, plus the Answer for Treasure gifts. I've not seen this. I didn't realize you could get the in-game cap. You're not going to get sent a real cap, but in-game cap coming in for answering the treasure. I genuinely have never seen what the Answer for Treasure prizes are, so this is quite surprising to me.
This cap, this baseball cap, to die for. Listen, cosmetic game, it's probably one of the cleanest items in the inventory right now, and it's only going to be given to you guys for answering the questions in chat. And this only goes up until today. It's been going on since we started last chance qualifiers earlier this week, but also grand finals. That's the only times you're going to be able to get that cap, and that's limited time. That means there's 24 hats in circulation on global for anyone watching on Twitch. So do not miss it out. Please make sure you read the question. Spam the chat if you need to. I saw what happened in yesterday, the days before. You guys don't want to miss out on getting that answer right or wrong, and especially considering that this is one of the finite times, just like any other limited time item that's going to be giving out for that item. But switching on back over towards where we are standing, looking at how this day is going to operate. Last chance qualifiers had previously happened, which on Thursday and Friday, where the teams that weren't able to make top 6 in ranking points for the 4 weeks of playing ends up going up in the 6-round format to enter, for the finals, the upcoming grand finals in 2 weeks' time. Now, only the top 6 teams were able to make it, and in this case, that's also applied to solos, where only 6 players were able to go through. For trios finals, in terms of where we're ending up, the players and teams that made it through was from Team Bauta, WBG, JL, ASE, DRG, as well as Wolves. Wolves actually being able to cut through the grind and costing 521 that red line and pushing them right below, which then gave them a chance. And this is an interesting notion. Wolves won last year for grand finals in the J Cup League, coming out from the last chance qualifier, having not enough points to make it to ranking points, whether that's a roster change, whether that's a balancing change and how they're abdicating themselves and adapting to the meta. It's really a big upset. But looking at the opposite end, a team player that's been able to surpass a lot of these guys on the floor, YZG's XJ, formerly from JL, but he's killing it this season, Hitbrain.
I mean, YZG are killing it this season. These guys have been absolutely amazing, and TXJ definitely been one of the driving forces of this team. As you can see, he's got the most amount of kills, the most amount of damage, the most amount of MVPs. This guy has really popped off this season, and honestly, one of the things we talked about, especially at the beginning of the season, obviously it's the first kind of season of the year for Naraka, and for the first couple of weeks there was definitely a lot of teams who were kind of getting used to each other, getting used to the changes. YZG not really making all that many changes, but overall they were able to lock themselves in real easy. As you can see, here is our teams right now, qualified teams right now. YZG didn't get the full quadra of wins. It was actually TE who took our final bi-weekly final, but YZG, OA, GG, SR, OUG, TE, Bauta, WBG, JL, ASE, DRG, and Wolves all qualified. So we are now playing for the last couple of spots right now.
Yeah, because the thing is, I like saying, and I say this time and time again from the seasons past, today's pre-finals, it's like a scrim day, getting used to seeing what can be done. You are clear for takeoff when it comes towards pre-finals to make it to grand finals. But before we then, map rotation different from solos. If you guys are more used to that mode, where trios begins the first 3 maps to be sunny time, which means there's no fireflies in the open field. But rage maps, Hollow Dusk, Morse Island Night, Midoriya Midnight, that's our latter half. That's where we enter into those rage-based maps and is getting fireflies off rip, or even in terms of the middle of fights between the areas, you know, that they have the fireflies to be enabled. And kind of keeping this in notion, right back to that point, pre-finals is basically a scrim. What I mean in that case, instance, is that the players can then start testing out certain strats, certain comps, and allowing for themselves to withstand the limits of what can be normally done when there's no, you know, fear of not missing out for finals weekend or even the last chance qualifier. So having a chance of looking at their roster between the players, they could also take a look at gandering over the roles of certain players. I know certain teams that, you know, one team that can make it go through here, but if we were to have teams that like SS1 or even with GG being able to swap off roles here and there, that would have been a way to see the testing out here in the pre-finals, like where they switch the main roles for their Tian Hai / their Monk, or even going in terms of using support roles for the DPS lineup. And that kind of comes out where today is where they can take that portion of points, even if they don't muster out a lot, they can still take those pre-finals points if they want to do their very best to then earn themselves a lot of, you know, uphead keep for grand finals, where they take that off the rip with off the jump points.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about having, you know, a bit of kind of synergy today and maybe testing stuff out for those finals, but also, you know, about setting yourself up for as good a finals as possible. I mean, regardless of YZG and their performance last week and, you know, not making the 4 back-to-back happen, I still have my eyes on these guys as like the team of the season. I don't think anybody is surprised by that. I don't think anybody else really is looking at other teams as intently as everyone else is at YCG right now. These guys have been crushing it this season so far. But I guess the real question I have for you, as the intelligent one of the pair here, who else have we got our eyes on? Like, who are the other teams that are drawing our attention right now?
I'd say one thing is for certain in terms of teams with, you know, the roster that we have. TE won that week 4-4 final. SR has made it to every single bi-weekly final that I would like, you know, and that's a team that I want to see some work, and they've done work before, right? This is a team that's come off of different rosters from different squads. SR being a new organization this past season, for the past 8 weeks, we saw how much SR has kind of accumulated their names had under that roster of the organization. But then after that, having to see about what this means for SR is, I want to see some, you know, shenanigans. ASC are one of the biggest teams that I have a personal eyes onto. They had to go through last chance qualifiers, unfortunately, but they are one of the more, you know, I got some secret recipes out here for you. I got some secret comp that I want to test out. And ASC's been doing that. Ice Pick, which involves Justina and Syra and Viper, has been something that they've been able to bring out, but also mixing it up with a Wu Chen, Viper, and a Matari at one point. And they were able to bring that out in the first couple of weeks, still making it past last chance qualifiers. And now that's one squad I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, there's been a few very creative teams in the league. You know, the teams like you said, ASC and SR, who've brought out some of these more creative picks. So I'm interested to see if they've got anything up their sleeve for today. Because again, like you said, it's a bit scrimmy today. It's a bit kind of like wrap your head around the various different comps. And I know last time I got to cover trios, it was just after the Taka rework came out, and we were seeing some teams play around with Taka in Monk comps. Although Duncan was very passionate about saying that Monk wasn't the comp for him, and he thinks there's a better comp out there, and the teams just need to figure it out.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious if that is something that's been up their sleeve, or they've just put it in the bin. They've just said, right, Taka's done. It's a solos character. It's not a trios character.
Actually, you know, it's crazy too, because it's like keeping in mind about Tarka and how strong he can end up being going off. It's really dependent on not only to the comp, but what he's got on gear on hand, which is a very tricky situation. You can't have a weapon that he likes to surpass in using. Like a great sword is the instance where it's a huge amount of damage, and with the animation cancels that he's able to acquire himself, he's able to catch targets and lock them down, especially if he's running that V2 variation. But some teams are still using that composition as a fourth pick option, and usually having it to be used in the third or second phase And I think certain teams are getting more used to it. I mean, coming out of the last chance qualifiers in terms of yesterday playing for trios, where that was Friday, this is really where we can see if the players are really getting that notion. Karumi, Monk as his backup, so that's definitely a conversation I want to see, because even with the Tarka and even with the Fireball, he's able to kind of build out a huge vulnerability debuff if he hits a fireball, which then gives Monk a little bit more damage, but 10% more damage to be in fact off of a slam target, and then he can keep the extensions going as long as he can keep the attack buff, which he also gives to Tian Hai in Monk form. So having an attack buff and a defense down, those are two buffs that just goes out in crazy numbers if given the opportunity. But like you said, whether he has the hyperactivity, it's only going to be given to him if he has the gear and he has that motion.
There's had a lot of attention on the Viper comp last week, where teams, in our first 2 games, everybody picked Viper pretty much.
Oh yeah, the 9 pick rounds.
Absolutely bonkers. I was kind of sad. I know some people were very excited by it. I was sad to see the death of the Takeda and Zai meta, because I thought they are the most fun comps to watch. But we are seeing JL running a Matari Viper Syra comp. A little bit different, still looking to put some emphasis on the Zyro, seeing a Tammy version there from OUG as well. Interesting.
Yeah, these are new variations that we haven't seen in anything. This is actually the first time we're seeing these comps, right? Scrimmages, like you said. This is going to be where the practice is for comps and looking at the rotations for who's going to be playing those. Second phase has those kind of informers. TE and GG are taking those down. YZG, this could be a test round for them, right? We could see that. Another kind of informer comes out from WBG. For YZG, I mean, we've seen their practice coming in time and time again. If they have something up their sleeve, if they want to bring it out in the second phase, it would probably be either the Tarka Former or a Common Former, and they're going to go with the Common Former. It puts out a +1 ban for a majority of these characters, actually a +2 ban since there is one in the former half or for the first phase. Our third phase has ASE. That team that has those new comps that they want to try to test out, like the Ice Pick. If they want to bring that one back, they could potentially bring it into the motion. I'm curious though, because Owe and Wolves and DRG, these picks means that Zyphon's the only other available option if they want to choose out Syra, and if not, Viper Wooch and Testas. Now, of course, keeping in mind by Viper Wooch and Testa, like you said, in the past, teams chose her in the first 2, Viper specifically in the first 2 phases, and then some for the third phase, which means there was 9 pick Vipers. And that's kind of the weakness that we would like to see. There's certain weaknesses and strengths to our characters to have. And Viper, seemingly, I know Raven was mentioning it, where she has no weaknesses. Even if you have Matari, if there's a group of Vipers out there, they could really just start striking down. But these are going to be the last second comps. Ice Cream comp for once again in Wolves. Being about the Syra with the Zyphon Syra for DRG, and with the Ice Pick that ASE like to bring out.
I love the Viper Justina comp. I think it's so brutal, especially with lots of monks in the lobby. It's very easy to lock down those monks the moment they transform. I think these are pretty exciting comps to get it going. We see one Sand Siphon and one Zyphon. That is it for the lobby. The rest of it is, these weird variations, the Viper comps or the Ice Pick and stuff like that. It's an interesting game. There will be a lot of monks though. And I worry for those monks because there's a lot of comps that can handle them in here.
Yeah, no, big time. I'm really curious about the Mataris though being slotted in. The Viper Syra with from OUG, that's a comp I want to see the skill selections for the Tumulch at least. Because Baby You playing out the Viper here, Esta's on the Tumulch, and Jingyi on the Syra, this is where I'm throwing things off in the notion. I'm like, okay, so what are we going off on this end? Because the lockdown for Viper and Tumulch was a classic in the pack of the day, right? I think 2022 or so is when we saw Viper and Tumulch really putting the hammer down with locking down targets. F1v1, that variation is going to be for Viper. Very rare have we seen that, and not using F2 there, but the F1v1 as well for ASC's Mist. And then seeing it for, I think Xiao Xiao was using it for JL as well for the F1v1. So all silence, no blow up, no F2, no shotgun blast for a skill. And then having the 5-second stun, definitely going to be one of the more premier options. And that yet we're not seeing the groups of Vipers just yet coming in here, right?
I mean, for me, the Matari refreshing your Fs into double silence could actually be quite scary from the Viper. That is going to be a big thing to watch out for. I think there's going to be a lot of nuance in handling this comp. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it, but I'm going to look at where our teams are dropping as we get ready to go into game number 1 here on Padoria. YCG do have ASE straight on top of them. We have a whole bunch of teams over in the north, SR, Wolves, WBG, and can't make out that last team. Doesn't matter. We're getting ready to go into game number 1. all of these teams are basically just going to be playing around as much as possible to figure out what's good and what's not. As TXJ dropping down onto the low ground. Remember, no Firefly, so no Monk will be coming up fairly soon for him. ASE catch TXJ, freezing themselves for a brief second here. They're just going to back off. F was already used by Miss. YGG trying to make their way forward, but getting caught out by the star from Ham. Miss just gonna have to try and back away. TXJ going incredibly low in the middle of all of this, and it looks like Miss should just be able to finish him up. Going in for a couple of range shots, but TXJ still keeping himself going for the moment. Switch out to the range, finish him up there from Miss. As ASE gonna take this fight easily.
And taking all the gold alongside of the CXZ, gonna be the last remaining teammate for YGG. The sounds was good to mitigate the blue focus, and having the gold focus to mitigate it, not getting knocked back, which allows for this chase to happen. Pole sword aside, CXZ does have ultimate for Kylan. The parry though was nice, it was clean, and we got so much gold, and we have a shot that Moonbane's not gonna be not an option. Over by the Honor Temple though, GG up against TE. There are two teams in terms of the top of the leaderboard right now, and GG has himself to really have it for this season. Having the value of performance is going to be upsetting because TE were the ones who had won that bi-weekly quarterfinals. Having the Kylan Informer going up against GG, a mirror comp, that blue focus spam might come out to work against it, but at the end of the day, I know for a fact TE Xiaonan and his team having all these, having all the value given towards getting eliminations this early on means that they can go to a Twilight's Pass and they can start looting throughout all the gold areas, or rather for all the troves that could be frequent over there, and make their way towards the Tincture Woods. If they want to go east, they could end up going through the Mandate Yard as far back or towards the Statue Workshop. But Azoth Peak is where we're ending up going next. That's going to be where we see WBG.
Yeah, WBG already starting with 4 kills as well. Really nice start for these guys. Off the bat, they got a purple. I think that's a staff. I can't quite make it out on your end. Over in the distance. Yeah, it's got a staff. Purple staff over them. WBG kicking it off pretty strong with JL with 5 kills under their belt as well. Really big start for these guys. Yaran only got the grey armor, has found himself Kakashi from DRG. Healing coming in from the Zip, and WBG, the backup is here. I don't think Kakashi's got any friends nearby, although XR may look for a potential third party here. Dazzle does make the connection onto a couple of members there from Kakashi as they break away. See if SR actually decide to go in for the full commit. They're waiting to see major abilities getting used as Rico tried to snipe the kill, misses it, and backs off.
Yeah, I think they were going to take his notion of going back up north. I mean, WBG getting those eliminations, they don't know what they might have. 5 eliminations on the board, making them the killers with JL, who are also over by the Arcadia region, looking to get the Vulpine's Essence, having not solved the puzzle just yet. It's kind of that notion, right? This team comp is something that we haven't seen, to be honest. And in any case, instance of looking at if they want to earn the Vulpines now, if they're a Rummy Yang team, if they're a reverse ambush team, meaning if they want to go up against the Revolution Teslas in the lobby, if there is any more for them to look at, that they could end up contesting those Spirit Wells, right? Having the outside presence that puts them at the head of the lobby with the gear and with those pocketed fights. But the Matari rotation, like you said, the signs of the refresh, that could really decimate some teams. We are seeing a double group kill, though, for TE as it comes in the hands of Xiaonan. Having a Blistering Edge on Peak, as well as a twin shot. No, a Venom Tip Bar Bolt. This is really strong for a Kylan Informer. If Xiaonan, as a Monk, goes in Vajra state, activates that grab, gets somebody, that Venom Tip can start being built just like that.
Alrighty, well, saying 08. Not really doing much, to be honest. I do want to see JL get into a Roma Yang, though. We got a little bit of time, about 3 minutes before the Roma Yang spawn up, so got a bit of time to play with. And this is now the moment where those teams who lost their drops, OA being one of those, you can see two of their players have actually not got their revives anymore, can just kind of regroup and re-gear. Like YZG basically lost immediately on drop. They should have time to put some gear together that if they do feel confident, they could jump into a Roma Yang. I say that, and it's like a caster curse, because they are getting absolutely rolled. JL take out CXZ. Nice and early in. YZG is just incredibly broken up. I mean, if you saw how scattered they are from one another. QGG's off in one direction. It's a rough one here for YZG. It's TXJ. It's just gonna try and hide behind a rock in an invisibility bush.
Yeah, there's no bell around here. I think he's safe. No, there is a bell. Honor Temple or the Heavens Watch. Oh, I can't. I can't say crazy. What's going on? You know, TXJ though gets spotted out, hoping to see the light of day. Not gonna happen. There's 3 teammates in the Matari behind you on the wall. I mean, there's not many opportunities that you can get out. Now, obviously, one clings to the next. Nice bell usage from TXJ, but this is only going to be the position where he can start running past all the loot and hoping to get money to get his teammates back up. Most likely, you know, for CXZ first, but TXJ, he's going to buy him time, at least I hope. Otherwise, you do see QGG on the map, and my man is just hanging out, probably waiting for the res potential. Because if he figures that JL thinks that he's going to leave his teammate alone, they're going to be totally mistaken if he attempts to get that res. I'm knocking on wood, because that's a cast of curse moment. I already see it happening 5 moves out.
He's actually been able to get 2 grabs off 1v3, which is actually incredibly impressive. Down he goes, picked up nice and easy. JL, they probably don't expect QGG to be waiting here, but they may try and just camp just to make sure, but he doesn't get picked up. Guarantee themselves another kill. JL been having an absolutely killer session so far, and yeah, QGG is just praying that Cuckoo gives up and walks away, but they're going to waste as much time on that Karen as possible, see if they can deny the revive. And then that's going to cost YCG a lot of money to get both teammates back up. And probably is enough just to knock them out of this game. I say that, but so far, me and you have just been caster cursed on loop.
Back to back, bro.
They might prove us wrong here.
I mean, the change to the quest lines is definitely a boon in their direction, meaning that one person can start the quest line and it doesn't need to be where all 3 teammates have the separation of gold. All the teammates' gold given towards a 3-man quest can then be consolidated to only one person. And that really gives QGG the benefit. If he finds something quick, like a blessing quest, where he hits the bell, or if he finds a treasure, not treasure hunt, but if he finds a salute quest, he could end up getting all the gold necessary for at least 1 rebirth charm. Otherwise, he would have to play around in terms of those spear wells. Looking at the gear, Hexer Harmony Spear, Tempest Kick, Sky Punch, and Sap Jade on Xiao Wen, which is massive. And seen an advanced heal on Mist with the Velocity Untold and a Bar Post, Venom Tip. Now, keep in mind about the Fist Blades with Sky Punch. It's now blue focus when he goes for a vertical, so having that is a boon in itself. But ZZZT, Sleepy T, Sion playing. We're going to see an engraving, I believe, on the secondary character, so seeing if the longsword really comes into works. That's just going to be the case for Team Bauta, who are looking pretty good in terms of having only 2 blue armors, but with the purple weapons and those Jades, that could turn around and fight as a Roaming Yang spawns in the next 45 seconds.
So this team's starting to collapse on top of those. I'm just having a little look at the map to see where everyone is. It does look like TXJ was picked up by QGG. He was able to do that. And this is perfect time now to do those quests. Grab yourself your teammate back up and get some looting done, because half the lobby is going to be off in the realm of Yang, which means the odds of running into someone is dramatically decreased. So I expect to see YCG use this as like an opportunity to catch their breath. The problem is the moment they've kind of caught their breath, there's going to be 3 teams running around with Birdflight looking to fight. And yeah, I actually think YCG are in like prime fighting territory. Everyone just heads to the center of the map and fights. So they're probably going to want to get these quests done and actually just get to the edge of the zone and play it safe. I think that's probably going to be the best plan of action here. But it looks like there's a little bit of interrupting going on. Silence comes out onto ASE and the lobbies are filled. ASE are denied.
I want to see SR because they got double palm lightning on build, so that Jade itself, dangerous situation. We are going to look towards GG versus TE though. We're going to see the Tianhai, the Dodgers are already out to play. This is our response rate and seeing who's going to be able to come out on top. Now Xiaonan is taking a lot of blue focuses from these flying eyes, and in the background you can see 330. He's caught in a loop right now. The leap from Xiaonan is trying to commit and stopping the Tianhai for a potential grab. Gives Youth a couple of seconds here, and even without peek pocking out the ultimate, he throws 1 F heal towards the Xiaonan ultimate, and then with it I think LXM might get slammed down immediately. With CJS though, he's making to deny this, and obviously with LXM, this is going to be that silent ultimate if whoever is able to get better value off of the slashing with the teammates in tow.
Looks like LXM got his dashes lined up, is able to land a couple there. GG weren't able to do much with their transform, but with their Kai Lin able to tidy up a kill here. So far they've got the man advantage. 2 versus 3. Youth gets caught out here for a brief second by LXM, gets another dash in. Still got plenty of dashes to work with. Youth going incredibly low. That's going to be the end of the ult for LXM, but with Youth on absolutely standing for TE Xiaonan. Gonna get run down here by GG. Scale rush not gonna matter. It does make the connection, but TE go down. GG. Very, very clean fight for them. Easy victory. And them SR and Bauta all taking the million birds might now. Time to put some more points on the board.
Oh yeah, and then picking up themselves that gold spear now. getting a switch back. I'm not sure that's going to be used. We do switch back over to our Imperial camp where we started off, and this is where Bowda is coming off of a Millions win and into the Yang outside of it against ASC. ASC getting immediately deleted off the miss, and we know there's going to be a chance right there for Han to be an active Cyro ultimate. It's not going to be in good usage. This Tianhai is enough pressure to not want to break that line, or to not create a line of sight. OUG on the outskirts right now, on the Viper with the V1 still available. They find any opportunity right now. It's after the ultimates. CBT though gets metered out with a bow shot. Cuckoo being the result of that. And with a turn to sender moment right here for Baby U is whether or not they can find a lockdown for 1 or 2 players, and they literally can't. Bowda has this to be separated and connected at the same exact time. And as the connections for Blue Focus, since that silence comes out, Jing going down means that even with the Vermilions, he is not dropping any of that gear. The team still needs 2 more soul blooms in the next 3 minutes or so before the Roman Yang comes in.
Everyone's just jumping in, like, it's like fish in a barrel in there. Just getting constantly shot down by all of the range abilities. As ASE chasing onto Bowda's Zem. Last player left for Bowda as well. So OG should be able to finish this one up for himself. Nice and easy pickup, but ASE being chased off a little bit deeper. Can they make the escape is the question. They are deep inside the zone. Baby U got that F available, got the silence lined up as Han trying to make the breakaway. Are they going to check the bush? I think they are. Han not going to survive for long. That's going to be OUG cleansing yet another member. That actually might be them fully cleansed at this point. Or maybe they need another one still. No, they're fully cleansed. They can peace out now. As the ASE are knocked out by OUG at the end of that. 5 kills to OUG. Not bad at all. Now Xiaonan transformed up here. He got themselves in a bit of a scrap as Youth is going to get knocked and almost finished up. The regrab doesn't quite come through. The Muncie transform. Youth, though, incredibly low. TE trying to get themselves cleansed as quick as possible, trying to save themselves from being knocked out of this game 1 as early as possible. WBG, they look for the dash forwards, but in comes the dash from Youth onto the 2 members of WBG. There's a fair amount of damage to them. Nothing too major yet. Pete is going to get Xing incredibly low. Xing caught in the air, finished up by Youth. TE able to put those kills on the board as now with the palm lightning from Leo. He is just throwing those shots out and looking to absolutely destroy through the members of TE. Nice parry comes in onto Yoranda off the back as Youth dashes forward to try and finish up the kill onto Leo, but Leo still holding fast. It's caught by another parry. Youth is going to be able to finish him up. TE's peak, joining up the rest of the team. WBG knocked out. It looks like TE should be cleansed.
Good kills, good turnaround, especially considering that the Kylan ultimate was ended out early. We almost saw that coming into WBG's favor until the lockdowns had occurred. Now for SR, Caging House Wolves, 6 eliminations, beautiful pair from Rico into the R&B, nice selection here. And for the Cena to pop out F2, the armor swap right there for ZK might give him a little bit of a sustain throughout this point, but there's 2 players now onto his back. Rico gets caught with it by the R&B from the Flying Eyes and has a combo breaker, of course. And ZK, knowing this is going to be the probably the end, gets eliminated, and as a result, that's Wolves going down to 10th place. Still having 9 teams on the standby. No teams having Roman Yang depletion, no teams being at that point of losing out their teammates completely. We are going to have a little bit of a replay. Sleepy T up over into the Roman Yang, and they're going up against OUG, so this is going to be where Bowda actually come out here on top.
CCT trying to throw the shots in, but Tammy makes Monk's life hard. So if you lose the circle, ZZT is going to be able to find the grab and the slam. This is the Kylan former comp down to a T, into grab, into Kylan slash after the punch, or the clap if you're lucky enough to pull it off. Down to a T, but they do come in with the Viper, get the catch on before the stun connects, and is able to break away from that one. Bowda took this fight pretty whole-handedly, to be honest, even with only the 1 grab coming in.
It's crazy. Crazy work from CBT. You saw that 1, 2, 3? You saw that sign? Yo, that was crazy work. The extended range for the 1, 2, 3s is definitely something that puts the work, especially if you're backlining it, and not being the forefront. But we are going to look at the builds right here. Jing has an Overlord, has Advanced Heal, has a Fire Zargalak, a Sunwing Shot, Time Escape. He's the best friend of a Monk at any point right now. And then for Sleepy T to get the last second floating platform loot, he's going to go right back into the Ramyang with his team in the squad. 4 eliminations right now for Bowda. And having this amount of gear right now puts him in a good spot to take that frame 1 entrance. Their opponents could be any of the other foes. YZG. I know Beauty's looking to make sure this team comes out on top because TXJ He is waiting this face off against CJS, and CGS, GG as a whole, their gear is not looking so hot. Both of these teams are back on their reset grind. We are switching over toward the Roman Yang. SR, probably the dominating Jade forces in the game, up against JL's one.
Let's see if they can do anything here. They've got Junks, he's got ultimate up, through range shot, ready to come out. Just gonna throw one down the transform, does make a connection, and the damage from the flying daggers melts through One Fang. XX1UO as well, incredibly low. No, one more through range shot actually available for Junks, catches onto him. There's a big heal that comes through onto XX1UO, but he is not surviving this. The flying daggers is just too much. Junks doing so much work here. SR absolutely brutalized JL. I didn't catch that. Was that Moonshot?
No, that was double Palm Lightning.
Palm Lightning. It's crazy that Palm Lightning actually should have been a Gold Soul Jade, man. Like, absolutely bonkers.
It hurts. It hurts. Because that range blue focus is now 4 times. But not only to that, these guys are picking up a lot of gear. I can run on the Jades, but I'm not going to have enough time. Because look, even though they have a Cloud Weaver, Sunwing shot, a Phantom Step picked up, and a Palm Lightning with a Sap on Junks, looking at Zhao, he's the only person with just Palm Lightning. That's all they need. Phoenix Blast was picked up in that Romiang for Rico, and then having Twin Shot, Rupture Gale Orb into an engraving. That's going to be, or not even engraving, a jabbing. That's going to be where the Jades just come out, where SR are the monoliths in the lobby. That Tower of Babylon, language aside, they are going to be the ones clearly put to be the ones on top. But Sleepy T, Bauda taking the Mystic Might out of the Romiang, they're going to make us GG, who are on the cusp of looking to ambush this as a Draco Storm team.
Yeah, I think the bit scary for a few teams of SR kicking about now. If they catch wind, and like you said, they got that Mystic Might, so they can catch wind of people pretty quickly. Right now, they haven't got anyone in their sights. Just playing it a little bit more chill, as our revived teams are looking to find a decent spot to do so. But JL, if they revive here, they're probably going to jump into the jaws of SR. It's quite scary for them, and both of these two teams are our kill leaders in this game one. 10 kills for SR, 9 for JL. Having a very, very good showing here.
You know what's painful?
They spotted out SR, actually. Go on, what's painful?
Painful is that they lost that Volpine's essence. Zhao, Leo having it on standby, that risk of entering the Romiang and losing it, it's definitely going to be a mark held behind them. And the other team knew that there's only one Volpine's essence, so SR is the only team in the know of there being that Jade out of the system, so they could just full send besides the Mortal Defiance. Now that the shop is going to be opening up, teams are going to try to get those Jades. I'm not sure what's in the shop. I wish we knew, but we're not going to get that notion of what's going to be available for the second batch of items that are gold rarity. But JR taking their spawn over by Twilight's Fall. If they end up going east, like you mentioned, they could get into the jaws of SR, or even worse, with other teams like with Bauda or GG.
Yeah, there's a few teams you really don't want to be running into right now. And that Draco Storm, not as strong as once was. Still, you know, I'd rather be fighting with Draco Storm than against it. Just gonna ring the bell and see if they can spot anybody out. SR still on the hunt right now. Not got long left on that Mystic Might. Only 50 seconds of scouting ahead for them. But at the moment, it's a bit of a chill one. Oh no. Oh, they think they're safe. They don't realize they're about to get spotted by the... Oh no. They left their invisibility bush. SR know they're there. Now, I wonder if SR are going to be friendly or if they're going to be aggressive. It looks like they're posturing they're inquisitive sharks right now. We'll see if they take a bite.
Yeah. I'm curious though, because if JL takes the ambush here at pivotal moment, I mean 2 minutes on the Romiang depletion, they just need to be able to snag one here and there. One Fong's the one who can go in and get out, right? If he gets to solo him, he can F2 out if he saves that skill without getting knocked back, as long as the Takeda ultimate isn't an active usage for SR. So worst case scenario, Syra would have to ult as a backup line. She won't be able to pick up soloms, so she has to be that first person if possible for the, for the effect of the Yang depletion to get rid of. That way she doesn't have to spend as much time in ultimate. She can just use it to peel away while her teammates are looking to lock down 1 or 2 foes. And that's that point, right, where the Viper and the Masari, they could work in tandem. I like seeing the Viper with the F2. The double silence works out if you can catch up to your target, but the blow up, right, being able to confirm a knockback that's full focus gives Matari also a way to extend out here with the thrust. But looking at JL, they have a chance of actually anticipating this fight up against SR, and they're proccing Motario and Syra off of it.
GG just trying to put some damage out here. You see the silent, the ultimate from the Viper. A lot of people down. Dazzle's going out from JL, continuing to try and assault forwards onto SR. But SR actually starting to go out on the lower end of this fight right now. Very, very tight one. Junks has remained untouched with that golden armor. JL, Cuckoo able to get his Dazzle off onto him, but finally does time out on the ultimate with the Fu Ren Sharps coming out and those Palm Lightnings. SR starting to take a kill. XX1UO will be going down in the middle of that as all of the third parties are coming in. GG, take this as an opportunity to pounce Cuckoo. If he gets the attention turned onto him, he will go down so fast. Half health, no armor, just trying to chase forwards onto Junks. Gets hit a couple of times here, and now he's too low. Finished up by the cannon from CJS. Junks making an escape, using the movement from those ladders. His SR also going to be losing a player. Xiao going down. One Feng caught by the dash. Finished up by GG. Just coming from a beautiful third party, stealing everything away.
Another ambush, man. GG worked it out flawlessly. 5 eliminations so far, and SR acting shambles, losing out. Not only to their placement for the points, but also the placement in general in the match. And taking away all that gear means that this can now be liquidated and diversified for all the players. DRG in the mix right now, having all the ultimates ready to go as his Zythan Syra, having Dongqing on that gold armor now, giving him the time to heal while he's pressuring on with the Toxie. It looks like whether Wuxia 98 doesn't even need the proc ultimate here. He's probably seen the Viper ultimate to be procced out earlier, so knowing that she might not even be able threat, I should say, for OUG. They're the only Viper comp left in the lobby. This Draco Storm, though, for the Spirit Well gives Bauta a little bit of that gain that they've been looking at. They're using the Vajra early, and then now it's going to be time to kiting out. TE are right there on standby. Xiaonan will most definitely be at an iframe 3 with ultimate and contest the clearance of the Spirit Well. But when the 8.5 minutes go down, SR are going to be one of the few teams left out. This means that there's 7 teams left to go here into these final moments for round 1.
That is crazy. SR honestly looked like they were set up to win the whole lobby, and 11 kills is a good number to put down as game 1, so they can't be too upset, but that fight just baited them in and the whole lobby collapsed in. And that's the problem, is the circle's too small to be having like a 1v1 fight with another team, because you know it's not going to be a 1v1. You are going to get jumped by the whole lobby, and as soon as people watching on saw how many ults were burnt, they just immediately jumped in, knowing it was free for the taking. GG, definitely the biggest benefactor there, able to take 2 of the kills away. As YCG are actually looking to play interrupt on TE and Bowder here. Everybody's playing this real chill. GG, also putting their name in the hat to see if they can start a cap, see if they can try and hold this one, but it is just a it's probably about to explode over there into action, I reckon, because it is a Draco Storm, and I feel like half the lobby wants it.
Oh yeah. Now I mean, even looking at that, that's armor and supplies on refresh. So having that on standby puts them out to just have this gear for endgame. But pulling out to the 5-minute mark, right? That's where it's really going to be hard to tell if that Spirit Well is going to be cleared before them, because that's when the last Moonbane, the Moonbane that covers majority of the area, it can deny that Spirit Well altogether, and then they have to make way towards the new one. We are going to take a look and see. OA was looting out the bodies, and they had all the time in the world to loot the bodies. And for OUG and DRG, they were on standby. The shop rotations, the balance that the teams are making happen. I mean, even though they're not anticipating a fight between one another, they just want to make sure they can place out for final circle, and then knowing that's just where we're going to translate into grand finals. It's because they want to see, you know, if whoever's ambitious, whoever wants to take the fight right now, they're going to disturb the peace. And the piece of cords are going to be broken, and everyone's going to go ahead and blow them up. But that's also the case scenario. They know they don't want to play that game of chicken due to the other teams. If they're watching, they see the investment for skills to try to play defensively, and they see what's needed to kill-wise, that they can go ahead and strike in. That's where Bauda's XCM is wanting to proc out here, because they had Spear Well, they procced it out, they have refreshes on standby, so it's whether or not they want to create that pressure that's putting out OUG, so Jinyu, for example.
Yeah, able to lock them down. Zinyu goes down. Zen with Draco Storm now. And plenty of dashes. Not going to do much more off that. Does just get the refresh on their ultimate from catching the Spirit Well. Everybody else is sent scattered as the Bane's Breath comes down. The final Bane's Breath of the game is OUG aren't going to be able to pick up Zinyu in time though, thanks to the Sandstorm and the Draco Storm, making it quite dangerous, quite treacherous to step forwards. They are going to be able to get themselves back on their feet off the back of that one. It's definitely a rough on losing the kill, but not the end of the world, as everybody else is just going to kind of cower on the other side of the Draco Storm. There's a big collection of teams here. Bauda with that Draco Storm, very scary. And the big thing about this is they've got this Draco Storm, capturing that first Spirit Well, the first of the final Spirit Wells, kind of guarantees that this next one will be yours as well.
Oh yeah, and then kiting the buff makes it a lot more difficult with this Draco Storm Part 2, Lajabulu. For the teams to try to convert for that, they have to confirm something to be used from from Team Bowda. They have to make sure something big, like an ultimate skill breakdown. They can counter it, they can, like Kataxi right now, he's using Syra ultimate, Viper ultimate from OUG's Baby U. Try to force off and seeing if CPT can get focus fire from the lobby. The shield wall is going to protect him, so anyone within the bubble, they can just go ahead and try to shelter him out. But look at the sustain. My man is surviving with the will in the way and not even losing more than 2 health bars for that white health. CPT having a grab potential for one of the targets in the air. That's just him just buzzing around, getting a grab against Kakashi outside of the Syra. There is no shield. That Flamer is going to come out here. The team's going to get a 1 team member down for DRG. And with the Spirit Well at 75%, all other teams are looking to try to convert for this. Like always, CPT is making sure that CPT post-ultimate is going to be the one that's going to go down in here for Team Bowda.
Yeah, well, with the fact that they got that Draco Storm, they were able to put some serious damage out, but OA haven't been able to get control of the area. You hear a rubber chicken going crazy in the distance there. GG CJS now jumps in, transforms, tries to take control of the area. The zone's moving in, though. People there backs to the wall. It actually looks like GG may just be the team to cap this. Bowda, 9 seconds left from the Draco Storm. They're going to try and step in and just get a little bit of extra damage off. See if they can capture it away, but no, I think Bowda are just going to have to give it up. GG secure themselves the Draco Storm. And Bowda, it felt like they had that locked down, but the whole lobby made sure they didn't get 2 buffs back to back. It's GG who have genuinely been kind of performing incredibly well today, just sitting back and kind of picking away the kills when they come up. And you know, they haven't quite got the SR or the JL kills, but they're still in the lobby, unlike both those teams. 5 kills can easily turn into 10 at this point. 3.5 minutes left in the lobby in this game 1. GG, what can they do with this Draco Storm?
That'd be great to see, because you can see CPT is spamming out those twin shots, and with the Meteor, that's direct line of fire on anyone hiding. Like the DRG were, as well as the OA, they were both partied up there, you know. The mob mentality. Of course, DRG, Wusha 98, he is at the point of death. If he finds an armor swap, which he did, all he's got to worry about is burns. The Kylan ultimate from GG's LSM, though, is making it a little bit hard for him to go for those white health heals with Vitality. Having LSM looking in front of lockdown gives another opportunity for him to get the kill steal. If any other team wants to go for the range shots, they will definitely look for it. GG's Draco Storm, though, is doing a good amount of work for LSM, but with the Matario, it gives him another time for Wusha 98 to dash off, but he gets caught. Wistros had everybody's meter jumping CPS as a result with the crossbow bolts, the cannon shots, with every single ranged weapon in the pocketed of the field of play. 17 players in the realm of things, with 19 players total, where one team of 2 could be had. DRG is actually the solo players so far. They only have 1 player left, and that's going to be their Zai. But for OA, they're still rocking a party of 2. And with the full stacks of 3 teams with the Kylan formers, this is not going to go anywhere other than who has the better tin high in play.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to that very, very monk-centric lobby. And honestly, a final circle, which isn't awful for Monk. There is still places to evade and not be caught. It's not completely open space, but should be okay. TXJ going to be forced to transform early here. He got chunked out really low. It's just going to jump up onto the high ground. You see that Draco Storm procking off in the distance, but TXJ is just being shoved back. And YZG are unable to step forwards and find themselves an opening into this one. There's just a cluster at the bottom down here. Everyone's just getting hit by the Draco Storms. It's just raining down on to the members of TE. GG just helped control it so effectively. KGG now low HP. You can see that YZG have lost their monk transform. TXJ is going to come in, and Baby U jumps down potentially with a tactical nuke. Jauna, good transform at the right time just to get himself evaded, but 3-0 is caught inside the zone, and he is burning low. Is able to make his way forward. He can keep himself going for a little longer. As CGS trying to just play the shove game, knocking back into the zone. Gonna jump on, gonna jump down. There's a big slam off here, as it's a double grab for ZZT, but he can't finalize the kills. But CJS can. SF goes down from that clash, as now he is just got the sustain, got himself the ability to stay alive. Zinyu trying to rain some damage down, trying to also avoid all of these monk grabs that are going to be coming in onto them. They've still got the ability to get onto this low ground and break away from the monks for the moment, but DIG are actually the ones to start cashing in on a couple of kills. Bowder also getting a few off the back of this one. LXM using the Kylin dashes as the zone collapses in to cash in on even more kills. GG 7 kills deep right now as they are not done with this lobby yet. LXM still got a little bit time left on that ultimate. It's just going to dash forward once again. Everybody else is now being forced down onto the low ground. TTT able to try and find a grab. Actually doesn't make the full connection as we see a Viper try to stun the lobby. Baby U is denied by the grab. Punched back into the zone. And GG are starting to take kills left, right and center. But TXJ is doing his best as well. I don't know who won this lobby. I think CGS is just going to try and out-sustain the rest of the lobby here in the distance. He's got the bell. The lobby falls. And somehow GG are the last team standing.
Absolute gameplay mechanics from CJS, knowing that all the players are going to be in one area. He deforms across the wall. He gives the team enough chances to survive for placement, and with the multiplier, they're definitely taking that MVP with justification. 4 Highland Formers teams on standby at the endgame circle, having all the ultimates being rotated across the field. TXJ actually having an opportunity of proccing it twice after having to use it as a defensive measure. Guaranteeing that he was able to survive as long as he was able to after YG's rough start, but then all of a sudden, all the teams just consolidating near the stairwell and then getting locked down left and right. Blue focuses spam. Viper ultimate being denied from Baby U, getting contact grab, pushing out that pressure that would have given OUG a little bit more leeway of getting those last hit confirmations and not giving that opportunity to really put that Viper team down for the Sunder. But round 2 comes in here for Hollow Rock Sunny. After this first round though, GG had taken his MVP with the notion, looking past in terms of what the players were getting done and having the study sessions we had prior towards round 2.
Remember, while YGG have had an amazing, amazing season, these guys are the domestic champions. These guys didn't win Worlds. Wolves were able to sneak that one out from underneath them, but GG won both domestic titles last year in spring and in summer. They are a team who everybody's had their eyes on all season long, and it is a nice way to open up your pre-finals with a good victory, especially when a bunch of the other teams were really popping off. Like SR looked so stacked in that lobby, so did JL. They just got themselves taken out a little bit too early, and GG able to capitalize on it off the back of that one. So nice opener there for GG. I'm sure they're very happy with themselves off the back of that one. Now, as we move into the second game, I'm going to be curious to see, what YCG's game plan is, because, we were singing their I was singing their praises at the beginning of the day, and, they kind of crumbled. They kind of crumbled last week, and they're crumbling now. Anyway, how many players chose Kylin in game 1? Was it 2, 3, 5, or 7? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Let us know. Check your whisper box, because that's where you will be notified if you do get the answer right and win.
Yeah, and this is going to be for that cap. This is what I'm saying. You got to make sure the answer is right. You got to make sure you're spamming it out. And and like I said, it's got to be in Twitch chat. I know Viper's over there in the YouTube chat. I see you, my boy. But here's the thing that comes out, right? With the matches coming into round 1, the off spot for fights for YCG didn't work in their benefit. They got knocked down. They were looking for the reset route, and they still got hunted down. And they got hunted down in the worst case scenario, right, off the reset. And that reset value means that they have a certain padding that gets studied. If they were guesstimated on losing, if a certain team figured that they're going to be in a certain phase, and then having their location of which comp they might be, if they see that loss, regardless they know who it is, that's a big brain play coming out. Regardless, GG first place, multiplier, 16 points earned out, 14.5 for Bowda, SR with 11.5, 9.5 for JL, OUG with 9.5, 7 points for TE, while YGG took 5.5. WBG earned 5 points. ERG and OA both earned 4 respectively, and then with ASC with 3 points, Wolves was earning 0.5 in 12th place. Kind of going off and mentioning with SR, they got eliminated pretty early on. That 0.5 placement points really is the designation for that. GG position though, 30,000 damage nearly for GG's AS. If this man's not taking MVP, I don't know who is. Because obviously with CJS playing at the Monk, he was able to get a lot done. And I saw how many grabs he was able to attest to, getting single slam downs, getting double slam downs. However, which way, he's also getting healed back with that V2 variation for the Tianhai. And if Zip Ping's on the field with 3-3-0, he's activating his V1 ultimate. That increased healing just propels it even further. And then with Kylan to follow up with him, in case he gets any slam downs, we'll just have those regrabs. We already get some clips and highlights though, brought to you by China with the game comps from the MVP.
I mean, GG just looked very crisp. This is the GG we remember as well. You know, we talked a lot about how LXM was putting 30k damage out.
别的没睡觉，
Ritrio put the
别的
second
没事
highest damage out on
我
this
别
team.
杀，别杀，别杀，别杀。
He did
我
20k,
屁股，
but he had
别
5
急，别
sides.
急，别慢慢来。
So, I mean,
大火，
that
连到了，
probably
到
tells
没
you
到手，到
everything
没
you
到
need
手
to，know.
连到，连到后，
Really,
还
really
有，还有，
impressive
还有。
stuff coming in from these
我票张
guys.
琴，张琴没收接，张琴。
I'm really curious to see because this is where that blind nice damage scaling comes out to showcase from specifically being at 20k near and then looking to go ahead and be as mobile as possible. The zipping player, right? If it's like a player with ADHD just going crazy, go okay, let me heal, let me go ahead and damage, let me go heal, let me switch off a weapon, let me go right back into it, right?
我的手，给我手，
flawlessly.
有了，有了，
Monster
有
comes
飞刀。
out. Remember the days when he was platinum blonde? He's definitely going platinum right now. They couldn't get no to showcase for it. He's throwing out all the horizontal quick amount of damage, short amount of time. He's being mobile with it. He's actually slamming these guys back and forth with the berries. And even though he gets stuck in that area, the Island Ultimate from LXM, kill confirmed. He knows that he can go ahead and try to keep the healing sustain for his team. And he tries to space out, gets one spot. There were a lot of group kills in this match, I'll be honest. Seeing whether or not he was able to have that group kill on standby would have been something that could sustain, And even though 3-3-0 was in the Denizen, this is where everything happened. This is where all the action was occurring, where everyone was stationed over by the stairwell. Bible denied. I know for a fact that even though he took his second death in terms of the team, this is going to be where that Tian Hai in the back line really came out the clutch.
Yeah, well, that is our MVP as well. CJS, 29,000 damage, 4 kills under his belt. Huge performance, 2 now, Sap Soul Jade, Arm Lightning, Damage Reduction, Twin Shot, and Health Soul Jade over to them. Did 13,000 damage without a weapon, that's ult by the way. Oh no, wait, what? Oh, guess that is ult. And then 5,000 with skills and ultimate. I am so confused by the way that is worded.
I'm trying to think about that. I'm gonna assume that's just slam down and skills and ultimates are like leaps. If he pushes them to leaps.
Yeah, that must be it.
Maybe? Potentially? Never seen this actually.
Unless that guy was the best slapper I've ever seen. Just ran around with no weapon for like the first half of the game.
Oh my god. He slaps 13,000, man. And then the crazy part is,
just give the guy the title now. If you can pull that off in a professional game, just give the title over.
2025 slap champion CJ. That would be crazy. If anything comes out though, damage to that weapon most likely ties to his ultimate. Stand down. If not, Draco Storm at the end of the day. But like I said, PG coming out here for MVP for the first round. A good come up. Like I said, domestic champions last year coming out for spring and summer, and then going off on this end. This for the pre-finals, allowing for us to actually put us into Hollow Rock. Seeing how the rotations come out for skills, not a lot of Viper, Wooch, and Test is coming out for that first 3 phases, or in terms of this first round, where we should see them in rounds 2 or 3. But like we said, things can change. If teams are looking to try to test things out, like we saw from ASE, like we saw from JL. Is it working out? Somewhat. Some teams that really propelled themselves out, SR, they were geared up for endgame. They were 100% the team that would have been the contesting team for first place.
Yeah.
Let alone though, was the fact that if they put themselves out of position, everyone finds that one slot and just goes in and knocks them out piece by piece.
I mean, SR, how they got knocked out of the game makes sense, right? Like, they just full sent it into JL, which was just a total mistake in a lobby where, you're not in the final circles, but like you're at the start of that end game, right? Like, it's very, very close. A lot of teams are still left in the lobby. You've just had everyone kind of finish up all their Roman Yang stuff and kind of they're all cleansed and everyone's all refreshed and there's no more of that panic. And then they just like full send it into the enemy team, into JL. And then the whole lobby can see it. And the whole lobby can see that all ults get burnt. They see 6 ults go off and they go, well, that's 6 people who are very defenseless right now. So the whole lobby collapses in and kills them. Like SR, it's a mistake that is, they shouldn't have made. But like, I understand how they got knocked out of this game. For me, YZG are like the one I'm starting to scratch my head about, because for the last couple of weeks, YZG haven't really been on form, and that's surprising because for the first 3 bi-weeklies, they were the only team anyone could talk about. Like, these guys were absolutely crushing it, even in the regular days, in the bi-weekly finals. Like, didn't matter when, YZG looked like the best team in the league, and right now, the last couple of weeks, they've really been struggling. I mean, losing their fight off drop, kind of playing on the back foot for the whole game. running around spread out and losing a player who was just isolated and then having to go get them back up and then spend some money to revive and then spend all your time, all your game recovering. Like, I don't know what's going on with YZG because it feels like, you know, it's only one game to be fair, so maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but from the games I've been watching of them recently, they've not really been quite as on form as this team who have been dominating the split as, you know, we would have expected or liked from them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's kind of like the notion and what was brought on in week 4. I mean, like you said, the last couple of weeks, performance kind of coming through here or there. Of course, they qualified for finals for week 4. It's just seeing where the performance comes out for finals and now to this. Yeah. And kind of looking into seeing about what week 4 brought out, which was the newest patch to be involved. So if there's any changes from that, whether it's the shadow corruption damage, whether it's like the character choices that just got uber buffed or uber changed, seeing how they feel about it. And it's like you said, they really full sent it against JL. And the crazy thing is that we saw Matari be the initial, you know, user. Then we saw the Tumult, then we saw the Takeda, then we saw the Syra on both ends. And then all of a sudden, the Viper ultimate comes out. Takeda's by himself. They looked to lock him down. They tried to, and they started moving the fight away from where they were initially at. And they moved it southbound and moving it over toward the northeast of it with the Hollow of Eternity towards the Hollow of Military. Once you're pushing past that point, you got so many options for where teams are looking to rotate. The bells coming in from the west side, since the circle is kind of closing in, means that they could hit the bells and they can keep moving east. And there is a bell right there in the northeast corner. If they wanted to make their way towards that, they could end up seeing everything being unfolded as they spoke. And that means any teams that we saw, right? We saw, I can't remember the team that were rushing through for Arcadia, past the Mystic Might teams, and then they just showed up right at the most opportune moment, given that any other squad could definitely take advantage of, and especially considering that they just got a whole amount of loot because of those dead bodies.
Yeah, I mean, it was GG who kind of benefited the most from that fight because they just jumped in and stole a couple of kills. But GG were very good at that. They were very, very good at reading the third-party situations that were given to them and were able to take themselves that victory. But, you know, that is obviously game 1 done. I'm going to be interested by game 2, what the hero select looks like, because it was more experimental than I expected. We still had like things like the Viper and stuff, but only one Xiphon and only one Sand Siphon. I mean, we didn't see the Xiphon for long. They were knocked out real early. But yeah, we had comps that have been dominant for such a long time here at the Nbpl have just kind of fallen a bit to the wayside, and this Kyle Informers has kind of always jumped back. It's like everything, you know, like how everything evolves into being a crab? You heard that theory? I feel like everything just evolves into eventually being a monk better again here in Naraka. Like it always circles back to monk. Oh, Kylin, he used to have his own cult when Hardy was a guy, but now Hardy's basically dead. So Kylin goes in monk.
Kylin, monk, who'd have thought, sword in hands, and toe, bro. It writes itself.
It always goes back to monk.
It always goes back to monk. And that kind of worries, you know, some certain teams to kind of see where he best fits. I mean, we've seen it with Tumult, and with Zai as a companion. Tarka now, right, being the more newer, you know, variation after the changes. Whether or not that's going to stick the landing, as many teams can actually offer themselves to playing Tarka. I know JL would like to play that out, especially JL. They'll definitely want to take the notion. I'm curious if SR wants to take the Tarka former with Tianhai. It's all about whether or not that support line is to be invested as either a Syra, a Syra, a Zipping, or a Kurumi. And they're taking Kurumi because the Zipping can be used in 2 different separate comps. If they're using another they're using another pick for the Tianhai for him to have Kylan, and if not, they're using the Zipping for something else entirely because they definitely want to use Syra for any of the Xiphons and the Sand Siphons. That's a huge investment. And a lot of teams actually can take a look at using the character 3 times, but we've rarely seen a character be chosen 4 times in the Pro League. So looking to lock around and working with Syra, if they were to use the character 4 times, a single hero 4 times, they would have already cost themselves 8 points, which leaves them only 1 point to spare if it's for a phase 2 selection process or even phase 3 for a +1 ban.
Yeah, it's the hero selection rules are really, really important. That's what was interesting about like last week, where in our final day of qualification, where we saw, you know, the all Viper picks, like YZG put themselves on the back foot for the entire day because they spent all of their points in the first 2 games and had 3 points for the rest of the day. I really liked the way the hero points work. I actually would like to see them slightly more aggressive, which might be quite controversial. But I'd like to see them more aggressive just so the teams are forced to kind of really think about how they expend their hero points throughout the day. I guess there's always the world in which like it becomes a bit too formulated and solved, because I feel like solos suffers from that, where like the hero select order is basically solved until the last two, and then it kind of just comes down to what you're more comfortable with. But like, you're always going to see Liam or Sheol, and you know, you kind of have like a pick order in solos, where in trios we do roughly have a pick order, but there's, because of the hero point system, people can be a little bit more flexible. It's WX98 got his jacket on backwards.
Uh-oh.
Did he not know how to dress himself?
That's great. No, it's a new fashions friend. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Setting himself up, making a statement.
Welcome to Naraka. Our players can't be dressed.
Well,
dress
Naraka,
themselves, at least.
we got bandanas, we got jackets, we got heat pads.
And
Starting to win
backwards
this.
jackets. Yeah, it's
I
like a
always
cap. He thinks it's like a cap, so he can wear it backwards.
I swear, man. You know, the varsity jackets for JL though were kind of clean. I'm not gonna lie. Just looking at those jackets.
A lot of the team merch is clean.
Where's the shop? We're gonna get those. Yeah, besides the point. Talking about JL. One Fong leading the troop out there in the distance with Zhao Zhao, I think being really a strong pickup for them. I've been saying this in the past. I think Zhao Zhao Liu has pretty much one of the faces in terms of JL now to be considered. Being one of the better teams in the roster to like carry out the deeds. Now, like I said, JL didn't have as much as a great season as they once had, just because losing out on VVV for a temporary period of time and hoping to see him get better. It's also to notion that they just labeled have lost one of their key pillars of the Rocks, you know, to hold the wall down. And Zhao Zhao has a big responsibility to kind of be there for that third slot to then go into this league. And now with the team making it to pre-finals, kind of really hoping to see if JL really has things to test out still, if it's like we saw in the first round, and if we can see the performance kind of coming out, just like how GG won out the MVP. Teams that we've seen in the past having the results of being crazy, going stupid, but then losing out here one of the most critical moments. And that's kind of the worst case scenario. If the critical moment is when we go into grand finals, but for today, like, we can see everything coming out here for game 2, coming right up with the face pick selections. Hollow Sunny going to be our location, and for the location itself, the faces do swap over. And that's going to be where WBG, TE, YCG, GG, they take the first phase.
Alrighty, well, see what these guys have got in the bag for this next game. Probably a lot of Monk again. Seen a lot of that. A lot of Monk, a lot of Viper. Probably going to be my guess here. It's interesting how the Siren nerfs really did hit the Syra comps. Like, all the comps that use Syra just fell off so much in the pick order and in the priority after the nerfs to her. I mean, it was needed. Syra was absolutely dominant. But see what these teams are going to have in their bag right now. I'm surprised we haven't seen a single blind date come out. Ice pick for both TE and GG. Interesting. It is very scrimmy. You're right, Tavario. You know, teams are kind of just like picking whatever they like and kind of just figuring out what they want to be playing. Another ice pick here for WBG. YCG do go for the Sand Siphon. Good to see, but ice pick is increased in points going forwards. Expect this to probably be a bunch of Monks then in our second pick.
Yeah, I'm kind of really curious and seeing about the comp. With Ice Pick actually getting word in from CN, they got to the translation is now ice cream.
Yes, it is Bing Chilling.
Bing Chilling. And I'm like, hey, yo, perfect. We got ourselves the comp, the funny comp. But more importantly, this comp actually bringing it out in the Hollow Rock is something that we've seen having more success. And although the Viper Witch and Teslas would have came back sooner, if anything, if they wanted to test it out, that might have been a testing period, to be fair. But now having Ice Cream to be the first pick for Hollow Rock, we've seen it in the past, and it's succeeded. It's succeeded big time. YCG actually being one of the teams that really worked well with that comp. So having that in the first phase, definitely going to be the available option, and they'll make sure they have it. Colin Informers, they'll come out here for both Bauda, JL. Seeing how there's a 2-point ban, SR will burn it for the Sand Siphon Syra, and another Colin Informer for OUG, finalizing our choice picks for these phases. So, kind of seeing about whether ASC Viper can be distinguished because of the comp selection. I'm curious to see if the team know that this team is running said comp, because they're one of the few and the only teams to be running it in general. And if they spot them out, they'll know exactly who they're going up against.
Oh, getting number 2, getting underway. Move off to Holoroth for this one. Happy to see a little bit more sand siphon. I mean, Holoroth is a very sand siphon centric map. We see a lot of teams pull this off over here. I feel like the blind dates are getting saved for this latter half of the day once we get onto those Firefly maps. Very, very effective at using that, but have a look at what everybody is running in this game. I mean, it's really normally the Vipers which are the most interesting. Everyone typically runs the same thing across the board. There's only one Viper in the game. That's ASE on the Bing Chilling comp. F1v1. Okay, pretty standard now.
Yeah, I was looking to see if it was going to be a V2 and seeing if they want to go mobile with it. Just because Justina also allows for it, but the V1 stun, giving knockback from Syra and a freeze from Justina, that lockdown potential is going to be strong if they can get it, especially against the Fairy Shens. But yeah, noticing how YSG weren't one of the teams to pick the ice cream comp, they picked out the Sand Siphon Syra. They'll have that available. CXZ actually opting in for V1 variation. He's going to be having something to work with a 16-second ultimate, while SR Zhao has a V3 variation, as well as with Meng. So having 2 different Temies on that V3 variation means that they can spam out the wisps, and with CXC, he can have the duration for his ultimate to keep a defensive measure, and especially if QGG or TXJ needs to try to lock it down. Something that we at YZG has actually been able to perform out pretty well is when they find one person, like a Syra, burn her combo breaker, and as a result, CXZ would then proc out his ultimate at the right the precise moment is an understatement. My man pops the ultimate, and they fly right into the wind wall, and then they can throw a wisp and is starting pelting the shots. But we have our options right now for the drops. Hitbrain looking to be pretty spread out, but then again, looking at they're looking to be in the normal spot, the Imperial Village.
Remember one of the things that got changed with Tammy a couple of weeks ago when we got onto this new patch is you don't refresh your wisps walking through another Tammy's wind walls. It has been changed. That Sandstorm does not refresh your wisps anymore. They used to be able to play off each other, but not the case anymore. Mostly aimed at solos, that change, actually, but it will potentially come up this game. Fairly large spread. GG doing their standards drop, though, over by Imperial, right in the top of Imperial Village. YCG plumed, actually. They don't normally drop plume. That's interesting. See what these teams have got in the bag. As WBG and SR, right next to each other. Junks has already got himself a purple weapon. Does want to rejoin him up for the rest of his teams. He's just getting battered back here. All of his armor's going low. Where's the rest of SR to come and save the day for him? Freeze is coming in from Jing as Yoran tries to break away, looks for a dazzle, doesn't quite get it, but does get a massive chunk out of Zhao. Junks, low HP, trying to break away, but the Halberds come in and he secures himself a kill. Another dazzle goes down. SR keeping himself quite comfortable right now. Rico trying to break away, and it looks like a third party from TE have jumped into the play. Junks has fallen to the flying knives, and SR have been sent packing. TE were really, really good third party off the back of that.
Yeah, an impeccable ambush coming out there with 2 eliminations picked up, looking for the third if he can catch Leo off of that R&B. Fan parry, nicely done, and not having a combo breaker is the standard for Fairy Shens, so he knows he can confirm off the follow-up for the gold focus. And that's 3 eliminations. That's move mains to be purchased, as well as JL. They actually found their first move main to be brought up into play. Looking like Jing's going to be able to proc out the meter dump for the nunchucks with the mighty mirror, and with Jing actually procking out his combo breaker, it's going to be a death sentence at this stage. He's got combo breaker, or he has ultimate to be up in just a couple seconds. As long as he doesn't get caught out, he looks to try to charge out. He tries to jump dash. He does not get that opportunity. TE still picking up eliminations as we've spoken. Now for ASC, YZG, they are going to be contesting. It looks like ASC's Hans looking to try to get some resets off, as he can see his teammate with OEG going ahead and being in the vicinity for the hits. Now for Tianhai, Inu has ultimate, and he's going to throw it out there. No teammates so far for YZG to have it ready. Could be still in trouble. I can see an immediate grab coming out here.
Yeah, nice grab coming out from Xinyu. Doesn't have a second grab, just tries to go for the punch off the back of that one. Gets a nice re-grab onto TXJ. YZG, can they pull this one back? Flying knife hit onto TXJ. Tries to break away. A third grab from Xinyu as TXJ is going to be finalized off the back of that one. Double grab into the clap as well. And Xinyu finishes up 2 members of YZG. They just melt to OUG there. And yeah, YZG, it's sad that these guys are unfortunately just kind of falling apart, as Hand will fall as well. OUG able to get the pickup. And now they're looking to finish up that final member. CXZ on his lonesome will be going down as OUG starting this game off strong. 6 kills under their belt.
Massive win. And they got themselves that, salvation podium to have to earn the fight with. And going down towards Emberhawk, they got themselves going through. And we have Mirror Shard Pond to come through for GG now. Having a line of sight right now to hunt down some people out here, it would have been had if they went into the Yutron Ruins. I think Owe was over there. So for having once again to be in that location, they might cross paths eventually. But DRG are making their way towards Emberhawk this time around. They haven't lost any lives. They are looking at these bodies and wondering where the players are ending up, whether it's in the dunes, if they're resetting the east, they go down south. A lot of different positions they can look for. See now, SS is down south. All teammates for OUG still being up, still being looting, and we're switching on over towards Tank Courtyard. Moonbane being parked out. Very interesting play coming out from JL. They'll have it. They'll earn the use of the Moonbane. This is going to be a really big proximity for any other players. In the meanwhile, no one's there to stop Josh from getting outside of that bush. And for this Moonbane, ASC missed twice the bullet.
Mist goes down, unfortunately. Finished up. Attempted to make the play happen. Didn't work for them. JL. Now, just on the run, but AUG and DRG, these guys are fighting each other. Maybe you with the golden fan, obviously from the puzzle, I assume. I'll get some extra work in here. So you have ultimate available to him. OUG continuing to play strong. Transforms coming out from Kakaishi and from Zinyu to open it up. Both looking for the grabs, but standing on the top of each other. Already we see a kill go over in favor of OUG. As Kakaishi is just going to be taking too much damage from the flying knives, getting shoved back. Baby Youth just slowly but surely whittling through him. Baby Youth does get caught by the grab, but the finish up comes through. And one more grab from Zinyu is going to be necessary. Not even going to use it. Donkey Nine's caught on the rocks. OUG having an absolutely amazing start to the day. 9 kills in their second game. They've jumped into first place off the back of this one. They're looking incredibly set up.
Yeah, and then having all that, that money really comes out handy too, because when we get to that first phase, the shopping purple arm inside, they have gold weapons to look off later on. ASC's Han, though, ASC in general are losing out these early game fights, and they're losing out heavily. We know that ASC Han, having Styro Ultimate, will have to use it in this last case instance, but we know that JL won't stop the pressure here. They have his ability. There's no one in the vicinity to give any sort of support for Han as a third party, as an ambush. So for him, he's going to be by himself. Zhao Wen has to earn himself his keep for the quest lines. Like I said, he can solo the quest line. He can get this gold to not be split between 3 teammates. He gets them all consolidated for himself. So that's going to be what he's going to be earning himself out for. Judas Han goes ahead and gives a life towards the team, which gives JL another purple weapon, a purple spear. Now it either goes towards One Pong unless he has a gold purple weapon on standby. Otherwise, it'll be definitely going to Cuckoo as that tertiary. But now we have around 34 players still left alive. Romiang 1 going to be showcasing its location in just a moment. YZG losing their first set of fights, having 1 eliminations for his CXC. Has himself a chance right now if they can earn their spotlight to chase down GG, but GG's been pretty stacked out. Purple Armor's doubled down on 3-3-0 CGS. No specialty Jades whatsoever, by the way, but they have stat lines regardless. And then for SR, all the way out by Yushan Ruins, all the way by Yushan Village. By themselves, 1 elimination so far. Not having level 3 ultimate for Junks, or rather for the Takeda. Not, surprised there since we are still in the early game. Now it really comes down to whether another team would make their way here just for a loop pattern. And as we stand by, WBG over by the Camel's Hump. But just like how the Camel's Hump going through here, microphones.
Apparently I was muted. I went for a sip of water and I forgot to unmute. Classic Jake action there. I was saying it's not long until the Rumble Yangs, so I expect to see OUG jump inside there. I want to see an Ice Pick comp versus a Monk comp inside the Rumble Yang. I feel like so far a lot of our Rumble Yangs have been Monk versus Monk are the ones we've watched, or I think we saw it was Ice Pick versus Sand Siphon as well. I think were the 2 we watched in the last game. I want to see an Ice Pick versus the Monk, because we know that that's a really good comp for the Ice Pick to be fighting. Also, we did see a brief look at the hat that's available for the answer for treasures. So if you want to look like that and have a cool clean Nbpl, there we go. That was really hard for me, apparently.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh man, I don't know if you were there. Oh, you weren't there last week when I literally messed up ABCD. Like, I actually just completely fell apart on the alphabet. I think I think I'm losing the ability to talk, which is really troubling considering this is my job.
Tragedy. The pain, the sorrow, the grief, all three in one fell swoop. When he's going
It's like a sports injury. I've spoken too much in the first in the first part of my life, but I've just you know, like tennis players get like bad elbows and knees. I've just got like a bad voice box. I've just broken mine from using it too much.
Gotta hit the Frederick, you know, status, going crazy. But Cavloom in the play for the playing field for TE. Cavloom for this comp is pretty massive. I think a lot of majority of these players, if they give it to anybody, I think Terry is Shen. Because shots gonna be coming out here. Cavloom off of a knockup means that they can literally extend that to either a freeze, another dazzle. They got so many options if they can catch that. But OUG is literally stacked up.
I can't remember what TE are playing.
The ice cream. This is what you want. This is what you want.
Oh, I got it. I got what I wanted. Alrighty, well, Zinhu's going to immediately transform Jianan as well. Going to neck up off the back of this one. Needs to look for those Justina and those Viper lockdowns as Zinhu is just going to get caught out by the cannon fire from Jianan. And this is what you do with the comp. The cannon just completely stops Zinhu. He gets caught by the freeze from the Justina as well. Has got a little brief period where he can't be caught by another freeze, but in comes Youthful for second freeze onto him. Cannon fire landing onto Zinhu. And this is what I love about the comp. It just stops Monk from playing. Zinhu did nothing with that. They've still got Peak's ultimate available as well for a bit more of an interrupt. The freeze comes out from you. Peak just trying to break away, holding onto their ultimate for as long as possible. Baby U now has used that ultimate, coming forward for the dash, but gets hit by a dazzle off the back of it. Baby U still got plenty of dashes available. He's able to secure a kill for OUG. OUG do lose a player in response. It's a 2 versus 2. Another dazzle lands onto Baby U. He gets a dash off onto Jianan. Catches Peak mid-air. Next dash coming through onto Jianan as well. As they're just trying to keep him dazzled up, but Jianan survives the ultimate hit from Baby U, and it's just going to come down to the mechanics as a parry lands in, as they're going to try and finish up the damage onto him, but it's not going to be enough. Baby U gets all of his armor stripped away. He goes low. The bell's popped by Zinhu, as now Baby U trying to break off. OUG able to finish up Jianan as he's going for a heal. Can Peak find the clutch 2 versus 1? It's going to be one hell of an arc. Throws out the vertical, comes in. Baby U falls. Peak with the fans may find the turnaround here. Quick heals coming in. 22 seconds on the clock. Full reset for Peak. Can Zinhu get the reset in time? No, he can't. Both are just going to be looking to throw out these focuses to try and catch each other off. Parry's potentially coming out. Peak looks for the dazzle. Gets caught by the parry hit from Zinhu. Steals his golden fan. Peak now has to make this work on his lonesome. Can he find the parry? He has 2 seconds left on the clock. And I think they're both going down. Oh, my word. I got what I wanted.
It's an even Steven comp, you know, it goes against one or the other. It's kind of crazy actually looking at how the operation happened, where the Peak was able to go ahead and get the Justina dashes. He was trying to earn 1 dash for a free freeze. He was trying to look for a connection off of a free refresh. Then afterwards, we saw what happened. The Syra comes out here from TE, where it really just was a response towards OUG's with Baby U, Kylan ultimate. And then with the Syra ultimate ending afterwards, having to sustain to keep the team alive, that 2v2 situation was really the destiny moment. You know, everything came out after that parry, eliminating Baby U. But then afterwards, knowing how that Tianhai went down after, you know, for the amount of time, it means that he was still having chances to build up rage per second. And having his ultimate nearby really was that insurance policy. If he found himself in a sticky situation, he would have went for a parry, or if he got parried, he would have a combo breaker, he would have ended up ulting, and that would have been a tight situation. At the end of the day, all teams on both sides were even Steven at that point. But for TE, OUG are spawning right in the Fortress Kaviani, and they're chilling out, such as with Bauda. Bauda's XDM, Gold Hong Sword, winning Spearwell with a Gold Hong Sword. I'm pretty sure they went themselves out into a Rummy Yang. If not, they do have a chance right now to spot any sort of teams that are passing by hiding in that bush. But OUG have 3 minutes left. TE as well. They're going ahead and trying to hunt these guys down, and if they do, they're going to be, I mean, this is the outside fight. This is the difference between Rummy Yang and outside fight. Terrain difference puts either team in an advantage, and for TE, it might be their disadvantage, considering that Kylan can just go ahead and reset with a Tianhai with this fight. You know, and Jake, and if it happens, Thyro ultimate to come out as an insurance policy this time, or maybe earlier, time will tell.
It's crazy as well, because we have multiple teams, you know, with this Rummy Yang debuff. This speeds the game up when you have multiple teams, because they're going to have to find 6 kills or go down. So you lose the extra set of players than you normally would at this stage of the game when everyone goes on to debuff. really, really big. Pete trying to play the evasion game right now. It's getting caught out by the grapples. I've still got the debuff on TE trying to come back. We did see YZG get knocked out very early as well in the middle of all of that Roma Yang action. So another bad game for those guys. They have to really step it up if they want to get as many points on the board as possible by the end of the day. Zinyu throws out the transform, catches Youth actually, now looking for Pete. The cannon fire coming in though from Jianan is just going to stop them from getting the knockback. Freeze comes in onto Zinyu. They're going incredibly low. Pete trying to evade away from getting regrabbed. Is going to get hit by the regrab this time. They do get the flying knives off. Cannon fire is going to stop them from finishing Pete up. But Zinyu will fall. Pete coming now down with the laser beam and the microwaving on to the members of JL as they are getting absolutely liquefied off the back of that one. Baby U also trying to survive all of the onslaught, but there is just so many teams scrapping it up here. OUG with 11 kills, down a player, has that debuff on, they need to find these kills. Baby U with the dashes just trying to finish up Youth, who goes in for the freeze. Is going to be able to catch him perfectly with the timing. And I think that might just be enough here for Baby U to get the cleanse off. But OUG down 2 players may just get hunted by the rest of the lobby. Is just going to put as much verticality between him and that fight as possible. Dashes run out, no ult zone popped, and the action continues on.
Yeah, and we're switching on over between Igneous and the Pinnacle Town. Now, this is going to be that Forbidden Seal. No ultimates used. If anyone popped ult beforehand, it's unfortunate. PP, though, going to be the one caught out in the distance. All 3 teammates for OA are about to get deleted in the negative second. 3, 2, 1, gone. Popped. There goes Weaver. GG, though, are also nearly in the same boat, considering that their teammates are going down by the ladder. SR's Rico looking to try to get 3-3-0. The next 10 seconds, 3-3-0 won't be no more. And there's Jump LMBs, regardless, they're DPSing out. And like you said, this is, teams are getting eliminated by the hour for the Realm of Depletitionists. And all the Realm of Depletitionists, out of all of them, I believe the only one that was saved was Baby U, coming out from OUG. So he's literally the only surviving teammate coming back out of there. Bowda, though, they're up against JL. JL's nice ambush. They came out of the med top region, they found them out. And then group heal or advanced heal on CDPT, Cab Blooms, has some soothing boon. Gonna see a Sap Jade for their Kylan, so XCM could be their predecessor for just hitting a single hit with a massive amount of damage. Kylan ult versus Kylan ult, or rather Kylan Informer versus Kylan Informer, Bowder versus JL.
Yeah, we see Wolves potentially getting himself a free Realm of Yang to themselves as well. Keep an eye on that for the moment, but Bowder inside this Realm of Yang. A lot of other teams are still recovering from the previous one. These guys are able to get in. Can he get the clap off? No, he can't. He's being interrupted by the Monk. Dash comes though in from the Kylin. From the side of Bowder, Zem able to do so much work with one thing. Now playing on the defensive, ZZT is just going to look to run him down. Got those dual swords available to him. Trying to find that opening. And Zen is just absolutely shredding through the members of JL. Bell gets used here from ZZT. Kiku already goes down. Found a nice uppercut onto ZZT. He is able to break away briefly. Scale Rush gets charged up potentially. Lands it onto One Fang. One Fang gets caught by the uppercut. Doesn't quite get that grapple test off to keep him airborne as the bell comes out from One Fang, but it's not going to matter. Bowder has this one in the bag. Nice parry onto Zen, but it's not going to matter. XX1UO, it's going to have to be one hell of a miracle 1v3. And I don't think this guy's got it, so we're going to cut over the Wolves versus DRG inside their Realm of Yang. As there we see it, the Moon Shard coming out from ZK. Just doing so much work off the back of that one. We do see Nice Cube using the dashes, but he's caught out another Moonshard from ZK to try and catch out onto the members here of DRG. Dashes from both of these Kylins. ZK still alive in the middle of all of this, but it is getting a bit dicey here for Wolves. Multiple members not back. Nice Cube finds a parry onto Kakashi. ZK, if you can find that opening with the Moonshard, it's going to be so big. 2 members go down, looking for the catch out. Donkey 9, no HP left. Wolves have the man advantage as they catch WX98 with a Moonshard. And once again from ZK, he's just throwing them out here. I think he has Palm Lightning as well. This guy has just got the setup for the flying knives, but he is now going to be dealing with 2 members of DRG on his lonesome. Can he make the miracle happen? No, he can't. DRG finish it up.
Dongqing's Lions Martial Art Wolf from Hook comes out clutch, gets a sustain and locks down that target. Picking themselves up an Armor Pierce Gold Katana, as well as another Palm Lightning. I can't believe it, bro. Another Palm Lightning on the field of play. With a purple fan as well, so they'll have the gear loadouts to really propel them. Mystic might pick up look at the gold on these guys. They have 40k or so. So having that is going to be the play. With the martial art wolfform hook, we see a phantom step on Don Ching with a blistering edge and authentic descent, as well as for Kakax to have that authentic descent. The armor pierce is going to be on Wushin 98. He's got the Windy Trinity, he's got the aerial dash, he's got the palm mining and the sap jade. Wushin 98 is a ground unit in bulk form. If he finds himself caught out, if he gets a parry at that point, the sustainer comes out to be the damage dealer, and everyone will get knocked away from it. Draco Storm still for Baby U, and look at OUG. All three teammates are back into play. Even after SS and Junior were gone from the midst, BU was able to get Spearwell somehow, some way by himself, and was able to get the Rebirth Charm on top of having just enough gold to go for that Rebirth Charm for 2. For OUG, that means that they have another fight to play. 11 eliminations would have been a deficit in losing out for placement points. They still have to earn their keep for first place. Otherwise, though, Wolves having Moonshard Storm for ZK, they have to put the marks right now for this for using that Jade and not being able to get caught out by another team, like whether or not they go up against JL or in this case OUG in the midst.
Yeah, very, very scary right now. Especially see OUG closing in on the area. Just a bit of shopping done here from the side of Wolves. Grab themselves some grapples and some more pots. Wolves playing it very, very chill right now. JL being hunted by Balder actually with a Mystic Might. DRG also closing in as JL find themselves pincered between both of the Mystic Might teams. Is definitely a position they don't really want to be in, so they're just going to have to reposition. But ultimately, this repositioning is worth it because they don't just get pincered by both sides. But man, they need to pull the trigger. They only have 3 minutes left, where Wolves have 3.5 minutes. So they've got a little bit more time, extra 30 seconds to play with. Can they find a kill in time is the question. Right now, they're struggling to find anyone. They do have OUG beneath them. OUG, I'm curious how strong OUG are right now because OUG didn't go into that second round with Yang and they lost 2 players. They have to rebirth charm 2 players. So they've actually lost a lot of their kind of early Jades and early weapons and armor that they had. So they can't be too stacked yet, especially with the fact they can't really buy much. They just would have spent a lot of money on reviving both their characters. We are going to see though JL and AFC and SR all having a scrap here. You'll see the Viper ultimate come out from Mist and JL back off immediately. AFC probably put a bit of a target on their back there, using the Viper ultimate that early and not gaining anything with it. You can see the grapples coming in. Donkey Knight looking and hunting for Mist here. Mist is just going to continue to try and play the evasion game. Fails the grapple to get away. And that means the rest of the lobby are going to be able to come in, and it's just everyone hunting Mist. Mist just goes down immediately.
Curious. Very curious in seeing who's going to come out through because even with the Syra ult to come out, I mean, Han lost one of the biggest proprietors for it with Han with this going down and not even having ultimate on standby. You gotta win, using ultimate to kind of break away. All the teams are not going to hunt down the Syra, and as a result, we know that the Syra is going to be the next person that's just going to be gone from this point. I mean, we know that they are DRG right there. OUG though are already making the mark. On the flip side, that's elimination for CBT to get that on board. Another frozen status, another dollar, but we still got a minute and 10 seconds for JL to come back out here because JL, right, we know that this team has out, you know, with that chance of being able to get rid of that roaming aim depletion and in the midst of all these players, there's only a certain amount of time. Mystic Might Spearwell going to be available for Wolves. They're going to be trying to contesting it. They get a single grab on a single player that they did not want to lose out, and that's DRG's Kataxi, Tianhai. But with a contesting ultimate from LJX here for the Tianhai, all that's going to be needed is seeing how fast they can meter jump the HP bar for the, you know, for the instigating transformer, who gets one grab, with Cuckoo being in the hand and toe. But with one Fong taking all these blue focuses in the span of a couple of seconds, his HP went from 100 to 20%, and still having enough sustain with his zipping throwing out a test field and with the V1 still proccing. It's only a matter of time. 1 minute left on the clock for Wolves. Island ultimately coming out from IHQ as a response rate as an offensive position, and finding out whether or not ZK's Moonshard Storm can work out and pushing as many targets away from the spot. But we just lost LJX, one Fong being the result for that, and for the healing guard to be burnt out for IHQ, like I said, only a matter of time.
I mean, if you capture this soul, the Spirit Well, I believe you get your soul blue. I believe you get saved from it, if I remember right. We did see this last week. So it's a good desperation play from Wolves, but unfortunately, it comes at a heavy cost because apparently the entire lobby wanted to connect onto this one. And Wolves they thought they had a freebie, but everybody collapsed in and only one player standing. That player was able to cleanse himself at least, so they're still in the game, but JL paying a pretty heavy price as well there, losing their zip. Only got a Kai Lin left in the game now for JL A61 UO. Will he be able to find the pickup is the real question, as the OUG were able to bounce back into this game, which is so key for them.
Jingyu staying through 11 eliminations still to this day for OUG, but JL are already out of one teammate, and they're not going to be able to get the res on towards 30 seconds. So not having a res on Zipping really packs a punch. But for this case, since we said Jingyu with that Octa Slash at the beginning of the game, it feels like he being able to have that Jade means that if he finds dual blades, he'll just lock them in place. Not a lot of Jades besides the advanced heal on SS and the blistering edge on Baby U, but with a assault smolder as well. He decides to chase down somebody, he gets an immediate burn, maybe someone will look towards this. I know that DRG are the most stacked in the game, outright. They got Heartstopper kick now towards Wushu 98, still having the Palm Lightning as well. And then with the Martial Art Wolf from Hook and seeing if they can try to result in finding out the lotto inside the shops. Whatever Jaded they want to decide to purchase, it has to be superseded if there's a gold armor, because gold armor right now would be an option for Wushu 98. And if they don't want to run that chance of getting a gold armor because they don't feel the value towards it, that'll be the motion. Storm Stride though, double Storm Stride, Sleepy T as well as XEM, seeing a Octa Slash Blade for his Sleepy T, and then obviously having a Taboo. So if he's Blue Blade Master, that's the name of the game. Tuna on towards XEM as well, so that way he can get some proc heals. Looking at the advanced heal on Rico, having a Sky Punch as well as a Windy Trinity, but looking at the Dreadful Whale that Zhao was able to acquire, who also, with the dagger, looks to lock down while Rico just spams out blue focuses.
It looks like Rico able to break away from this. 16 players left in the lobby, so yeah, we did see that massive outbreak of action earlier with the fact that an extra team got the Ramiyang debuff on, and we expected that to make this game a lot quicker and a lot less people left in the final lobby. 5 minutes left, 16 players left. It's a pretty... It's not as full as normal at this point, although even though AUG were able to recover, it's been a very bloodthirsty game coming in from our teams, and ultimately that has left us in this position where 5 minutes left on what, once this Bane's Breath goes down, there's still going to be a fair amount of space. We do actually see Bowder potentially opening up here onto DRG, fighting for this Spirit Well. GGT is able to find himself a grab onto Donkey 9, but he is not getting the opportunity to get that slam off, as he is going to just have to de-transform early. Massively chunked out. Kakashi also going quite low. He's probably going to have to drop his transform. He's going to be able to heal back up. ZZT gets knocked back briefly here. Kakashi, with the hat that you can win for your gifts of treasures.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to disengage away from this one. I kind of wish Monk had the hat if you were wearing it.
Oh,
just like he's wearing a cap.
Yeah, his hat would be a sombrero at that point, wrong? I think it's a wide brim. Yankee with the brim. I know Jingyu's gonna be going crazy if he gets that hat, if that was an available option. I would prefer though if it was anything. If his hat went into this headpiece, that'd be kind of lit. I'm not gonna lie. All right, but besides the point, Drip, like you mentioned, enter the treasures at the end of these matches. Don't miss out, guys. Don't miss out. Limited time Drip. The Baby U though, he's smacking. He's going left and right. He's got a refresh on his ultimate after OUG was able to get that Spirit Well. And with Zhao going down, JL goes down in 8th place with 11 eliminations. Man, I'm looking at OUG, even with 12 eliminations, 15 players total, meaning that they only have 12 opponents. I mean, they get 84 points, or they get 24 points, 24 kills. That multiplier is going to go nuts. It's just whether or not Bauda are going to be their only reciprocating force, because Bauda is also stacked out of their minds. And I'm kind of scared because Bauda does have the focus slide, if I'm not mistaken. And focus slide is that Jade, like you say, that should be a gold Jade. Because that Jade itself is busted beyond reason. If you slide blue focus, it doesn't matter. You can't parry it, you get knocked up, and that's a sequential force of records. Rico, though, finds ASC Xiaowen, locking out ASC from the lobby. Now there's only a couple teams left before we enter in terms of the last 3 minutes. That Draco Storm is up for another 1 minute and 20 seconds for OUG. They have more than enough time to keep themselves likes and talking to the top of this the top of this cliffside means that any other team could just look to try to see if anyone gets knocked off of it, they can go ahead and lock them down. Because you can see DRG, Wushu 98, he's keeping himself up. He's looking for that line of sight with the musket shots as Rico's looking to reset. And the supplies are looking okay so far, but for OUG on the ground level, they force out GG's LX of Syro Ultimate, which means when any which point, any players can look to try to lock him down after that Syro Ultimate ends.
Yeah, we are just going to see. Fight for the high ground, fight for the low ground, fight for every little corner. 14 players left in, 2 minutes left on the lobby. I expect it to kind of explode fairly soon as the zone is moving, forcing these teams closer and closer together. SR trying to wrestle their way up onto Bowder's high ground. Bowder still quite happily holding on to it. ZXM going incredibly low. That's the end of GG. SR able to catch in on another kill, and they jump actually into second off the back of that one. They are a team who is potentially in the running. I mean, SR had a very good game last time, but they were just knocked out so early. They got too greedy with when they use their ultimates and when they use their abilities. This time around, Rico has used the ulti. He's looking for DRG right now. Donkey9 losing a fair amount of HP to that microwave here from Rico. Looking to kind of get the lockdown onto him. Doesn't really get much more off it. It's just going to have to back up and head to the high ground. Tree dead center in the circle as well. These guys are so lucky there isn't a Viper in this lobby, because that is a Viper tree if ever I've seen one. Right at the top, drop down, get the lockdown onto everyone, but not going to be the case for now. Zone's moving in, 13 players left. His action's going to break out any second now. I say Zone's moving in, Zone's actually stopped. ZK still with the Moonshard, kicking it. Only player left for Wolves. Just trying to see if they can get something done. SR actually jumped inside a building, do a bit of shopping. There's ZK also just hiding out here from Kakashi, but Kakashi has got himself kind of clipped on the edge here. He's a little caught. In danger as SR actually getting knocked back. Rico is going to get caught. Can ZK maybe steal this one away or do anything? Or is he just going to play it as safe as possible? Kakashi jumping into the zone. Grabs himself a soul bloom just to build that rage back up. And it is all to play for. Donkey9 going to do a quick bit of looting before we close in. But the circle making its way out here. ZK throws out the Moonshard once again. Just clips onto Junks. Donkey9 get a heal back up. Does have that Tylin though. The dash is available to him. He jumps into the zone, loses half his HP for that. And now he uses an opportunity to go for the dashes. But he has lost a lot of HP. Parry coming out off on the distance to the rooftop there. As you see Donkey9 not really finding an opportunity to use his dashes effectively. Is able to jump forwards. And we see Zhao from SR getting knocked out. Donkey9, he's not really achieving much with his dashes, where Zem, this is prime real estate. Everyone is caught up, but Bowder starting to cash in on kills left, right, and center. Everybody is falling. ZK has that Moonshot, but he is not going to be surviving for long. We see a transform break out from Kakashi. ZK is just trying to survive, and somehow he keeps himself going. There were multiple people at the end of that zone alive.
14-way tie?
Yeah.
That's a lot, bro. We saw that in solo for the first time recently. I think that was in the LCQs, but 4-way tie is that's a tough one, because that means no multiplier, no whatsoever, and not taking that, I mean, that's also lower placement points as a result. OUG though, mastering it out here. Hard ambush happening in net top after the first run BA. Big turnaround in terms of coming back with the full squad and still working out that last final circle to the benefit, and having to go up against fully stacked teams that were earning their keep. Bowda included with Wolves, so having to kind of worry between those guys and seeing who was going to be the worst of the options. Having all those teams tied out there was just a way where the cumbersome efforts come through and come out on top. I know that the play for Bowda's XCM when he was going for those slashes really would have put people into the zone. His main goal was just trying to keep himself sustained as well, just trying to look for the angle to get as much white health as possible before the zone starts to fully collapse. Forcing out Peel and Guard early on would not be his best option, but getting those guaranteed hits was his second best bet. Only problem is he's not going for damage. He's not looking to try to knock people into the zone. He's just looking to try to get as many hits as possible, which was a forced under pressure moment. But then again, still keeps his team on top in terms of the placement. So overall, congratulations to OUG. MVP for round 2.
OUG able to take that game. The end of that one. Saw GG win the last one, but
that's the previous question.
That's the previous question.
Hey, don't answer that, chat. Don't answer that, chat. You don't need to.
It's already answered. Those points have already been scored. That hat has already been scored. Hey, it's the same question again.
I got you again. Playing sneaky and making sure you keep them paying attention. Don't answer in chat. Dooney will let you know. Hold on. Hold your horses. Don't answer.
Everyone in chat spam Z. Just spam a lesser that's not A, B, C, or D. That's what
Z would be crazy. I was like, I'm sleeping.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, true. Well, no, that's multiple Zs, right? Not one Z.
Three
that's
Zs.
a light nap, which, we got a bit of time before we go into get the next game. Don't go to sleep. Don't miss out. But, you know, maybe shut your eyes, catch your breath. But we get back into the action. Go to Morris Isle next as well. So, I mean, it's the OG and it's still my favorite map. I like the nostalgia I feel every time we go to Morris Isle is crazy, man. Like, I love that map. And I know, like, Holleroff and Padoria have kind of more going on because they have the traps and thorny rollers and stuff, which, by the way, I haven't seen a thorny roller play in so long. And it makes me so sad because I remember the first ever Holleroff game we played. Because we did a show match when Holleroff was first coming out, and someone stepped on a trap in the last 1v1 and got killed by the trap. Like the spike trap just came and finished them. And then later on, when it got released in the season, we had a final circle with a no ult zone, and someone got great sworded into the a couple of people got great sworded into the falling roller and won the game off it. It was huge. How many players entered the Yang in game 2? Was it A6, B7, C8, or D9? That is a bizarre question. We never had one like that. I like it. A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, guys. Check your whisper box, because that's where you'll be receiving your hat. You want a cool old hat.
I want that. Ain't gonna get it. But just like how we ain't gonna get it, man, was that a 5-way? No, it was a 4-way tie. It was a 4-way tie. OUG was a 1.5 as well as Bauda, and I believe DRG and Wolves were also the remaining players there. But 13.5 for OUG, Bauda with 12.5, 11.5 for JLs and SR, 10.5 for DRG, Wolves 8.5. Stat lines for the MVP squad mates. I mean, obviously, this is the case scenario. I think in this position, if we're not giving GU MVP, maybe you would definitely be the secondary person. 26,000 healing, though, for SS. Big supports, just doing their job, you know? Stay in the back line, keep the team sustained. Don't need to ask congratulations, unless you do damage, right? Then it's like, okay, yeah, congratulations for going through MVP. But one thing kind of makes it out, you know, that question, that's the question for answer. How many players enter roaming? Was there any single entry player, like one person from a team and that was it? Or like,
I think it was full teams the whole time.
Which means that would be 9. That'd be 9. That means that was the answer D. And if you're not the one to pick up the answer, unfortunate for you. But it's like how the unfortunate case circumstances lie in between. We are going through the standings where ASC bottom with 4 points so far for the first 2 rounds. OA with 4.5, 6 for WBG. YZG was 6.5, something we've never seen before. And that's something we have to, you know, consider in skipping over to the top 6, where DRG, they're at 14.5. GG with 18, JL with 21, 23 for OUG, as well as for SR in second, having more kills. That's why they're at the higher point. And with Bauda taking 27 points so far. Now, game 3, nostalgic. Morris Isle midday, that's going to be the rotation. That's going to be the time of day. And for Morris Isle to be making its way back in here, I'm really curious in seeing if we do end up seeing some more Viper Witch and Tessas to come out, at least for the first 2 phases in this game for the midday. But I think another thing we have to consider is that these players playing pre-finals, they're taking the points. This is a regular old, 6-round format. Grand finals and finals every weekend is always an 8-round day. So
yeah. Also, remember the points you're taking are actually higher than the points you normally take. So normally it's like 13% or 12.5. I can't actually remember the exact number. So for bi-weekly finals, you take 13 or 12.5%.
Yeah.
It's 20% of your points.
Oh yeah.
Which is actually quite a significant number to be taking into those grand finals. So it is very important for the players to get those points on the board and, you know, make sure that they take as much as possible, because we are still using the MVP match point system. So yeah, I mean, like, if I was YCG, I think they're going around back and the coach has got the belt out, man. Like, he is not going to be happy. Those guys gotta get it together, man.
That just got you having fun, just slapping to the side. That's crazy. Crazy reference. LJX, just some highlights. Watch our time to use them. Kind of going to see off these first kills. We actually didn't get a chance to see these fights off this end from Wolves and Red Top. Then we switched on over to Baby and OUG. They were the winner of the Southwest podium. They got gold fans. ABU just standing out the blue focus. It's like nobody's business. He's throwing out the 1-2s into the Zhao Wen's gut. And then with King Yu and I can caught TXJ. This is what, the second or third grab. Once he launched it out, combo breaker, anticipated. Slash to 3 grab, and there's another grab right there. And TXJ gets immediately pelted as a result. And guess what? It was a fake out. He looked towards using the time for QDD to be standing still, and he just saw a deer in the headlights move, and he caught him just like that.
Actually heartbreaking for YZG. To be fair, that wasn't them making a mistake in that fight. They just got absolutely outplayed. Really, really impressive stuff coming in. AG obviously had a really good game here. A very, very solid game. Don't get the kill multiplier, which kind of sucks. It slows down the point growth they could have. But, you know, they still got MVP. They still got a decent amount of points put together under this game. But the top end of the table is very, very tight right now. So it's going to be a really exciting one off the back of that. Is Wolves, the world champs, they did actually have a pretty decent game here. It's just unfortunately they got taken out a little bit. They lost too many players too early. But honestly, key eyes on Wolves. Remember, these guys are the world champs, and it's been a season where we haven't really been able to see that side of Wolves because they've been quite underwhelming all season long. But they are still a team to keep your eyes on, just due to their world champion status. And last year we saw some really, really good stuff from Wolves. But here's our MVP, Zinyu on the monk, 21,000 damage, 6 kills. Really, really good game. I mean, like, just Blue Soul Jades. Just Blue Soul Jades. I mean, they did get revived, so they lost a lot early.
Still though, I mean, being able to get as much mitigation Jades, that's 24% right there. So he's able to take a lot less damage, and then taking HP Jades as the returning cycle of it. So even though he had Octa Slash on the come up, right? He wasn't the only other Tian Hai with the Octa Slash. I think Bowder was able to pick that one up, but he didn't even have a chance of using dual blades. He decided to go ahead, have the spear, and had fist blades as his main opportunity of, you know, where his DPS outlook came through, which is a crazy fight that we saw both in the against TE in the Roaming and then outside the Roaming over by Metab into the Corsus Kaviani. The conversion right there, though, where we saw the ambush from JL, was really kind of like a little like sneak peek in terms of looking at what their mindset is in terms of where they're rotating, because it all comes down toward where I mentioned even the last round, where teams might end up going to point A to point B to point C based off the vertices of the bells and just making sure they can see if any other teams are just rotating around there, and if they spot anybody, they can come back right down, unless there's a bounding scroll, and then in which case they just chase down whoever is over there. But OUG, baby, you getting the money, getting the Spirit Well, the Draco Storm for free. That's a free revert charm, and that's a free purple armor that he could also have for his teammate to come back up. And then if he finds a quest line, he gets the money, he gets that done. And that's just like the potential to get that type of macro coming out really works in this performance, especially considering he came previously from YZG, which was formerly with KLA. So having him to be that mainstay for the DPS and as well as being that backup support line in this match really worked out for OUG in this manner, and hope to see that performance come back again. And round 3, Morris out midday. That's where we're ending up here, Jake.
It's going to be a banger day. It's going to be a banger one. Anyway, we are not even halfway through yet. We're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and we'll be back with that game 3, so we'll see you in a moment.
gentlemen, we are coming back throughout here for round 3. My name is Severio alongside with HitBrain/Jake. We do have our chances of making it past the first 2 rounds completed. Of course, looking at the first round, having a chance to see GG pick up their MVP, having a spotlight for the Kyle Informers in the endgame circle, kind of baller, not gonna lie. Even with teams that were stacked out in the mid game, they still made some decisions like JL as well as with superseding towards SR. Then we reached into round 2. Now we had a chance of looking at the Holorod Sunny map rotation, seeing about how OUG was taking a huge gain, a mounted amount of kills in the early game. Losing out the first round with Yang, though, TE in a tied situation is kind of crazy off the first round, which meant more players were to be eliminated. No Vermilions cycling, meaning there's no extra kills on the board, i.e. that there's less eliminations overall with teams on the board. But then again, OUG comes about back. Since Baby U gets the reset, gets the gold, gets the Reaper charms, we rotated out to the northwest. A lot of snowy fights over to the snowy forest and the misty forest, especially where all the players were just cycling around one another between DRG with wolves and having Bowder in the mix. But OUG comes out here on top with more eliminations outright.
As an avid Monk hater, I have to admit, I do think the Kylin variant is the most fun Monk comp we've ever had in Naraka. I feel like it's the most involved. Because my big problem with Monk for a long time was like, it was just like so passive. It was like, Monk would look for grabs. If you didn't get it, he still had a Karumi healing him up. And then, oh, you're going to jump me because my Monk's de-transformed. Yue Shen's going to transform in response and blah, blah, blah. Boring to watch. But like, this comp is very aggressive. Like, the fact that, you know, typically we do see the Kylin transform somewhat, well, not transform, sorry, but press ult somewhat around the same time as the Monk transform. So they can get the grab into the slap. That is the fuzziest voice I've ever heard, man. That just threw me off.
That's that 5 pound height, bro. 5 pounds. He picked it up from the corner store. Yo, my man's talking to the mic.
Lollipop, dude. Oh my word.
Hey, bro, I swear, man, I tell you on my Tims, bro, I tell you something, and you're just like, what's going on here? Sensitivity was peaking. The gain over 9,000.
He's one of those guys who used to sit in the Xbox Live lobby and just eat.
Yup.
You're sitting there in a Halo lobby, and some guys just like, yum, yum, just chewing away in your ear for the whole match.
You know, it's actually kind of funny. We could actually talk about the future. Let's bring this up. Oh man. So many things looking forward to in the future. Season 17, but more importantly, the patch coming out on the 22nd of May. For you guys, I'm gonna break it down like slightly. There's a lot of changes to happen for Immortal War specifically, so this is something to also keep in mind for the Pro League, where Immortal War is gonna get the Yang Sphere line. If you guys have been playing ranked mode, you know how the Yang Sphere line works, where at a certain point in the match, after the first Romy Yang, there's a big Spirit Well that is spawning in the map, and anyone who doesn't claim it gets Yang depletion. But in Immortal War, it's not after the first Romy Yang. After the second Romy Yang, when Shadow 4 starts to collapse, the entire circle, both in solos and trios, is under the envelopment of the Spirit Well field, which means that anybody can get Yang depletion, and there's 2 Spirit Well buffs to show up at that point in time, which gonna create a lot of, there's no, you know what's crazy about that, right? There's no end game holdout for your dear life. Once that Yang depletion kicks in, all the teams start making enemies, because at that point in time, every single team needs to get rid of that Yang depletion. And the crazy thing coming out is that we also run into having these Spirit Wells to be the only way to clear it. So the last 2 Spirit Wells being able to clear out the debuff, it's gonna be a fun time. It changes the whole macro aspect though for Yang, for the end game.
Oh
though.
yeah,
and I really can't wait to see how that ends up going through.
What I like about it is every kind of cool change we get just makes the game bloodier. Like, this is just encouraging more fighting, more action. Every change we get does that. I really like it about Naraka. Like, I know, well, you will remember the game, but remember the game prior to Realm of Yang? Back when, like, the only thing to really fight for were
more responses. Yep.
And it'd just be like, attack me would walk up and sandstorm it, and then no one would win. And that'd be it. But like,
that was the valley for him.
Realm of Yang is such a good change, man. Such a good change. It's my favorite change they ever did in this game.
They're adding another Realm of Yang room too. So for the first Romy Yang, that means there's 8 slots that teams can take and players for solos. That's nasty work, man. And the other thing too, okay, so I made mention, the reason I brought the capture the flag was that Yang Spirit line, there's a flag to be dropped on the field. And besides the buff and getting kills, if your team captures the flag and takes it to that circle that was just cleared, you know, you get rid of your own main completion. So those are extra objectives to look forward to. Little things I wanted to add in there for what to expect. And that comes out in the 22nd patch. That comes out on May 22nd. So up until this point, we never had that end game potential for where teams can just not stay still, you know, and look out for last second placement. Now there's teams that have to take that fight. They have to take that fight. They have to either deny, and if they deny Yang Spirit line, if no teams clear it, everybody gets caught into that into the soul bloom, or rather getting that Yang depletion. Yeah. So crazy work.
It is going to be a banger match. I'm actually so excited for it. It's going to be. When's it going live?
22nd of May. Yeah, dude.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
In May, aren't we?
Yes, we are 4 days away. 4 days away.
Oh my word!
If it may not come out here for grand finals. It may not come out for grand finals, but
I'd be surprised if it did.
I'll be surprised if it did as well. But the grand finals is going to be probably most likely locked into this patch that we're currently on for pre-finals. So looking at ahead, I know that this correlates towards not to the Nbpl, at least for summer season, because we still have the mid-season summer challenge at EWC is going to be where we're going to be having that. So Esports World Cup in Qiddiya over in Saudi Arabia is where the players might end up testing their luck out. Otherwise, after that, Summer Challenge, all those mechanics, and then some with Season 17 to go into effect. We will talk about it more often later when the time comes. If you guys are curious about that, just look those patch notes to come out live on the 21st. But DRG, OA, ASE, Wolves, first round selection, Morris Isle, midday. Obauda, OUG, JO, SR, they take in second phase, while WBG, YGG, and GG they're in the third and final phase. Now, Morris Isle midday could have Vipers, could have more common formers. I think it's going to be the former.
I think we'll see more of the Vipers and more of the Blind Day-esque comps later. Once we get to those Firefly maps, that's where they'll thrive. I feel like this is probably the last time we'll see a very, very Monk-centric lobby. Like, I don't expect to not see Monk for the rest of the day, but I do feel like Morris Isle Day, that screams Monk to me. Where, you know, later we'll probably see more Sand Siphons, more Vipers, maybe some Ice Picks in there, but I feel like Ice Pick is typically picked as an answer to Monk. But already some Sand Siphons coming in for OA and Wolves. Surprised by that one. OA absolutely blitzing through their points. How have they only got 4 points left? What are they doing?
Bruh. That's kind of crazy. I think they burned that Sire for a triple pick there.
They must have, yeah. That is an expensive old pick for them. Well, see what the other guys are going to be spending their points on. Monk here for OUG. Powder going in for the Tarka Monk. Hell yeah. Tarka Monk for SR as well.
Yeah.
Oh, there we are.
That's what I'm talking about. I told you it's going to happen eventually.
Question is it Fireball or is it not?
Ooh, you know, it's crazy because I know that in Last Chance qualifiers we saw F1 Tarka be made its appearance. But they don't run to use F1. I mean, Tarka Fireball is kind of you could use it in trios over the F1, but the F1 is like you're in place, energy to come back up. If they press the right click, look at the AoE field. It's just how like versus the Fireball. There's two different aspects to that, and I'm hoping to see if the case scenario is if they're going to be using either or. We are going to look at the double. Oh man, GG bringing out the ranked comp. Of course, we love to see it. Versus Cicada gets sustained out for the Syra as well as the Kareem, but Ice Cream comp for TE, YZG, and WBG as the Phase 3 selection has closed out. And seeing that there's two Tarka formers here, it's going to be a fun and interesting match. I'm wondering if SR might have a better performance with it. I need to look at their average points because I don't know if it's whether 9 points or if it's 11 for their Tarka. So I'm hoping to see that.
Alrighty, well, let's see the loadouts. Let's see what everybody is rocking. Last time we did Team Tarka Fireball, it kind of got rolled because then, like, their monk would grab, they'd Fireball who gets monk grabbed, and then they'd get grabbed by another monk because you have to stand still and cast it. It's so easy to grab or, like, lock down the Tarka when he's doing it. So, as much as it is my favorite version, I'm not 100% sure. Yes! Oh, Bowder. Oh, Bowder, I love you so much. F2, V2 for ZZT. So the only other one I really care about is Junks. Everyone else, I assume, is just running pretty standard stuff. Yeah. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, they're all using even to the Tumulch. I think both of them, ZK as well, were using V3 for Tumulch. Looking at Oye's Mong, I'm pretty sure if he's using V1,
Come on,
that'll be.
Junks.
I know you're looking for it. I'm looking for it too. If he's using if he's using F1, that'll be funny. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, he is using F1 V2.
Going out here.
Okay.
And Mong is playing.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him for it. It's technically in trio is the better skill to take, but ZZT is chatting it up, to be honest.
Or a point farm ice. I can't. Regardless. Round 3 begins. Starting off here, Bowder wants to play it safe. They go for Firefly Cave and Counter Courtyard. Unfortunate, but DRG and OUG are right on top of each other. WBG want to take in terms of Celestial West Side region. SR and OA a little bit more than mids over by the Artisan's Grove. Oh, no, way past Artisan's Grove. Over north by the Zest Winery. And then looking at Firefly Cave, finally a Firefly Cave. I want to see the fights at that location in the secret tunnel where GG is getting contested by both Wolves and TE at the exact same time.
GG always drops secret tunnel. They always, like, they are without a doubt the most telegraphed team we've ever seen in Naraka. They have 3 drop spots for all 3 maps, and they always drop at it. So, yeah, expect this. Not surprised to see it as Wolves actually get into the tunnel first. GG, I don't even think they went into the tunnel. I think they just decided it is not worth hanging around. Wolves closing in on having their ultimates up and available already on that Cicada. As Wolves just going to smash their way out of the building. 3-3-0. Somehow goes unspotted, clinging to the roof as Wolves make a grand escape. And GG do evade getting caught. They're just going to go get the table scraps. Oh, GG. You need more than 1 drop spot, guys. This is something they really need to work on.
I think they wanted to bait him out, see what's gonna happen if any fights. No fights happen. Otherwise, Islet Crater, that's the location I meant. That location is where we saw SR get double eliminated, and I think actually to the case, getting 1 elimination off from JL into the other opponent being, I believe, not with OUG, but with DRG. But DRG actually over here in the second mind. ASC miss, purple armor. This is a big pickup, and they get the eliminations. Double tears from ASC Han. Nasty work coming out here. Combo breaker hadn't been used, and then looking at the ballista shots in the background, I heard it. Han is going to be looking at getting eliminated. ASC missed the last remaining teammate. Zhao Yuan looking to try to support his teammate through the line of fire. If he can connect it, that's a huge amount of damage, especially with the burn tick damage for the Kakashi, who has Fire Ultimate. By the way, he's looking for the RMBs, and he's throwing out the RMBs with the whisk throws, he's getting his stat hits, while also rocking the Nbpl cap, which is for answer a question, we're going to bring it up as often as we can. And that's going to be the fit that's going to be brought up for Kakashi in the hands of his teammates for their 3rd elimination, whether regardless they want to keep on putting the pressure for the 5th, I should say. That's where it's going to be coming out with OUG Zinyu putting out Baby U.
Oh, the transform comes out here from Zinyu, but it's too little, it's too late. They're going to just get themselves up and start absolutely smashing him. Down he goes. Kills with a ballista. Lovely to see. OUG starting off a little bit weak, unfortunately. All of their members go down early with 0 kills under their belt. After this, some catch up as SR getting himself in a fight here versus OA. Junks, be careful. Just going to staff off for a second. Has himself the healing coming in. Closing in on having his ult up and available to him. See a transform breakout from Zhao. Sandstorm comes down as well. As SR Junks going low here. Has got the ultimate. May have to use it. F's up and available as well. Just going for a cheeky pop, but got his monk to cover him for now. Are they going to continue the fight? PP being chased down. PP loses a fair chunk of HP. That repeating crossbow is haunting, by the way. Chicken crossbow constantly coming out. You see the F get thrown out there from Junks for a brief second. It's finally popped that ultimate, and now going to be trying to run around with all that extra movement speed, trying to catch up to members of OA. Then gets caught by the grapple. Junks continues to fire out. F's available to him again. Has to use it. He's just getting caught up briefly here, but good Kurumi ultimate is just going to keep him going. SR still playing this very tempered. Still got the ultimate available for Junks, but he gets hit by Dazzle after Dazzle. PP is just completely denying Junks from being able to do much here, unfortunately. Ult timed out. He spent a lot of time dazzled. Does open up here onto PP briefly, but PP does get caught away here. Clang go down, but no parry. No ult zone is thrown down. PP caught up. Loses a fair chunk of armor. is just going to get sent packing as Owe in a bit of danger off the back of this one. Junks has used his F already. PP using the damage from his nunchucks to strip through the armor there from Junks. Owe's 2-tick is going low. SR able to secure himself their first kill, and now Owe starting to crumble here. All of the members go down. SR take the victory.
Yeah, 3 eliminations being earned out there. Huge Forbidden Seal to be played out against PP with that Syra ultimate. 3-3 Yellow getting caught into that grapple combo from the points of the spear, but we're Han right now. He found CJS with the active Cicada ultimate. He can actually get this reset if his teammates find the stagger midair. Not going to be the case. He leaps right into the action with no armor. And he could actually delete it here. He had a bell just in the nick of time, but for 3-3 Yellow being the only remaining teammate to be down for GG, it's up to whether or not CJS can make this happen with the last Fear in. He finds the R&B with the combo breakers from Mist, and with the F2 in play actually for GG CJS, taking some notes to try to use something that the players won't be noticing for it, and now CJS goes down double horizontal release as Mist is stacking himself up with a purple pulse sword, purple armor, getting a solo and getting right back into the mix for LXM. He's using ultimate just in case of anything to burn it out and just chasing out his opponent. LXM has ultimate for Syra and just a couple of percentage points. I think he kind of figured that might be the play considering Solo's picked up and whatnot, and being in the fight for as long as possible. They still get the elimination, they still lock him down. Han be able to pick up the gear. We're looking at 3 eliminations for ASC. Now looking at the Moonbanes to still be purchased and being used in the match, we still have yet to see any fights that revolve around one. But I know for certainty that the teams looking at the leaderboard, 6 eliminations for DRG means that they took the massive amount of fights over by Gamma Mine, which gives them enough time to go towards Shadow Jade Mine, and if not, they could just skyrocket towards Celestra. OUG taking out no elimination so far, losing their first set of light fights, means that they are on the reset route. But we switch on over to SR. This time, though, they are up against WBG, who are making their chances here at the Ice Cream Comp versus the Kylan.
All right, well, Zhao running around here. Gonna get caught. Best skin in the game, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Better than the hat. Gonna transform immediately.
Right. Okay, hold on.
Leo trying to get caught away. Nice grab comes in from Yoran, but it's gonna be hard to get the slams or the punches off. I think just completely denies Monk from actually being a effective character. They're just gonna have to back off, reposition with the Bane's Breath coming down, but more cannon fire coming in from this mech, and yeah, Zhao. The moment Efera transforms, Monk is literally unable to play the game, and I just saw Justina freeze come out, so Zhao is going to immediately open up by getting frozen. That Panda's got to run, but the freeze is to chase in, and Jing is looking to catch him out. The Halberd's doing so much work, the bell comes down. They do try and buy some space. Chases with another charge from that dash. Has still got one left available. Junks is caught in the freeze as they try and make the breakaway here. SR got a lot of work to do here. You hear the parry coming down as they are going incredibly low. SR's had a brilliant start to the day, but this is not how they wanted it to be going. Jumps will fall. And that's 2 teammates who are down. Actually, I believe they've only got 1 person with revive available to SR, so that is a really, really bad run for them to lose that much early.
And Zhao on the come up, trying to get the team back, hopefully, since they had previously fought and lost. Over by Ghost Village, Ghost Town, about a purple armor all across the board. No deaths, no kills. So being able to get triple purple armor this early on is kind of impeccable. They are low gold count, so they must have been looking to purchase those out for straight up. They're going to the spawn area for the Roman Yang, which is a rare case instance. I haven't seen this. I haven't seen this in any type of casting I've done or seen.
Oh my word, yeah.
On replay. So making their way here, historic. But if they lose, they got a lot of time to make up for it and making their chances to run through. And even if they pick up a buff, they got a lot of time to have to burn Vermilions just to get right back into the thick of where players might end up being. Otherwise, looking in the Northeast, OUG, OA, TE, Wolves, they're all over by Servants' Grounds right now. Having to look at that Roman Yang, it might be a chance. YZG as well, having to look towards their Roman Yang. They also have a Valiant Challenger, so with gold ticking away in the next 3.5 minutes, so long as they're able to get that quest completed, they'll get the money. Rampage on CXZ, Salt Smolder on QGG with a Switch Dazzle. SR though, Zhao trying to look for some resets in the zone. WBG are going to pick up the elimination and get them knocked out here. And that's just going to be the reset value that worked against him. 4 eliminations so far for WBG. But JL are up against Bauda. And looking at Zhao, who has Purple Fan, Purple Armor on the Kylan. Right now, it's going to be the consideration. Bauda have the higher sustain count. Will the DPS come into clutch right now as they go up against JL?
Double transforms immediately break out. One thing on the pillar. Immediately has to just step down. Looks for a grab. Catches ZZT actually here, but does get answered out. Zem grabbing on to XX1UO. Tries to find the extra damage off. Isn't going to be able to get it. Both monks kind of just interrupting each other. Another grab comes in though here from One Feng onto ZZT. Is able to get the punch off, so he's able to make use of his transform. As Zem is going to go for a grab, but can he find the punch is the real question. Looks like he might be able to. Cuckoo gonna get caught out. Transform goes down though. Now it's down to our Tarka, sorry, here in the ult form, just running around the map right now. He's actually able to do a fair amount of damage, but he's getting caught. And it's all of Bowder just getting melted. This is over. JL completely stripped through them. Nothing they can do about that one. Annihilated. Tarka, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think this is his comp. I think he needs a different one.
I think one thing is that Xiao Xiao had the right position at the right time. They were all in the corner in the wall. Nothing to push them away, nothing to push them back, and that gave Xiao Xiao all the refreshes. His team was looking to restagger off of the slashes, and they got it. They are going to be going to the shop, and Advancio has been picked up by Cuckoo. Phantom Step being able to level up for Xiao Xiao, and then now looking to convert that staff into a spear just for single point 1.0 blue verticals now for Xiao Xiao. Been doing work, man. Catching them all out. 4 eliminations for JL, and then looking at YCG winning their run. Yang DRG are also on the cusp of victory for that. Wolves outside of the Daylily Meadow, making their way towards this area. Having gone through, picking up the Noctis Slash Blade, having a Sap Jade on 9HQ, which he should be given to LGX because he has 2 of them. He's going to do that, hopefully. Obviously, with the Phantom Step in the hands of ZK, which would be really great for him to use the Phantom Step as a mulch. That way he can break line of sight and then catch a teleport. But then again, we'll have to see. YZG opening up the cave, I think the secret cave over north of the Islet Crater. They'll be making their way chances off of that loot with the Vermilion's Burst Mine active and just getting as much loot gain as possible. And for YZG winning the Rum Yang, that was their first 3 kills. So having the victory, I kind of hope to see a replay if we can, potentially. Otherwise, they are running into the ice cream comp. They do have the Syra on that gold weapon for scaling, and as she is able to go ahead and scale out with the gold weapon, this works out in 2 different ways. Obviously, Fairy Shen Mech can be used for herself, but if she gives it to her teammate, she can then scale that with their weapon. And TXJ will take the chances of using the Fairy Shen Mech, while CXC still on the ground level, still looking for F2 staggers with the silence, and as well as looking towards using F2 in general, just to make sure they can confirm for a Justina freeze.
Well, YZG hunting onto WBG here. I'm just going to find them. They haven't seen a good game from YZG, so I'd like to see them make the most of this one. Get themselves those 3 kills. Nice little opener. Leo, and they get the attention turned onto him. YZG, and if they can find that opener. EGG's making his way over as well. Transform's breaking out. DXJ. Ultimate available. CXZ just going to go for his transform. As GGG has now joined up into the team, finds a whole heap of damage thrown into him, has to freeze himself up here. Gonna pop that ultimate. As they're gonna look for those dazzles off onto the mechs, but it's like Leo just playing the evasion now, just trying to fly away from YZG. Leo being slowly but surely burnt down here by the members of YZG. Looking for that damage, gonna throw down the dazzle, not gonna make the connection. Leo inside the zone, losing a fair amount of HP. Jing, caught by the dazzle, is just gonna have to freeze himself up here. Ultimate times out from TXJ as he gets himself caught inside the zone. They jump forwards, they find a lockdown onto Leo. Leo's going very low here. That's going to be enough to find the kill, but OA sliding in with the Furen shove, and they're going to look to try and secure themselves a couple of kills. It is all to play for right now. YZG down 40 seconds left on their rebirth, so they're sitting okay. That's going to be why TXJ losing his one off the back of that. Seeing how many kills can be grasped inside this round with Yang, as I'm just seeing transforms getting burnt out and Vermilion Burst Mine getting burnt out plenty. GGG kind of just needs to go down at some point though. He could find himself in danger. There it is. Just with 20 seconds on the clock. Burns his Bird's Might. Is going to be able to reset off the back of that one. They didn't really do much with the Bird's Might though, sadly. They only got a single kill for YZG.
Yeah, and the single kill, I mean, getting in the gold at this point, that was the only thing that comes out from that. Not enough effort coming through to earn more, but as is the case scenario, OEG in the zone still. Oh, that's a lot of damage that PP just took, and that's going to be it for OA as a result. Wolves actually on the cusp of trying to ambush this for WBG. I mean, drop down R&B from LGX. He instead goes for a scare right to try to drop down again. The attempt is made, the clink is had. This disruption method coming out here to try to force the team deeper into the zone. only comes out to the benefit of themselves. They still have this to be a guardian for this area. WBG actually pushing way into the cusp of the area. Jing still has Justina ult, but he'll still get caught down. YZG on the area as well, looking to try to see if any sort of wayfarers over in the distance, if they can find them. They still have the west side of this area to kind of look in, having the vision on this is going to be key importance. And second Romy Yang should be spawning here just a couple of moments. Since YZG took the spawn though nearby, they didn't take the time to want to space out their area of expertise of looking past. Bauda goes down here as Jin goes through. We're gonna take that replay as I was hoping for, but this is gonna be up against OA and DRG. He's open up here for Wuxi98 to have that smoke ultimate. Tutik still not having level 2. Takeda ultimate means that with his ultimate proc, only 3 Fear and Blast can be available. And having Tutik to get knocked up here for the knockback, the aerial rend actually comes in the clutch with a massive amount of damage. And with PP being the only last remaining teammate, with DRG looking to try to cut out here as the Syra ultimate gets ended. And they take no time. I don't think they delayed the buff. I think they just go straight for the kill shot. And nope, it looks like they didn't want to delay the buff for a couple of seconds here. Finish it off.
Alrighty, well. Just going to back off. See next Roma Yang spawning up. It's definitely been a more tame game than we saw in our last game. Roma Yang spawning up. KGG going to launch inside. Trying to see if they can secure themselves a couple of extra kills. They're going up versus JL. So already they've beaten OUG. JL, the other kind of another one of the top teams here today. OUG got to prove that they're actually still at the top of the game. Everything's going aerial to open it up. TXJ still got the ultimate. Gonna wait for an opportunity to slam that one down. Same with the mech transform here. Playing it nice and safe. There is the transform from both of our transformers there. One thing. Gonna get himself onto CXZ, who's actually getting completely pinned against the edge of the wall. He's gonna lose his mech incredibly fast. JL coordinating on the transform to deny any opportunity. Need to see some freezes coming out. Cuckoo has gone quite low. 60 is going to be able to pot off and get some healing back. One thing, unable to find any grabs though from that mech. Still effective at shutting down YZG's transform. Need to see some of this ice cream come out. Find the lockdowns onto the members as now TXJ just playing the dazzle game. Seeing dashes coming out as well. One Fang pops the bell for a brief second. Is going to get himself caught out. Loses a fair chunk of HP. Nice follow-up though coming in. QGG gets parried in the middle of all of the action. TXJ loses their ultimate as well. Has still got that dazzle available, but no armor. JL's One Fang losing a fair amount of HP to TXJ now. He's able to strip through that armor, but gets himself caught out. Dazzle to reposition. Jumps in for the scale rush, and now is just going to look for a pot. JL are not letting up on the YZG members though. But TXJ finds the turnaround here with the fist weapon. Caught in the knockup by the pulse sword. He's going low. QGG comes in for the save. TXJ, he can't make the escape. He finally goes down, and that is JL with the man advantage. XX1UO trying to find a reset off in the middle of all of this action. But JL's Cuckoo going exceptionally low in the middle of all of it as well. CXE is going to strip through members. Gets into the mech in the nick of time. He's somehow been able to find the turnaround. XX1UO is trying to finalize the kill onto QGG. Is able to do so in the sky. And it looks like CXE don't think he's going to really be able to keep this one going. He was focused out so effectively at the beginning. I think he's actually just looking to take them down with him here. Loses the mech. CXZ going low. JL finds the victory. The 3-man parry! And they all go down. No way!
No, there's no way, bro. He's 1 HP in a dream.
Criminal.
Criminal, dude. YZG. CXZ. Man said, no blues for you today. No. They were out of stock. That actually cost them their victory as a result. All 3 of them went into blues, and the delayed fuse for the, not throwing out the riposte really just came out. ASC replay, though, up against DRG, an immediate carry from Han. Incredible. And we know this is off the rip of the fight. So now Han activates himself as ultimate for Tianhai. He could leave it to action for a knockup to grab. Does find it regardless for Dongxing. Dongxing not having the Takeda ultimate isn't going to spell too much trouble. He's still at full HP. He didn't get focused out as I was hoping for. But he still doesn't have any sort of reason to activate ultimate. He gets caught to a second grab. Now that the Q and ultimate's active for miss, this means that he can go ahead and refresh for another grab, and that's going to be happening. Now, this is only to the result that the Syra did not stop, and that double grab right there is the reason why that's the case scenario, and that's going to be where the Syra really just didn't have the much, for the positioning for it. It didn't really come out on for Kakashi's benefit to, not look to try to keep that pushback on any ground unit targets like the Kylan. But Wolves are chasing down DRG, TE Peak by himself, at least for a temporary moment of time. They could take a chance of actually looking to chase him down. They only got 12 grapples, but with another team behind them, gonna be really hard to see if the teams are really making their presence over there. Over by the Serpent Crabs, though, JL having the respawn here, having a bounty scroll actually to be had. I'm curious in seeing what's going to be going on in mines for JL. They have 12,000 Dark Tide coin to go get a res off of a single teammate. There's nothing here that will cost them their lives unless it's realm, the soul form for one of their teammates, I should say, which then they can revive and then put him in. But I'm not too sure. If they decide to go ahead and purchase him out for a Reaper Charm with burning out soul form time, then that would be a big brain play. But at the same time, that's only if the Reaper Charms are available, in which case it looks like that would have been the case. DRG still hunting. 3 minutes left on the clock for roaming and depletion. Minute left for CE on White Tiger's prowess. And DRG just looking to try to find targets to get involved.
Well, right now, Kaishi does spot YZG. YZG with that roaming hang debuff on. Need to find these kills as Kakaishi is going to immediately take a light love tap from TXJ. KGG though, take the full scale rush. He's going to have to just freeze himself up immediately. Sandstorm breaks out. Kakaishi looking for an opportunity to get that damage off. He's going to get around the Sandstorm briefly there. Has ultimate available to him, but it's just going to back away. Both of these teams with those debuffs on want to get these cleanses done nice and soon. CJL just use the rebuff charms. That's their way around it. As KGG's already heavily chunked out. Mech gets thrown down here. As CXZ hasn't really been able to use the Ice Pickle that well, unfortunately. It feels like comp hasn't really suited YZG. The Moonshot getting thrown down in the middle of all of this. TXJ looking for Dazzles. The evasion is just coming out as the Fury and Sharks make the connection. TXJ gets caught by a Dazzle in response. Again, just searching to try and find that crowd control onto the members. It just feels like YZG are just struggling to find an opening, and they're just going to have to play the escape, I think. There's not much more they can do. They've committed all their ultimates, and they haven't really been able to get much. I say that, but Kakaishi suddenly becomes a bit of a juicy target. So KGG. Aerial Clan comes out here from TXJ, gets the parry off onto Donkey9. It's a massive chunk out of the two players, but in come the third parties. As OUG have entered into the mix. No ult zone gets popped. OUG going to be denied by that one as WX98 remains low. He's going to pot off in the distance, but it looks like OUG decided they don't really want to be involved in that heat. Parry lands on TXJ. Quick Dazzle comes out just to reposition. They need to pot off once again. OUG jumping back in and just seeing if there's an opportunity for a kill. DRG now on the run, but they're going to be caught by that pincer. TXJ playing this smartly. Just needs to back off and let the other teams do the work for them. They just need to Soul J. TXJ though is low. They're going to get finished up there by DRG. You're going to be able to cleanse one and maybe look for the escape off the back of this one. See Zinyu getting caught here by the Wisp. Freeze goes out, parry goes down to Yoran. WBG in the middle of all of this action starting to go a little bit low. It is just absolute chaos. There's YCG knocked out of the lobby. Another disappointing game from them. As WBG will fall and DRG able to actually sort themselves out. Only one member to cleanse. Not a bad run for them here.
No, definitely not. I know that DRG are coming out here with, you know, everything is out for 14 eliminations. And having 22 players left total, 19 for them as opposition stand. Could be a 20 bomb per game for them, knocking on wood. But of course, if GG puts himself in the spotlight right now, now's the time to get to the haystack. There's going to be Takeda ultimate coming out here from CJS. Haven't been forcefully used. We're looking for elimination against one Fong who gets a kill from the zipping. But we keep him afloat in the sky, and Takatia confirms that kill with a musket shot in the backline. That's 15 eliminations, and this gives GG that soul bloom. Yeah, they have to start moving away towards this area. They have to head towards the waterfall. Making their way towards Daily Meadow is also an opportunity. We still have the Spirit Wells to be picked up later on, but for OUG right now, looking at WBG Jing, he's going to be locked down even with the Syra heals. Jingyu gets caught to one heal to the next, and getting caught to the Dazzle doesn't really matter for him. Jingyu still puts himself in the spotlight. Love and Grapples, Baby U, and active Kylan Ultimate especially, has to look for a target that would be suitable for them to lock down. But Syra being in the air, it's only going to be a matter of time before she falls down to the sky. And for Jingyu, he is keeping the motion in the air with his shift dodges, and he finds it. He looks for the R&B catch, and there's going to be one elimination to OUG. The Ron gets deleted. One Fong was going to pick up some gear, pick up some loot, potentially was looking for that Soul Bloom, but OUG pick up the kill and back off almost immediately into the Artisan's Grove, while DRG, they're keeping the pelting until a maximum with GG.
Looks like right now, Mr. Mike secured there for Youth. Well, for TE in general. Still 21 players left in the lobby. TE Youth now Next up, trying to get some damage off. Everybody is just scrapping out. X61UO just dashing through here. JL down one thing. Gonna make their life a lot harder for themselves as X61UO gets a knockback onto two members of GG. GG though, just re-Kurumi up. Playing the denial as X61UO. He's kind of struggling to really make this damage count with that Kurumi here. Finally though, does get a little bit of work out here. 3-3-0 goes incredibly low, but with his ultimate now timing out, GG can just dazzle themselves back to full health.
Yeah.
And JL are just going to be sent packing. That storm causing a real issue. There's also a no-ult zone off in the distance as well. It is just absolute sorry. GG are in the no-ult zone. It is absolute carnage in this final circle.
Got Moonbane. Who's gonna get thrown into it? I already sense it. I already know it's gonna be a 10 high getting a grab and then in there. I feel it in the back of my, on the spinal cord, because that's usually the case scenario. We do see a group kill though for Jiannana as well as a Dragon like Might. We do have a Juggernaut on the youth with this stamina strike. Tuna on peak with a, if I'm not taking a Sky Punch. So we'll have to see if they actually take any sort of utilization for Dragon like Might, especially considering that you can pick someone up and then they can launch some onslaught hits on the target that falls down slowly. For DRG though, they do have a Shaolin Staff and a Rupture Gill Orb on Dong Qing. Not Cablum, a Sunwing Shot on Kataxi with a Saiyan Fang, as well as with our Salmon Strike alongside a Dario Ren. Gonna see a Mooncharge Storm though for Wushin 98, Soothing Boon, Palm Lightning, Overlord, having a Sap Hit and an Advanced Heal. Pretty much the most stacked member of DRG right now, and especially if he gets a higher rarity for those Flying Knives to start pelting out enemies left and right and keeping them airborne. But Spearwell is being contested ASC on their Kylan former comp. Having the Mystic Might in hand, if they can pick this up in the next 5 seconds, this means that they get the full refresh as soon as Han cancels ultimate just in the nick of time. Yes, he does, which means he gets a full reset, and the Jades and weapons are all picked up by the teammates.
Yeah, so you're going to be happy off the back of that one. It's not the biggest buff at the end, hence it wasn't as contested. You see Myth, though, absolutely shredding through LGX. He's just going to die to the zone and does go for the ult just to keep himself going, but Myth is just going to continue to be a menace. LGX is able to get back in, keep himself going, and they're just going to dazzle their own health bar back up now. Wolves able to disengage at least for a brief second, but LGX is still being hunted. Jumps into the Sandstorm. Nice spot place for him just to heal up. ASC just continue to chase. LGX is now full health though, so probably enough just to send them packing. 19 players left in the lobby. 4 minutes left on the game as well. I think this one could be a bit of a bloodbath, to be honest. As OUG, let's see if there's a kill onto Youth available. But Youth healed up by Peak, so not under any real threat yet. Ooh, nice dash coming in on the Peak. Peak's just going to have to reposition once again, but these guys are... The Kylins have just been real menaces, just constantly dashing in and being very aggressive with their ultimate. As Peak now has lost their ult. Build that charge back up before the final circle fully collapses. Xinyu got their ultimate available again though. About baiting enemy to ult now. And catch them out as Xinyu forced to use the bell. May just have to transform. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He now won't have that ult and potentially for the final circle. It's a big denial point. Forcing the enemy team to burn those resources a little bit too early. He's just searching for grabs, but no one is presenting themselves as an opportunity for him. Can't find anyone in the trees. No apples to be picked for you, Xinyu, unfortunately. Han also transforming. Just going to jump into Donkey 9 on the low ground. Into the Sandstorm, but not going to be able to find much more. Back to the high ground he goes. Team Monk transforms wasted. The lobby is going to be very happy with that one.
Yeah, and then looking in terms of what the rotation is, now that the Tian Highs are out of ultimates, they have to expose themselves at least some way or another with getting damage off with the ranged weapons, and also knowing that some of them may not have armor on standby, but the Keelan performers are all on the top of the hill. They know this, and they're going to be, mobbing it out here for a little bit. The ground units still with DRG, they are keeping their poised position. Still with common Flying Knives, Wushin 98 has yet to unlock the full potential for the Flying Knives, except for the CC control with the Rampage, or not the Rampage, with Moonshard Storms, as well as with the Palm Lightning. But if we look at this ambush, last 2 minutes on the block, we know that Baby U is looking to keep the range shots at a minimum, throwing out blue focus here and there, so long as no one tries to push him out, and that's going to be the case scenario. As I call it out, OUG's SS pushes to the zone, getting eliminated. Is on Team 98 with that Fear Blast, goes ahead and invests one of them just to push him through. Still having 3 more left to go. It is Wolves wants to kind of invest their multi and their Takeda ultimates on ground level. It's going to be at the notion that DRG still have the advantage here. Now, of course, knowing that ASC's in the corner right there with the Zhao Wen with the flying knife, it's a rarity. He can throw one blue focus and it beats Armbar, but he gets caught. There's DRG getting the elimination here, and Kotaku's going to be picking it up here. We're at 19. We're about to hit the 20 bomb. We only need one more elimination, and then we look for placement. So active Farius Shen ultimate as Justina, and with it, we're looking at towards Peak. He's putting himself out here with the Syra ultimate would be more so to be held for the last second of the matchup, but for Youth right now, he's just looking to try to keep a body block position and knocking opponents into the zone with last minute on the clock. T-Youth is going to deform here while the teams are still in the sky like Baby U for OUG.
We'll be a little bit worried about DRG though. Those guys are very set up. Youth able to secure himself a kill. Janan will be burning down there. DRG able to take that kill away. As now they're looking to finish up those members of Wolves. They got the Moon Shard as well. Golden Fist weapons on Donkey 9. Closing in on having his ultimate back up. Still a bit of a ways away. As Baby Ute just going to cling to the top of the tree, try and play the evasion game, but Peak's ultimate now times out. Parry lands onto Kakaiki here from Donkey 9, but he's not going to follow up, just going to back off for the second. Doesn't want to build too much rage up, just playing it safe. Loses all of his armor, getting absolutely cut through here. Just going to jump into the tree, go for a hill. Kakaiki with the dazzles, being so annoying to everyone on the low ground. But he's going to finally lose that ultimate soon, and then he is going to get absolutely rolled for it. Baby U going in for the dashes here for OUG, but he is inside the zone, losing a lot of HP. It's absolute carnage in the zone as it finally collapses. But Baby U is melting through the lobby. Down he goes. DRG, last team standing, 20 kills under their belt. That's a fat game 3 for them.
Yeah, it is. Big multiplier points, big lead. Backward jacket is the tech. DRG coming back out here for it, and then getting themselves the MVP on top of it with the Syra pick. And then looking at it, I mean, it's 20 plus kills for them, and they take this in terms of game 3. But 3 games ago, still having options on the table for the cycling, for heroes in the phases. Now, sorting this one out here, OUG actually put himself, well, with Baby U, at least trying to survive on the top of the tree line. Putting the Kylan ult to full usage. Now, it's only a matter of time. It's a limited quantity of time in Kylan ultimate. Once he's burning that Keelan guard, once he's burning the 4 seconds of the move, you know, not taking any damage whatsoever, he still won't get enough sustains. The Shadow Corruption, the weakness escalation, it's immediate upon that circle, which means that he won't be able to get any sort of heals back coming from strikes. He's just going for those last hit confirmations. But still, that pressure alone can knock one team down a peg for placements, and then that is exactly what took the advantage for it, for DRG to come out here on top. But like I said, still got 3 games to go, still have points to earn. MVPs be earning out.
I'm gonna be real with you. Baby U is having a bloody fantastic day. Oh, yeah. I know he's not on DRG, he's OUG, but honestly, that final circle where he just started dashing through everybody, just picking up kills left, right, and center. Big denial from DRG on more points, but also just a really, really solid performance from that guy. He's been having a really, really solid day today. YZG crumbling. Like, it feels like the pressure, they almost put too much pressure on their own back by playing so well that now they're starting to struggle once we're at this point in the day. I got my concerns. I got my concerns about YZG and the state of them for the finals. Again, it is a bit scrimmy, like you said at the beginning of the day, so there's a little bit more playing around. Like, I think it's crazy that we haven't seen a single blind date today at all. Like, I know like things like the Xiphon have kind of fallen off the meta a little bit, so I'm not surprised we've not seen so much Xiphon, but we haven't seen a single tester today. We haven't seen a single blind date comp. And I guess, you know, the biggest weakness of the blind date comp is Wu Shen. Like, you can't take it into the realm of Yangs. It's very defensive, but Viper's in such a good state right now, and, you know, we're seeing people trying to play like the Ice Pick variants to try and find a way to use her, but I feel like you could maybe start to look at like answers for the Tessa comp, and, you know, maybe taking the Wu Shen out and seeing, you know, playing around with things that could then play a more supportive role in that comp and, you know, fulfill Wu Shen's purpose. I'd be interested to see if that's a thing that comes out, because I thought Syra would do that for a bit. I really did. But anyway, enough from me. I'll shut up now. DRG walk away 28 points for themselves off the back of that one. OUG walk out with 11.5 as well. They had 10 kills that game. Nobody didn't. Everybody scored something. Yeah. Baldo less than, you know, others. They were 27.5 points behind first, but still, half a point is something. You've progressed your points somewhat. YCG almost scoring as many points this game as they had in the first 2 games, so I guess they are improving on that 4.5, but man, DRG absolutely crushing it here. 26,000 damage from both Kakaishi and Donkey 9. In fact, Kakaishi almost got 27,000 damage, like a really big game. Donkey 9, 14 kills though.
14.
Absolutely huge performance on the Decader. And I'm glad to see Sansai finish and dead, because I absolutely adore this comp, so I'm glad to see that it's still going. It's still kicking it.
Yeah, I think that this comp really propelled itself with Syra. I mean, it's been through the ringers with Ying into Karumi, and then now Syra takes the cake of just being able to have that jack of all trades comp just to still make its marks. Looking at the standings, TE 6th place right now, 7th place for 22.5, right beneath it with Wolves at 8th place with 14.5, 11.5 for WBG and ASC with 11, as well as YG and OA at 8.5 and 12. Like we said, kind of a rough starting out here for these bottom 6 teams. Anything can happen in any one match. I mean, we saw TE get MVP because that's the one that didn't want to take the ambush. I'll stop. We do have GG though putting out 26.5 with 6th place, to SR with 27, 27.5 for Bauta, JL with 28, and 34.5 for OEG in second, 42.5 for DRG. Having a massive game 2, I guess in game 3, it really puts out for DRG. Even with the game 1 at 4 points, still having 10.5 earned on game 2. Still stacks it up nicely put. And then with OUG, I mean, they've been having double-digit games and nearing towards 3 double-digit games. Game 1 being at 9.5, but with 13.5 in game 2, 11.5 in game 3, not getting the MVP that they're hoping for, that they've been trying to earn out, at least in terms of what we've seen with high amount of points, regardless of the situation. Plus 20 points, definitely a good feeling. But for DRG, we're going to put some highlights brought to you by China Unicom as we proceed to showcase the early game fights for DRG.
Here we are, DRG. Starting it off real strong. Just had an absolutely amazing day, to be fair. Zinyu nailed there by the ballista. Shot me some ballista action. It was a bloodbath game. I was surprised there was that many people in the final circle, to be honest, because it felt like there was so much action in this game, but a lot of people able to recover from the losses in fights with single person, making their way off, picking people back up or reviving them. Big game though. His final circle. Oh, this wasn't the final circle. This was that crazy fight where YZG overchased the Zinyu, able to get that double grab off for his team. AG still on absolutely tremendous day. And you know, the bottom end of the table, a lot of them are on 11 points right now. They're like, it's a lot of high people. So those numbers can change very quickly throughout the day. So I do expect to see the bottom teams start to put some more points up. Now we're at that halfway point. I'm sure, you know, coaches going to work teams saying, right, we got to get ourselves together. We're at the bottom end of the table. We need to get as many points put together as possible. It's time to either stop experimenting or it's time just to get our stuff together and really pop off today. DRG. Such a big victory for them there. Really, really good performance.
Looking at Takeda V2, never going to be used. I'm sorry. It's unfortunate. I wish to see that the V2 gets some probability.
I genuinely forgot what his V2 does.
Essentially a combo breaker ultimate that groups everyone out, then lifts them up in the air, but it's very temporary. Not as valuable.
I remember. Yeah.
They had 2 casts, maybe we had a different chance. We'll see about it. But 26,000 damage, total for Dongqing, having 9,600 on the staff. Bo was secondary with 6,600 damage, and 5th place with 3,700. So, I mean, Rupture Galore still didn't use it. Maybe must have been a last-minute pick in terms of what was on the bodies, if he was able to find a cannon. But having the staff in those last-hit confirmations kind of really came in clutch, especially considering that with Syra, she was hitting, the Kakashi was hitting those range shots for sure. Man was hitting those musket shots. Even though he has only 3 eliminations, he was most likely pelting the heck out of any of the teams in the distance, converting off of their to mulch for the wisp throws, and then using those range weapons. That's why the wisp, you know, into the bow shots, into the musket shots, just puts someone from 100 health to down to 0. And that really comes out against Tianhai comps. If a bell being used by a Tianhai comes out before the wisp, meaning, well, rather, if the wisp gets thrown out right before the bell, then he's able to lock himself in place, and then he's able to get caught out with the Wisp and the follow-up hits. And it's only a matter of time before they have to force ult like we saw earlier, where in the endgame circle, the Tianhais had to force both ultimates between, I believe, with the usage where they had to just get the high ground and space themselves out. The ERG wasn't having any of that, and they went to push them off of that cliffside and then force them on the ground level below.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how the meta shifted so dramatically, because Cannon was something which back in the Monk day, I called it the Buccaneer phase, the go-to, disappeared for a little while. Cannon seems to be very back with Monk back, and Takeda really likes it anyway. Anyway, we're going to throw it over to our interview, and then we'll be back with Game 4, so we'll see you in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，小恶魔，先和我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
我是报道战队小恶魔。
欢迎小恶魔来到我们的赛后采访。Okay, we would like to say welcome, and I would like to say long time no see, old friend. 那我这边要说是老朋友，很久不见了。Okay, so first I would like to know, because this season for you just joined in the new team, and I would like to know, so now it's already the pre-grand final, so how you comment on yourself and your team? 那我们也知道这个赛季其实小恶魔也是加入到了新的队伍当中，这个赛季在暴打待下来感觉怎么样？目前队内的磨合跟自己的这个情况自己怎么评价？
觉得挺好的吧，感觉我们的复活天下无敌。
很不错。So I think we are really good. We cooperate really well. And for me, I think our Monk is like perfect. There's no one is stronger than our Monk. 也是给了大佛一个非常大的肯定啊。OK， 我们来看一下今天我们要送给大家福利和题目是什么。OK, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. So we can see the question is, which hero did 暴打XEM use in the game 3？ 这道题目呢是，刚才这把比赛当中自己用到的是哪个英雄？刚才我们还聊过这个事。不过讲到今天比赛 ，let's back to the matches. I would really want to know. So in the game 2, why you choose the buff, which is the White Tiger？ 那我这边一定要问一下，今天第二把是做了一个让我们大家觉得很震惊的选择啊！当时选了白虎之力，到底是个什么情况？跟我们讲讲。
好像涛哥拿自甲拿错了，涛哥说了一句拿白虎了，兄弟拿错了。
所以最后甲拿到了吗？
甲肯定拿到了，
甲也拿到了，然后还不小心点出了白虎，哎呀 ！So actually, it's an accident at that time. I let him just pick up the armor, and he just maybe a little bit nervous and clicked the White Tiger buff. That's why we choose it. 哎，我其实就是你来之前，我们有去想过你们会不会有就是一个安排啊，和自己的计划，没有想到是这样的一个有趣的意外啊。不过没关系，今天其实前3把的表现还是不错的。Okay, and I think our players prepared. And let's start counting. 我觉得应该也已经准备好给大家送出福利了，对不对
？Okay.
那我们准备英文的3、2、1，好吗？来。
3、2、1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请小恶魔给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案到底是什么。
答案是 C.
Yeah, the correct answer is C, and congratulations. Okay, at last we know that because we are the pre-final, and we know that today for the Trolls game there are some changes, and we saw that you guys replicate cage, you just have the hero combination have changed, and I would like to know why. 那我们也知道，其实今天对于3排来说也是有个不小的改变。那每个队伍的阵容呢，其实也有了改变。那其实我们在复活赛当中看到暴打已经对于英雄的阵容搭配上面有改变，这个是出于怎么样的考虑和考量呢？
因为我们只会玩佛，所以我们要佛配万物。
啊，所以也是做了一个在复活赛当中做了一个新的尝试，是不是 ？Okay, so for us, because we are really good at Monk, that's why we try a lot of hero combination together to cooperate with Monk. That's why we just change our hero combination. 那再次感谢小恶魔来到我们的赛后采访，哇，天下无敌大佛啊！那继续加油，接下来就期待你们下面3场的表现了。Let's looking forward to the rest of game, and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
キラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second half of the day, actually, at this point, as it's been a bit up and down with GG, OUG, and DRG take a victory so far. Seems like YZG having a pretty poo day is probably the best way to word it. It sucked for them. They've not had a good performance so far.
You know, YZG has been kind of having the first 3 rounds not working in favor. They're actually bottom of the 3, not even to the top of the 6, the bottom 6. So having a chance of seeing YZG in the next 3 rounds, time will tell. Obviously, like we mentioned before, at least to the case that pre-finals, pseudo scrims, not really scrims, because remember, 20% of these points go into your finals for grand finals, and the teams know that from the get-go. So having to perform out is still on the board. But then having to see the past effort from YZG this past week, especially off of week 4, hopefully to see if they can get that notion before grand finals, because there's still at least 2 weeks before they end up going into that mode of being prepared, and that's 2 weeks without going up against their peers and competitors on the stage, right? They can still scrim on the offhand, and that will be the case. They'll be having scrims every single day, having to prepare for themselves with their peers. It's just getting a chance of actually practicing this out on the main floor means that this is the most effort that the other teams will put, or at least to the most effort on hand of their skill level. And that's where DRG really kind of came out last round, playing at the Sans Siphon Sarah, operating at the cost of being able to use that comp to its utmost peak, even without the amount of damage, or rather to the amount of eliminations that we've seen some teams earlier get on, such as OUG, but also towards GG placing out in first round. The kind of former has been more prominent. Ice Cream Comp has been made its apparent usage. Seeing if these Firefly maps change anything for the players, the Firefly maps would be the first things that we would have to look forward to for Grand Finals, because that's the first 3 maps. Firefly-enabled maps mean that we could see what the players are going to decide upon using for those first 3 rounds in Grand Finals, where then they don't have hero points. So if the first phase isn't selecting Viper, Wuch, and Tessa off rip, this could be the change that players over there are making making the rounds for it in the Global Pro League.
And that is a comp we haven't seen at all. We haven't seen the blind date once so far. So I'm excited to see, you know, if they're going to be pulling out, or whether or not they just feel like, because the buffs were on Viper, right? Like, not on the other 2. So hence why things like there's the variants of the ice pick that uses Viper. Like, I'm curious if they just feel like that comp is kind of, you know, B tier right now. It's playable, but like it's not going to be like their main attention. They just want to find like a better use for the Viper. I talked a little bit about it before the break. I think the problem with that comp is Wu Shen. Like, as a character, his uses are refresh shields and get you out of fight, but it's not as safe as it used to be, because once upon a time, like, the Wu Shen port was like a guaranteed out. You could pick people up and escape, but now it's like you don't go that far. It's very telegraphed where you land. Everybody sees it as a bit of a dinner bell to come and pick up a straggler team that's used its abilities. So I feel like he's the major weakness in that comp right now. Like I said for the break, I'd like to see some innovation on it, but I guess for now, you know, they're just seeing if there's other ways and other teams to play the Viper with. Like, they don't need the Test, they don't need the Wu Shen. They want, you know, the Justinas, the Pharah, the kind of pick variant, as we have seen. I'm a big fan of the Syra Viper Justina comp, which we've been seeing a couple of teams pulling out.
Oh yeah.
Like, just stagger and freeze and just lock down and stun and silence. It is such a crowd control heavy comp, but like, they just beat you because you can't move.
Yeah, because the thing is that Wu Chan's position in that comp, especially coming through here, is B1 variation for the teleport is something that can be used. It used to be free low escape, you know, a lot of further distance for you to teleport from, as well as a way for you to hide out of sight, out of mind. But since that beacon of light nerf, or rather that mechanic comes through for Wu Chen port, teams can then spot you out as soon as they can. And for that res, it's still a little bit of risky gamble considering then. And then seeing about where the F1 is used, the shield walls, 3 shield walls, HP regen, or rather a shield regen for your teammates and yourself, as well as blocking off any and all projectiles, such as included towards dazzle orbs, as well as the chances of dodging out Tian high grabs. It's really a strong point, and especially actually disengaging, where players can't grapple through it. They stop at the shield wall outright. And then putting out Wu Chen's nowadays in terms of the Viper Wu Chen Tesla comp is the aspect that if he does use his ultimate early on, or rather not early on, but if he uses it where his teammates are at 100 or 80% or more HP, he gives them the attack buff, where if Viper is running F2, which is the shotgun with the weakened heal, and then using that skill on top of the attack buff, that could be a poignant a place to be where she can just start DPSing the heck out, and then having the chance of actually going off on the end you could go ahead and delete one person's armor or even to the health bar. But the Wu Chen V2 variation, very little to no usage in terms of the Pro League. It would be interesting to see if teams do find that niche for it. It is 2 Spear Blade spawns that you can just throw down, and it will pulverize an opponent on stagger duty. But then again, any team can then use their teammate ultimate to try to push off or peel off the pressure that might come from the ground units. Then in which case, there's the value to be thrown into the air with no marks to be held against them. They just use it and it's countered off immediately.
It's a shame. It's a shame that he's not particularly great anymore. Well, he's got his use, but like he's one of the more weaker sides of it. I actually also, speaking of like bizarre comps, I did like the Matari Viper comp we saw. I can't remember who the third one that was. I think it was Syra. Yeah, it was Syra. That was kind of an interesting one, like refreshing the silence, which is quite a lengthy silence as well. So, big fan of that one. That's quite a cool little comp as well. Interesting use of it. It's nice to see that like Matari's one of those characters who just occasionally rocks up and is actually kind of really good in like a very few amount of comps. Like, yeah, she's not someone you're gonna want with your your Taka or your monks or whatever, but when she's with the right character like a Zai, back from obviously Xiphon was an S tier pick for most of this season, or even in these weird crowd control Viper comps, still showing up there. It's kind of interesting. I like seeing it.
One thing with Matari is that, with the Viper and that 8-second silence on the Viper F1 and getting the refresh for another 8 seconds, it just refreshes that cooldown. That's why it's very curious to see about the Vipers not using V2 in trios, but it's understandable. Even if the V2 comes out pretty heavy, right? We're talking about no skills, no grapples. You got 5 seconds to push your enemy, and then after the pop, it's a 4-second silence. You then are guaranteed in terms of elongated down. You're like Kanye West level. You're there, boom, you're out. You didn't even see it coming. Nothing really comes out towards having a chance of seeing Matari really work into the comps unless there's a specific purpose that she fulfills. And for the usage of Mataris with Viper, it's either for explosiveness or for CC control. At the end of the day, though, if they're using Viper or using Matari, that pushes them out of Xiphon. Now, Xiphons can kind of be thrown in the mix here and there. Whether teams are wanting to use it, it's mainly seen if they want to use it as a comfort pick, because back during spring and definitely during summer, it was one of the more stronger picks to be made from these teams after we saw JL really propel its usage. And talking about JL propelling usage, they are in the first phase. Bauda, OUG, and SR, they're there. WBG and TE, YZG, and GG, they're in the second phase. DRG, OA, ASC, Wolves, third phase, and into Hollow Rock Dust, this is where we're remaining. We're going into the latter half of the day. We have Fireflies only from this point on to be enabled into the map, and all the players are going to be careful about where they really want to take the spawns, especially OUG, getting that Salvation Podium. Let's see if they get him again.
Alrighty, well, as we load in, overlooked by the 2 logos, well 4, but 2 different logos of our bi-weekly champions, YZG and TE. See if either of those teams can really find that big victory under their belt, because they're typically quiet on that front. As Taka Monk, another Monk coming in.
Did you see the Akos?
No, there was an Akos.
I was looking. I was like, yo, I'm gonna tap you on the shoulder. No, it was an Akos complete.
Oh my word! I totally missed that. I saw the Taka. I didn't see the Akos.
I think we saw that actually with V1 Akos, considering it was a Tianhai. So that's going to be something I'm hoping to see how that still comes out. If it's not a V1, if it's V3 Akos, we're running through different, we're in unknown territory pretty much. But we do have the Tarka Former coming back. YCG actually burning it through for the second phase. Now Tianhai is a 2-pointer, which means Xiphons are available. There it is from Wolves to go out here for the Matari into the Viper with the Syra. Still kind of wondering if DRG or ASC are going to be testing out a test comp here. Oh, Shaol into the Matari.
Sorry, was that Shaol in trios?
Can't believe it. I wish my mind was playing tricks on me, dimes Nix on me, because if Shaol from Mist, bro, I'm raging because if this comes out and it succeeds, if it really does well, that's what I'm trying to talk about.
Don't think I've ever seen Shaol in trios ever since she got released. I think she's been very dominant in solos for a hot minute. There's our first. Wait, that's not even a blind date.
Yo, what is that,
I told you
bro?
Woodshed is the problem, man. They're picking Kurumi up I actually
Holy
think
smokes.
this is better.
Yo, Karumi,
What is
Karumi
going
mentioned.
on?
Karumi mentioned. Where's Wallace? I can't believe this.
I told you, man. Wu Shen's the problem with that comp.
Wu Chen's. I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, yo, Karumi into that comp. I'm like, okay. I see the vision. We full investment. I just want to know the skills, right? For Viper, especially for Viper. Because if Viper goes off on V1, you got the stun, and then Karumi could just insurance policy the heal selection. I'm not too sure. Let's look at this Akos first. Bauda is the one who was able to pick up Akos with a Tianhai XEM. Look for your skills, bro. V2. We're looking to lock down with V2, which guarantees 2 pounces to give the Tianhai those grabs. V1 F1 for ZK. Shy on the F2 with the V1 variation. V2, oh man, V2 for the from Zhao Wen on the Matari. And then looking around here, V1 for one Fong. I'm looking over by the Kurumi, this case for the V1 F2 for 2 tick for OA. Tarka Former with Junks on the F1 V2 for the Tarka. And then the F2 V2 for QGG on YCG side. I mean, listen, V2 Matari in the world of Vipers, since there's no bans on Vipers. And considering that that's the case, they took the risk, took the gamble. If their face had chosen to be Vipers, they wouldn't have known. Luckily, there wasn't a lot on the field of play. Now our spawns, dictated over by the Northeast. GG are not alone. OWA, WBG, ASC are all right there. SR actually taking out the Salvation podium by themselves. OWA or OUG taking the distance fight over by Feather Lake, over northwest of the area of the Pinnacle Town. But man, 5 teams here, actually, not 4 teams. You didn't even see them there. They're actually on that fight ground, and if they go north, they're gonna see 4 teams just battling it out and duking it out with the loot pattern. And then JL, City of Tong, holding themselves over by Bauda and Wolves. They're over by Metod. Jake, this is gonna be game 4. We have all the picks going through. Shayo's in the lobby, V2 Matari's in the lobby, double target comps in the mix, and an Akos with a Tianhai running V2. And there's a lot of surprises this game. I'm excited. I'm actually dumbly excited for this round to be played out.
I'm very excited, especially at my Imperial. It's about to be a bloodbath up there. Lots of bizarre and interesting picks. I really want this ACOS to work out. I really want this new variant of the Blind Date to work out as well, as Baby You starts up by immediately getting jumped onto by DRG. Kind of been the standout player for his team, but this time isolated on his own, finished up. That's going to be a nice kill for DRG. Able to kill that. Also running a Sand Siphon comp, so Sand Siphon comp beats Sand Siphon comp. Zinyu able to evade away briefly there for a second. Grapple doesn't quite make the connection from Donkey 9. They start to call it off as YZG actually jumping in onto DRG's pocket. They find Donkey 9. The ambush coming in from them. Looking to put some damage out. Goes the fireball down, goes a little bit wide. Has the great sword though here from him. Caught by a whiff. GG's able to break away. Ultimate already used here. And he is absolutely clapping through the members of DRG. YZG starting strong with the kill. Refresh on the F as well if they need it. Not that it's going to be necessary. Nice little kill there for the side of YZG. There's so many people in the area. DRG making the escape. GGG does know, well, we'll see where WX98 is, so may look to jump on him, but GGG potentially jumping down.
I want to burst anything on the issue. OA was able to take 3 kills, but they're getting picked off in the distance. YZG still putting out works out here, and I really like to see how this Tarka gameplay from PGG has been operating. He had to cancel ultimate later on because there was no reason to keep it going, but he was able to kind of burn out the time for the Rage as Baby U's getting hunted down here from PGG, looking to try to go for some grab. TXJ on active Tianhai ultimate, looking to try to go for the jump out on B. After 1, he's looking for 2. That Fireball comes out, but he still has ultimate to come back into the mix with a Syra ultimate. The Tianhai grab from QGG, or from TXJ I should say, comes up to the elimination, and that Solum extends out this ultimate further. Now, we can't catch a Syra midair as a Tarka, so that's not going to be the case. But we did lose our Kurumi, so whether or not he's going to go back to try to get the res on the CXZ, we're going to have to double check. Jinyu, though, having a chance of being able to spot out the Tarka by himself. Hopefully to see the Dazzle. He does capture it. Estes connects it, and 1 HP to Dream goes down completely. OUG are up to 2 eliminations. DBU actually in soul form looking to try to reset. Now, I kind of want to see what's happening in an Imperial Village because, like I said, OA were able to pick up 3 kills. They're now rezzed, so they're off of the soul form. It's going to be up to the case of whether they're going south or they're going west. Otherwise, being about it, I'm curious about it. GG actually having 3 eliminations as well and getting eliminated early on means that they took a fight, they won, then they lost. Any invasion teams can come out here, especially for TE, who have taken the lead in kills with 4 eliminations in the lobby.
TXJ is trying to buy some space. I think he's out of grapples though, for the fact that he hasn't grappled at all. Desperately trying to see if he can put something together, making his way towards the portals. Maybe his way out here. He's gonna quickly zip in. See if he gets away, but I don't think he's going to rail run for long. Wolves, though, hunting Bowder. Jing, forced to use the ultimate, gets caught immediately with a dash through him. ZK caught by the dazzle. He's going to lose all of his armor pretty much in response, but Wolves going to heal him back up with their own orbs to keep ZK nice and safe. Wolves now just turn their attention elsewhere. Zen trying to make an escape away here. Wolves himself to Matari for that invisibility if they need it. ZK gets knocked back though, big chunk onto both of the members of Wolves. Bowder trying their hardest to try and evade Wolves' aggression right now. Have been able to turn this one around. Do you see the TXJ went down on the off the screen? So ZK gets caught by the knockup, is going to have to throw down his ultimate, try and time this one out, but that was too late from ZZT. Oh, no, he's able to break it. Okay, cool. He's fine. ZK now going to just go for a heal. Wolves wasting out ZZT's transforms. He's going to look for grabs here. Is able to find one onto one of the members of Wolves. Trying to look for the second. Is able to get it. They're going to try and break through. They are actually able to. ZZT's going low. Needs to jump away to safety. Looks for the grab, but he is finished up by the flying knives. As ZK will fall to the ACOS. Bowder able to fire back in response, but can they find the hero play here from the ACOS? It's just going to jump forward. ZK's low HP, actually. Zen could maybe do it. Maybe grab another kill if he wants, but revive, he's the only one with revive right now, so just going to time out his ultimate, make a run for it. Only got a single grapple, though. A hard ask for him. S coming up fairly soon. Grey armor swap comes out into the silence, into the parry. Zem on his lonesome. Gonna have to lose all the money he picked up and start fresh. Throws down the F to try and break away, but Wolves able to finish him up.
And Wolves are picking up a lot of gold coming out of those kills. It means that they got the shop nearby, and even though the Sona's gonna be circling in, they still have Med Top to look towards and going towards the shop in that direction to get purple armors. All ultimates are back online for Wolves right there. Bowder had a chance right there for the Tianhai with the grabs, but since the Silence had come into contact with him, he wasn't able to get the slam down, even with the double grab. Unfortunate. SR, though, off in terms of the City of Tong having that Tarkin former comp, having not lost any lives and having not gained any kills, but loot is the name of the game, and they picked up that salvation podium for free, so with the buff, or rather for the gold weapon, it's going to be a gold fan given to their target. Now, OA, off in terms of the Serpent's Pass, are looking to reset value over here if they can. They have 1 purple armor. They got 1 purple mitigation J for 2-tick. I'm not sure what that might be, but for 2-tick to have a long sword and with F2, that means he's going to smack out pretty heavily. Yushan Village has OUG and GG on the standby with the purple Hong sword on Jingyu as a Syro, which means he scaled out to do some many amount of damage. And for Baby Yu here for OUG, purple armor has level 2 Takeda ultimate, so with 4 Fury and Blast, we'll have those on standby when the time comes. OUG at 3 eliminations, as stated. So with them being nearly in terms of being tied up for 2nd place, with the majority of the teams, still have to take a look and seeing if they enter to Roma Yang with any sort of benefit against their opponents. While DRG head into Plume Castle with the gear on hand.
It's either YZG or actually down there, Taka as well, so need to find some money to get him back into the game. DRG just chilling right now. Couple of minutes until we do see those Roma Yang spawn up, and that is where, again, we're going to see another kind of explosion of action. Very, very aggressive start from a bunch of our teams, but has relaxed somewhat. But with these Roma Yang spawning up, teams are starting to collapse in the area, get themselves the gear, get themselves those buffs. The WPG are going to be able to get themselves a rebirth charm. The only team that's looking for one. They're going to use it and get their teammates back up. Wolves collapsing in from the north. Where are all of our teams? I'm just having a look at where everyone is. Can't see YZG at all. I have no idea where they are. Oh, no, there they are. They're down by Plume. There's a lot of this is actually a bad place, I think, for YZG to be. Like, they're going to try and grab themselves some gear, but the problem is there's 2 Roma Yangs either side of Plume. As soon as the teams come out from Roma Yang, they're going to go there and fight there. That is exactly where they're going to want to be.
Oh yeah, prime position, you know, medium rare. Obviously, with the Spearwell being inside of Pinnacle Town, if they decide to make it to Pinnacle Town, is it going to be too late is the question. I mean, they can still got 30 seconds to make their ways past Falcon's Perch, hoping not to get ambushed by anybody by the time that they see that the Spearwell is being claimed. Otherwise, though, Frigid Ice Pulse, ASC, Shio Comp, I mean, listen, they got elimination, so that's going to be one thing. Palm Lightning on Zhao Yuan, as well as the Xian Fang, I should say. Juggernaut is going to be on him as well. And a Rampage on Mist, meaning that with this purple Hong Sword, if once he enters in the first stage blue and it goes to purple focus, I'm not even sure they're going to win against Siphon Syra. I'm going to be 100% honest. If they go up against Sam Siphon Syra, might be a little bit tough. Misses by himself. Oh, no! And he's going to this out. Unfortunate. He throws a shield wall. He gets a triple. Boom! There it is, and he's in the realm.
He's in. Okay.
He's got no ultimate. The Fairy Shen can provide support for him with the Fairy Shen ult. Other than that, though, DRG are nearly the same gear gap as they are, and Kakaxi is in Syra ult.
I am so sad because I wanted to see what this comp looked like inside of Aroma Yang and watch it, but now they haven't got the ult on Mist. It's going to be a lot harder already. Zhao Wen is going to be going down to DRG. They are just melting through them. Mist, no ultimate, caught by the Sandstorm, absolutely cut through. Sand Siphon, proving why it was such a strong team for so long, as Han is trying his hardest on his lone to keep this one going. I don't know what happened there to Mist. I don't know why he tried to cheese at the gate, but he got caught and punished for it. And ASE pay a heavy, heavy price. That is them going to be on debuff. It's DRG. That wasn't even remotely close. That was the most one-sided drumming I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was. And it was on blue weapons and everything. Assassin's Lunch is picked up in a gold staff, so really crazy because I know Zhao Yuan was actually pulling out here for the Matari ultimate. It was procs. The V2 was there, but you got to remember, if you're playing against Sand Siphon and that Cicada is using F1, he can throw a blue focus all he wants. He's still going to get tackled as a result, and there's nothing that can counter out that. SR's Rummy Yang doing his replay forces him out. And it's like a return to sender fight, man. We saw two Rummy Yangs. The first one was a sweep. The second one, Yaron there to Tianhai, getting grabbed before he procced ultimate, is absolutely diabolical coming out here. That gives him such a great advantage here, even with the Kylan on standby for ultimate. Leo gets grabbed, and look at Jing. He has no more Keelan guard. The double grabs to burn. Two sweeps, two different Rummy Yangs. Two different team comps. Sand Siphon was kind of former. And SR outside the Rummy Yang up against DRG as wait, the comp you want to see it. That's the one you want to see the Groupies and the Wu Chen. They're up against here in the mix.
See how it goes. Viper Stun's just going to break out. Zhao will be able to break away from getting caught by the Viper ultimate. With his transform time very well there. And Tutik gets caught by the grapple. Looking to throw some damage in, but Zhao going to be a little bit harder for them right now. Can't finish up the kill onto Tutik. Does try and find the regrab. Isn't going to be able to get it as SR losing Rico. Through, we see the Tekaran land. And people are going to get charmed up. And that is going to be WPG's moment to take himself a kill. But OA sliding into the mix and just finishing up a couple of kills off the back of it as well. Going to get some damage out. Now we're going to see another transform. Junkson's going to be the one to throw it away. Get grappled from distance. And they need to try and save OA. I don't know if Tutik's going to be able to get away from this one. Viper Stun comes down though in response. Is Tutik going to be able to find it? He does get the stun. Yoran's going to lose so much HP for this. As OA able to wiggle free of Yoran. He's about to lose that transform. He catches Junks though. He catches another. Flash comes out. Healing comes through. Yoran is back up to full. He's going to look for another grab onto ZK. He's been able to get it, but he loses the transform. As you see the second Testa Charm come through. I wanted to see the crowd control from this comp, and they are playing it so effectively. The lockdown is huge. Tutik trying to break away though. He does get back briefly for a second. He's now got to be careful of the dazzles as OA. Now just going to play the defensive game, but ASE chasing in with a cannon fire coming down from Han. PP low HP, finished up by Zhao Wen as OA crumbling. They needed their Wu Chen Uber driver to get them to safety, unfortunately.
Putting Kurumi at 0 stars. Didn't play the music I liked. That's going to be the case, and that's going to be where they're actually leaving out with one teammate left at Tessa, and now it's going to be where they have to reset value that out. And it was really a case study of a matchup there in terms of the fights, but we still have fights to be had. OUG up against JL, and looking at OUG actually, Baby U not having a chance in his lifespan to come out of this Kylan slash as the resets are happening. Sees Yanan as insult to injury with the Tianhai ultimate to build those grabs. Luckily, with OUG, they still have another 30 seconds for the Rummy Yang, or rather for the Vermilion's Bird's Might, as JL's one Fong attempted to get caught into a grab here. I'm looking at Youth and whether or not he's going to confirm it. But we see JL's Cuckoo's actually looking for some pelt shots against Jianan, who is taking a good hefty amount of zone tick damage. Looking for the grab here, looking for Zhao as he was healing behind the Spire, and looking to see whether or not he's going to get any grabs before ult ends. Not going to be the case, but JL are on death's door duty right now, considering this is going to be the case for Peak. If he gets caught, he couldn't, he could have gotten eliminated if we saw a focus fire from Zhao, but he's looking at Youth. He wants to make sure that this Kylan has nothing to live for. There it is, going 1+ elimination. Still having a chance here to use his ultimate at its full value as Jianan is hiding in the cave. We go outside and we get Peak out of the game as well.
Nice little pick up there for JL, and it's just Jianan left. Able to cleanse himself. Jumps into the tent, but XX1 Yuo able to track him down here. Trying to finish him up as Yao went nowhere to go. Caught by the Fu Ren shove inside the realm of corruption, and he is going down. TE knocked out of the game. Not a particularly great one for them off the back of that one. Now, ASE, with our interesting Sheol comp, actually did manage to get themselves cleansed.
Yep.
I want to see them in Aroma Yang again. I just want to see them have ultimates.
All three of them.
Yeah, I just like Sheol jumping into there with no ultimate was so sad. I mean, it was a good ult from Sheol to catch the whole enemy team keeping them out, but damn, big mistake, big mistake.
I think the biggest, I'm not gonna say a problem, I think the biggest issue I'm seeing in terms of that comp is since Batari's on V2, and the thing about it is that it's a very selfish ultimate, I'll be honest. It's not a hyperactive ultimate like a Takeda or a Tarka or a Kylan or an Akos in the extremities of it. But he can get the res. He should be able to get the res. I'm hoping he's getting the res. Oh, UG, look over the distance. Look yonder, you'll seal the opponents. One Fong still has ultimate though in case he push. Cuckoo though is too deep in the zone. I think BB just spotted him.
Yeah,
here.
They should have potted inside the realm of Yang. They had time. They just greeted for it, saying we'll get the res, but now he's a free kill. Maybe all he needs to do is just get a couple of shots off. Realm of Yang spawn up as well in the middle of all of this. JL desperately trying to make the escape. They've got the Sandstorm. Scale rushing out. One fake. Maybe in a bit of trouble here. Throws out the flying knives. Sandstorm's, again, still available to him. He's just going to throw it out, but immediately gets followed up too. Has the Wisp, throws it down, doesn't get caught. Sandstorm comes out onto him, and that is probably one thing going down off the back of that one. Fu Ren shove's going to be enough. Massive mistake from JL is going to cost them a player. As SR versus Balder, Monk versus Monk inside the realm of Yang. The RG are taking on YZG inside the other one as well, so we'll have to hopefully look over there in a little bit. But Zen getting caught by the grapple, getting caught by the punch and finished up. SR able to secure themselves that kill. ZZT going low is going to now time out, but has only got a little bit of armor to work with as they're trying to heal him back up. Dazzle, nice from Jing, able to catch onto multiple people. See the Karumi ultimate come out here to keep the members of SR healthy, as ZZT will be going down in the middle of that, and SR with the man advantage. It might just be another clean sweep inside of Realm of Yang, actually, to be honest. Yeah. Really brutal. Ultimate times out for Jing. And yeah, they're not going to last for long. Zhao is just watching.
So you got the popcorn. You got the cutter corn on standby. Slowly, Oreo cookie covered popcorn. We're gonna see a prize fall, gold long sword. Seen assault smoke to be picked up in the purple musket, so this is gonna be where they also pick up Mystic Might, I'm assuming. And since GG won their Romy Yang, at least I think so, they do have a White Tiger's prowess on standby. We do see Zhao Zhao actually dying out in the zone. Junk's going for it. We do see a meteor on Junks as well as a soul slash on Rico, and a group heal, an advancing on Junks as well. Now these guys are going to train to the heart of Plume Castle. A lot of opponents be fought out here. For the Mystic Might, it's going to work out tremendously. This could be a chance to see in Wolves ZK going down. There it is. GG goes ahead and gets elimination. But I'm really curious. It's Tarka MVP. Listen, if it's Tarka MVP, I said it really quietly because I didn't want to say it going through, but a Tarka former comp coming out here on victory status would be kind of a cool baller move, considering we haven't seen it yet. It's just, I want to see Tarka in the mix getting the MVP. That would be, I think, the first of its kind. But we still have to, time will tell. There's a lot of Sand Siphon Cyrus in the mix. They're a dangerous comp indeed. Once the Tarka goes up against the Tumult and the Tumult ults, there is no stamina. And going back to ASE, I'm not even sure if I see ASE anywhere in terms of taking any initial fights or positions, but the Matari taking the Selfish Ultimate for V2 just really comes out because there's not really much hyper activity that she can provide except for just teleport blue backstab hits. And if she goes for V1 instead, she offers her team Siphon. She offers her team going F with a refresh for the skill. And for Xiao, I think that would be her best benefit, especially if she's rocking F2, because if F2 comes out and she gets it, she's essentially a pseudo, not complete, but a pseudo Zai, where the F skill cuts the reset. Because every shield block that Xiao uses gets converted into ultimate to be a shield throw. It burns out, I believe, 8 seconds off the cooldown. So for Xiao, she would be able to get her skill back up and going for massive amount of pushback, massive amount of damage. But YGG fighting out their Rumyang up against DRG with the Dazzle to start it off.
XJ not actually throwing the transform out immediately, waiting a little bit of time before throwing it down. Sandstorm comes out, and this comp was designed to deal with Monk back in the day. He's so good at kind of shutting them down with the Sandstorm. Nice grab from TXJ to open it up, but again, the Sandstorm stops him from getting the double grab onto WX98. GGG got hit by a whisk. That's what happened to him. I was really curious because I saw he goes down quite early on the scoreboard. Kakaishi went incredibly low, but pops the ultimate to heal back up. And yeah, it's unfortunately, you know, every time YGG almost found that kill, they were just unable to make the connection. And GGG couldn't find a good scale rush angle. CXZ went down early, and it's just too much to sustain with the Syra, just keeping them going, and GGG getting caught out left, right, and center. There was beautiful parry from the air actually onto him. Drops his katana off the back of that one. And TXJ, if I remember right, TXJ actually did survive a lot longer than the rest of his team, and you can see he was trying his hardest, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. They've got 2.5 minutes left on their Rumyang debuff, so they really need to pull that trigger and start trying to find some kills.
Yeah, SR though getting ambushed out here. Or at least I think it's the mob mentality. Is this the mob mentality? Oh yeah, it is. yeah. YGG are trying to, you know, be a proxy in there if they can because of their TN high. But about over by Ice Shard Lake, locking down towards the Wolves 9 HQ on the Matari. ASC still in the lobby somewhere. They can't be locked out. If they get spotted out, they actually might be focused out. If all those kind of informers are right next door to each other, they will look at the Xiao and try to lock her out of the game. But since Bada is able to get one solo now, they still have time to look to try to go for a Rebirth Charm purchase if they're available. They still got that. They got 12k gold. So going to a shop right now would be the next objective for them. But off the leaderboard, 9 eliminations for both DRG and OUG. Both playing the exact same comp as Tansai and Syra. Over to the Yushan Village though, with SR in second place with 7 eliminations. We got a lot of 5s in the match lobby. And OA is still in the game with one teammate. This is whether or not ASC or GG can come out and try to surpass for third place.
What is YGG doing? They need to aggress. There we go. Open up with the jumps immediately. They're playing it passively. They've got a minute left. SE's hand gonna be going down. Has to drop the mech because they're finished up. Losing that nice and early, like you said. Expected to see them try and find and isolate and shut someone down. But YGG, 1 minute 15 left on the clock, and they've got SR on their pocket, chasing them down right now. I think they're trying to put some distance between them and other teams, but I just feel like YGG are wasting too much time here. They've got a minute left to get this cleanse off, and I don't think they're going to be able to find it. While Windsprout coming out from CXZ, SR, Bowder, all in the area. ZZT's going to go for the transform. He doesn't have long left either. YGG maybe just hoping due to the fact that they have a little bit longer, they might be able to break away. ZZT finds a kill though. They're not going to be able to get CXZ back. CZT, he's going down, about to run out of time. Caught, no, just about dodges out on the grapple. The dome is too much. Everyone is fighting for this zone. TXJ trying to cleanse himself up. We do see a grab coming in onto him from Ajao. Bowder eliminated from the lobby into the moonshot from the flying daggers as well. So much damage landing in. Gonna be able to knock him back briefly here, but you do worry. Another grab comes in into the slam. TXJ's down. He's out of the lobby. CGS is going to go for a transform off the back of that one. And it's just, it was a very, very sloppy and lazy play from YZG. They had the debuff, but they just banked on the Spirit Well, being able to cleanse them, because we've seen a team do that a couple of times. But today, every Spirit Well, especially the early ones, has been really heavily contested, so major mistake from them.
Yeah, they still have at least a Tarka on standby with the Kurumi, so any sort of range pressure that can come out, they still have a little bit of heal sustain. It's just getting that rebirth coming through. CJ Esto had to have that mark of death due to his ultimate being expired. All players like Jing comes out here for the slackness on the Kylan ultimate. Yaron is probably going to deform here in just a moment. He's waiting out to see what is the case scenario for GG. Considering that GG still has the Kylan ultimate ready to go. Jing, man, he's looking for it. He's looking to try to go for the slide into LMB. Of course, it's not going to be allowed. F1 comes out from 3-3-0, putting out the works here if they can go for the hits and also potentially for the res. Look at CJS's chances of being res. As soon as LXM knocks going through, you can go for a ranged parasol and then goes for heal. But 3-3-0 is still in the mix between two different targets. LXM finds the last slash to be valued out to nothingness as the team can then start locking in here. He got the zipping F1 to come through here for it. But with the Kurumis coming out to try to put up the defense buff, there is nothing going to be had for anyone else. I know that ASE, they're north of here. They're fighting QGG, and that's going to be where RiseG's last two teammates are going to be left alone. There's going to be Han getting himself the last hits confirmation. That purple longbow looking mad tasty, but that's most circle that's actually doing numbers on Zhao Wen. Now Zhao Wen has an option. He can play selfishly with ultimate. If he had wanted to get the line of sight, he can go for a teleport, catch QGG. And that only comes down to the benefit of just being able to burn out one for ult. And then the lobby sees that it's V2 because of the feathers behind them, and then they can locate that out. But this is going to be a patient game, Jake. This is going to be 6.5 minutes of just pure adrenaline and hoping out to see the players can hold their spotlights. Otherwise, it's going to be sucked out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of a waiting game off the back of this one. Happy to see that ASC were able to recover going into this one, but it's going to be interesting to see if this shell has some legs going into late game, because there is a lot of cicadas. There's 2 cicadas left in the lobby. A couple of monks actually. Jing goes down. I say 2 cicadas. 1 cicada just gets absolutely rolled there. Both shots coming in. See if Baby You been having honestly such a good day today. He's really been playing well. The bow shots off in the distance is Zhao Wen able to secure a kill onto Meng. ASE gets himself one. WBG's Leo getting absolutely chunked out here by GG though. GG still down CJS. They don't have that revive option, but they're still just trying to turn the attention away from them by getting other people low. Leo trying to break away from LXM. LXM, can he find the kill actually? He's playing it relatively chill. Leo's just going to scramble up the tree, try and break away, but caught by Junks with the bow from the range. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, LXM getting caught. Everyone's getting killed in midair right now in these final moments. And looking at DRG up to these eliminations up to 10. So obviously with the gold armor they can have, and looking over to the Spear Well. SR, man, they got Moonshard Storm, they got the Jades, they got 2 Flying Eyes. Oh my god. All right, listen, there's a lot of Jades here. I'm not even going to say them all. The only things you got to keep a note is the Moonshard Storm for Rico and the Avancia for Junks. That's all you need to know right now. And the Rupture Gale or the Twin Shot Bounce Shell that we saw earlier from the cannon shots. But other than that, that Spearwell is going to only propel them even higher. And for SR, getting that Draco Storm means that any staggers that comes out gives Tarka free real estate for a double shift punch into the tackle. So if he looks for that, he'll get it. Looking at the Baby U's build right now with a Giant Fang and the Tuna, they also have that repair roll, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be the case for Baby U. Actually, not a repair, that's a desperation. And we're going to have to see what's going to be coming out here for the Salsa Gecko for Virginia if he's scare rushing. But an advanced group kill on SS means that this team can back off and get heals. Otherwise, Palm Lightning is also in his hand. And then looking at DRG, they are rocking in terms of having a Thunderstorm and an Octa Slash Blade. And with the Assassin's Left, nice chance here for Donkey to get the tackle. He has 1. But for this case, for Zhao, he's looking for the grab for that lead. This is going to be the final 4 minutes left in the circle right now for SR Zhao. He is falling slowly but surely. He still has a jetpack to look for it. And he gets out of the danger of the Syro Beam, trying to protect his teammates. But of course, Syro Beam, 20 meters by the way, will penetrate through any single personnel that is in the line of sight.
Yeah, really solid, stopping them from doing much there. Zhao actually going to get WX98 from DRG, gets a punch off. Can he find the regrab? Nope, he's going to de-transform before it's even an option. He's going to get followed up by Junks though. He does get a little bit of additional damage out. F and ult available to Junks for the moment. Donkey 9 potentially being hunted here by Junks. Junks onto the low ground. Puts caught on the rocks a little bit off the back of this one. We do see an ultimate breakout of Junks able to take himself the kill off the WX98. Off the back of that one. SS now also baking it and backing away. ASE quietly playing off in the distance. I want to see what this Sheol's got up her sleeves. In comes ASE, throwing down the Kurumi ultimate as well. Jump. Has to pop the ultimate just to try and break away. He's looking to chase up onto a couple of people within laser beams. Karumi ult, everything being thrown down off in the distance, but SR gonna back away for the moment. OUG Zinyu, ult time's out, it's just gonna have to reposition. 2 minutes left, 3 minutes left realistically. It is still not done. Han, no ultimate available, just going aerial with the F, waiting to try and find a shot. I believe Zhao Wen was able to get a kill there. And that's the end of YZG. OUG able to finish up PGG in the back of this one. 2.5 minutes left. Kaishi's just going to pick up that golden armor. Get himself up onto the high ground and play away from the action for the now, at least.
You know, it's tough. It's like, I want to see the other comp succeed. The Sand Siphon Syra is still coming out on top. OUG have 15 eliminations. Hondo is getting their team up to 8 eliminations, and knowing that SR Zhao is looking for Rico for the res. Excuse me, Junks is actually going to have this. They're in the zone. He does get the res, and if Rico gets the heal, it's going to be it's going to be an armor swap. I like that, because now it's going to give Junks a chance here to see it. Rico says, don't worry, man, friend. We're going to go ahead and get the kill. Takashi is donezo, bro. He is down for the count. Sobloom picked up for one of these teammates. It's going to be Rico to pick it up. He's still getting burned, though. Still taking a lot of damage. Some old circle from, I believe, OUG to kind of force him into this fight, giving Zhao no chance to actually perform to up the adequacy, because now that the Tianhai is done, baby, all he needs to do is press ultimate, and he can just pressure out both the Tianhai, the Tarka, and any and all targets in the field of play. Last minute and a half right now for Baby U, getting R&B to the R&B. SR goes ASC with the F2 kill. I can't believe it. They are up against OUG, though, in these last couple of seconds.
Can they do it? Zhao Wen trying to survive for the moment. Jinyu just putting the laser beams down, and Zhao Wen's breaking away. Mick looking for an opening in. That's going to be a kill onto Zhao Wen off the back of that. Down they go, but Han with the cannon fire, trying to play interrupt. Baby U going low as well. Miss. Just going to send Jinyu back for a brief second here. It's only a couple of players left. Baby U going to jump in. Hands low HP, but they get caught by the ultimate from Miss. Knock up onto a couple of people, stripping away those armors. LJX now jumping in on the Syra, is going to try and finish the kill up, but Baby U is the one to take it, as Mist is on his lonesome, dealing with a solo Wolf Flare and all of OUG together, battered into the zone. The Furen shoves available. Mist can't even push forwards back to the zone. Baby U is losing a fair amount of HP. That laser beam from Wolves causing issues, and LJX has pretty much just nailed their own coffin there. Down he goes. OUG going to be finding their second victory of the day. Absolutely beautiful performance. Sand Siphon is still on top.
Still on top. I figured, I was like, this is going to be OUG's game because of that rotation that they were able to accrue. Actually, just the fact that DRG were trying to go for reses, and that just pushes them out of the game in the pop in. SR losing out their Fermi, burning time in the zone, it really gives out a little bit of notion. They were able to get kills off of the grab, but they were able to get heal off in the sense, but they were picked it apart piece by piece, one R&B to the next. Even with the flying eyes coming up from the smolch, all you needed to do was just confirm one people to the next, and the conversions really worked out there. They are at that point with the Sand Siphon Syra. They have it to be one of the key comps, and it's working out. Maybe you smiling, you know, a staple. But more importantly, a staple comp. And the comp is also not just a staple, you know, click and push. It's a stable comp. There's nothing that really puts it besides the area of, you know, less value rather than just the skill set of the players. And their skill set is so high that it makes it look easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I will say, ASC, who are one of our cooks here at the Nbpl, always cooking up interesting comps. I have to admit, this comp looked pretty decent. Like, sure it didn't MVP, but let's be real, ASC played that comp very, very well. Interesting variant of, well, it's not really ice pick, is it? It's I don't know what it is. Maybe if it gets played more, we'll come up with a name for that comp, but a very, very different comp from what we've been seeing before here at the Nbpl. And, you know, putting 8 kills in first game it's ever been pulled out shows that there is some legs. ACOS, I'm not sure. I was as much as I love an ACOS, I wasn't 100% sold on him, unfortunately. Big fan of the character, not big fan of the execution there. And man, I want to like Tarka in the Kylin comp, or in the Monk comp more than Kylin, but I just don't at the moment, unfortunately. And I know actually I say half. The vast majority of the people who cover Nbpl as casters are Tarka mains, so I know I'm upsetting most of the people here. But I don't think he works right now in trios. You even need to make a comp that's built around him. I just don't think he works in the Monk comp at all. I feel Kylin does that role infinitely better. Yeah, I don't really have more to say on that. It was a very fun game though, because a lot of different things were getting picked up. It wasn't like a monk-heavy lobby. I know I smack-talked the fact there was no Wu Shen after talking about how much I don't like Wu Shen in that comp. I do see there was some hope. I just think that ultimately came down to a mistake. Like, I can't remember who was playing the blind date, but without the Wu Shen.
It was
OA. Okay. OA just really screwed up. They decided to go scrap, where all of the Vermilion Birdsmite teams were scrapping, when they didn't have Vermilion Birdsmite, which ultimately just meant that they were fighting versus teams who had nothing to lose, and they had no safety net. Everyone else had a safety net, so they didn't mind chasing the low HP and keep going for the kills and just getting as many kills as possible. That's what they're doing. You shouldn't be jumping into that. Anyway, here's our 20 bomb for OUG. Is that the second 20 bomb of the day?
Yep.
Oh, no.
No,
DRG and OUG are actually crushing it right now.
Yeah, DRG with the first 20 bomb. Crazy numbers. Crazy hits. Crazy healing. You see that Tumult healing, bro? Look at that advanced group heal, bro.
Wait.
That's the power of it. Yeah.
I swear it was OUG who got 20 earlier.
No, it was DRG, right? Because it came down towards their the third round. It was just for.
Oh, was that last round we had a 20 bomb? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I thought it was game 2. You are correct.
Yeah, but one thing
20
was
bombs back to back though. It's huge.
That is huge, especially not being like anything below 20 is, you know, it's the normal. But this is, well, we're not normal. We're on top. Unlike the teams that we're about to see here, unfortunately, the bottom 6, OA 14, YGG 16. Never thought I'd see the days coming through here. WBG though at 17, with Wolves at 21, 22 for ASC, the T at 28.5. Locking in here for the next 2 rounds kind of comes into its notion for the phases. That's all going to be determined for them. 30 points for Bowden in 6th place, GG with 32.5, 33 for JL. SR is 40.5, 55 for DRG, and then 62.5 for OUG. So you can see right there with 28 points, getting out here for game 4. With DRG game 3 with 28, but OUG had this comp down. Regardless if Kaibao was in the mix, my man's a legend for his life. But at the same time, I know that Baby U is kind of killing it out here for the team that's being picked up by them.
Remember that, like, 75 points is match point threshold, right?
63 normally, but for grand finals, I'm not sure if it's.
Oh, it's 63. Okay. OUG, with 2 games to go, are already 1/3 of the way there, because they're going to be taking if we stopped here today, they'd be taking about 21 points roughly. I'm just rounding up here. They'd be taking 21 points into the grand finals. They've still got 2 games to go. They could easily, if they carry on playing this well, they could genuinely make it so they're halfway there before the games even start on the grand finals in 2 weeks' time. Like, that would be absolutely groundbreaking if they could do that.
Bonkers, bro. Bonkers plays. Just like these clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom, where these are the fights I wanted to see. The Imperial Village fight, I wanted to watch so badly. But this is where that clean sweep number 1 happened, where SR got Yaram before he even had a chance in his Scan High ultimate. And then we saw Leo get grabbed as a result. And then Jing after his feeling guard had already been burned out. So this was just like diabolical work. Then this is where that point comes through outside of that fight. All of the million team fights that we were looking at and seeing whether or not OA were able to come out of this. And then looking at towards where SR, we're finishing up shop up against YG prior, and then with CG knocking out CXJ as the recipient. And then for 3-3-0, off to the top line, out of GG's hands, knocked out here from OUG, who we're looking pretty good up to that point, and it's still looking great even after the kill eliminations. Look, SR was great to go through here with Rico, though he did not have any armor heals. So then getting focused out here, that's where OUG succeeded, that's where the MVP comes out. And kind of an upset. I mean, the comp itself, I like seeing the testing grounds. I especially like seeing where ASC we're trying to bring up here, especially with the ASC and OA we're trying to bring out. See what works best. Still thinking about V1 by Matari to be given an opportunity in that comp selection with Shayo. Otherwise, Takeda, Sand Siphon with Syra dominating the field of play.
Yeah, really, really solid stuff coming in. 29,000 damage from Baby U. I said this guy's been popping off today. Here he is with his MVP. Spear, 11,000 damage. Absolutely huge performance from him. Soul Release, damage reduction, Saiyan Fang, Tuna, Arrow Lock, and, well, sorry, Fire Arrows and Target Lock. Yeah, and attack Soul Jade as well. But his Soul Jade for that game, just a really, really solid performance from YZG. They're absolutely crushing it today. DRG as well, also really, really crushing it. So JL, I think, are the only team who are at the top of the tables who haven't had one defeat today. So I'm sure these next 2 games they're going to be going all in for that one. You see the players are already getting ready to take to the stage for our next game, game number 5. We'll head back to Morris Isle. Only 2 more games to go, and then points are locked in for finals. And I'm gonna be real, YZG have like a week and a bit to get their stuff together, because right now they are looking a bit tragic. How many players chose Syra in game number 6? 4. We're not on 6 yet. Was it A4, B5, C6, or D7? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Wow, brain functioning well. A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Let us know, and check your whisper box, and you grab yourself a cool hat we've been going on about all day.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Naraka bosses who can hear me, send me hats. That's what I want.
Where's the merch? Where's the IRO merch? I saw. Yeah, but you guys gotta type in the chat.
I got a
Naraka
glass actually.
You got a what?
A glass. Naraka sent me a glass a few years ago. I say a glass. They sent me a cool box, like a big old box filled with stuff, and they had like a katana in it, like a keyring katana. Had a glass. I can't remember what else. It's downstairs. I can't remember what else. I came with loads of cool stuff.
Sorry.
But send me a hat. I need clothing.
I need clothing, like brands. Boom, boom, bam, bam, bop. Easy peasy mode. I do want to see off of the hand of this, performance from YZG and what can be improved. I mean, OUG kind of had this coming out here for a while now, performance-wise. Now we're really considering that we've gotten through this stage of these last 4 games. We still have to see what they can kind of improve even further or stay stagnant. That's kind of the factor that we also have to keep in mind. Teams that kind of delve into using the same old, but when teams find that out, they then showcase, oh, we know what you're gonna do, et cetera, and playing it out. Usually the case scenario in the Rummy Yangs is where you find the team's rotation of what they would want to use in order of sequence for the skills. Like I mentioned, YZG's biggest thing is that when you're seeing their chances of using to mulch, if they see a character like a Syra, they want to try to burn them out exactly at the right time to use a combo breaker when they're locked in the position that they want to get out of, and the tumult circle would then be used, and then at that point that's used to kind of lock them out. If a team notices that, they're already on the insurance policy end by having Takeda as such, or even another tumult, to use it in response as a instantaneous response rate. It's not even it's not even reacting, it's predicting. You have to predict it at that right moment, otherwise it might cost you your character. It becomes a 2v3, and we saw a lot of 2v3s in that last round, especially off of the Rummy Yang fights and even outside of it. Early on though,
carry on.
Now, even though with YZG they were bringing out the Tarka former comp, still kind of wanted to see it be brought out between them and SR, but I digress.
Yeah, I think the problem with YZG is they've been very scattered today. They seem to all be on very different pages. This is it's weird, a weird reference, but I remember when J Team fell off. Their big issue was for a long time, and it was like a whole season of this, and it's not something that YZG have been doing for long, it's just something they've been doing recently, was they were just giga split up. Like, I remember seeing like a J Team member like running along the map, getting picked off, and then like the map would zoom out, and there'd be like 2 other players in totally different locations. Like, it's what we've seen from YZG today. Not quite as extreme as the J Team fall off, but they are so separated at all times that if someone does get caught and picked, they just can't react in time to get to them. Like, you obviously need to spread out somewhat, so you have a bit of a scouting position. If you're looting, you're not all looting in the same place, but they are too far apart that if someone finds themselves in a situation, they actually can't get to them in time, so they just rather leave them and let them go. So I feel like YZG needs to kind of get back to that form. They also just make it to a final circle, because they're so good at final circles. That was exactly what made them... I mean, there were 2 things that I think were like the perfect ingredients for the YZG victory. One was playing smart and finding third-party opportunities and just jumping in and grabbing a couple of kills, and then also just the final circles. They were very good at like getting early kills through those third parties and then jumping in the final circles and just popping off with like better gear, better positioning, better kind of understanding how their comps work. And part of it probably boils down to, you know, they're a bit scattered right now. Maybe they're like the kind of pressure of it all has got to them. But also, I do think the meta changes has caught them off guard. Because YZG were very good at Xiphon and Sand Siphon. And today's the first time in a while where Sand Siphon has stood out as like a top comp again. For a while, it's been this Viper comp, or the Kyle Informers have kind of been the top ones. And I just feel like their comps for YZG obviously don't feel that comfortable playing. So I'd like to see them back on a Sand Siphon comp. I feel like they're in the kitchen right now, like a bunch of the teams, and just kind of getting some stuff cooked up for finals. But realistically, YZG actually might have to show their hand a little bit just to catch up on points, because they are going to be on a severe back foot going into, you know, the finals going forwards. Because right now, DRG, OUG, and JL are absolutely crushing it on the points. So they have some work to do if they want to catch up. Oh, SR. How do I get SR out of there? SR also crushing it. So, you know, I want to see from YZG, those guys actually get it together and rock up for this final game, because it's going to be a tall ask, unfortunately. They are they're struggling right now.
Yeah. And I feel like these are like outlier games for them in terms of their performance. Of course, you know, this is like 4 rounds or even to 10 rounds out of like 80 to be considered for the amount of weeks and rounds that have been played towards the grand finals, or for finals in the weekends, where even one weekend they ended up in 5 rounds. So after match point round 4, then they earned that MVP. I think one thing we have to keep to note is if the YZG points of the ace up their sleeve is to be brought out in the last 2 rounds. I mean, one thing is for certain is that if they don't want to try to showcase what they could do in a macro sense, I think they have a dependency on that and just not wanting to use it here, at least right now, to see how the teams would react if they don't do it, right? They don't suspect them to want to take the spawns they usually take, or rather they do want to contest the spawns that they take. And then if they're not there, then they're probably weakened by not taking a strat. But if they want to try to bring it out again on finals weekend, or for grand finals weekend specifically, you know, it's just like, okay, we can bring it out then, but we still got 2 rounds left to go, bro. Now for Morris Isle Knight, into the OG-ness of it, I know for a fact that with YZG, the spawns could be, depending on how the area is selected, right? Mohizm Haven is something they can take into to a drop into, just to kind of get the macro off of it, just to get the gold. They don't want to take that. Their off drop spawn could be ending up going either A to the Fireflies in the Sun Cave region, or even to B towards the Sunwind's Rest. Otherwise, if they don't contest GG for Cave, which I don't believe they actually took a chance on actually doing at all at any point, they still have opportunities to be made to just contest other known drops of different expanse. Even though there's only 2 Fireflies there off of the initial drop location of, you know, the best place to be, because those 2 Fireflies, there are trolls around. However, which way they fight, the pattern recognition is to be made if the teams are preparing themselves for not to the worst case scenario, but for the case scenario that if they go up against a team that they know that exactly where they're dropping at all times, that they have to be prepared against them if it is or if it isn't.
If I remember right, it's normally Wolves who drop on top of GG. I think it was Wolves. Last time it was 2 teams who dropped on top of them on Secret Tunnel. I believe Wolves was one of them. Maybe it was JL and Wolves. I can't remember. Someone dropped on, well, 2 teams dropped on top of them. And GG weren't even allowed in their tunnel, but they loved so much. Gonna be very interested by the hero select here, because points are starting to get a little bit low. People are starting to pull out bizarre comps as well, which is I find really interesting. I like seeing teams cook up, you know, new and interesting comps. So let's see if they've got that up their sleeve. There's TE, our other team at the top, because we focused a lot on like the top teams and then also YZG today, but TE are in the bottom end of that table, and they just won bi-weekly finals. Oh, yeah. Like last week, they won bi-weekly finals. These guys are the current kind of like bi-weekly champs. Another team who we came into today, you know, having our eyes on YZG and TE as our 2 bi-weekly winners, but both of which are at the bottom end of the table. I mean, YZG are literally in 11th place out of 12 teams, so they are having a horrendous day. Yeah, it's really tough for them to lock in.
I think the team actually that contests YZG and Morris, especially Morris Knight, is DRG. They've taken spots over by the Fiery Cave, which is super south. I'm talking all the way south of Morris And if they decide to take the spot there, if DRG decides to take the spot there within the team spawning in there, it's only going to be YGG. They're the only other team to take that. It's kind of the last moment we can see if YGG can still make it out on top with their preliminary spot. Otherwise, time will tell. Phases will be selected. And they got first phase, which means they can go to Sand Siphon Syra. They could potentially go into the Viper comps if they want to, which is more the strongest comps. Whether or not they want to take these fights off rip against another team that, even with DRG being one of the other teams, they are one of the higher ranking teams right now in terms of the leaderboard. All right, WBG and TE and GG though, they're on the same board right now for that first phase. Hoping to see what that performance comes out here, because pseudo comps, funky comps, I'm for them. But now it's time the stable comps have to be played out, at least more so for the case. Unless some teams still want to play goof around game stages, which I'm okay with. Like I said, we're just still on testing grounds for some of these teams, not the most severe case.
Alrighty, well, first round selection. Seeing a Viper, Tammy, Syra comp, Ice Pick coming in, or Bing Chilling from GG. YCG once again going for the Taka Karumi comp with the Monk. Sand Siphon coming out from WBG. But Syra, the only one who gets an increase in points. Kyle Informer's getting locked in from DRG and OA immediately off the bat. These guys are just wanting to put as many points on the board as possible. Wolf's going to match them on that one. And Xiaowen, ASE, these guys just gave us a Sheol game, and it was actually kind of good. Apart from that first round we had, that was tragic. Yeah. Let's see if these guys got anything else cooked up. They're doing it again.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, I'm a big fan of ASE right now. Big ASE fanboy.
Told you, man. I was prepared for them from the get-go. I was like, there's a team I'm prepared for. ASE's them. Built different. They just want to test it out. I hope it's V1 Atari. I hope it's V1 Atari. They're in the second phase. They don't know who's picking.
No points. JO have all their points. What are they doing? Why haven't they spent any points yet? Oh, Bowder! Bowder! I love you!
Yo, we look at
Viper
this.
Tessa! I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Jake's like, we're so back.
See my main. Valda getting locked in. I realized I didn't even mention Valda's name there. I was just so happy to see Valda, I just like froze up.
You're in shock, bro.
Oh. The blind date that they bring my girl?
Count the alphabet. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's over.
Alright, let's see the loadouts. I am interested by this, like, very, very crowd control heavy comp, because you can guarantee a lot of CC with this comp. I mean, the problem is like you don't have that healer, so it is very much on just outplaying and maybe not just like.
I knew it. I knew it. Wombo combo. V1 variation for the Valda.
Oh yes. I'm so excited. If Bowder throw this, I'm gonna be so upset. To be fair, they've been having a good day, so we'll see. But gonna be the F2 V2 Matari there for ASE.
Okay.
It's the load in for them. Oh, we're getting Fireball. We're getting Fireball. Fireball Taka from YZG as well. This is fun. This meta's fun because so much stuff is getting picked, and like normally this section is actually kind of boring to us because everyone just plays the exact same loadout, and we never really get to talk about it. Apart from like Valda, I feel like Valda's the only character in the game, at least while we were looking at like old meta stuff, was like, oh, what F they're taking. But like, it's interesting with this because we do get to see a lot more variance in the builds and the loadouts. You know, I don't think it's solved, which is nice. I think when a meta is solved, it gets stale, it gets boring. But right now, trios does not feel solved at all. I can't read that, but there you go. Have a read if you can. GG.
GG MVP? XD? I don't know.
1.5, 2.0.
Multiplier. Multiplier for points to be earned on the site. But I'm looking at these drops. I know YGG wants to take into Alchemist's Cottage.
Wait, whoa, hold on. GG aren't Secret Tunnel.
Yeah, see, they're playing a mind game. Got him.
Oh.
Yeah, I like that. And this actually is a great spawn, too, because they can go straight to Jade Pond and then ambush OUG and OA. And that's loot game to have. Game 5, it begins. Bowda in the fight. This is what you want. This is what you want. This is what you want, Jake. I want to see what's gonna happen as a result, though.
There it goes right now. TE just holding up. Do get a massive chunk out onto Junks. Junks is going down. Peak able to secure that kill. TE making their way over as I think Bowda have just been grabbing themselves some goodies. We do see Jing take out Zhao there from the side of SR as well. SR just being picked apart by both TE and by Bowda. Bowda head into the tunnel. You can see what goodies they can grab. Maybe get some Fireflies. Although I believe TE have already jumped in and grabbed all of them. Definitely going to be a little bit harder. So Bowda nowhere near in ready here for Jing. But Peak actually is just going to jump forward. Peak loses a fair amount of HP, throws the F down. It's going to pop the ultimate as they did get the Fireflies. Looking for the chunk onto ZZT. ZZT gets hit by the Dazzle and he is getting absolutely turbo chunked. Able to heal back up as we do see the Tesla charge come down. Is it going to actually really get any damage out onto you? Because he's going to get popped here. Bubbles get thrown down as well. Nice Q charging forwards here for the side of Wolves. Trying to see if you can find the lockdowns on the players. Looks like it's just TE who have had the attention turned to them. And Bowda have been able to get away scot-free. You will fall as Wolves come in with a third party and secure themselves the kills.
Now for that HQ, still got a couple of seconds here for extra slashes. He doesn't get any carries than ult. He had to burn a combo breaker, otherwise it would have been done. So there's a 9 HQ though, still in the thick of things. Bowda thinking the one elimination against ZK. Look at the RMB release against LJX, who is going to be enchanted here because he already preemptively used his Tianhai Vajra ultimate. He looks for rooftop, to not be vulnerable while getting blue focus, but still looking for a melee grab, and I think successful for it. Yes, he is. He gets XTM as a slam down technique. RMB though, and this comes down here with one blue focus, and the next LJX goes down. Bowda picking up how many eliminations? 4 eliminations so far. Putting them up here. They're cooking. They got the B1. They got the Wombo. Yes! I can't believe it. We're earning ourselves a name to be held. There is a slash coming from the spear, and the Tessin chance to confirm it. Oh my gosh. Can't believe we're actually seeing this live right now, and that's an extra 3 eliminations for this team.
Honestly, Christmas came early for me. I know that technically V2 is better on Valor for the help and everything, but either way, Valor is the Valor I fell in love with. I'm so happy to see them land a whole team in it into the Viper Stun. Valor started off incredibly strong, cutting over now to ASE, our other very fun team, securing themselves a kill onto JL as well. It pays to cook, people. You eat healthier.
Nice.
You live longer. ASE getting themselves 6 kills off the bat as well. Both of the chefs in the lobby have the most kills. Bowda was 7, ASE was 6. This is one of the most fun Naraka games I got to watch in a while. Like, there is no meta. Everything is fake.
The moment I saw the V1 Valda, I've been having a smile on my face the whole time.
Oh.
Whole time.
Honestly, Tidal Wave Valda is premium Valda. I'm so happy to see it. It's been a long old time. Last time I saw it was with a monk, because you had Tidal Wave into grab, into spear.
Yeah,
it just guarantees the Valda, the Viper lockdown as well, right? Like, you hit them with a Tidal Wave, and you can do it either way, because if they do get hit by the Viper, then you Tidal Wave as well. Like, there's so many ways to crowd control the hell out of people. It's brutal.
I'm curious, though, because... This is with anticipation that there was no Vipers to be picked out, or Wu Chen, I should say. Viper Wu Chen Teslas. Wu Chen not even in the lobby right now. No Wu Chens in Game 5. But of course,
I mean, any today.
I think there's two Wu Chen picks earlier today, and I think that's the only case scenario we've had so far. I think so. Yeah, round 1, round 2, that was it. After that, shenanigans, Fanigans. Proxy here having his Tumult ult, or Tianhai ultimate ready to go here. Finds a Dragon Slayer, gets Dazzle though. Ambition turns out here, and he turns his HP down. Rico looking to try to go off this end with the light beams. If he can get an ultimate cast from here, Proxy will only use it after another ultimate beam on the side, like a Rico. But of course, Zhao on the Zyphin is looking forward to using the Zy ultimate. Maybe, potentially, I'm not too sure. We lost to 98. And we still haven't procced the Zai ultimate. So Zhao has the full benefit of the doubt when it comes down to it. Junks get grabbed, that's number 1. Looking for a reset. We should be looking for a reset grab, but since Danqing moved away, he wanted to space out, and I think Nagashi just left for his own lonesome. As far as Junks though, is his tap dodging, blue focusing. Zhao looking to throw out the blue focuses back and forth. That's just going to be the kill eliminations coming back at this point. FT comes through here, it's like a slow cooking pot roast. I'm looking at you, Plumeria. Everything comes out here for hit. If everything can be cooked out, it's going to be had for SR. 2 eliminations off of the Wooded Haven, and they still have a lot of areas to explore. But I'm still looking at the other maps, other selections. ASC at 6 eliminations here. They are the secondary kill leader as Bowda takes first. Something that we didn't expect to see, but we still have Romy Yangs to look and keep our eyes towards, like TE with WBG and Celestra.
Really nice stuff here. TE going to be hunting, but not finding right now. WBG making away. We're at that point in the game where we get to see. Sorry, I just got a message from Duncan that made me laugh. Well, I'll go back to that in a moment. Is TE, they're going to jump in onto Wolves. Wolves right now have found themselves caught out. They're going to get the ultimate thrown down from LJX as Peak trying to put some extra damage down. Does get himself caught though by LJX. Going to go for the knockback onto him. Not going to be able to find too much more though, as it looks like Wolves are just going to have to CTE disengage away. They do find Peak though. All of the shots coming in, and Peak probably going down. If they find the regrab, Peak's in real danger. Is able to evade getting caught by the next grab, but it's still incredibly low on the HP right now as Wolves continue to chase forwards, and that is going to be the end of Peak. Wolves detransform LJX. Naki can just jump down into the melee fight, into the scrap as Xiaonan caught by the knock-up. Wolves going to look to script through the rest of his health as down he goes. Wolves just find the pack angle, secure themselves the kill. That's going to be their 3rd kill of the game. It's nice for them. They needed to try and jump up the lobby a little bit more. Dunking gave me a translation on that thing we were trying to talk about. That's what I laughed at earlier. He said, there you go, hip brain.
There you go, hip brain. That's the translation? Nice one.
That was the translation. I got my Bowda V1.
Classic. That's a Duncan.
That is not what it said, by the way, because that was GG in it. But I'll take it. I'm happy. Here we are. This is what I'm happy about. Jing on the lobby. Get yourself inside of Romy Yang, boys. Let's see what you got. So many kills under their belt. They're not, like, mega geared right now is probably their only major thing. Jing with the flying daggers. Pretty standard stuff, really, on that front. Probably just going to be waiting out for this Romy Yang. They may do what the Tesla comp always used to do, which is interrupt that to Romy Yang. So when you see it spawn up, you can look to jump in. But here we go. Tidal wave coming out. It's so rough. And
you know it's crazy.
Focus out as well.
You know it's crazy. Like he looked at the Viper and he's like, no, I don't need to worry about the Viper. He's in there anyways. It comes out. You guys are like laughing it out, man. Yeah, the chances that we see Wombo combo in 2025 is the same chance that we're gonna see F1 Tarka in solos. I'll stop. Everything comes to its notion. We got Romy Yang to think about. I can't.
Having such a good time. How can you not? Are they going to go for it? They're going to throw it. Oh my god! No way! No! That was goddamn beautiful! Hell yeah! That's better than any Romy Yang we're about to watch. Absolutely disgusting. Now GG inside the Romy Yang here versus JL. One thing, invisible being caught out by LXM. It's just going to try and reposition and get that dash off. XX61UO getting healed up by Cuckoo. LXM was caught by a dazzle with those flying daggers still remaining to come out. He's got the redazzle on him into the Viper Stun here from XX61UO. Gonna get behind the pillar in the nick of time to break away from the Viper. Canonfire still coming in as LXM is gonna throw that ultimate down. Start to look for the dazzles as GG able to secure themselves 1 kill already onto One Bang. Into the parry of the Cuckoo on the low ground. Beneath the pillar as everybody else is just scrapping out. Caught in the uppercut. GG. It's easy. It's done.
Oh. Yo, ASC though, kind of cooking right now. FT comes out here, and I'm pretty sure Miss is going to release the 1.0 here. He gets parried as a release. I knew it. I knew he was going to release the 1.0. He gets parried as a result. FT parry shot comes out though. CXC is making its mark against Zhao Wen. Porcelain Stone form, instant kick. Okay, we convert it. We still have a chance here to throw the whole check release. Yeah, there it is. And there it is. Smith took too much time. The F2 takes a long time to charge up, and he won't be able to deny anything coming out there. Unfortunate, but CXD really made strong, big strengths coming out from the flying knives there. My man was going for the secondary blue focus. He held it for horizontal for 2.0. Now we have Golden Dagger, Purple Howards, and a Velocity Untold picked up. The buff of choice, I would like to say, White Tiger's Prowess. Nah, Vermilions, we're going to play Insurance. I wanted to see if they wanted to take a more aggressive approach and starting off fights, because with White Tiger's Prowess early on, they know that there might be a chance to just pick up the extra mitigation alongside the aspect of, finding out targets and healing in the fights. Advanced group heal on CJS, massive. Advanced heal on 330, as well as having a jabbing in the Sunwing shot. But in LXM with his Pride Squall, with a Firehouse target lock and his scatter shot, that's a really great startup, especially at this point where if he finds that chance of getting those the fire arrows to upgrade it to target lock, he could just catch someone down. Justina can get the dash, or even Fairy Shen can catch she can catch the F2 shot, guaranteed. Bowder though, man, work of art. SR in the background right now. SR blue armors. I mean, you can delete that. The blue armors, especially. And as Zhao, he is so spaced away from his team, I would not suspect the Battle's triple checking if these guys are by themselves.
Yeah, they're just weighing it out for the moment. I mean, they do exactly what this comp is meant to do, because I equate this to, an improved version of the standard blind date comp, where the whole point was to interrupt people on Realm Yang. Jump in, catch a team, and blow them up, because no one wants to really use their ultimates just before jumping into a Realm Yang. I mean, we saw it happen to ASE last game, and they did it perfectly. They just came in through the tidal wave, threw everything down, got the lockdown, blew up a team. I don't know if they really want the heat here, though. There's a whole lot of teams with a million birthright. This is the complete massacre blender. See a lot of teams throwing in on. Everybody is just looking to scrap it out. ASE with those debuffs on. Unfortunately, losing their Realm Yang. I thought they had it, but unfortunately got turned around on them. YZG making escape away 08, keeping the chase up as well off the back of this one. Obviously, JL throwing down the Viper ultimate, gonna just look for the lockdown onto GG. It's gonna be a Birth Might burst from 330. Of course, Nbpl is in, jumps ASE, just trying to get themselves cleansed up. Don't think they're actually able to get much of anything here. Nice double parry coming out as Meng gonna throw the ultimate down. We're seeing much damage coming out from him as possible. As ASE slide in as well, trying to see if they can grab some cleanses for themselves. Meng trying to make an escape away. I don't see if ASE were able to get a Soul Bloom. I don't think they were. OA just continuing to fire off, as we're going to see ASE hand get into the mech, try and chase onto Meng, whose ultimate is now timed out. BB getting low, Hand's able to secure the kill there. Onto one. Myth does go down in the middle of it, as Meng also will fall. Everybody in the lobby, it feels like, is here. Just so much action breaking out. OA's PP goes down. ASE were able to cleanse their Matari, but lost 2 players for it. Really, really rough off the back of that one.
Absolutely. This is going to be a tough reset, man, because you still have the second realm and the second spirit well set. So if they really want to try to get that, they could, potentially. And the bodies they can loot only comes down to not having Dark Tech coins whatsoever. And, I mean, he's getting targeted now. OUG's hunting him down here. He's playing footsies with them as much as he can. B2 Viper of, Matari. Can't do much here. They have 2 shot off the wall. An elimination for OUG. There's going to be elimination 2 for OUG. The purple armor is going to be turned out here for Baby to utilize. This leaves out for 30 players left in the lobby, losing out ASE as the first fully eliminated team into this game. But 8 points earned out. First early game fights ended up giving them 6 eliminations. Now it's just only a matter of time before we can take a look and see where the teams are wanting to displace themselves. GG with Gold Fan on standby for 330, having Fairy Shen build that up, as well as seeing whether or not, with LXM spacing himself away from, danger. But then again, he could be the front fight. He can be the person that's first in the fight. EGS included in terms of that. Realm Yang avoided, though. It looks like they want to go for a shot. They wanted to try to go ahead and purchase out any of the items to be available in the second rotation. Now, there's 15 seconds, I believe, or so, where the teams can just look to purchase out the second set of items, which is a gold weapon, and I believe, no, gold weapon, like 2 gold jades, 3 gold jades, and most importantly, the golden armor. So if they wanted to delay the Realm Yang entry, they could end up going through. I see what I see. I'm not surprised, but there are a lot of players making their way here. Look at Jing, man. He's like, he's running up here like, dun, 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 dun,
coming in.
If he gets away with this,
again, he's gonna throw it down.
No.
Again. Caught into the one-bow combo, obliterated health bars, Relma Yang ruined, WBG's health bars eviscerated. We do see Jin caught inside a grapple though by some of the monks. TXJ's been forced out. Everybody has to ult defensively. Oh, this is so stupid and I love it. It's actually going to be TXJ who benefits from that because he grabbed the kill. Bowder actually unable to get a single kill off the back of that. But man, they are being so irritated to the whole lobby. Zem with the F1 still available, waiting for a good opportunity to throw it down. TXJ low, there goes the charm out, and that's going to be Zhao securing the kill off the back of that one. Jumping onto the low ground. Zem probably just going to play the escape game right now, but SR going to continue to apply some pressure on. They're probably going to need his team to come in and save him, but he is just absolutely murdered by SR. That was the biggest tidal wave I've ever seen.
Dude, I can't. You saw Jing ran across the side. That was the crazy part because I thought he was gonna be waiting for his teammates, but he was just running across the side, like making his like daily morning jog, and then just shows up with the huge tidal wave in his hands. Jing though gets parried. Leo looking for the shut. We're not gonna lose the 2 point, are we? Ooh, there it is. Yeah, we're getting clinked. This means he's in there. He's in your head right now, Jing. You gotta get out. Gotta get out of here. I don't even know if Jing's gonna release the R&B. He can't. Gets a nice armor swap. Thankfully, CPT, like you mentioned, he dropped the armor. I love seeing that from teams to drop the armor. But now, everybody on SR's team is arriving to it. They are going to be the bane of Bowder's existence in this game. Seeing Jing go down here, CPT being the next one focused out. If Zhao wants to make that chase a possibility, he would have done so a while ago. But huge GG, YZG right there on the standby. Looking at the bush. Look, Junks is looking straight at that building. Do you think they're going to go in there? Rico?
Maybe they don't check.
You know why he didn't get caught? Because of that baseball cop. That's right, guys. You guys answer the question in the chat. You guys might have that happen in your games. You won't get spotted out here. I'm just saying. That's the only outlier effect I'm seeing, and it's just because of that.
I mean, yeah, I forgot Relma Yang's even happened during this time, by the way. Half the lobby weren't able to get inside because of the tidal wave, but man. To see if they'll be able to recover from that. That's the question, is are they going to be able to get the revives off? But this is OA versus JL inside this one. Nice little grab actually from 2-6 onto one thing. Just going to make sure that PP stays alive, gets the knock back onto him. Goes for another grab, OA. Able to find the grabs they needed right now, but JL's exits on UO. Able to evade away from 2-tick, he now finds himself in the 2 versus 2. Massive dash though coming through, and this is the point where OA just have that power, have the ability to tidy it up. All of the members standing, only Cuckoo remaining. He was just finished up nice and easily. And that is how they won their Relma Yang.
I like how 2-tick was able to fade out the horizontal 2.0 and then utilizing the R&B blue focus to throw a range blue focus at the very end just to connect some staggers. We do have a chance of the feather, the yellow lake, where JL active usage for Cuckoo's ultimate. Since they did lose Relma Yang, they're trying to save one Fong had no opportunity to find back. SR are pushing the threshold right now on this Zyth and Syra. They are at 6 eliminations. Viper ultimate's out here right now for Zhao Zhao. You can look for it. The Matari ultimate is not going to be popped out here. This actually might be a chance of deleting the Matari unless the Syra deals the damage, which is going to be the case. Cuckoo gets caught. And to the back off. Takeda team's here, but we got a Forbidden Seal from Iran to now no longer be having his active Takeda ultimate, but he still eliminates Zhao. Gets rid of his Relma Yang completion. And JL's Cuckoo is looking for the staggers. The focus slide comes out. The combo breaker is utilized, and Cuckoo is looking for himself. Focus slide, the Hong sword, not something you would expect to see every day, but it is in the hands of Rico. And the arm base comes out. Zhao Zhao goes down. JL still going off on this end, and I believe getting fully eliminated as new teams are approaching like DRG.
Making their way out. Did just see about to still have their Tessa, so maybe they can find the money to get the revives off, but it's going to be a tall old ask for them. Everyone else just fighting out inside the no ult zone for the moment. Playing a more passive escape game now. Decided not wanting to fight. 21 players left in the lobby. 9 teams. We're going to see a replay of
来我过来吗？我过来了，来，杀佛杀不杀男杀席加一队衣服，来吧，好多人兄弟啊，好多人，不急，来，
完了，
来补，
不亮，全一点，掉下来了，这么
哎，我烧着了，完了，我被烧着了，完了。
You know, it's funny. I see the pain because the fine knives is the only way this would really work really well. It's just the mitigation. Blue fine knives versus a purple armor Kylan with potentially 24% mitigation. We're not making a dent in that armor threshold. That's the problem and that's the pain. But the thing is if a Siping is on the outside, she could probably be one. She'll have it. She'll have it thrown out. We're looking at the build though. QGG Engraving Tarka is a nasty build coming out. We're gonna see an advanced heal so far for two other teammates, but having the engraving on Tarka is actually one of the most scariest things in the game, to be honest. So if he finds anything greater than a purple longsword, he will be killing that target for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
IHQ in the zone, tough position. I think he's knee deep. He's at 100 meters out. He's got what, 15 grapples? He's got enough time to make it. As long as he doesn't need to force procking his ultimate, he should be good. But we'll have to see.
I'm trying to figure out what he's doing. I don't know if he has rebirth charms or if he's just out here to evade people. I'm gonna say probably not. Because everyone else is just kind of playing a little bit more passively at this point.
Got Roarer Burst on PP. Okay. And he has the Sky Punch. Get the Benedict Descent and Overload on Mong, and then with the Ceiling Highs coming out here in response for the Draco Well, the Spear Well for Draco Storm. This is going to be a spotlight right now for this grab. Immediately sending his. I wouldn't have done it any other way. Tutek looking for himself to be a body blocker, and for range shots to be confirmed against TXJ. And then with it, YGG back off from this. They don't want to take any contesting fight up against this because we still have to worry about who's around here. Is there a Valdo in the mix? Even though there isn't, at least so far, there's still a chance right now for other teams to want to try to walk in there. Over by the Noble Cave Temple, though. GG, or OUG, SR, they're all right next door to one another with GG in the mix with a gold fan, gold armor for CJS. If they wanted to decide to take in a fight here at the Feather Lake or towards the Lake Yellowleaf, they have the Forbidden Seal to really think about. And otherwise, everyone's just out here for keeps. I think we're having a party. I didn't get in the invite though.
Yeah, I think it is just a bit of a back off time right now. Draco Storm up and available. Everybody is just playing it nice and chill. No one wants to fully send it into each other. Yeah, and I haven't seen any of the Baldo Tessa for a bit. I assume currently still just trying to put the money together if possible, but one hell of a loss to see if they can do that. Forbidden Seal's going to get popped from YZG. No, but they don't have ultimate. Just going to tune our TXJ back to full health. As always, they're capping their Spirit Well, but they're going to take their time about it. They want to hold that Draco Storm basically so it comes up with the next Spirit Well so they can take that one as well.
And Mang is going to be holding that down for the buff itself. As the wielder, as a Kylan has it, he can get restaggers, he can get flop states, he can allow for it if any targets are in midair, and then just reproc another slash for free. The party's on. The bust is on the move, celebrating whatever anniversary this might be. We're talking about anniversary. We actually have, I think, a 3.5 anniversary for Naraka to show up here in a couple of weeks. So that should be interesting to have to see what is going to be upcoming. They had noticed that in the dev talk that we were able to kind of take a gander and have the conversations with the devs. Pretty good. Now, Draco Storm moving on towards where we were really looking forward. OA, they're stacked out this round. This is the first time we've seen OA this, stacked out. Even with 9 eliminations, 3 triple gold armor, double gold weapon, I would potentially hope to see. And then having the chance of just being a Kylan forward means that they can just cheese out for one hit to the other. It's just whether or not a team like the Zyfing burns out one target, especially the Tianhai, burning his ultimate, backing off, and then going right back into it. Our fights, though, still conclude here over where we saw Rabaldo was able to get that triple, 7-team hit. But now they're converting over to a ravine by Double Cave, where Tutek wants to be the man in front of the field.
Yeah, he's looking to find those cannon shots and get those slows off on the Draco Storm. He's just going to back off. Everyone else is just playing evasion. They're just going to surf away from OA. Don't want anything to do with those guys right now. It's 99 seconds left of running they've got to do from OA as Kikaichi potentially gets found here by Tutek. DRG right behind OA. OA are only looking forwards though, so not actually turning their attention yet. They do get themselves this high ground, which they are in complete control of. And really expect to see too many people playing away from them, as it's just evasion. Wolves, Nightkeep, final player as well for his team. I don't think we're going to get any more revives at this point in the game, unfortunately, so ZZT goes down and Bowden are eliminated. They had a fun run, and I want to see more of this comp. I feel like in the final circle, this comp could be disgusting, but they were taken down a bit too early. I'm not able to make the most of it, and we're going to see OA fight for the Spirit World. They have the Draco Storm, which is just going to make life a bit harder, but again, the mech is very good at dealing with the Transformer, so the Monk's definitely harder to kind of grab hit. Nice grab onto Kakaichi from TT. Rico just going to try his hardest to get some damage off, but OA getting closer towards that catch. They are about to time out though. 23 seconds as well on that Draco Storm. Kakaichi now just going to jump in and see if he can get DRG situated for this Ramayang cap. Seeing if they can force them off. It looks like they've been able to for now. DRG actually going to be the ones to kind of control the area for the moment. They do catch LXM with a grab. Get some damage off onto him. Nothing too major. Just to send him packing. Kakaichi about to lose his transform though, so could be a little bit more exposed at this point. We're seeing another transform breakout. Everybody wants this Spirit Well. As now it's actually YZG who've been underperforming all day long. 6 kills in. That's more points than they've earned in a single game so far. Just trying to see if they can get themselves the control of the area. LXM stepping forwards. Going to be getting caught by that grab as we do see a transform coming out from the LXM. Just sent packing. Told no, you're not going to stun us. You're not going to play that dazzle game. GG though, they are not done. They're looking to fight their way forwards. TXJ is going to lose that transform. Ritrio losing a little bit of health here off the back of it, but nobody's gone low enough to run any threat. Haven't turned the whole lobby against them yet. GG remaining in control of the area, trying to cap. Looks like they are going to be able to cap this last minute from underneath everybody else. PP losing so much HP off in the distance as DCWBG starting to pick up a couple of kills. GGG going down as well there. Ritrio able to take that kill. As we're seeing another transform forced out. Nobody capping yet, although GG very close to do so. Did you see OA able to catch on to CJS? Looking for the double grab, not going to get it, so probably would just bonk CJS into the zone, but nope, he's able to break away as GG gets himself the Draco Storm. They're in control of that now. They're going to come over and make sure that their teammate is going to be A-OK. Taking out 2-Ting in response to him getting grabbed earlier. Meng trying to break away while Windsprout from the fans here from LXM getting sent out. Ming losing a lot of HP, forced onto that low ground as OA are taken down. It's SR to finish up that kill.
Now the drop-down blue focus from LXM is only going to be contested by the range of his opponents, and he's going into it. He's making sure that there's a lot of value for CJS and active ult usage. 3-0 finding elimination against WBG Leo. WBG Leo going ahead and getting knocked out is going to hurt for WBG right then, because that's no Syra, that's no endgame potential unless the rest is possible. For LXM though, having his own Syra ultimate be on standby, they still have 100 seconds left on towards the Draco Storm. The Ravine is going to cut down slicing in this direction where OUG are just hiding themselves out until the moment of strike. In the next 2 minutes, the zone is still going to be continuously breaking down. And now Kakashi is going to be using his ultimate because of no armor. Wow, is he going to get a grab here? I don't know, because now the 10 high from TXJ from YCG, he's making sure he can try to go ahead and contest it. He's looking for any airborne target and burning out the dashes for Rico, the Syra inactive ult usage. So that way, either or TN high can look for the grab. But of course, Kakashi under half HP. He finds Rico, he gets immediate HP back on the slam down. Hoping to see how this various Shank can knock off his 10 highs off his ridge. Otherwise, you're going to see Junks getting caught to the grab. TXJ still healthy as an Ox. He's still looking to space himself out with the cannon shots being pelted from 3-3-0. LXM spamming out the wind spouts. Hoping to see whether or not he can get a hit that knocks someone off the ridge. He's making sure he can keep his position nice and steady, while also keeping a mindful state of mind for the parries. If they do have it, TXJ, he's out. We see LXM pick up the Soul Bloom, if I'm not mistaken. And yet he is still hammering out for the next minute. Whether or not Wolves goes down, they do. We still have 6 teams left to go, Jake.
Still plenty of teams left in this lobby. See if they're going to be able to push their way forwards. OUG holding the low ground right now. But GG with 19 kills under their belt. Feel like they've got this one in the bag for Windsprout and the Draco Storm. It's such a nasty little combo coming in from them. Constantly sending those out. Anyone who steps forward just gets clipped real hard. CJS going in for the freezes. YCG will go down as CJS is the one to force them forwards. 3-0 gets the kill. That's 20 kills over to GG. They got that themselves the 20 bomb. Looking for the freezes in the air here from CJS to try and catch onto people, knocking multiple people back here. Looking for those freezes. A couple of dashes available. Donkey 9 very low HP. Another dash comes out here from CGS. He's just trying to be a menace as much as possible as 3-3-0. Securing kills left, right, and center. This is an absolute slaughter from GG. 25 kills under their belt. They don't need a multiplier. They got this one in the bags, but if they can get it, it's going to be even better. SR able to cash in on a couple of kills here, but it's not going to be enough. GG going to be that last team standing as Baby U stops them from getting the kill multiplier. He dodges. The rocks were not going to be enough. I'm sure GG a bit if they don't get the multiplier. That's still a lot of kills.
Oh, yeah. Yo, that multiplier would have been crazy if they got 28 kills. They ended up with 27. Tying it out to second place means that they are at 29.5 for that game. I think at the highest value we've gotten so far today, 28 with the peak of which the points were earned with 20 eliminations and the multiplier. Man, 28 points with the multiplier would have been something else, putting them out there for those proposed points. We're taking 20%, and if they end up going up at the 60 mark, that means that they take at least those 12 points, and we still have one more game for the team to kind of earn that one out into the pre-finals, then into the grand finals. But look, GG, listen, Syra, 3-3-0, my goat. I kind of want to see everything coming out here for GG to make the name for themselves off of the summer or the spring split finals to kind of work themselves out. This game is pretty good. Even with the shenanigans, I appreciate the shenanigans. So we saw a lot of those, the battle play earlier. We saw how ASC were bringing back the Shayo comp and making it worthwhile the effort. But one thing happened to the next, players were able to lock down the picks, and then even not for that battle was eliminated off of that ravine fight pretty much in stone. But over by Lake Yellowleaf, all the players are kind of working out over towards with JL being in the mix, DRG, as well as with having SR around there. SR, actually, I want to see in terms of the scoreboard and seeing how they are standing right now, because that was a team I was actually anticipating to kind of pop off in terms of utilizing the Siphon and having Siphon with the burns and kind of taking off peeling off pressure. It only comes out when they can peel off pressure in their own individual fights. Otherwise, if they go up against group fights, it's a little bit more difficult for them to back off. Otherwise, Syra would be that case to be pocketed out. But we saw what happened. Rico was in the sky. Both Tien Hais were looking to grab, and they burned her dashes, they burned her stamina, and then she was only a pickpocket away from death.
Yeah, I mean, SR, they've been having a good day today. And speaking of good days, it'll be a better day if you get yourself a Naraka hat in-game. Which player killed Junks before he could get into the realm of Yang? Was it Tutik, PP, Jing, or Zem? Or Zem, that's how you say it. Who did it? ABCOD in Twitch chat. Check that whisper box, because that's where you will be notified. That actually is a second reward. I think it's like a little dog icon, but like, it's cool, but it's not the hat, man. We're all about the hat here today.
Oh yeah. Yeah, everyone's even some people actually want the avatar for the dog. I saw that. I saw you in the chat. They want the avatar. They want the referee. They want to rep the doggo on their profile. But then again, one winner only. One winner for each question, and we still have one last question, which is going to be the interview after a while once we enter after post round 6. But make sure you guys answer correctly in the Twitch chat, and then hopefully see if you get it. But more importantly, going over this round. We saw YSG actually survive for a lot longer for the end game circle and being around there, so that's kind of the bonus. It just blowed when WBG were able to knock down QGG off the the face of the earth and locking him away and then putting out the key, throwing it down the ravine, and that's where OUG was. OUG on the bottom said ravine, waiting it out, playing patient. Is that more so a chance of actually seeing them playing it safe, or just noticing that everything can be burned on top of the ravine and they can just rush in with all their ultimates? We'll have to see. Obviously, though, GG had that 27 kill game in their hands right now. One of the higher kill games this season, I think, flat out, that they are actually able to bring out in terms of the spring split.
I am very excited by it. That was one of the highest scoring games I've ever seen, but it was such a fun game. Like the Battle Wombo combo. I think they've cooked something up there. I know that this ASC Shale comp didn't do bad in the last game it got played. I don't actually remember how well it did in this game. Here we go. Actually not terrible. Both games they scored about 8 or 9 points, I believe. I think it was 9 points last game. So ASE popping out with 8 kills on this Shale comp, and then Bowder 9 points for themselves off the back of that one. I think we might have a few new contenders for some comps. They might not be your S-tier comps, but I don't think they're not playable. I mean, look at the scores. This is like, I think it was, I forgot the name of the team now. There was a team the start of an X. I can't remember, but they were the first team to pull out Xiphon a couple years ago when that first rocked up. And I remember seeing them pop like a 9-point game in, and we were like, oh, this isn't bad. And then they played it a couple more times, and they actually got a couple of MVPs with it. And then everyone realized that Xiphon was actually a cracked comp, and then people started playing it in competitive.
That was JL, VVV, and TXJ planned that comp out, and they brought it out. It is still here.
Oh, no, it was way before JL existed. I can't remember who, it was XCG, I think. XCG were playing, I remember they played it a long time ago when it first rocked up, and it was super impressive. But anyway, YZG having a terrible day at the bottom of the table. OUG able to keep themselves in the top. And the only reason they're at the top right now is because GG were denied the kill multiplier. 29.5 points for themselves off the back of that game. That is disgusting how well they did there.
Doing the math in my head right now, man. If they got 28, I mean, that's another 5.6 because of the multiplier.
Yeah.
And then 4, which would have been like, they would have been at the first place. OG would have been knocked off the mantle. Still have a chance. Yeah. They still have a chance, 6 eliminations or 6 points at least, and then some, right? Because, you know, we never know if OG is going to catch points ahead of time. Either they get knocked down early, as we saw from, you know, key components from just bad on drops versus, or off drops versus resets that they get caught out, or just a bad day overall or a bad game. We still have the chance to look at clips and highlights brought to you by China Recon. Versus Roman Yang, GG versus can't see the HP. I want to take the assumption that it was a Matari into the mix, Viper. I couldn't even tell you. But it's interesting. This is a chance of seeing the Viper inside the Roman Yang, but here's the problem, right? Different factors here. He could be floated on by Farius Shen, the scenic back away, and then all of a sudden there's something that can stop her with B1. But RMBs are expanding out their corners. With the F2, LMB uppercut, Styra beam, and then the final circle.
This is the GG I remember. This is why they won both of the last 2 seasons. They were so good in the final circles. They were constantly putting numbers up like this. Maybe not quite this high. This was number. They were constantly 20-bombing games in final circles. They were playing so well. Really impressive stuff from GG here. Going into this game, and OUG, GG, and DRG have won a game today. If DRG win this game, it's 2 apiece for all of those teams, which would be really, really weird. GG
，OK， 你上机啊，待会我口技保我，保我口技是哪东西吗？打天上的人可以吗？打天上的人，别他们动了，看这个，来，看我，死了，我有了，不用给我，刷。
Appreciation for comps. I appreciate the comps. Yeah, there's no time to stop, bro. 110% all the time.
You cut the Banners comp and they're just laughing manically, and then GG's comps is just like 3 people yelling as loud as possible.
Yo, no Jades? My man got no Jades.
40k damage almost. 3-3-0, that is disgusting. 21. Oh, this guy just, no Jades.
He might have died.
I assume he had Jades. I assume that's a visual bug.
I think he actually died earlier into that fight in the final circle.
Oh, and they just took his Jades?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. That's what happened. Okay.
Recipes. But 40k damage, 22 or 21,000 damage straight up from skills and ultimates, musket, pulse sword. But the connections off of the F2 into musket shots is pretty strong. I'll be honest. And then the pulse sword protects him in case he does get cornered off. If he does, he just goes straight to stone form, and then he can shunt away into a beacon drop. Then he can just start using the ultimate himself, if not using his for his teammate. And landing those shots is kind of a key spot for the Fairy Shen, for not only for the ultimate, for those level 3 shots, but more so for the F2. If he finds that a target is able to get caught out in the middle of an open fight, or rather if he wants to protect his teammate, he can deny a parry attack, for instance. If it comes out, he can also use it to just try to peel away and then space off. He could use it to aerial, like he could be aerial at any point in time with his F2 if it's available, so that way he can reposition and restand. Something that you usually would see into a follow-up musket shot, or he can use it to shift into a pole sword. We are going to go ahead into a level 3 swing, though, into round 6 and getting ourselves for the final game for Midoriya Midnight. Don't miss out. We'll be back soon.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our 6th and final game of the day. I'm still buzzing from our Valda game earlier. I'm loving ASE having this Sheol comp as well. I feel like, you know, the meta is changing. It was a bit scrimmy today, as we expected. Well, you said it would be, Severio, just because, you know, you can't actually get eliminated from it. It's just about putting as many points on the board. The problem is while a few people are maybe having some fun games, like GG, AEG, DRG are just kind of sweating it and like putting a lot of points on the board. Like these guys are going to start with a significant lead over certain teams going into these bi-weekly, not so bi-weekly final, into the grand final, the final of the entire spring season. It'll be interesting. I'm glad to see, but GG have kind of hit their form because they won spring and summer last year. They are the domestic title holders, and this year they've kind of been overshadowed by, you know, the YZG like run. Like, a bunch of other teams have also been showing up. I feel like SR have just been a dramatically, a really improved team across the season. They've been just getting better and better week after week, and GG felt like they've kind of fallen off a little bit, but it feels like they've kind of got back on that horse at the right time, which is what GG do. They're a team who just kind of figure out when to show up, and now with the finals in their sights, they are really geared up and ready to go.
Yeah, and another thing too is that comp is GG's like player roster hasn't changed in the slightest. They've been at it for years, you know, and having the chance of actually being in tandem of synergization for as long as they are, right? That's just kind of the case scenario for them. And just like how my hat is crooked, bro, everything is made for Bauta, you know, to be the disturbers of the peace. I'm not sure what's going to happen for round 6. If teams have points to want to burn out for Viper or even for Tessa, which most likely will be the case since we haven't seen much of them either or. that the teams would want to try to play shenanigans into Fedora at midnight. It's up to the case. I doubt it, but at the same time, if a team wants to try to do something, ASC, for instance, have already tried it twice, and they brought the comp with the Shail with Matara into Syra now. That's a comp that has been used twice. If they don't have 9 points on standby, they can bring it back again, unless they decide to bring out a swap out if they have at least 6 points. But looking past the area of control right now, the testing grounds are limited, especially at this stage. So looking and seeing if there's any sort of variation swap outs, whether it's like a support swap out or a DPS lineup switch, the players have now towards this round 6 in Fedora to see the value of it. And having Fedora at midnight here means that they can prepare themselves for when grand finals in the first 3 round selections. They have that map rotation on standby for them to decide upon being preparing for those rounds more specifically, since it is the one to dictate who can get as many points as possible.
All to play for in this final game. Just get as many points on the board. I want to see more experimentation. I want to see more Manic stuff. I want more Valda, man. That's all I want. I just want Valda to play this Valda comp one more time because it was so exciting to watch. I believe JL are going in with all of their points into this game as well. Yeah. They have 9 points after that last game. They just haven't spent a single point.
I think they spent 4 points. I think they spent 4 points by single pick. I think so.
Okay, good. I was about to say, because they were starting, with a lot too many points, but we're getting ourselves out to the stage. Our players are getting ready to get into this 6th and final game. This is their last game for a couple of weeks. Finals are 2 weeks from now, so give me a big one. Many points as possible. GG, fresh off an absolutely mad game. Huge points. 29 points was earned for them in the last game. They didn't get the kill multiplier, sadly, but put another game down like that and everyone might as well just back out and play finals altogether. These guys finally showing up by the end of the season.
Showing up, showing out. Love to see it. As well as seeing whether or not SR can, be there throughout thick and thin. Now, SR, I think, their former team was WBG. At least Gen X was. He's kind of rocking the role, the team into stardom, at least making it through here. One thing I want to see out of SR is if they decide to bring out a Justina, like with the ice cream comp, and just trying to work her out. What I really like to see is compositions that involve Justina and verifying it. Right? We saw the Viper with the Syra from ASC. Seeing if Justina can work out with variation is definitely on. It's proven with Syra. If Justina can have any sort of slottage, that really can work out here to see if they can test them. Just because, first 3 rounds in the format for grand finals is putting out no hero points available, so the teams can't play out heroes, or rather, if the phase has already pre-selected a hero 3 times or even greater, they can't burn out any points because there is no points. At that point, they have to choose a different selection of a comp, and I think Justina would be one of those heroes that if they want to test grounds with a 2nd and a 3rd that's not normally picked alongside her, that we would hopefully get that chance. I'm at least hoping to see that chance. Otherwise, if it's still going to be only 2 comps that she's mainlining with, we're just going to have to keep it at that. If the players want to test out something along the lines of just using her with an outsider character in the mix, time will tell. But we only have 1 round, guys. This is the last round for pre-finals. Then we'll be gone for 2 weeks, and then we're coming back for grand finals. And the players are still going to continuously getting those practice rounds in, especially during the next week.
I'm so sad as well because I'm gonna be away for finals, so I'm gonna have to watch it on a VOD. I'm not gonna get to watch it live.
Gonna watch? No, wait, you're not gonna be there live. I just realized.
Oh, I can't be there live. I'm away. I'm in Denmark. I'm in Copenhagen. I heard it's absolutely lovely over there, so I'm very excited to go over. But I am sad I'll miss the games live, especially now that the meta is this. This is the most fun meta we've had in a while. The beginning of the season was quite fun because I feel like there was a lot of variance, but it was a lot of comps that we knew, right? The last time I think I've had this much fun was when we first got the Zyphon become actual meta and not experimental. We are now into that experimental phase once again where your Fs and your Vs aren't quite loaded in. People not 100% sure on the loadouts. Tarkas, some roll Fireball, some roll don't. Some don't even bother. They'd rather run the Kaylin even. I mean, F1 Valda, super fun. Sorry, V1 Valda, really, really fun as well. Like, it's not solved, and that's what's fun for me. I love seeing them kind of in the experimental phase, figuring out what's strong, what the strengths are, what the weaknesses are of various comps. And I feel like it's fair to say that, yes, Sand Siphon and Kylan Former definitely are like the two best comps in the meta right now. But there's a lot of questions about like the other comps, you know, the other variances of those comps. We all know that Viper is exceptionally potent right now, but the reason she's not getting played more is just because her comp isn't figured. People don't know exactly what to play with her.
Yeah, and I think another thing too is that they don't want to play her out so often that she loses that value of uncertainty to practice against, if that makes any sense.
Yes,
right?
That's also fair.
So if they don't want to try to give the teams enough practice to find that niche, like, oh, clicked in, and then they can just study the heck out of it and other teams follow suit, then it makes her value kind of worthless, at least going through. Target Former first phase, DRG Wolves. I mean, TNI is the only ban here. JL 5 points left on their selection, so they could theoretically go for a triple pick with a +1 ban, and that's okay. If they haven't selected a hero, they are going to burn all 5 points with a perfect ice pick selection. OEG off of their end with the Syra with the Viper, and then Cena Zyphon with the Zipping E for SR. And then looking at Bauda, 15 seconds on the clock. What do we got? If we're bringing it out here, we're going Sand Siphon side, we're playing it safe. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't think they can actually afford to play the Valda comp again.
That's it.
Unfortunately.
For the Viper the Viper pick, I should say. Yeah, I mean, they're going to see another target former, though. And this is going to be from T. That means there's, what, 3 so far in this case? For this round?
3 and 1 Kylan so far.
4?
Ice pick.
Wombo GG.
Oh my word, GG! Giving me my Valda. I mean, it's going to be F2.
V2.
Valda.
Likely,
V2,
right?
sorry. V2 Valda. No, you're correct. I got my F's and my V's the wrong way around. Will be a V2 Valda. I mean, if it is tidal wave Valda, I actually might just be the happiest boy in the world, but we'll see. I didn't expect to see another Valda. I thought we had our fun. It's in the past, but no. Here we go. Game number 6. A lot of Tarkas. I feel like every caster's happy right now because the vast majority of our casters are Tarka mains, and I'm the one Valda main. And we're all getting a lot of love today. All of our characters get picked up.
Skills. I need to see it. Let me see the Valda. Let me see what GG. If LSM is
school. This is an old school comp.
Oh yeah, it's
EFT.
I mean, this is a comp that was actually in spring. It was usually called the Transformers comp. I was trying to make a name for it for OBS, Ouroboros. It's because it was a cycle of destruction of all the spear grab, and it was over for that person. So there was Gonzo. But looking at this chance of seeing with the Tumultuous, I mean, they're at V3 for Bauda's Jing, and that's going to be the case. Fireball for 9HQ, by the way, as well as for Dongxing and Jing on the F1 for the WPG. This team hasn't really propelled themselves, but DRG are going off this game being their first game on the Tarka Former. And then with WBG, hoping to see that performance kind of shine a light. And then looking at TE, they're also going to go for F1 for their former above. And nothing else is different from the other skills across everyone else. Usually the same pattern of recognition for the Justinas, the Syras, the Fairy Shens. The list goes on, especially considering what we've seen in the past for this past year, where Zipping V1 is being more usage just because of the HP gain, or rather the HP thresholds to just be massively undertowed by the sustain of the extra healing amount, and then on top of that, the duration. V2 used to be as used as like, bread and water, it was just like, flour and water, just making bread. Like there was nothing against it. But the nerfs changed that. Of course, that's over a year ago. We still have spawns to be made. Midoriya was released within that time window, where JL, DRG are dropping on one another. Arcadia is looking pretty hot, Jake. It's between 4 different teams.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of action over there. Whole lot of action over there. GG actually also not dropping at their regular spot either. I don't know where they are. But very interesting to see that. Finally changing things up just before finals. Maybe this is their way they catch a bunch of people off, is just before finals they start switching their drop spots and people go, oh, we don't know how to read GG anymore. They've changed their game plan. About it. Not alone. Wolves are just south of them. So there'll probably be a little bit of action over here as well. There's oh no, GGR at their regular spot. Sorry, I misread it. GG are exactly where they normally are. Anyway, YZG versus ASE here right now. ASE been having a couple of fun games with this Sheol. As TXJ gets smacked a little bit here. Just got the grey greatsword available to them. Catches onto Zhao Wen. A little bit of poke off, nothing too major. Zhao Wen is slightly isolated. We're going to see the mech actually come out immediately in response. Mick takes a cannon shot to the head. TXJ just going to back off. Dazzle goes down just to get himself a bit of space. He needs to heal up, but Wen chasing him out for the moment. TXJ trying to keep himself alive. The parry comes in. That's going to be a big hit. Cannon confirmation doesn't quite come through. The TXJ is able to pop off his mist. He's trying to apply pressure. Another parry from TXJ. Beautiful opener off the back of that one. It's just going to break away from hand for the moment. Now can continue to apply some pressure as he jumps forward, jumps in with the halberds, just to strip away that armor. Mist is low. Parry potentially looking to be thrown out here as Mist gets himself caught up for a second. TXJ backs off, throws down the Dazzle. Isn't going to make the connection, but Han has used his F to reposition, and he is going to get run down by the members of YZG. Ultimate going to get thrown out. They're not going to mess around. They're just going to look to finish this one up. Zhao Wen going low. GGG's able to finish up. Han taking the shots to the head. And YZG, I think this is the first time today we've seen them win a drop.
Yep. I was about to say that. I was like, yep. This is going to be the first win for them in terms of off drop, in terms of this area in Midoriya. But we are switching over to Arcadia, where WBG are up against OA. Purple Katana right now is a big upgrade for Mong to have this. So let me see if whether or not Hirang will throw out the Dragon Slayer. He does, but he does not reach it in time. And I think that's actually going to be a carry for Mong. It was anticipated. Now WBG are on the reset route, losing out the rarities. Over towards Spies Pass, though, we see two pocketed fights. GG on the face of Jianan with the ultimates from the CNI. The Rogers are out. And then with CJS in proximity, he's making sure he can fly around and get a better point of view for a grab. He does, in fact, try to look for a recast. John did find one, but immediate standout on LXM, where LXM is that V2 Valda, right? So we noticed that the V2 Valda could come out to work in the favor for LXM. As long as he doesn't get double grabbed and getting hit, that's going to be a motion in the ocean, man. This man better not get that hit, because that's going to be a double grab and immediate kill selection without even having a chance of using the Valda ultimate. Until now, though, it is up. And then with the target in play, that heal sustain comes out from the Karumi circle. LXM still has two Valda spears. He throws it at Youth. He finds a parry. He has Sap Jade. All of a sudden, the fight turns around in GG's favor. Two targets hit at the same time. An immediate execution for GG against TE.
Our Valdas today are real good. That's all I'm saying. Our Valdas today are real good. GG, 3 kills off the bat. Lovely double spear at the end there. Coming in from them. Purple great sword. Purple armor for 3-3-0 as well. GG pretty set up. Probably want to grab himself a couple more purple armors before they turn into anything else. As DRG off underground right now. He's going to grab himself a little bit of goodies. Volpine Essence actually was secured for OA. So, have himself a little advantage off the back of that one. OA, I mean, last game it was JL who got the Volpine Essence when we were here at the beginning of the day. And they got it blown real early, which was a bit sad for them. So see if they can maybe not throw it so hard this time. Don't really want to be fighting if you're on a monk comp next to a no ult zone. Would just completely undo you.
I wonder if SR actually go through Jade Pavilion. They're in Azov Peak right now. The only notion to come out here in terms of going northbound is that there's they go to Heaven's Watch, where there's a lot of money to be earned. That's already been done. They clear out this quest line. They got the money. They have a chance of going to the shop. The shop should open up around 100 seconds or so for the players who prefer purple armors and whatnot. OUG over by what seems to be, I think that's why it's fault. Might be Mystic Blade. I'll double check that. But Baby U's going down southbound. Purple weapon, but not anything greater than blue armor on the squad. Looking out towards CJS though. Positions right now at the Honor Temple, and if it's anything towards Cuckoo, he's looking to throw the parry. Oh, my word. 1.0, bro. CJS though gets caught to the Stazzle into the F2 shot. He's losing a lot of HP. FB1 is up. He's gotten thrown out, but he goes for common armor. He does not want to anticipate using ultimate. Gets caught by the horizontal release. We have a chance right now to not burn out ultimate until the Syra ult, and that's exactly what we're waiting for. CJS has it to look for the burning of the Syra. As soon as she's looking to tap dodge, he can burn the stamina out here. It's up regardless of LXM, and he can go off on ground unit duty and try to hit hit her while she is in status mode or static mode. CJS looking for those ground units that they're launching out range shots, one Fong as well as Xiao Zhao, who could come in here with a Casino ultimate and go for the execution off the freeze. He finds a chance here for the drop down, just burn the blue focus, but all those range shots just need to dump CJS out from this point on. Ball is the only thing left in a Groomy ultimate, and he can pop himself in there to save CJS life. But there's the hits, there's a stone form, there's so many strikes coming out here, hit brain, hard to keep track, but CJS does go down.
I'm sorry, where was the healing? They were so slow on putting the Kurumi ultimate down. They just didn't do anything. They just left their monk to get completely burnt down. GG honestly kind of fumbled that fight a little bit. Just left their monk on his lonesome and he paid the ultimate price. They are going to try and get sucked down the jump 3-3-0. Get heavily chunked out here. Going incredibly low. Nice catch with the spear from the Valda there. But LXM just going to have to run away. He did get CJS back up on his feet. They do lose their healer. And that's their purple armor as well on their healer that they lost there. It's LXM. He actually was just able to evade away. Catches onto him for a brief second. Gets a lot of health locked out. Caught by the freeze. Down he goes. LXM is down.
That's going to be OEG, man. 2 eliminations before first Rama Yang. Knocking out 2 players off of GG. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we have souls, right? So we can still look to reset. CJS will be regrouping on ground unit duty. DRG, man, look at this, man. Purple armors across all 3 of them. They have purple weapons. They got a Tarka. Things I'm looking for a Tarka. I told you once before, I want a Tarka former MVP. I want to see it. It's the second chance we're actually seeing this comp working out. SR being available to showcase the comp at its full value for round 4. DRG now looking at their 3 eliminations. They found CJS by himself, and they have Kabloom, and they have the way to get their 4th elimination, and they have the solo just using it just to have it and pick it up. Now, there are fully in soul form, all of GG right now. So the reset position has to be clutch. It cannot be anywhere where players will end up going. And even if they do end up going over there, they have to be making sure that they don't take a fight or instigate anything with their position.
Nice play there. GG. Kind of fumbling a little bit right before the Roma Yang, which is what they would have liked to have been going into, but unfortunately for them, they're going to be playing catch-up now for this first Roma Yang. Trying to play away from all of the action. ASE. I've got JL in the area, but I feel like these teams are probably not going to look to fight right now. I mean, it's not long until the Roma Yang spawns up, so we expect to see the teams try and turn their attention towards those Roma Yangs. There's DRG just going to be playing off in the distance. It's just a bit of a waiting game now for this Roma Yang to spawn up. The teams to jump in. It's honestly a very calm moment.
Very calm. Before the storm, right?
Oh, there we go. And, oh, not everyone gets in, unfortunately. DRG and OEG going to be stuck outside for a fight. SS going to throw the ultimate down, try and lock people in place, but doesn't make that connection. You see, GG actually have to use a rebirth charm to get one of their players up who went down earlier. That's not what we're talking about. Fights going on outside here. I want to see the Roma Yangs. Like, this is a interesting fight to be going on, but I mean, it's all going to be breaking inside the Roma Yang. If it's Bowder versus ASE, we're going to cut over to Bowder already down a player, ASE, and just putting the dazzles down here on the Syra. Bowder, they're going to be able to survive this one for long. Jing on his lonesome, been run down by ASE. Oh no, Zem is still there, but Jing is down, and now Zem, after 1 versus 3 here on the Syra with no ultimate, throws the dazzle out for a reposition, gets hit by the Takeda Furen shove, caught up against the edge, and ASE, they can just time this now. They can play this nice and slow, as YZG versus SR is one of our other Roma Yangs.
Yeah, and then SR Zhao has already enacted Psy ultimate. CXC, he's got the cannon now. GG is death zone. He's in soul form, so if any parries happen or any auto aim for melee aim assist, he can deny it. Just like right now, the F2 shot comes out here just in time to try to deny the hits, and then looking for Rico off the uppercut was kind of raw, I'll be honest, but a parry like that, TXJ still has a combo breaker. RMB hold check things out. The jab and reveal means that Rico can delete him if he gets one successful focus. The F2 from Atari literally goes from target A to B in the blink of a second, and all the teammates come out here on top for SR. This is blue armors upgrading towards purple armors, and then having the gold weapon to be dual blades, having Benthic Descent and purple halberds on the standby with blue muskets to be picked up alongside that. With the Vermilion's Bird's Might, though, SR will definitely take their spotlight. I'm pretty sure their positions right now is to go straight northeast. And for this Rumyang, being out how far it is from it, 34,000 Darktide coins is looking pretty nifty for here later on. TE, though, are looking to move. They got their Rumyang win. They have themselves that Vermilions. Only a matter of time. I'm waiting for these guys to get more kills as they still only have 3. Our replay, though, enters out towards TE, who went up against, with the TN High team, with the target former, up against JL.
Yeah, that's one thing. Losing their mech. Mech a lot earlier than Jianan. And if you are playing this comp versus any kind of comp with a Ferret, this is exactly what you want to be doing. You want to wait out her ultimate because she's so good at playing denial to the transform. But you know, Jianan, the Syra also kind of just played denial onto him, but was able to get 2 grabs and actually follow them up with something. Not that it was too much, just again looking for a couple of extra grabs, but Jianan had the bell to break away from Cuckoo, make sure that they stay safe. XX1 Yuo goes for the full onslaught with a spear, but doesn't make it connect, and one thing falls down in the middle of all of that thanks to the flying knives. Is XX1 Yuo not even given the opportunity to heal off, as he is taken out by the pole sword, and he this very, very well-paced fight is probably the best way to word it, as they find SR straight off the bat, going to be jumping forwards. Rico going to evade getting caught by the grapple right now, invisible thanks to the Matari, making life a lot harder for Jianan. Unable to find those grabs, as he is just losing way too much health. SR just continue to chase forwards in onto him. Down he goes. Birds might popped immediately. WBG sliding in to see if they can grab themselves a kill. Getting hit by the parry. Bell comes down. Yoran's going to transform. Got himself the blue grabs available, so he's just going to jump up and see if he can find that opening. Rico able to escape underneath the... Not able to find the kill they want.
This is going to be the formation. We're switching on over to the Verdant Chasm as JL are up against Dowda inside the bottom of it. Looking at the Justina ultimate, it looks like to be an escape route for Zhao Zhao to get inside of the building to hide himself. Looking towards if anyone wants to try to ambush this is going to be a notion of knowing that the Justina still has active ult usage. So, XCM throws up the 1.0. He hits it. Zhao Wen gets F2 Fairy Strength shot, and then one Fong confirms the kill elimination. That blue focus knocks XCM on his back, having the chance here to throw another wild Haymaker blue focus is received by Cuckoo's Syra ultimate. Now, Jing in the back line still has to work around ZZBT, who does have active Fear and Blast to be available. Luckily, none of these polar jellyfish are being actually hit, so none of the jellyfish to strike out for poison tick damage in the mid-air combat. That would be unfortunate, but Cuckoo is still here. He's still making his approach in the sky as all of these targets are repositioning to try to piece away JL's teammates. One Fong finds that cannon to be in active mode for his Fairy Shen ultimate. Unfortunately for Zhao Zhao, I'm not sure how much rate he has that he retained from using his ultimate. I'm just curious of whether or not YZG are going to come through here in the next 70 seconds with a full set of Soul and Spirit.
You got a lot to earn. Been able to find at least one, but nope. Jumps up, hits the poison mushrooms. That's going to be a bit of an issue for them. Down they go. One thing will fall. YZG are going to be able to pick up one player, but it's going to be a tough ass. Powder jumping in onto QGG, going to try and chase off, see if he can secure the kill. Dazzle's coming down. Them getting incredibly low though, as TXJ will be able to secure another kill for his team. And I think they might have just done it.
Yeah, they did. Clean.
They had a minute to do it, and they just cashed in all the kills. The problem is now they've burnt all their ultimates and ASE are in the area. YZG just need to play escape. They do not want to risk getting caught again. Looks like JL are in the area as well, though, which is going to turn ASE's attention away from YZG. As they're going to chase upwards and outwards.
It's kind of difficult. You know, ASE could have ambushed them inside that cave. The only ultimate available was, I believe, QGG for the Fairy Shen, and indoors that Fairy Shen wouldn't have done anything. But at this point, ASC are the guardians of the Verdant Chasm. Any teams that approach to get out of there will be like just massacred. For it though, they are going in. Noticing that they're still in there, F1's out. Miss is going to reveal the R&B fans. He's going to throw it out, but Skate Fear and going to knock back the Fairy Shen, and that is going to be XZ taking in an emergency beacon, hoping not to get rain shotted, but ASC Hano is able to laser him out of the mech. Next to go out here. Oh, wow. I can't believe that little stone statue was enough to give him the freedom of escape. Because now it gives out the Justina a way out with QGG and making sure they don't die out completely. Our Rumyang 2, though, has fights. 2 TN High Formers coming through. TE Wolves and the 1v4.
See if they can find those grabs. Xiaonan already losing a lot of HP, but he's able to answer back onto LJX. Dunking him out. Grabs not really coming through right yet. Xiaonan playing escape. LJX jumps up onto a pillar to match. But he's incredibly low. He is just onto him, not letting him breathe. He is able to break away briefly. He's going to lose his health, but healing comes in from the Kurumis. Fireball goes down. Didn't see if it hit anyone. Over the shoulder, we do see someone go there in the middle of all of that. Nice Q putting some damage down. Not going to land too much yet as he's just trying to keep his teammates alive right now. Looks like Wolves have been able to heal back up as TE starting to go at the bad end of this fight. Now the fireball goes down, and that is going to be the kill onto Youth with the fireball. Parry comes out onto LJX. He bells back up. Parry follows through from the side here of Wolves to look to get onto Xiaonan. He is able to find the turnaround as Nice Q goes down, and now it's just going to be Peak and Xiaonan left alive. They're trying to heal back up and keep himself in this fight, but Peak breaking away for the second. Xiaonan being juggled around. He's somehow still alive. TE Xiaonan looking to finish up the last couple of members of Wolves as Peak gets hit by the parry. Xiaonan somehow finds another time for another transform to come out, but he's going to cancel it just for this bit of extra health. Gets a parry off onto him, followed up by LJX. Bell to pop out for a second there, caught with the uppercut, and Wolves are able to take it.
Feels bad. We lost the purple weapon, gold armor, gold weapon, aurora burst, gold staff, purple spear, and a scatter shot. I was hoping to see a Tarka former MVP. I didn't expect to see two Tarkas in this Tarka formers in the same row game. Unfortunate, but we still have the fights to go on. We will have to find that reset. Obviously, YG. Oh, nice carry from F2 taking. Everybody wanted to capitalize onto that. They couldn't. The F1 combo breaker was still available. Dudick still having the opportunity, just looking out to use that cannon and then backing up for a manual armor powder heal. He's only got 3 grapples in his hand, so I'm certain that we are going to be looking for grapples to be dropped for him, or we make our way to our shop. Either way, triple Mystic Might on the field of play. 25 players, 28 actually total in this final circles to be closing in the next 13 minutes. 6 eliminations for YZG, getting their third back up here. And of course, for it, DRG are making their approach. They have vision within the 100-meter radius, and they have it very much so often for the next minute or so. For anybody that's going off, if they want to contest this, DRG can just look to take the ambush. Dongqing is on that Tarka, let alone it being a Tarka with a counterformer that is stacked out. For YZG, as long as they don't want to take that fight, it's going to be a good day. Zhao, though, with SR, picking up that dagger, getting Dreadful Wail, having an explosive armor, having a quick charge undercall. We see a heavy detach on Rico, more importantly, with a focus slide and then jabbing as well as the Sap Jade. Alchemy level 28 also to be picked up, and then engraving on Zhao is just diabolical work for that Jade with the Hepta detach. If they get everything on site, higher grade weapon, more damage, more sauce, more rice. We know this is going to be a spot for all the teams to start hunting down any sort of weaker teams, any sort of weaker links, anyone who has common armor or even blue armor. But more importantly, those Rummy and Lucian teams will make their notion. Extension Sky Pillar, Velocity Untold on Kakaxi, having a Rogers grip on Dongqing with a Starfall and a Sunwing shot with an engraving, and then the Kabloom for Wuxin 98. Kabloom was used early on, if I'm not mistaken, from DRG. I remember seeing that in terms of those fights where they were able to get that early through their early game fights, but anything can happen. We saw SR in round 1 have, you know, the double palm lightning, and they still lost in terms of the fight just because of one bad decision.
Well, 11 minutes left in the game. There's still 28 players. This is a very, very stacked lobby. And anyone can pop off in this final circle, really, to take it all. I'm sure YZG, Wolves, and GG are all the 3 big teams to watch here. GG, the current domestic champions, Wolves the world champions, and YZG, the team who have crushed it all season long. This is the big 3 for me, but when you got OA and DRG and SR kicking about as well in this lobby, it is not going to be an easy task. I think, in fact, this is going to be an incredibly explosive final circle.
Curious. 2.5 minutes. No ults yet used. Tarko, I think, would be the first person to ult because he would want to get the team to the attack buff, and then they can start going in there. As long as they find an opportunity to just kind of like not have to force out an opponent ult so fast. I mean, they are going to force one regardless. The Tarka is going to force a response. It's just going to see who's going to be able to hold their ult the longest, not be utilized. More of the ground unit aspect for Xiaonan at this point for a fan user, especially with his Tarka being in the front line, would be them looking to try to charge out RMBs and then seeing about those vertical fan attacks to hit the targets from a distance. hold checking it, giving out the Tarka a free LMB, which then converts into something else entirely if he's using Greatsword, if he's using Spear. A lot of options for him right there. And then for the Sand Siphon to get, all they need to do is proc ult, and that's all they need to do. I mean, anything comes out for Zhao Wen, where he forces out the Tumult Ultimate. All the teams are conversing, though, over towards the Arcadia region. And if Cuckoo, you know, gets spotted out here, or One Fang, I should say, who has a common armor, I think everyone wants to try to hunt him down.
Well, 9 minutes left on the lobby. I am so haunted. Nice bow shot actually from TXJ to steal that kill from away. Finishing up Yoran. But I am haunted by that repeater crossbow.
With
the chicken one just all day. Yeah. The chicken one just screaming away.
You know, more play. You know,
skin.
Players actually.
But goddamn, I hate it.
Players asked the devs for more weapons to have sound effects. So.
Really?
Yeah. They asked, and the devs like, yeah, sure, no problem. Next season. Telling man, season 17. I can't wait. Honest. A lot of things to be planned out. A lot of dev talk to look over and review, but more importantly, what to look forward to. Especially the May 22nd patch, which is only 4 days away. But we have to take a look and see what's going to happen for the Pro League. This is the most important notion. We are on this spot. Remember what you said. They can clear it, they get rid of roaming and depletion. If they get contested, it's unfortunate because they only have like, what, 30 seconds left on the clock right now for that Yang depletion. And if it gets contested right there, they clear it, that means that they're free to go. I can't believe it. But why Tiger's prowess? That's tough.
Why did no one let them? I mean, why did anyone let them? The whole lobby was just watching. Just jump in and throw your own monk in. Play interrupt. Well, they just got a free cleanse. The first time today. Every other team who's tried it has failed, unfortunately. But that is our first successful attempt at cleansing the roaming Yang. Depletion.
Success.
8 minutes left, 27 players left. Savaria, we're about to have such an explosive ending, I can tell it. But we're in like that calm before the storm area now.
That's what happened before the first roaming Yang. Remember that? Yeah, it felt so long ago. Everything kind of comes out. The players are just slow rolling this, and you know, with the Jades department, there's a lot of teams that have a lot of gear, especially in terms of those purple rarity Jades, the dangerous Jades, the ones that could be considered gold Jades. Forbidden Seal, area of control. I do see an overcomer for LXM with the Blistering Edge and the Sap Jade, so he can smack. But a Moonshard Storm actually on 3-3-0. Keep in mind about that. The Kurumi on this team for GG. Moonshard Storm will literally lock down somebody. And that Roar Burst still in the hand right now for 9HQ as a Hong Sword user for Tarka. Seeing about the benefit bar bolt for ZK, so that way if LGX does lend a grab, that can easily be a successful kill potential for any targets. Thus, it depends. Terrain. This terrain, bro, by Verdant Chasm, it's a little bit grief for Tianhais, because look at how many line of sights that can be broken off.
Yeah.
And how much spaces you can use. You can scare rush off all of these surfaces. This is literally for you to kite away. So long as the opponent doesn't grapple you while you're scare rushing. But if you find the opportunity just to back off, knowing preemptive that they're going to be in the bad spot, they're going to use Tianhai as a defensive measure, you can just go ahead and kite around, just like how we're using this Cowabunga, dude. Cuckoo. You're going to have to go ahead, though, and set that heal process before someone starts hunting you down. Otherwise, this is a very appointed position where a spotlight for the teams that don't have supplies. That is something to consider as well.
Yeah, it's about resource management now at this point, as Cuckoo only got 2 armor pots and 2 health pots left. So does not really want to be getting caught too heavily here. Only got 5 grapples as well. Gale are just not set up for this final circle, unfortunately. Very much on that back foot. They are going to be able to somewhat heal up. Kane's breath comes down. Oh, SR get 3 double hit twice. Did Junks also get hit?
I think so. No, he got hit once. He got hit once.
So there was 3 hits total. 2 hits on 2 players and 1 hit on another. Yikes.
Yikers.
Luckily, no one gets them, but they do have to burn through those precious resources.
Spearwell should be spawning in here. Nah, it's already cleared out, right? They should be showing up here in a second. Spearwell is going to be a Draco Storm. Like I said, if a team clears out Spearwell, they also have the armor powders and the vitalities, the grapples, anything on the ground, the armor swap. That alone is going to be changed in May 22nd. But, you know, for now, the armor swap is going to be the most important part if they need to rebound themselves back. GG 3-0 is just showcasing that he has Moonshard Storm. Jianan right next to that Moonbane, not going to really worry about it, at least not yet. But he is an active 10 high, which means he has a target on the back. He's like that teacher, the school, you know, the cliche about putting a nose, says kick me behind the teacher that people make fun of. Like, that's him right now. And everyone can take advantage of that the moment he leaves the circle, which he's doing exactly right now.
He transformed too early. He took way too much free damage, so people felt comfortable to push up on him. If he transformed a little later, he would have been able to probably hold that, but he was just too low, so everyone backs off. And JL going to try and push their way forward. Secure this, the Wolves do not want to be giving it up. Cuckoo just looking for dazzle after dazzle after dazzle onto the members of Wolves, but Wolves going to go for the transform. QGG also going to mech up, get the cannon shot into LGX's head. This is just absolute carnage. LGX taking cannon shots from left and right. Both of the Fairy MX absolutely decimating his health bar, and he's going to have to drop the transform soon, even with the fact he's got the Garumi healing. It's just getting harder and harder. Kanki now going to transform as well. Everybody is inside this circle. Zone's moving in though. That's going to force them to have to back off. I don't think anyone's particularly close to capping either. Just makes life even harder. We see a fireball from a target just fly by in the distance. JL, XX1UO. Get pushed back for a second as Tutik makes his way over, and he's the one to try and now cap. And I think OA actually might have this because everyone else had burnt their ultimates first.
I think so. Look for the grabs. We're at 50% for the Spirit Well. Getting contested here. Oh man, Jaja. What sucks is that Jaja being inside the circle though denies them from carrying this out even faster, and now Justina gets out. That's really unfortunate. And we spent a lot of time waiting for that. GG though, they had a pocket of Tianhai ultimate to go right back in here, and getting a grab here and there. He finds it. Luffy might have gotten into the zone if he stayed in there, but CK has to walk right back into there. He's getting a little bit sustained. The Kurumi ultimate is going to be delayed, and we saw that happen before.
Oh no!
Moonshard Storm is being obliterating everyone. The most shot from DRG Lucian 98 was a kill shot though for CPS as a TNI.
GG, can they get the pickup is the question. They have a Karumi. Ultimate now timed out for LXM. Just going to back off as XX1UO going low. Yeah, there is. 3PO has got the charm, got the tether on to CGF that he's able to get out. GG able to pick up their monk last moment. Everyone is still scrapping for this. Wolf ZK did go down in the middle of all of that as well. And I don't think anyone capped. No, I don't think no one capped.
The sounds are obliterating my eardrums right now. Going through, I can only imagine
it's like a proper war zone down there.
It literally sounds like a war zone coming out here inside the game. One Fong though spacing out. He's losing out Zhao Zhao as a result. That's because of TEP. Zhao Nando wants to break this line of sight. He might catch one Fong off of a wild Henry grab. I'm looking at it. He did not get him. Zhao was able to get the F2 from Zai and confirming the hits. One hit, one grab off against Zhao Wen for ASC. Nice shotgun blast from the Flying Knives. We're still throwing him in the zone, and we're still potentially losing out. I can't believe we got the sustain. We got the Soul Bloom, which means he's got 1,000 plus HP. He though still having the Tianhai ultimate will reform in just a moment, and another ultimate coming out. 3 Vajras into play at all times to the end game circle. Absolute obliteration, oblivion really, for the last 2 minutes coming through here. Double grab from Tutik to get CPS out of here, and then looking at whether or not he can catch another grab. Tutik has around 15 seconds to time this out. He finds the 1 grab. He's looking for 2 grabs. He's definitely looking for 2 grabs. He's not getting the slam down he was hoping for, and hoping to go ahead and hit any other targets. He finds Wolves again for a double grab and eliminates the Taxi at the examiner's time. He gets a re-grab on that K.
3-3-0 trying to get his teammate up, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it in time. They actually did get LXM up. LXM's back in the game. Now they've got to get CJS up. You can see the tether across the middle of the circle. It is just GEG on the back foot right now, trying to pick up their teammates. Han finds SR hiding in a little hole, tries to throw the dazzles out. We see the spear from the Valor land off in the distance there, but that moon shard is absolutely decimating people. Han forced onto the low ground, into the zone, going low on HP, but is going to try and heal back up. Rico going low as well. GG. Are they going to somehow pick their teammate up in the middle of all of this? That is crazy for CJS is back up and alive. Somehow they keep this going, but they've got to heal back up enough in time. There's still too many people there. Tutik trying to force their way in. GG get the heals back up, but now they're going to go for the transform. YGG knocked out. SR 20 kills under their belt, and that moonshot doing so much work. LXM gets slammed into the zone as Xiaonan goes down, and SR cashing in on kills. Left, right, and center. It is their time to shine as they are just ripping through the health bars. CJS is going to take out Zhao though as he's looking for more kills. Another grab onto Mist, into another clap, and GG take even more kills under their belt. Mist is going to be able to secure the kill in response. LXM transformed with the Valda, looking for the spear, catches onto this. ASE Mist goes down. Another spear will maybe land, but he hasn't got any left in the pocket as Han will be able to tie it up with him. No last team standing, but that is SR's victory.
Oh yeah, 20 plus kill eliminations, and the remaining 2 teams were at what, 8 eliminations each. Not going to be able to slice it past that, and especially if they're tied. SR taking the MVP this time around. I was hoping to see them perform out today, and we got it. We got the MVP. I was waiting for this one. This is going to be their Zyphen comp MVP. So Zyphen coming into Fedora into Midnight, or rather in terms of the last round specifically, kind of cooking out even with all the Tian highs. 4 Tian highs in that final circle was kind of a nightmare, and various Shen shots, everything was being pelted between all sides, all fronts. SR still found their niche, still found those last hits, and got everything that they needed, especially with the points to earn out before Phase 3 finals concludes.
Really, really big performance from SR. They had a good day consistently all day, so it's good for them to end on that victory. Really solid performance from them. Constantly had their eyes on SR. They did make it work. GG had no business surviving that long though. Like, their Kurumi got 3 people up. Their Monk twice and their Valda once. Like, in the final circle, how did you get away with that, getting them up so many times? That was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, Jianan's the miracle worker, bro. Kurumi, he dropped the armor, and the problem was that I was hoping he was going to pick up the armor that he left behind, or at least from the Tarka, but he wasn't able to do so. And unfortunately, he had paid the price because he didn't have enough sustain to kind of work off of that. And even if he did pick up the armor, I don't think any other team would give him the heal. I don't think any other team would actually go off and allow him for an armor powder heal in the middle of all that mess, especially with how much gold focuses were being thrown around from skills and the Jades, that even if he was able to kind of have Tian Hai or Vajra stay in front of him, they would have noticed that there was a heal being attempted. They would have ranged him down 100%. Cannon shots, pistol shots, bow shots. We saw everything in the mix there. We saw the battles, the war zone pretty much being enveloped as that shadow corrupted into those final moments. But still, Spearwell being contested as long as it did, that's a good notion, seeing how these teams want to contest that, considering what we saw earlier when no team contested them for it.
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm glad to see the Spirit World getting contested. I'm surprised to see that one of them didn't get contested at all. The one we used to see, I can't remember who did it now, but there was a team who, what, pun, sorry?
It was TE, yeah, TE.
TE, that was it, yeah, TE get the cleanse off. Like, it's been a moment since we've seen that. I can't believe that got through, but TE, they're going to be happy with that. They were able to get that cleanse and go a little bit later into that game. Overall, though, today's been fun. Like, a lot of very spicy picks getting picked up, a lot of action. I like to see some variance in the meta and people still trying to figure stuff out, because like we've said, like I've said all day, it felt like the meta in trios. I mean, solos definitely, but in trios have been solved for a little bit. So it was cool to see that they came back. They had a bit of a think about stuff after some of the changes to like Syra, because Syra was so defining for most of this season, and it's still a good unit. Like, she's still very playable, but just not like as reliant as before, because she's a lot squishier. She has like 1,500 health, I believe, now in Alt 4 instead of 1,800 health, which is, you know, a pretty significant amount of health. Like 300 extra health is a lot more you can tank. So, you know, it makes all the difference. And it's left us where like Kyle Informers, which I think for a while was kind of like a mid-A rank comp, where it was like Zyphen and Sand Zyphen at the top, and then you had like Kyle Informers, and then you had like Blind Date, but like Valda gets buffed, Syra gets nerfed, Kyle Informers jumps up into like an S tier comp, but now we have like the potential Tarka variants, which is like a bit of a point saver, but also somewhat functions similar to it. The fact that Sand Zyphen still seems to probably be an S tier comp as well is quite relieving to me, because it is one of my favorite comps to watch. I think it's really fun. I just wonder whether or not ASE and I forgot Balder. ASE and Balder have been able to form us a new meta, some new extra comps that could get pulled in. Like, I don't see them being top tier comps at all, but it'd be cool to see if we do get a little bit more variance in the meta. But here is our scoreboard at the end of the game. SR walk away with 22 points there. Well, 22 kills, 24 points away. 13.5, SE with 12.5, 11.5 for GG. Is that enough for GG to overtake? It might be. It's gonna be. It was OUG at the top, right? Yeah, that actually might be enough.
Gonna the bridge. Gonna the hope. Okay, we'll have to see. I'm trying to think about it, and I'm like, I can't do the math right now.
13 kills.
Gonna be a spot.
30k damage from Zhao there. Junks goes up with 33,000 damage. 4 kills though, but man.
13.
What a well-oiled machine SR have been today, eh?
Oh yeah. You know it's crazy because you see Zhao rocking that. He just throws the comet, right? The F2. He just throws it in a direction and he gets hit, and he gets a kill, and he gets a kill elimination. I'm like, okay, fair enough. We take those. But he's doing it. But he's doing it methodically. He doesn't do it in terms of the wild hitmaker. He just knows that someone's going to be escaping from one point, so he's saving his skill when the time happens. Our standings, though. Proposed points. I'm just going to read the proposed points for what we lead into for grand finals. WBG take 5, 6.2 for YZG, Wolves for 7. Oh, I get enough time. 8.3 for Bauda, ASC for 8.5, 13.2 for DRG, OUG for 14.2, 14.7 for GG, and SR for 15.7. Emancipating the first place spot with 78.5, where GG had 33.5, and that 20%. Means that we're going over to grand finals with these points. I'm not sure what the threshold is going to be for grand finals since the proposed is a lot higher percentage-wise. Like I said, it was 63 before for every single finals weekend. But I would assume then it goes up to 70 just to make sure the teams have more of a higher reaching threshold for it. But we'll have to see how that ends up for it. Because 70 points with 15.7 points, 70 points is potentially 3 games away, like we've seen, or even 4 games away. Yeah. And that's only the team dominates at least 2 games and it gets some points here or there from the remaining 2. But final clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom, where we saw the first eliminations coming out from Oway as they were up against WBG, and in the midst, Thick catching parry back and forth. He's throwing so many blues. But you notice that with the chances of locking down Leo towards Kylan from Mong, we find the parry against him.
Really, really solid stuff. This is a taster of this old comp. It's been around for a while, the Valda variant with the Monk. Decent fight. NXM getting the double spear off there into the double kill. Really nice. YCG though, not been a good day for them. They have been massively underperforming, and only taking 6 points into those grand finals is going to be pretty devastating for them, to be honest. They have to do a lot of work going forwards. They got 2 weeks to get themselves together, and I think the good news is I feel like YCG will probably be weighed down a little bit by the expectations and the hype built around them. That's probably somewhat died off, so they don't have the high expectations which we did have on them, just due to their recent performances. So maybe that'll be enough for YCG to then pop off and then show up. But they're gonna have to do a lot of catching up because some of our front runners will be walking away with a lot more points. GG, the fact they made it this far into this final circle and got this many extra kills at the end is actually crazy to me. Really, really solid Karumi play to pick the team up. GG played it very, very well. As the final circle came in, you saw nice spear from LXM into the flying daggers. Just get a little bit of damage off on the hand, but he was already too low. Couldn't finalize the kill. They tie it out, but SR with the MVP. No surprise to see a 13 kill Zai is going to be the one to get this MVP. Absolutely monster performance from them. Really, really good stuff. SR Zhao, 30k damage. What a game.
Oh yeah. Getting the chain scythe is one thing, skills and ultimates is another, and that's the top 2. And his third most damaging, source was cannon. So not even with Rupture Gill, or he's just shooting up the cannon shots as often as he can, just from a range. And I think that majority of the cannon shots really came out from those endgame circle, from the endgame circle, especially all the pelt shots that he was able to go through. What's surprising though is how much dominance he was in terms of earning out rage was given to him, right? Being able to find those soul blooms, being able to get the amount of damage post his ultimate cast being finished, and then using the rage 18% after a kill, like just to continuously deal damage, get more rage overall. If that's how he was able to propel himself to have that much damage on the skills and ultimates, it makes sense. And considering that Matari is there to boot up with the V1 and refreshing his skill, he didn't just like launches it at any which point. And that's something that actually comes down to the synergy of a team, right? Noticing when the timing is to give a +1 for your teammate, right? Usually the terminology would be making like, offer me, so that way the team can then give, the Matari can then offer you a refresh, and then you go off on the end by locking down one target. Usually the kill shot is between Matari F2 and Zai to connect off of one another. Then they can just go on forcing out a combo breaker, going off the ultimates. They can space out. They have Syra as an insurance policy. You're the last person to be able to use it. Actually, not even the last person, just to use it in case things get a little bit dicey in the first seconds afterwards as the response rate. And then Zai actually using her ultimate there later on as a chance of just locking down a contingency for an attack.
Alrighty.
We are gonna have that contingency though. We got an interview coming through here, guys. Be ready for the question. This is the last cap question. Be prepared for the question on the hand from Jaeger.
Win your hat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience.
大家好，我是小懒 ，SR 的小懒。
欢迎小懒来到我们赛后采访。哇，这个英语我感觉是不是今天都不用给你翻译了？
哦不，那还是要的。我很久没有用了，所以说我的英文是很垃圾的，还是需要你帮忙的。
开一个小小的玩笑，是欢迎 Welcome to our post game interview night。再次欢迎小懒来到我们的这个赛后采访。Okay, so first we know that today is the pre-final, and you guys now you're leading the scoreboard, and I would like to know so how you comment on your team today's status。那我先问一下，那今天其实我们也看到，在一个前序积分赛当中，我们要恭喜 S2 目前是领跑了我们整个积分榜。今天一天打下来感觉怎么样？特别是对于最后一个 MVP 拿下来，感觉怎么样？现在心情？
很开心。特别是对于小豪，我觉得他是个很厉害的玩家，所以说 MVP 是对他的认可。
也是给了自己队友一个非常高的评价。So I'm really happy today, not only because that we are leading the scoreboard right now, and also because my teammate Xiaohao get the MVP, and I think he is really a good teammate, and also he get the MVP. I think he worth to get it. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 我们来看一下接下来的题目是什么。So today's question is, which hero did SR Riku use in the game 6？ 这道题目呢是小懒自己刚才在这把比赛当中用到的是哪个英雄 ？Okay, when we would like to mention about the matches, I really want to know is about when you just enter to the realm of Young and find that you don't have any more teammates. So what's your feeling at that time？ 这边要问一下的就是啊，今天那一把第5把进入到回阳之后，发现自己的队友没了，那时候什么心情啊？
挺心碎的，但是我们也努力了，但是还是没成功。对面还是很厉害的，没给我们机会2打3。
哎，真的是非常非常的可惜啊！我们一会儿再多聊一下这个一波流问题，真的今天太有意思了。So for in the realm of beyond, I'm really feel sad at that time because I don't have any more teammates, but we don't have like any more chance to fight with the 3-person together, and really a pity. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 应该小蓝也准备好给我们大家送出福利了。那接下来就让我们进入倒计时。
我喊吗？
对，
okay.
现在。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请小懒公布一下这道题的正确答案到底是哪个
D.
Yeah, the correct answer is D. And okay, because we just mentioned about the hero combination which 暴打 use, which is the 暴打这已经绷不住，已经笑容已经压不住了。Okay, so I would like to know, so when you saw their like hero combinations, how's your feeling? And also because your guys are the only one team can like escape from them. So I would like to know how you guys just discussing at that time. 那我这边也要问一下，作为一个一波流的受害者，发表一下今天的获奖感言。同时呢，你们也是今天唯一一个从暴打手中有过对活着跑出来的这一波。其实特别好奇那一波当时队内是怎么沟通的呢？
我们想混进回阳镜，我们3蓝奖，我们想搏一搏单车变摩托，但是呢，正好我们迦南并没有赶到。然后你有没有截图？反正我们看了一共7个人一起被卷了。啊，对，一共7个人。是的，非常多。然后我们正好有个迦南嘛，隐身一开，好了，我们 say goodbye 了。然后顺便把他们人收了2个。
对，是那一波，其实不仅是自己逃出来，而且其实那一波你们还甚至帮了一下其他的受害者啊。Okay, so you know today is really like funny because we would like to have back, but we won't have like more advantage in the matches, but it's like we just said, really pity today. But because, you know, at that time, the Baoda, they just, they used their ultimate, Baoda's ultimate, and then there's like 7 person together in there. But we have the Matari, that's why we can escape like successfully from them. And also we killed 2 more people. 啊，这波其实也可以讲，今天虽然说是，那波是有点惨了，不过今天还是打得非常非常的不错，也期待接下来你们在决赛当中一个表现，好不好？
好，谢谢。
Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we're really looking forward together to the grand final. And thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Thank you very much. I'm joined with the still image of Savaria. Unfortunately, his camera's decided to freak out and crash on me, so you'll only have me moving. Or maybe I should just hold really still as well, but...
You know why it crashes? Because everyone's typing in chat right now, bro. I swear. Everyone's typing out the letters and not going to get the answer. It crashed my computer. It's crazy. Nah, but it does come into Notion. I know SR was like, you know, where's my boys? Because he walked into the realm and nothing to hold him back. But nothing held back SR from catching MVP. I think noticing how these guys are coming into the scene this season as from a fresh organization, that SR's balance of experience into the league, not only as players but also to, you know, being able to catch wind of what's going to be the best case for them. Zyphon was one thing. I remember I haven't seen him in a while, but back during when the WBG teammates from them with Junks used to be with Sleepwalker, that they had a lot to kind of work off on the hands of just having Justina as part of the predecessor to now the Ice Cream Comp, and then some. But
man, Sleepwalker, that caught me off guard. That's a nostalgia hit, which is weird, but I have nostalgia towards Naraka, but I guess I've been around for 3 years now on this tournament, so kind of the time flies. The time does absolutely fly. But here we are having a look at our standings at the end of all of this. SR going to be going in real strong, 15.7 points into those grand finals. We're starting with GG 14.7, OUG 14.2. So it's going to be tight towards the top. There's like the top 4 teams are all very close to one another in points. So I'm very excited to see how these guys will be all showing up. You can have a look at the overall standings. Since we started in March, I can't believe we're already almost done. The end of May we'll be done. It feels like we've barely been going, but bi-weekly finals are out of the way. Maybe even the YZG victory run might be out of the way as well, unfortunately for them. Because they had a really good month and a half. And then it kind of like April, May, absolutely brilliant for them. No, sorry, March, April, really great for them. May, I don't know what happened. Like, these guys kind of crumbled, unfortunately, but I'll run a show. You can see if it was TE who won our final bi-weekly final. And then, obviously, our grand finals are coming up on the end of the month. It's the final weekend. Well, the final weekend and the first weekend, really, because it's June 1st. But yeah, where we are today, we'll have a week off next week, so no Naraka sad face next week at all. But you guys at home, you'll be able to catch your breath, maybe play some solos yourself with your brand new fancy hats that you'll want from answering the questions. And then you can come back next weekend, the weekend after, 31st. We'll have the solos grand finals, and the 1st of June will be the trios grand final. And it is crazy to think that we're already into June, or about to hit June, because I'm pretty sure I was taking my Christmas turkey out the oven like 2 weeks ago. So I don't know where this year is going. Here is our run for solos. We'll be starting on Padoria Midnight, Holoroth Morris, Padoria, Holoroth Morris, Holoroth Morris. That will be the run for us next week. There you go, match point. You have to hit 12 points. And then once you... No, it's not 12 points. What? It's 12 teams. Where's the points?
I'm looking for the numbers.
I can't find the number. Basically, I think it was 27 points for solos.
So for solos, it's a low number, man. That was like 23, 24.
Yeah, it's not much.
Not much. But considering that 23, 24 points comes out towards it, if it's increased by just a small margin, that's enough to make the chances. Mike has been killing it throughout this point for winning out bi-weekly, YZG as well for TT25, and then earning it out for Wufong and for Edward. Those are the 3 prior bi-weekly winners, all different winners to make it through for finals. I know a lot of things are keeping themselves noticed. I know a lot of things are no longer still, like the camera image, we take those. But we do have pre-finals coming to a conclusion. for the spring split. 10 weeks has passed by before you know it. And no, 9 weeks have passed by before you know it. Now we have to wait another week and then some for us to get to grand finals for ending out for spring. This is going to be that conclusion aspect, Jake, and this is only the start to come for this year. We're not even at the halfway point because we still have that mid-season challenge.
We've still got a lot more to go. I'm very excited by the year. I think, we've already started very strong this year for Naraka, which is always really fun because I feel like some years we come in and it doesn't feel like much has changed since Worlds. And like we did bring some baggage from Worlds, like the Syra being probably the biggest thing we brought over from Worlds, but it felt like there's been so much innovation over this split, especially towards the end. Like today has been such a fun day for that. But it's interesting to see, how the teams kind of, have adapted and changed and the meta's changing. Obviously, I don't know if we're going to be adding all the new changes, the changes we're getting on live next week for finals. I assume we probably won't, but I'm not sure, but we'll find out. Either way, next season we'll definitely have those changes, and that is going to be really, really fun. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching us. We'll be back not next week, the week after, for the grand finals for both solos and trios. So thank you very much for watching, and we will see you then. Wherever you are, good night, good morning, good afternoon. See you later.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Naraka Bladepoint Pro League in Raven. We're almost at the very end of our spring 2025 season. There are just a couple more days to play, and for all of our players who made it all the way past either LCQs or were the top 6 off of the points they were able to put together from the bi-week finals, they're finding themselves here in one lobby to play 6 games and take 20% of the points that they earn in those 6 games forward with them to the grand final. So this is a very important day to play, right?
Exactly, Moxie. Yeah, I mean, the trend from 2024 that there's a new guard, there are new players now representing NBPL. A lot of the old guard fell in LCQ. I never thought I'd see the day. It's been years that Pro League has been going on, but one of the Emperors, Fong, not here in this finals, just like he wasn't there for Worlds. Same thing. Well, Wang Liang made it through, but a ton of the top players did not make it. But first, ladies and gentlemen, the NBPL Spring Final Awards Collection. Tonight, for 15 minutes, you'll get some Tay. For 30 minutes, you'll get some Silk. For 60 minutes, you'll get the XP bonus, the Unsheathed Spring, and answering the questions. You were telling me this, Moxie, for tonight. Is it baseball cap for tonight, Moxie?
Yeah,
it was for only
baseball cap.
Everyone's showing up for the baseball cap.
On baseball cap, everybody has been asking, how do we get baseball cap ever since it released within the game on that Talk Extreme Drop? Now we know you can get it if you answer that question and are picked as the lucky winner. So make sure that you're keeping up with all of the things that could potentially be asked, because sometimes those questions, you know, are pretty easy. Sometimes it's just like, what hero did this player pick? And then other times, like really hard, where you have to be fully focused, like paying attention to see who killed who, or a very specific moment, like who got Vermilion Bird's Mite actually was one of the questions that got asked yesterday. They gave 4 players and only one of them picked up that buff. So those questions are definitely going to make you work for those cosmetics, but these players are going to have to be working for their points, because we're kicking off the day incredibly aggressive, Raven. We've got a Fireflies map right off of the rip.
Today it's starting with Predoria, right? It always starts with Predoria. And before we got the Tay, a little bit, the awards cut off, I was finishing up the thought. The old guard has fallen, and the new guard, Azhao, Shen Yuan, Star, all these newer players, Verse, have taken up the field. And still, the 2 GOATs are still there, Mike and Spider. Who's going to be winning it tonight? We've seen them go back and forth all of 2024, but Mike always comes out in the clutch. But this is the NBPL finals for the first season. Will Spider be able to take it, slow down Mike? I'm very excited to see how these players are all going to be interacting, because normally when we think of a lot of these players, we think of them as the best of like a certain character. Mike for his Akos, Spider for his Matari, which isn't there anymore, and now Shen Yuan with Temi. But I would say I'm very excited to see how all of these players match up against Azhao. Now, he hasn't had the best last 2 bi-weeklies leading up into this, but he does represent the dueling community outside the Pro League. So I'm very curious to see how much the pro players have learned from him and how they will fight against him today in Yang.
Yeah, but it's not going to be Mike, Spider, or one of those players that you talked about, Irvin, that we're going to be having a look at stats-wise. We're going to be having a look at Verse, who is the 3rd current for total damage dealt, 315,714 all season. However, he MVP'd 4 times, and he is actually the most coming on through with those MVPs for the bi-weekly final players coming on through, as we can have a look and see all of the players who made it through. 6 of these players qualified for the performances in the bi-weekly final, and 6 of them went through a very tense and stressful 6 games earlier in the week, where they were able to claim those positions alongside Wufeng. Also, one of those players to watch was the player that walked away with the first bi-weekly finals win before we headed into the likes of seeing Mike and Spider and T225 all being able to grab up their victories. And I mean, you talked about things like the ACOS, things like the Matari that, as you correctly pointed out, hasn't really been seeing a whole lot of solos play. There's an elephant in the room, and that elephant is called Tarka, because we are playing on the Tarka rework patch, and some of these players have had more success than others when trying to pilot that hero.
I know Shenyuan and Spider have tried it, and definitely for the 8 round strategy, they are definitely breaking it out. But for the 6 matches, it seems like the 5 main characters or 6 main characters that people are willing to play. The top 3, Lonnie, then Liam, finally Xiao, and then the last 3 are the personality picks, depending on the map and depending on the phases. A lot of people have been choosing Temmie, Justina, and Akos and Kylan get mixed up in there as well, but Akos had a ton of success. We have seen Tarka pop his head out once in a while. He has, not gonna lie, not the best results. Still struggles with the same thing that he struggled before, even after his changes. He still struggles in the multi-way fights. We're gonna see the 2 goats going at it. Mike, as always, with his traditional yawn warm-up routine going into the match, just letting everyone know, just another day in the office. Another really cool thing about LCQ, Lipo representing the global community, and technically Frostbit, so we still have 2 global players in the top 12 of the world. Lipo ending up clutching up his last 2 rounds to eke his way into the actual finals. I know a lot of people have been doubting Lipo and his ability to compete at this level, but he's here, and the proof is in the pudding. If he's able to get here, he clearly belongs, because you definitely do not make it through these super, super hard lobbies if you don't deserve to be here.
Yeah, and I mean, all of the players who've made it here have shown that they deserve to be here, making it through either being able to qualify for the bi-weekly finals and having that consistency, or being able to come out on top on the LCQs and manage to find victory among that stress factor that is included, where you have to perform well within those 6 games, otherwise your time in the spring tournament is cut viciously short. As we can have a look and see all of the statistics for these players. Spider, number 1 with average kills, coming through with 3. And average ranking points, though, not quite as high. Spider as well in terms of average damage, not the highest here. He's only 3rd in the league, 13,405. So it goes to show that a lot of the time he might be able to find those kills, but he's not always getting to carry it through to be the last player standing and get that kill score multiplier.
A big indication of players doing super well, at least in this current meta, it seems like Liam is performing a little bit better than Lonnie when it comes to endgame scenarios, just because a lot of these endgame scenarios, Lonnie ends up getting focus fires because she's the number 1 pick. She is a little bit stronger inside the realm of Yang, and on the outside she's able to survive to endgame, but in order to MVP to secure those last little bit of kills, characters like Liam, Justina, and even Akos have had a lot of success. And it was very surprising to me that not Azo, can't remember, what is girlfriend coach?
Arano with the girlfriend coach, playing the end games perfectly with Akos. I cannot believe that he's able to maneuver this character in pilot, because traditionally when we see Akos, he's mainly been a Yang character. Morris and on Holoroth, where you rush down your opponents, you pick up 3 to 5 kills, and then in endgame it's very, very hard to survive. But we saw in Last Chance Qualifier a lot of interesting plays by Arano, being able to threaten the F2 and then being able to use a lot of that gold armor on Akos to win out going into endgame. We're seeing the Temmie GOAT, Mr. Shen Yuan. I never thought one day that one of the most underrated characters in the league right now is definitely Temmie, followed up by Justina. I would say even in the top 3, when we consider Lonnie, when we consider Liam, when we consider Xiao, I feel like Temmie and Justina aren't that far off with how strong they are winning out endgame situations. And for Temmie, a lot of shenanigans with winning Spirit Balls in situations. Yeah, we've definitely seen the strength of the Tamita being able to control those spirit walls. We're getting to see TW5 statistics here. Very interesting, actually, that he's the #1 in terms of average damage, but he's #5 in terms of average ranking points. So he's getting his damage in, but he's not really getting to convert it into MVP statuses. As TW5 has also been one of those players who's done really, really well. He's been seen as like one of the staples, one of the pillars of the Chinese esports scene. But he's also never really been able to take the title, so he's still having a little bit of the same old struggles that he has been in the past, where going aggressive and getting a lot of damage in doesn't necessarily mean that he's getting the credit for the eliminations, or sometimes if he goes that aggressive, he makes himself a much easier target to turn onto when we do get to those endgame situations. And everyone is very much looking for any sign of weakness. If you're a little bit behind in terms of your loot scaling, if you burn your ultimate or your combo breaker cooldown at the wrong opportunity, like, these players are absolutely unforgiving. They are merciless. They will jump on any opportunity that is handed to them.
We see Mr. Agile, his first Nbpl season. He came on like a storm, absolutely destroying his first 2 weeks. He's a little bit slowed down in the past 2 bi-weeklies, but the last chance qualifier, we saw him in form. He rolled through the lobby looking very, very relaxed, going through everyone. Now, you know, Agile is looked at...
An enemy of justice is an enemy to me.
Wufang has been around for a while, and he did the same thing as Agile when he came in a year and a half ago, 2 years at this point, and he would land wherever he wanted, and a lot of the time on Mike and Spider, just because he was not afraid who he fought